Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Also, let me know if you want the next part of this video in the comments section. I won't leave you hanging. I'll definitely update it if there's a demand. Now, let's get it started. Chapter 1, Leave the House with Nothing. After finishing his mother's funeral, Jiang Zimo flew home. Because today is his and Yi Nanqing's wedding anniversary. Over the years, Jiang Zimo has deeply loved Yi Nanqing and his son. Even after his mother passed away, Yi Nanqing said that the company was too busy and she couldn't leave, but he didn't blame her. He originally wanted to take his son home to see his grandmother off for the last time, but his son said he had an interest class and didn't want to go back. Although Jiang Zimo was unhappy, he didn't force it after seeing Yi Nanqing's attitude. After all, she doesn't have a deep relationship with her child and mother, so she can just not go back. After getting off the plane and on the way home, I came across a flower shop and there was a toy store next to it. Without a second thought, he asked the driver to stop the car. Before I got out of the car, I saw 3 people walking out of the flower shop. A man, a woman, and a boy. The woman is his wife Yi Nanqing, and the boy is his son Jiang Haohao. I saw my son holding a new toy in his hand and playing with it excitedly. Yi Nanqing was holding a large bouquet of bright roses in her hands, her face full of happiness. The man's hand rested naturally on the woman's shoulder. To outsiders, they look like a close family of 3. Mom, the gift Daddy Gu bought is so fun. The call of Dad Gu made Jiang Zimo's heart sink to the bottom. How, you can't yell like that in front of Daddy, okay? Yi Nanqing gently instructed his son. Dad is just petty and easily angered. I don't like that man at all now. Jiang Zimo's heart skipped a beat when he heard his son's words. It turned out that he had now become that man in his son's heart. Jiang Zimo took out his cell phone, stared at the 3 people opposite him, and deliberately called Yi Nanqing. The phone rang for a long time and was about to hang up automatically when he saw Yi Nanqing impatiently pick up the phone. Hey, what's wrong? There was a hint of disgust in his voice. It's okay, I'm back. I saw you and your son weren't here. Before Jiang Zimo could finish, Jiang Haohao yelled, Mom, is this the man calling? Yi Nanqing gently covered her son's mouth and responded to Jiang Zimo. My son and I were playing outside. Before Yi Nanqing could finish his perfunctory response, Jiang Haohao had already snatched Yi Nanqing's phone away in annoyance and hung up. Mom, it's rude of you to call that man in front of Dad Gu. His son's words suddenly gave Jiang Zimo an illusion. It seemed as if he was the outsider who disturbed their family of 3. Sir, are you still getting off? The driver had already opened the car door. No, go to Huayu Villa. Huayu Villa is the home of their family of 3. Maybe soon it won't be. When he returned to the villa area again, he asked Lu Ma to prepare 2 dishes specially and sat alone at the dining table drinking wine. I thought it was time to celebrate our wedding anniversary, but now it seems we have to celebrate our divorce. Such a happy thing should be celebrated. At this time, the door of the living room was opened from the outside, and Yi Nanqing and Jiang Haohao came in. Jiang Haohao was holding a Lego toy gun in his hand. When passing by him, Jiang Haohao not only didn't greet him, but also rolled his eyes at him and prepared to go upstairs. In the past, Jiang Zimo might have thought he was being naughty, but today was different. He was not going to let him go. Haohao, stop. Jiang Haohao turned around, glanced at Jiang Zimo, and asked lazily, what's up? I'm tired and want to go upstairs to sleep. Why didn't you even call Daddy, and what were you doing? You look so tired. Jiang Zimo lowered his eyebrows and looked serious. Yi Nanqing stood aside, scolding him angrily. What are you doing? My son and I just got back. It would be fine if you didn't care about us, but why are you looking for trouble? That's right, what Dad Gu doesn't care about me as much as I do. Hearing the word Dad Gu, Yi Nanqing's eyes flashed, and then he explained, don't mind it, it's just a title. Jiang Zimo sneered, and did not answer Yi Nanqing's words, but stared at his son. Since you like Daddy Gu so much, why don't you live with Daddy Gu with Mom? Yi Nanqing's expression changed slightly, and before she could speak, Jiang Haohao raised his hands and clapped. Okay, my mom and I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Haohao, stop it. Yi Nanqing walked forward, took his 5-year-old son's hand, and prepared to go upstairs. Yi Nanqing, let's talk. Yi Nanqing paused and lovingly held her son's head. Be good, go up first, daddy is angry, and mommy will comfort him. It's really shameful you're so old, but you're still throwing tantrums. What kind of man is that? After Jiang Haohao finished speaking, he deliberately made a face at Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo's heart couldn't help but tremble. Is this the son he raised with his own hands? Not only did she have no respect for him at all, but even her eyes became so cold and distant. Yi Nanqing turned around and sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked patiently. What's the matter? Tell me quickly, I am tired too. Let's get a divorce. Jiang Zimo stared at her seriously, his expression invisible. Yi Nanqing glanced at him disdainfully, then pulled a gift box from her bag and tossed it to him. I know today is our wedding anniversary, so I prepared a gift for you. So she knew. Jiang Zimo pulled the corner of his mouth. He suddenly didn't understand. Did she forget to make him feel better, or did she know that she was deliberately ignoring him? This is not important anymore. I am serious. I don't want anything. I want nothing. Yi Nanqing looked at his serious face and his expression became even colder. Jiang Zimo, are you done yet? It's just a wedding anniversary, right? There will be many more in the future. Today is Gu Zihan's first birthday and I just don't want to have any regrets. Do you really have to keep going on like this? Regret? Did he die after this birthday? Yi Nanqing is his wife, but now she wants to avoid regrets by celebrating another man's birthday. What kind of logic is this? Yi Nanqing suddenly saw the word filial piety on his sleeve, and his tone became slightly softer. Are you still angry because my mother and I didn't go home for the funeral? Didn't we agree not to be angry? Besides, even if Haohao and I go home and cry a little, she still won't survive, right? After saying that, Yi Nanqing went upstairs without looking back. Jiang Zimo stared at her back, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, he knew that Yi Nanqing had changed. At night, Jiang Zimo slept on the sofa in the living room. The next morning, Jiang Haohao rubbed his eyes and came out of the second bedroom. Seeing Jiang Zimo lying on the sofa, he rushed forward angrily and pulled his quilt to the ground. Jiang Zimo, what time is it and you are still sleeping? I'm late for school, why didn't you call me? Jiang Zimo looked at his cold son, then at the quilt on the ground, and said sternly, pick it up for me. Jiang Haohao had obviously never seen his father be so mean to him. He was stunned for a moment, and then burst into tears. You are so bad. I don't want you to be my father anymore. I want to take care of my father. 2, Chapter 2 Divorce Agreement. Jiang Zimo's heart trembled when he heard this. He was solely responsible for his son's birth. His son was born prematurely and had a weak constitution. Jiang Zimo guarded his son day and night. When Jiang Haohao was 3 years old, his development was obviously behind other children. In order to ensure that he had a balanced nutrition, he studied parenting recipes every day. Until now, with his careful feeding, the 5-year-old Haohao has grown half a head taller than his peers. He just felt relieved, but in return he was met with his son's disgust and rejection of him. Hello, Dad Gu. You will live with Dad Gu from now on. Jiang Zimo picked up the quilt with a serious expression. Jiang Haohao's crying woke Yi Nanqing up. She looked at the watch on her wrist and screamed. Jiang Zimo, what's wrong with you? My son is almost late for school. Why are you still sleeping here? Mom, you should divorce him. He was just mean to me. Jiang Haohao pointed at Jiang Zimo. Haohao, stop talking nonsense and let Daddy take you to school. Jiang Zimo ignored them and turned to go downstairs. Yi Nanqing thought he was going to send his son off, so he urged him, hurry up, follow Dad. Jiang Haohao then reluctantly put on his school bag and trotted downstairs, shouting as he ran, Jiang Zimo, wait for me. Aunt Lu was cleaning the first floor and couldn't help but correct him. Young master, Mr. Jiang is your father, how can you just call him by his name? Jiang Haohao turned his head and glared at her. I'm just shouting, what's it to you? Aunt Lu shook her head helplessly. Jiang Haohao chased Jiang Zimo all the way to the door, but he didn't see him. He turned back in a rage, ran to the second floor and woke Yi Nanqing up. Mom, get up quickly, the bad guy is gone. Yi Nanqing didn't know what had happened, so he quickly got up and asked, what's wrong, son, where's Dad? Mom, please take me to school, don't count on that man, he's not reliable at all. Yi Nanqing chose to turn a blind eye to her son's rudeness and said, Mom will just wash her face and leave. When Yi Nanqing and his son just arrived downstairs, they met Jiang Zimo coming back from outside. Yi Nanqing's face darkened. Didn't I tell you to take your son to school? Where have you been? Jiang Zimo took out a piece of paper from his bag and handed it to Yi Nanqing. This is the divorce agreement. IDE already signed it. You should sign it too. As for the property, I don't want any of it. Yi Nanqing was startled, his eyebrows raised, his eyes sharp. Kick out of the house? What about the son? He doesn't want it either. She knew that Jiang Zimo had devoted all his efforts to his son in the past few years. No matter how angry he was in the past, as long as she threatened him with her son, he would immediately give in. Jiang Zimo knew that she was deliberately using her son to threaten him again, but this time she was wrong. Her son was no longer the child he used to hold in his arms. He had changed and became as cold and ruthless as Yi Nanqing. He glanced at Zhang Haohao and found a glimmer of fear in his eyes. Perhaps he was worried that his father would take him away. Jiang Zimo raised the corner of his mouth. My son is with you. After he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of an unconcealable surprise in Zhang Haohao's eyes. Okay, Jiang Zimo, I'm giving you face, right? It's just a wedding anniversary, right? How can a grown man be so pretentious? Yi Nanqing threw the divorce agreement into the trash can, took his son's hand and left. Mom, why don't you sign? After you sign, we can live with Dad Gu. Watching the two figures, one big and one small, disappear from his sight, Jiang Zimo turned and went upstairs. Just as I was about to pack my luggage, my phone vibrated. I saw it was a message from Yi Nanqing. You don't have to go to work today, just rest at home. Jiang Zimo didn't go back over the years. He hid his identity as the prince of the Beijing Circle and lived with Yi Nanqing. The fact that Yi Group has been able to reach where it is today is all thanks to Jiang Zimo, who has been helping them both openly and secretly. Because of his special status, Jiang Zimo has no shortage of women around him, but he has no good feelings towards those women. He knows that they are all after money. He wanted a woman who would spend the rest of his life with him. It wasn't until he met Yi Nanqing in his freshman year that he knew he had found that woman. So he began to pursue her madly, from freshman year to senior year, but Yi Nanqing never agreed to him. Just when he was feeling discouraged and ready to leave the city, Yi Nanqing chased him to the airport and said she was willing to be his girlfriend. Later, Jiang Zimo learned from his good friend Zhang Chao that Gu Zihan had gone abroad with a woman that day. Because of love, Jiang Zimo accepted her after marriage. Her temperament remained as cold as before, and she did not change at all until she gave birth to her son Jiang Haohao. Jiang Zimo thought that Yi Nanqing was just like that. It was not until last month when Gu Zihan came back from abroad that Yi Nanqing accompanied him to watch his favorite movies, eat his favorite dishes, and made various concessions for him. Only then did he realize that Yi Nanqing was not like that at all, but was only like that to him. After packing up his things, he looked around the home where he had lived for 7 years and couldn't help but laugh at himself. It was all a waste after all. When I went downstairs again with my suitcase, I met Lu Ma. Sir, didn't you just come back yesterday? Are you going on another business trip? Today is your wife's birthday. Birthday? Yes, he didn't forget, he just didn't want to mention it again. He even chose the birthday present and agreed to pick it up this morning, so there was no need to mention it now. Just because the day after our wedding anniversary was her birthday, she never paid attention to it. Over the years Jiang Zimo was the one who took care of everything for the wedding anniversary. I know this is a gift for her. Please give it to her when she comes back. The small red square box was the brooch she threw to him yesterday, and he had just put the divorce agreement in it. Yes, sir. Jiang Zimo walked out of the villa and took a taxi to the apartment where he lived before marriage. At that time, because he disagreed with the arranged marriage his parents had arranged for him, his parents had objections to him. Apart from giving him 1 million yuan in living expenses every month, they no longer cared about him. Even his living expenses were paid by the housekeeper on his card every month. Just as he finished cleaning up and had a sip of water, his cell phone rang. It was Zhang Chao calling. Zimo, are you free tonight? The class monitor is back from abroad and asked me to organize a class reunion. There is time, of course there is, there will be plenty of time in the future. Okay, which hotel? I'll go there early. Jiang Zimo spoke in a light tone. Damn, I never had any hope for you, but I didn't expect you to agree so readily. Zhang Chao joked, how could your tigress be willing to let you go? In Zhang Chao's impression, although they were in the same city, he rarely got to ask Jiang Zimo out because he always had something to do. We're divorced now, so she can't control it anymore. Chapter 3 Chapter 3, Don't Call Gu Dad to his face. Zhang Chao was stunned for a moment, then said, "See you at the Shanghai Hotel at 7 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zimo received another call from his assistant. "Mr. Jiang, your appointment with Mr. Zhao from Tianfei Group is almost up, and also with Mr. Wanlong Group. If you help me push it, just say I quit." The assistant exclaimed in surprise, "Boss Jiang. Okay, I'm telling the truth, don't look for me anymore about company matters, just look for Mr. Yi if you have any problems." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zimo simply turned off his phone and lay down on the bed to have a good sleep. Since getting married, he seldom came to the apartment. Yi Nanqing asked him more than once to sell the apartment. Fortunately, he had been busy and had not dealt with it, otherwise, he would have no place to live. At 7 o'clock in the evening, he arrived at the hotel on time. As soon as he entered the hotel, he saw a brand new luxury car parked there. Jiang Zimo recognized this car worth tens of millions. He bought it as a gift to Yi Nanqing on Valentine's Day last month. At this time, a man got out of the car. He had a slender figure and was wearing a light blue haute couture suit. When he saw Jiang Zimo, he walked towards him with a smile on his face. "Boss Jiang, how can you be so stingy as not to even bring roses for your wife's birthday?" After saying that, he used the remote control to open the trunk. "Look, I've prepared everything for you. When Mr. Yi comes over, tell him that these are all bought by you." Jiang Zimo glanced at Gu Zihan, said nothing, and went straight into the hotel. It seems that Yi Nanqing gave this car to Gu Zihan as a birthday gift. "Don't go to the wrong room, it's room 1608. Gu Zihan deliberately shouted loudly behind him. As soon as Jiang Zimo left, Yi Nanqing arrived with her son. When she saw Jiang Zimo's back, she couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, thinking to herself, "It's just the same as before. If I leave him alone for a while, he won't be angry anymore." It seems that this man still can't be spoiled. Seeing Gu Zihan in front of the car, Zhang Haohao quickly ran to Gu Zihan and shouted excitedly, "Hello, Dad Gu." Gu Zihan picked up Jiang Haohao and kissed him on the cheek. "Did you miss me?" "Yes, my mother did too." Gu Zihan subconsciously glanced at Yi Nanqing and found that her cheeks were flushed and her face was shy, as beautiful as the peach blossoms in March. "Haohao, don't talk nonsense, especially when we get to the box. Don't call Dad Gu in front of Dad, do you hear me?" "No, I'm going to shout. I am going to let that guy hear that he's not a good father." Jiang Haohao clung to Gu Zihan even tighter. "Dad Gu still loves me." Gu Zihan called the waiter and moved all the roses into the box. As the three of them entered, the lively atmosphere in the box suddenly became quiet. They thought it was Jiang Zimo who came in, but it turned out to be Gu Zihan, who was holding Jiang Haohao in his arms. If you didn't know, you would think they were a family of three. Seeing everyone's stunned expressions, Yi Nanqing first glanced at everyone, but didn't see Jiang Zimo. She guessed that he must have gone to the bathroom. "Let me introduce to you all, this is my new assistant, Gu Zihan. This is my father Gu." Jiang Haohao also followed suit and introduced. Everyone was obviously stunned when they heard these. As soon as they heard the address, they felt that the relationship was unusual. Don't get me wrong, this is Haohao's godfather. Since he was a child. Special assistant Gu has a very good relationship with President Jiang. After Yi Nanqing's explanation, everyone's doubts were cleared. In the private room next door, Jiang Zimo was happily having dinner with his classmates. Ever since he married Yi Nanqing, he basically had no time of his own, and gatherings like this were even rarer. So, today, he seemed particularly excited. It turned out that being single was so good. "Come on, let's wish Zimo to be single first." At Zhang Chao's suggestion, everyone raised their glasses and started drinking. "Zimo, if Yi Nanqing finds out one day that you are the crown prince of the Jiang group, will she regret it to death? Is there even a need to ask?" Yi Nanqing is where she is today because Zimo has been supporting and helping her from behind the scenes. What a fool, she doesn't want such a good husband, but insists on having the white moonlight in her mind. What white moonlight? I heard that Gu Zihan hasn't been doing well abroad in recent years. I heard that his ex-wife took the initiative to abandon him. I advised Zimo at the beginning. Given his conditions, why would he actively pursue others? The people who like him can line up in the whole capital. Jiang Zimo poured himself another glass of wine and said, "Alright, let's not talk about her Anna Marie, it's all in the past." In room 1608, the birthday party was almost over, but Yi Nanqing still didn't see Jiang Zimo coming. There was no message from him on her phone over the years. He had never forgotten her birthday. Even when he was on a business trip abroad, he would come back early and buy her a gift. She clearly saw Jiang Zimo enter the hotel, but it was strange that she hadn't seen him for most of the day. Could it be that because of what happened in the morning, he was embarrassed to come in and wanted her to give him a way out? Impossible. She is the birthday girl today. If he dares not celebrate her birthday, he will be punished when he returns home. Thinking of this, a trace of anger crept up his brows. Gu Zihan could tell at a glance that Ji Nanqing was worried about something, and quickly took out the birthday gift he had prepared for her. Wow! Wow, what a beautiful diamond ring! Assistant Gu is so generous. This is obviously a king of diamond rings. It must have cost a lot of money, right? Is there any need to ask? You can't get it for $1 million, I saw it last time at the counter. Gu Zihan took out the necklace and was about to put it on her when an employee from the company came back from the bathroom. Boss Yi, I just saw someone's back in the next room. He looked very much like Boss Jiang. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Nanqing pushed the necklace back, took out his cell phone and called Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo, where are you? Jiang Zimo was enjoying his drink when he saw the caller ID and hung up in annoyance. Zimo, is this Yi Nanqing calling? Zhang Xiao, who was sitting next to Jiang Zimo, asked. Before Jiang Zimo could answer, his phone rang again. Seeing that it was her again, Jiang Zimo simply turned off the phone. Zhang Xiao saw it clearly now, and the others also saw the displeasure on Jiang Zimo's face. Zimo, could it be Yi Nanqing? It seems she hasn't given up on you. Yeah, after all, you haven't gotten a divorce certificate yet. Maybe she can just coax him into it with a few words and Zimo will soften his heart. Zimo, I know how you've treated Yi Nanqing over the years. Others may not know, but I do. Are you going to just complain like you did before? Before Jiang Zimo could say anything, the door of the private room was opened from the outside. When they saw the person coming, the air in the room suddenly froze. Yi Nanqing came to Jiang Zimo angrily. Jiang Zimo, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? For Chapter 4, they are like real father and son. Jiang Zimo sat there without moving, but quietly drank a sip of the wine in the glass as if no one was around. Yi Nanqing had been treated so poorly by Jiang Zimo before. She should have been the one to put on airs, but now the situation was reversed. She couldn't help but get furious. She picked up a glass of wine on the table and poured it directly at Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo, don't think I dare not give you a divorce if you continue like this. Let's go directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Proposing a divorce was also her usual trick to manipulate Jiang Zimo. In the past, whenever she was unhappy, she would bring up the word divorce, and no matter how angry Jiang Zimo was, he would still coax her with a smile. She thought that this time would be the same as before, and Jiang Zimo would definitely give in to her. Jiang Zimo wiped the wine off his face with a tissue, picked up the wineglass, and prepared to throw it back. Everyone held their breath and looked at the wineglass in his hand. Yi Nanqing was the same. She looked at Jiang Zimo's next move in shock. At this moment, she suddenly felt that Jiang Zimo had changed. He became terrifyingly strange and was no longer the Jiang Zimo who allowed her to control him. Jiang Zimo's face was dark as he stared at Yi Nanqing sternly. His hand holding the wineglass was so tense that it turned pale. After all, the woman in front of him was the one he once loved dearly. Before this, he valued her more than his own life. Finally, he put the glass back on the table. Yi Nanqing's nervous expression gradually relaxed. She had thought he had become quite tough. It turned out he was just pretending. Perhaps he was too embarrassed to show off in front of so many people, so he deliberately tried to scare her. Thinking of this, her arrogant character came back. Jiang Zimo, I give you 10 minutes to get to room 1608. After saying that, he turned and left angrily. A class reunion was ruined by Yi Nanqing. Jiang Zimo couldn't help but feel ashamed. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Please move to the VIP room today. I'll cover all the food, drinks, and entertainment expenses today. After saying that, he made a phone call. Manager Lu, please make room for a VIP box for me immediately. Yes, Mr. Zhang. His identity as the Prince of the Beijing Circle is not only recognized in Kyoto. With just one word from him, he can change the situation here. As he walked out of the room, a child bumped into his arms. Zhang Haohao looked up and saw that it was Jiang Zimo. His face changed immediately and he pushed him away. What bad luck! After saying that, he saw Gu Zihan, who had just walked out of the bathroom, and he ran towards him quickly. Dad Gu, please go into the private room quickly. The air here is not good. The 5-year-old son's words shocked everyone. Gu Zihan came in front of Jiang Zimo without any hesitation. Don't take the child's words to heart. This sentence seemed to be saying that he was more generous than Jiang Zimo, and seemed to be showing off something, as if he and Jiang Haohao were biological father and son. Jiang Zimo smiled indifferently and said, "How could that be? No matter what, I am still his biological father." After saying that, Jiang Zimo followed everyone away. Yi Nanqing didn't wait for Jiang Zimo until the birthday party ended. It was a good birthday, but Jiang Zimo ruined it completely. Since that was the case, she would just ignore him for a few days until Jiang Zimo begged her for mercy. In the next 3 days, she and Jiang Haohao simply moved into Gu Zihan's house. During this period, Yi Nanqing, who never posted on WeChat Moments, wanted to post 10 updates a day, all of which were happy photos of the three of them together. Every time after posting, I would specifically check to see if there were any comments from Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo, on the other hand, was the opposite. He used to love posting on WeChat Moments, but in the past 3 days, he hadn't posted anything. What made Yi Nanqing even more angry was that when she opened Jiang Zimo's WeChat Moments, it was just a straight line he had blocked herself. It was not until the 4th day, when Jiang Haohao fell ill with a fever, that she posted another photo of her son receiving in 4 drip. Now, she was sure that Jiang Zimo would not be able to sit still, because in the past, whenever his son was sick, he would be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, wishing that he would be the one who got sick. As a result, she waited until 3 days later, when Jiang Haohao's illness was cured, but she still didn't receive a call from Jiang Zimo, nor did she see any words he left on his circle of friends. Forget it, Nanqing, don't hold out hope for Jiang Zimo anymore. How could someone not even ask about their own son when he's sick? That person is too cruel. Yes, Mom, you should divorce that man as soon as possible. I hate him so much. He hasn't even said a word of concern these past few days. He wants to sever the father-son relationship with him. Jiang Haohao's words shocked Yi Nanqing, and she couldn't help but look at her son deeply. He was only 5 years old, but what he said was clearly beyond his age. Haohao, who taught you these words? Gu Zihan hugged Jiang Haohao with an unnatural expression. Okay, don't blame your son. Guess he said these words because he is too disappointed with his father. Mom, look, that man is coming. At the hospital entrance, Jiang Zimo was holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl in his arms and running towards the hospital lobby in a panic, followed by a beautiful young woman. When Jiang Zimo passed by them, he didn't even look at them and rushed into the hall, shouting anxiously, "Doctor, doctor, save the child." No wonder I don't care about how it turns out he already has a daughter outside. Gu Zihan forced a gloating smile from the corner of his mouth. Mom, no wonder Jiang Zimo doesn't want us anymore. It turns out he has someone else. There was no sign of disappointment on Jiang Haohao's face. On the contrary, he looked excited. Zihan, take Haohao to the car first. Yi Nanqing calmed down his panic and pretended to be calm as he gave instructions to Gu Zihan. Good. In the emergency room, the girl's condition had stabilized. Jiang Zimo was about to leave when the girl called him in time. Uncle, can you come over here for a moment? Jiang Zimo walked closer to her. What's wrong, child? Thank you for saving me. Can I call you Dad? Jiang Zimo was stunned and turned to look at the young woman. The young woman's eyes reddened as she explained, her father drowned 3 years ago while trying to save a boy who fell into the water. She missed him so much. So that's how it is. Jiang Zimo smiled and nodded, okay. The girl shouted Dad and threw herself into Jiang Zimo's arms. This scene was seen by Yi Nanqing, who had just arrived. Without thinking too much, she stepped forward and roughly pulled the girl away, then turned around and slapped the young woman. How shameless, how dare you seduce my husband? The young woman and the girl were obviously frightened. The young woman quickly explained, I'm sorry, please listen to my explanation, the matter. Before the young woman could finish, Yi Nanqing slapped the child in the face again. Can you just yell Daddy randomly? When Jiang Zimo saw the little girl being beaten, he quickly went forward and picked her up. Don't be afraid, with Daddy here, no one dares to bully you. 5. Chapter 5. We are no longer related. After saying that, he handed the child to the young woman, turned around and looked at Yi Nanqing angrily. Are you sick? We are divorced. It is not your turn to get involved in my affairs. Yi Nanqing was stunned at first. In the 7 years she lived with Jiang Zimo, he had never treated her like this. Such a look made her heart tremble. It was very strange, distant, and scary. She adjusted her mood mood and asked, "How long have you been with them?" Jiang Zimo frowned, his face full of impatience. "Yi Nanqing, are you done yet? I have nothing to do with you anymore." "What about him?" At this time, Gu Zihan appeared behind Yi Nanqing holding Jiang Haohao. He deliberately let Jiang Zimo say cruel words at this critical moment so that Yi Nanqing would hurry up and complete the divorce procedures with him. Jiang Zimo glanced at Jiang Haohao and saw the white medical tape on his little hand from the injection, and his heart suddenly ached. No matter what, this is his biological son, and the child he has raised carefully for 5 years. "Mom, let him go. I don't want to see him again. He is just a mistress in other people's eyes, a man who specializes in stealing other people's wives." After saying this, he looked at Gu Zihan deliberately as if to take credit. It seems that these words were specially taught to him by Gu Zihan before he came here. Finally, Jiang Zimo moved his sore throat and answered, "He is an ungrateful person." After saying that, he turned and left the hospital. Jiang Zimo, stop right there. For the first time, Yi Nanqing lost control of his emotions and chased out of the hospital, watching him disappear from his sight. "Auntie, don't be angry, it's Ran who's wrong. Mom said we met the uncle on the way. He sent us to the hospital to save me." The little girl raised her head and apologized to Yi Nanqing sincerely. "Yes, miss, I'm sorry my husband passed away 3 years ago. The child just misses his father too much. Please don't mind, it's our fault." The young woman picked up the little girl, said sorry again and left. It seemed that he had wronged him just now. Yi Nanqing took out his mobile phone and took the initiative to send an apology letter to Jiang Zimo for the first time. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive just now. I will personally make you your favorite turtle soup tonight." At this time, Gu Zihan came behind him holding Jiang Haohao. "Mom, Dad Gu said he wants to treat us to seafood." "No more eating, let's go home and have some turtle soup." Yi Nanqing signaled Gu Zihan to put his son down. When Jiang Haohao heard that he was going home, he simply turned around and hugged Gu Zihan's neck tightly. "I'm not going home. I don't want to see that annoying man." "Haohao, how can you talk like that? He's your father, don't be rude from now on." Yi Nanqing angrily took his son off Gu Zihan. "Zihan, thank you for staying with us these past few days. Please go home first." Gu Zihan's heart sank. It seemed that Yi Nanqing had not completely let go of Jiang Zimo. No, he had to think of a better way to make her lose hope in him as soon as possible. "It's okay, I'll take you home." Yi Nanqing hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed to get in Gu Zihan's car. Of course, this car was also given to him by her. "When I first entered the house, I saw Aunt Lu cleaning the yard alone. My wife is back." Aunt Lu put down her tools and took the soft-shelled turtle that Yi Nanqing had just bought from the market. "Help me wash it first, and I'll stew it myself later." After Yi Nanqing handed the turtle to Lu Ma, he glanced upstairs and couldn't wait to jog upstairs. "Madam, have you met Mr. Jiang?" Aunt Lu asked from behind. Yi Nanqing had just walked up 3 stairs when he turned around and asked in surprise, "Isn't he home?" "No, he hasn't been back for a week." After he finished speaking, Gu Zihan added in time, "Nanqing, you have always had him in your heart, but he has long forgotten you outside." Aunt Lu glanced at Gu Zihan and turned to go to the kitchen. "Auntie Lu, throw the turtle away." "Ah." Aunt Lu looked at the turtle in her hands with regretful eyes. "Madam, this." "Okay, if you don't want to throw it away, just eat it yourself." Yi Nanqing didn't expect that Jiang Zimo hadn't come back this week. Over the years, except for business trips, he had never stayed overnight outside. On the contrary, she often did not return home at night. "Mom, let me tell you, Jiang Zimo doesn't want us anymore. Daddy Gu is better." "Shut up," Yi Nanqing glared at Jiang Haohao. "Don't say such things again in the future, otherwise, Mom will not want you anymore." Jiang Haohao shrank his head in fear and dared not say another word. Yi Nanqing, who wanted to go out again, suddenly calmed down. This time, she would not go anywhere and would just stay at home. She wanted to see how many days Jiang Zimo could last this time. "Zihan, go back, remember to go to work tomorrow. Jiang Zimo has been in a bad mood these past few days and there's a lot of work left." "Good." Gu Zihan didn't want to leave, but Yi Nanqing had no intention of keeping him, so he felt embarrassed to refuse. Etc. Jiang Haohao stepped forward and held Gu Zihan's hand. "Mom, Daddy Gu has lost weight these days taking care of me, and he can't cook. What if he gets sick when he gets home?" When Gu Zihan heard this, he was delighted and gave Jiang Haohao an approving look. Jiang Haohao secretly made a victory gesture to Gu Zihan. Yi Nanqing was startled, frowned, and looked at Gu Zihan, and found that there seemed to be a nostalgia. But when she thought of Jiang Zimo, she hardened her heart and rejected Jiang Haohao's request. Haohao, stop making trouble. Uncle Zihan is an adult and can take care of himself. Gu Zihan felt disappointed when he heard this, but he still left. After he left, Aunt Lu suddenly remembered something and hurried to the living room to take out the square box. Madam, this is the birthday present that my husband asked me to give you. When he heard it was a birthday present, Yi Nanqing's anger subsided. For the most part it seemed that he still couldn't bear to part with him, so he secretly prepared a birthday present for him, but was openly angry with him. Yi Nanqing's face was full of pride as if he had planned everything. He guessed that the box in his hand was Jiang Zimo's birthday gift to him, and thought that he still couldn't bear to part with him. She smiled and slowly opened the gift box in her hand, her heart full of anticipation. She was imagining in her heart what kind of surprise Jiang Zimo would prepare for her. She was already tired of the luxury cars and yachts from previous years. The moment the box was opened, what caught her eye was the brooch she had thrown to Jiang Zimo yesterday. Yi Nanqing's face turned extremely ugly. Just at this moment, Jiang Haohao, who had been playing by himself nearby, ran over, saw the brooch in the box, and snatched it from Yi Nanqing's hand along with the box. Chapter 6, The Unruly Child. Jiang Zimo was so stingy. I sent this the brooch that Mom lost yesterday. You actually used this to fool you. His tone was arrogant, and he kept calling Jiang Zimo without any respect for his elders. There was no sign that he was talking to Jiang Zimo, the father who had taken care of him for several years. As Jiang Haohao spoke, he angrily threw the box and brooch into the trash can, so that Yi Nanqing had no time to notice the divorce agreement hidden inside. Yi Nanqing was also very dissatisfied with this gift. Compared with the luxury cars and villas Jiang Zimo had given her in the past, it was simply disgusting. It seemed that he still wanted to embarrass him. She frowned and took out her cell phone to call Jiang Zimo to question him. Yi Nanqing held the phone tightly, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. She took a deep breath and dialed Jiang Zimo's number. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Zimo's voice trembled slightly. Hello? Yi Nanqing's voice was as cold as the wind, piercing the phone line. Jiang Zimo, this is what you call a birthday present? You use this broken thing to humiliate me? Jiang Zimo was silent on the other end, as if looking for the right words to explain. Since you have seen it, then Li. Is the broken brooch inside the birthday present you prepared? Yi Nanqing interrupted him, his tone full of sarcasm. Jiang Zimo, you used to put some thought into preparing gifts for me, but now you're just not pretending anymore, are you? Jiang Zimo's voice was low and sad. It seemed that compared to divorcing him, Yi Nanqing's attention was completely attracted by the brooch. What she didn't know was that the brooch was a family heirloom left by Jiang Zimo's grandmother to Jiang's daughter-in-law. It was the posthumous work of an internationally renowned jewelry master and had a market value of 13 billion. However, Yi Nanqing only saw the luxury cars and villas with price tags on them, and he didn't even look at the gift. You should keep the brooch. It might be helpful to you in the future. Since Jiang Zimo has decided to divorce Yi Nanqing, he will no longer support the Yi Group openly or secretly in the future. Over the years, Yi Nanqing has devoted all his attention to Gu Zihan and has completely ignored the company's operations. If it weren't for Jiang Zimo, the Yi Group would have ceased to exist long ago. Perhaps if the Yi Group goes bankrupt in the future, selling this brooch will allow Yi Nanqing and Jiang Haohao to live a good life. But how could Yi Nanqing understand all this? In her eyes, Jiang Zimo was just a useless person who had no opinions of his own and obeyed her orders all these years. Otherwise, why would he rush to marry into the Yi family when I casually mentioned marrying Jiang Zimo in my senior year just to get angry with Gu Zihan? The Yi Group has been developing smoothly in recent years, and Yi Nanqing has become a new upstart admired by everyone in City A. Jiang Zimo works as an assistant in Yi Group, and occasionally helps her with some chores. But later, as the saying that Jiang Zimo was not worthy of Yi Nanqing gradually spread in the company, Yi Nanqing increasingly felt that it would be detrimental to his reputation if Jiang Zimo stayed in the company. Later, he simply sent Jiang Zimo back home and only asked him to occasionally help him with the planning of the company's projects. Jiang Zimo had no say in any important decisions. Jiang Zimo, Hao has been late for school lately. You'd better come back quickly today and start sending him to school tomorrow. I can put aside the past grudges with you. Her tone was full of contempt and disdain for Jiang Zimo, and her tone was as cold as if she was talking to an ordinary subordinate. Jiang Zimo on the other end of the phone smiled coldly. It seemed that his unconditional tolerance of Yi Nanqing over the years had eventually made her a spoiled young lady. She had completely forgotten how the Yi Group had become the leading company in City A under her leadership. Jiang Zimo sneered, "Can't you ask the driver to take him? The school is only 2 blocks away. Even if he can't walk, he can crawl there." After hearing Jiang Zimo's response, Yi Nanqing's face became even more embarrassed. She never thought that Jiang Zimo would dare to talk to her like this. Moreover, he loved Jiang Haohao the most in the past and almost always granted all his requests. How could he have the heart to say this to him today? Jiang Zimo sitting opposite Yi Nanqing couldn't help but feel unfamiliar for some reason. She felt a sense of panic in her heart. But in order to maintain her identity, she tried her best to suppress her emotions. How can you be a father like this? Not only do you not earn money to support the family, but you also don't care about your own son's daily life. In the past, whenever Jiang Haohao was mentioned, Jiang Zimo would definitely give in, so Yi Nanqing simply shifted the topic to Jiang Haohao. He was angry with me only because he was jealous of Gu Zihan, but if he really had to leave Jiang Haohao, he would definitely not be willing to do so. Yi Nanqing expected Jiang Zimo on the other end of the conversation to give in, but after waiting for a long time, he only received 2 cold rejections. Doesn't he deny that I'm his father? He's been treating me like someone else's child for so many years. Let's send him back to his father Gu. Jiang Zimo's words made Yi Nanqing cough a few times in anger. Jiang Zimo, it's just a child's joke. As a father, do you have to care about it? Besides, don't you think about why Haohao likes Zihan but not you? Reflection, what else could it be? Your child will naturally like whoever you, as a mother, like. Why do you think he likes? What about calling Gu Zihan dad? Isn't that what you have been doing all along, cheating and indulging him? Yi Nanqing didn't expect that Jiang Zimo would speak so bluntly about what happened between him and Gu Zihan today. Even though he knew that there was something going on between her and Gu Zihan, hadn't he always chosen to turn a blind eye? Why does Jiang Zimo seem like a completely different person today? Yi Nanqing's face was distorted with anger and embarrassment, and she almost roared in response. Jiang Zimo, are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't forget who gave you everything you have now. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Zimo's voice was calm and resolute. Yi Nanqing, you are wrong. I have never forgotten how I got to where I am today. The source of all my suffering is because of you. When he said this, Jiang Zimo paused slightly and continued. But it doesn't matter now. We won't bother each other anymore. After saying this, Jiang Zimo calmly hung up the phone, leaving Yi Nanqing on the other end stunned for a long time. Jiang Zimo's determination today didn't seem like he was just throwing a tantrum at himself. He seemed determined to leave this home. Chapter 7, The Alumni Association may be the turnaround moment. Yi Nanqing frowned and looked at Jiang Haohao, who was just having fun beside him. He blamed him for being so rude to Jiang Zimo. From tomorrow on, you are not allowed to go out and play, and you are not allowed to see Gu Zihan. Stay at home and study your books and learn proper etiquette. She spoke sternly to Jiang Haohao. Jiang Haohao, who was confused, knew that Yi Nanqing had just finished a phone call with Jiang Zimo, and guessed that Jiang Zimo had said bad things about him, which led to him being blamed. Frowning, she said arrogantly, it's all Jiang Zimo's fault. He said bad things about me to you, and also said bad things about Father Gu to you. Mom is bad, and you and that bad man scolded me together. I don't want to talk to you anymore. As Jiang Haohao spoke, he grabbed the toys next to him and threw them towards Yi Nanqing. Unexpectedly, the building blocks in his hand scattered and just happened to pass across Yi Nanqing's cheek, leaving a blood mark of neither deep nor shallow. This tactic of throwing a tantrum was originally taught to him by Gu Zihan to deal with Jiang Zimo, but he didn't expect that Jiang Haohao had become so arrogant and unreasonable that he couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The pain on her cheek and the flowing blood made Yi Nanqing even more angry. She quickly walked to Jiang Haohao, grabbed his collar with her hand, and then slapped him hard on the butt several times. Jiang Haohao, who had never been beaten before, could not bear this. When he was with Gu Zihan, even if he threw things or hit someone, Gu Zihan would only boast about his immense strength. Jiang Haohao opened his mouth wide and bit Yi Nanqing's hand, trying to express his dissatisfaction with his mother. Yi Nanqing screamed in pain, and the housekeeper and nanny who had been working downstairs rushed over and pulled Jiang Haohao away from biting Yi Nanqing's hand. Let me go, you servants, why are you touching me? I'm so dirty, get out of here now. Zhang Haohao, who was held tightly in the old housekeeper's arms, was still cursing non-stop. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, there's no way you could connect the person who said these words with a child of a few years old. Yi Nanqing was extremely angry after freeing her hand from Zhang Haohao's mouth. It was not until this moment that she realized that she had been too negligent in disciplining Zhang Haohao. Today, I just said a few words to him, but he retaliated like this. It can be seen that when I am not at home, Zhang Zimo must have suffered a lot from Zhang Haohao. Thinking of this, Yi Nanqing couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Zhang Zimo. Over the years, he not only had to endure his indifference and betrayal, she also had to silently endure Zhang Haohao's unreasonable behavior. But I have never given him any warmth or comfort. Aunt Lu was frantically treating Yi Nanqing's wounds, while Zhang Haohao struggled desperately in the old housekeeper's arms, crying loudly, "I want to take care of my dad, I want to take care of my dad, let me go." Yi Nanqing looked at this scene with mixed feelings. When Zhang Zimo was at home, he never saw Zhang Haohao out of control like this. It seemed that he had always silently endured all of Zhang Haohao's tyranny. Now that he has been away for a few days, the house has become so chaotic. Zhang Haohao's rebelliousness and ignorance made her heartbroken. Yi Nanqing took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, then said to the old housekeeper, "Take Haohao away and let him calm down." Zhang Zimo, who was on the other end of the phone, was looking at the project plan in his apartment. Since he made up his mind to leave Yi Nanqing, he also decided to concentrate on business and restore his status as the prince of the Beijing Circle. On the table were the share transfer documents given to him by the old man of the Zhang family, as well as several acquisition contracts of companies in City A, the most famous of which was Yi Nanqing's Yi Group. Old Master Zhang knew about the emotional entanglement between Yi Nanqing and Zhang Zimo, and had advised him to give up many times, but in the end he couldn't persuade him. Now that he finally heard that he was going to leave the hopeless Yi Group, Zhang's father happily prepared to acquire the Yi Group as a gift for Zhang Zimo. But Zhang Zimo didn't want that. "Anyway, the Yi Group won't last long without me, so it's better to let Yi Nanqing take care of it by himself." Zhang Zimo still has a trace of the good old days in his heart for Yi Nanqing. Thinking of this, Zhang Zimo couldn't help but recall the scene of his first meeting with Yi Nanqing. During his freshman year, Zhang Zimo kept his identity a secret at school. When his good friend Zhang Chao teased him, the two pushed each other a few times during the play. When Yi Nanqing, who was passing by, saw this, he mistakenly thought that it was the rich boy Zhang Chao bullying ordinary students. He immediately rushed to Zhang Zimo's side to speak up for him. "Why are you pushing him? Do you think you're so great because you have a rich family background? I hate you self-righteous people the most. You think you're invincible just because you have a few bucks." Yi Nanqing's words stunned the two people who were originally playing around. Zhang Chao was about to explain but was stopped by Zhang Zimo. He kept winking at Zhang Chao, and then continued what Yi Nanqing said. "I will never dare to compete with you for a seat in the library again. If you like that seat, I can just change it in the future." Zhang Chao didn't understand what Zhang Zimo was doing, but he still cooperated and uttered a few threatening words to him, then left triumphantly. "You don't have to be afraid of him. I've seen a lot of people like him. The more you fear him, the more aggressive he becomes. Tomorrow I'll go to the library with you and see if he dares to bully you again." In this way, Zhang Zimo concealed his identity as the prince of the Beijing Circle and played the role of a wealthy family beside Yi Nanqing, an ordinary student, pretending to be one for several years. Yi Nanqing's brave and resolute image still lingers in his mind, and even becomes clearer. It was that one glance that made him determined that this was the girl he had been looking for, so he stayed with her and waited for her for 4 years. But Zhang Zimo never expected that Yi Nanqing, who would speak up for strangers in the past, would be so indifferent to him after marriage. Over the years, she had only been by her side in place of Gu Zihan. Now that Gu Zihan had returned to China, Yi Nanqing and Zhang Haohao couldn't wait to let her take her place. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. He had originally planned to confess his identity to Yi Nanqing on Zhang Haohao's 8th birthday, but fortunately Gu Zihan came back before that day. Otherwise, I would probably have to be willing to be a servant and punching bag for the mother and son. Just as Zhang Zimo's thoughts were wandering, his cell phone suddenly rang. When he picked up the phone and saw that it was Zhang Chao, he answered the call. "Zimo, Do you know that our university is going to hold an alumni reunion soon? The school has invited Yi Nanqing to attend as an outstanding alumnus. I heard that she wants to bring that pretty boy with her. Do you need me to? How come I don't know? My father has donated a lot of money to the school over the years, so he invited me to go. I also heard about it from the staff. 8. Chapter 8. Who can replace Jiang Zimo except him? Listening to Zhang Chao's explanation, Jiang Zimo nodded. University A is a nationally renowned technical university. In recent years, the development and operation of AI programs has become a hot topic among major companies. Jiang Zimo used to be a top student in the computer science department of University A. Even the professors in the department had said more than once that he was a rare genius in the computer field. Jiang Zimo is now planning to innovate in AI technology and create a global AI program, so he really wants to participate in this school anniversary event. If I could get guidance from professors in the department, everything would definitely go more smoothly. As for the relationship between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan, he actually didn't want to pay much attention to it. Try to get me an invitation to the school anniversary. I want to go and see those professors, Jiang Zimo said to Zhang Chao over there. Zhang Chao was slightly stunned and then said, "It's not difficult for you, young Master Jiang, to get an invitation. Your family's donations to the school over the years are several times more than mine. It's impossible that the school didn't invite you, right? If you ask me, you should just go as young Master Jiang and give that bastard a scare." Jiang Zimo couldn't help but roll his eyes at Zhang Chao on the other end of the phone. His purpose of attending the school anniversary was not for Yi Nanqing at all. He wanted to go this time to communicate with the old professors of the school. "Don't worry about it, just help me get an invitation. I just want to catch up with the teacher." Although Zhang Chao is usually sloppy and unruly, he is still quite reliable when helping Jiang Zimo. An hour after hanging up the phone, he sent Jiang Zimo an invitation letter, which was written personally by the professor of the department. During these days away from the Yi family, Jiang Zimo was finally able to think about his own affairs. In order to make Yi Nanqing happy, he has stayed at home according to her wishes over the years. "My masculinity is almost worn away." Jiang Zimo looked at the invitation letter with mixed feelings. He knew very well that this return to school was not only to reminisce with his former professors, but also an opportunity to restart himself. Everyone has always believed that Jiang Zimo was able to live a respectable life in City A thanks to Yi Nanqing. They completely forgot that Jiang Zimo was once the champion of various innovation competitions at University A. When he was in his senior year, Jiang Zimo received offers from many leading companies, but he rejected them all. Over the years, he has been willing to stay by Yi Nanqing's side, and is willing to be her good wife and help her without seeking fame or fortune. He never thought that his infatuation would eventually result in the separation of his wife and children. Thinking of the stars in Yi Nanqing's eyes when she looked at Gu Zihan, and Zhang Hao calling Gu Zihan dad all the time, his affection and patience all the time seemed like a joke in the end. No one could have imagined that the prince of the Beijing circle would suffer such pain in love. During the days of waiting for the Alumni Association, Jiang Zimo had been making preliminary preparations for starting his company, and paid no attention to the news between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Because Yi Nanqing had been completely focused on Gu Zihan, he didn't care about any of the company's affairs, and didn't even know when Jiang Zimo resigned. It was not until loopholes appeared in the operations of several projects that Yi Nanqing was called back to the company by a series of calls. "Jiang Zimo hasn't come back to the company for so many days. The company is in such a mess now, and he is still making trouble. Call him quickly." Yi Nanqing frowned and shouted angrily at his subordinates. Mr. Yi, Mr. Jiang resigned last week." Yi Nanqing's face changed, and there was an unconcealable panic in his eyes. "He resigned? Why didn't anyone notify me? Doesn't the company need my approval for personnel appointments and dismissals anymore?" Looking at the messy company, Yi Nanqing angrily scolded his secretary. Secretary Xiao Wang blinked and replied tremblingly, "When President Jiang was working from home, you said everything was handled according to company regulations and that I didn't need to report to you. After HR learned about my resignation, they didn't report it to you." His voice became smaller and smaller, full of insecurity. Yi Nanqing has always ignored the company's important affairs. All members of the company know that the development of Yi Group to this day depends on Jiang Zimo's key decisions. Jiang Zimo's resignation means that Yi Group is not far from bankruptcy. Others are others. How can Jiang Zimo resign? Without him, who among you can take over this company? Yi Nanqing was furious and picked up the documents on the table and threw them at Xiao Wang. In the corner, a technician who usually communicated with Jiang Zimo frequently whispered, "When you and CEO Jiang were having a conflict, you asked Assistant Gu to take over CEO Jiang's duties. Now, Assistant Gu handles all matters, big and small." Oh yes, how could Yi Nanqing forget about Gu Zihan? When he had a conflict with Jiang Zimo some time ago, Yi Nanqing directly promoted Gu Zihan, who had just returned to China and had no work experience, to be the president's special assistant, replacing Jiang Zimo's affairs, big and small. At first, she thought that all Jiang Zimo had been doing was just some trivial chores like organizing documents. But now she clearly understood what Jiang Zimo's departure meant to the company. Gu Zihan rushed over when he heard the noise, and the technician who had just spoken immediately fell silent. "Nanqing, look what I brought you." Gu Zihan smiled, seemingly not noticing Yi Nanqing was angry and dissatisfied at this moment. "I just ran into alumni from our university downstairs. They're here to give you an invitation to the Alumni Association. I heard that several young men from the Beijing circle are also coming back for the Alumni Association. Maybe this is where our Yi Group's turning point lies." He said this with a flattering look on his face as he handed the invitation to Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing looked at Gu Zihan, and the anger he had just felt had been suppressed with great effort. After all, he was the person she had been thinking about for so long, and she just couldn't bear to be angry with him. Yi Nanqing reached out to take the invitation, and the anger on his face gradually dissipated after reading it. The position of University A in City A is unshakable for a long time. More than 70% of the high-quality talents in City A's talent market have graduated from University A. This time I'm going to attend the Alumni Association and take advantage of the direct recruitment of Yi Group. Are you still worried about not being able to find someone to replace Jiang Zimo? In any case, this is the only solution for the Yi Group to turn the situation around. In the evening, when Yi Nanqing dragged his tired and heavy steps back home, Zhang Haohao was throwing a tantrum in the living room, throwing things everywhere. Aunt Lu was cleaning the floor helplessly as she watched Zhang Haohao, who was standing with his hands on his hips and throwing a tantrum. Yi Nanqing had just opened the door when he was hit on the leg by a bottle thrown by Zhang Haohao, and the anger that he had suppressed with great difficulty was ignited again. "Zhang Haohao, what are you doing?" she yelled angrily at the spoiled Zhang Haohao. Zhang Haohao realized that he had done something wrong and lowered his head in fear. But when he saw Gu Zihan following closely behind Yi Nanqing, he immediately stood up proudly. "Dad Gu, you finally came to see me. Almost thought you would stop coming to see me like Jiang Zimo. I am so happy that he hasn't been home these days." 9. Chapter 9. I come to you for help on behalf of Zimo. "Zhang Haohao, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll lock you up and starve you for a few days." Jiang Zimo's departure not only caused chaos in the Yi Group, but even the small family that originally thought he was unimportant became chaotic because of his absence. Zhang Haohao was completely unaware of all this and kept calling Yi Nanqing Jiang Zimo, which made Yi Nanqing feel very uncomfortable. Gu Zihan, who was following behind her, understood Yi Nanqing's emotions, walked quickly to Zhang Haohao, held him in his arms and comforted him. "Haohao, be obedient. Uncle is here to play with you today. You have to listen to your mother and don't make her unhappy." Seeing someone coming to coax him, Zhang Haohao proudly snuggled into Gu Zihan's arms. "Look at what you've done to him, so disrespectful and ignorant." Yi Nanqing gently rebuked Gu Zihan, but his eyes were full of tenderness. Gu Zihan keenly caught this tenderness, and walked to Yi Nanqing with Zhang Haohao in his arms and spoke softly. "Nanqing, I've been away from home these years, and you've been wronged. I will always be by your side." To those who didn't know the situation, his words seemed like a greeting between a couple from different places. When Yi Nanqing heard the promise of Bai Yueyang, the worry in his eyes actually disappeared. After a few days, Jiang Zimo hesitated again and again, but finally called Yi Nanqing's villa. After all, he is his own child. He is still a little worried about Zhang Haohao. After not contacting him for so many days, he is worried that Yi Nanqing is too busy dealing with the company to spend time with Zhang Haohao. The call was connected quickly, and it was Lu Ma who answered the phone. "Sir, the young master is playing in the yard now. Please wait a moment and I will ask him to come and answer your call." Didn't Yi Nanqing go to the company today? How do you still have time to play with Jiang Haohao? After all, Yi Nanqing had always put the company's business first, and all the trivial matters in Jiang Haohao's life were handled by Jiang Zimo. Young master is with. Aunt Lu was a little hesitant, not knowing whether she should tell him the truth. Gu Zihan is at home? Even if Lu Ma didn't say it, Jiang Zimo could guess it. Jiang Haohao's personality is arrogant and domineering, and no one except Gu Zihan can tolerate him. Jiang Zimo also felt strange. He wondered what kind of magic potion Gu Zihan had given Jiang Haohao. How come Jiang Haohao, who was originally obedient, has become so rude now, and why does he like Gu Zihan so much? It's okay, Aunt Lu, I just wanted to see if the child was okay. Don't tell his mother that I called. Mother Lu nodded, feeling sympathy and regret for the family's misfortune. Mr. Jiang is a very elegant gentleman, and he never looks down on servants like them. But the young master had a bad temper that he didn't know where he got it from. Not only did he speak harshly to the servants, he even didn't treat his own father well. Gu Zihan, whom the lady admired, was a two-faced fox who acted in front of people and behind their backs. He made the lady happy, but treated the servants with cold eyes. No one could understand why the lady would leave Mr. Jiang, who was such a good man, and fall in love with Gu Zihan. Perhaps this is the true meaning of those involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see more clearly. The school anniversary arrived as scheduled. Jiang Zimo, wearing a well-tailored suit and holding an invitation letter, stepped into the long-missed campus. The campus was filled with the atmosphere of youth, which made him recall the days he spent with Yi Nanqing. At that time, they were simple and pure, full of infinite longing for the future. As he walked into the venue, Jiang Zimo saw Yi Nanqing sitting in the front row. Next to her sat an elegant man, and it was obvious that it was Gu Zihan. Their intimate behavior hurt Jiang Zimo's heart, but he quickly adjusted his mood and immediately shifted his attention to the professors on the stage. After introducing several outstanding alumni, it was time for the department leaders to give speeches. Jiang Zimo stared at the professor on the stage and finally found the one he had been looking for among the crowd. That was his mentor, Mr. Tang, a nationally renowned science and technology researcher. During his speech, he mentioned the rapid development of AI technology in recent years and his own explorations in this field. Jiang Zimo listened with fascination, his heart filled with infinite passion and desire. After the speech, he took the initiative to communicate with the professor and shared his insights on AI technology and future plans. Mr. Tang looked at his favorite student whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and his eyes showed an unconcealable joy. He patted Jiang Zimo's shoulder and said earnestly, "Zimo, you have always been my most promising student. Your talent and potential should not be constrained by anything. I am very happy that you took the initiative to come to me this time." These words were like a warm current, warming Jiang Zimo's heart. He nodded gratefully. "Professor, thank you for your continued expectations of me. Came here today to seek your guidance. I recently have a plan for innovation in the AI industry, which is Tang Lao. I'm Yi Nanqing from the Yi Group, and I was once a student at a university. I wonder if you have any impression of me?" Jiang Zimo was halfway through his words when he was suddenly interrupted by a voice behind him. The person who came was Yi Nanqing. He was a little surprised, and then quietly stepped back a few steps to make room for Yi Nanqing. "You are Jiang Zimo's wife, right? I always heard that kid mention you before, and then I heard say your company is doing well." Mr. Tang's eyes were full of satisfaction for the younger generation. He seemed unaware of the emotional entanglement between Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo. After hearing what Mr. Tang said, Yi Nanqing realized that it was because of Jiang Zimo that he was able to talk to such an authoritative expert, and he smiled with some shame. "You are Zimo's mentor. I am grateful for your care for him. I came here because Zimo wanted to ask you for a favor." Yi Nanqing exchanged a few pleasantries and then got straight to the point. According to her, the Yi Group encountered a crisis. Jiang Zimo couldn't sleep all night, but he was too embarrassed to ask Mr. Tang for help, so he had to ask his wife for help. Jiang Zimo, who had been listening in the corner, never imagined that Yi Nanqing would actually use his name to embarrass his mentor. "It seems that I have underestimated Yi Nanqing's shamelessness." Jiang Zimo's face darkened slightly, but he still maintained his composure and did not immediately interrupt Yi Nanqing. "I want to see what kind of reasons Yi Nanqing will give next to convince Mr. Tang." Upon hearing this, Mr. Tang frowned slightly, and his eyes moved back and forth between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan behind her. He seemed to have realized something, but was not sure how to point it out directly. Oh, Zimo is having trouble, Nanqing, please tell me in detail. Seeing this, Yi Nanqing felt a little uneasy in his heart, but his face became more sincere. It's like this, Mr. Tang, our Yi group has encountered some bottlenecks in technological innovation, and Zimo really hopes to get your guidance and support, but he has always felt that he has failed your expectations of him and is unwilling to come to you. Her expression was serious when she said these words, and she looked very sincere. Jiang Zimo listened silently at the side, feeling mixed emotions. Chapter 10, Jiang Zimo's Dominance. In order to cling to the big shot, Mr. Tang, Yi Nanqing actually used Jiang Zimo to play the emotional card with Mr. Tang. If he was not there today, Mr. Tang would have fallen into Yi Nanqing's trap. Yi Nanqing talked freely, and Gu Zihan, who was standing behind her, added something from time to time. The two of them talked about a lot of things, and the people around them couldn't help but sigh at Yi Nanqing's deep feelings for Jiang Zimo. It was a good show performed by the two of them. Today, both of you came to me in person to beg me if I don't help you, I would be unworthy of being Zimo's teacher. After listening to their conversation, Mr. Tang said slowly. Upon hearing this, Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan's faces showed an unconcealable happiness and excitement. They seemed to feel that they had convinced Mr. Tang. Who would have thought that Mr. Tang would change the subject and mention Gu Zihan, who had been standing behind Yi Nanqing without saying a word? Since you brought a secretary with you to see me today, I'm sure he's quite knowledgeable in this field. Why don't you let him tell me about your company's plans first, and then I'll see if there's any possibility of cooperation. Gu Zihan was stunned when he was called by Mr. Tang. He majored in literature in college and went abroad but wasted a few years in the end. He didn't even get a master's degree. Asking him to discuss computer science with Mr. Tang, especially issues in the emerging field of AI, is undoubtedly forcing him to do something he is not prepared for. It was good enough that he could understand what Mr. Tang said, let alone let him say it himself. Gu Zihan looked at Yi Nanqing awkwardly, hoping that she could save the situation, but Yi Nanqing couldn't see through his embarrassment. She had already handed all of Jiang Zimo's materials to Gu Zihan, and he patted his chest and said that he could definitely do the job that Jiang Zimo was doing. Jiang Zimo was very familiar with these things, so Yi Nanqing naturally thought that Gu Zihan would also be confident. Like the other onlookers, she cast an expectant look at Gu Zihan. Countless eyes were staring at him, and Gu Zihan felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, unable to run away even if he wanted to. Jiang Zimo watched quietly from the side, anticipating Yi Nanqing's reaction after seeing Gu Zihan make a fool of himself. Go ahead, Zihan, tell Professor Tang about our company's plan. The company's revival depends on you. After hearing Yi Nanqing's encouragement, Jiang Zimo couldn't help but sneer. After so many years, Yi Nanqing still has an omnipotent filter for Gu Zihan. Not only is Gu Zihan, that vase, unable to help the Yi group revive, but it is already a cause for celebration that he did not embarrass Yi Nanqing at the alumni meeting today. Gu Zihan hesitated, not knowing what to say, but in the end he had no choice but to go ahead. Professor Tang, actually, our company's plan, well, it's mainly to make some innovations in the field of AI. We believe that this field has great potential for future development, especially in. Gu Zihan's voice was trembling. He tried to appear calm, but his nervousness still showed in his tone. Yi Nanqing frowned slightly beside him. She realized that something was wrong with Gu Zihan, but she still forced a smile, trying to give Gu Zihan some support. However, Gu Zihan's attention was completely focused on Mr. Tang. He was afraid that if he said a wrong word, the Yi group would lose the opportunity for cooperation. Well, Professor Tang, our company is currently researching a project on how to use AI technology to improve the operational efficiency of enterprises. We believe that intelligent algorithms can optimize many processes, such as. Gu Zihan paused here, trying to recall all the contents of the information Yi Nanqing had given him before. But his mind was blank, and the complex terms and data were mixed up in his mind. Mr. Tang nodded slightly, as if encouraging Gu Zihan to continue. Gu Zihan took a deep breath and continued, we also plan to develop intelligent office software that can automatically identify employees' work habits and then provide personalized suggestions to help them improve their work efficiency. It's Like an intelligent assistant. By this point, Gu Zihan was at his wits' end. He glanced at Yi Nanqing and found that her face looked a little ugly, but Yi Nanqing still did not offer to help. Gu Zihan became even more flustered. He knew he had messed up, but he didn't know how to end it. At this moment, Jiang Zimo, who was hidden in the crowd, suddenly spoke up, "Professor Tang, Mr. Gu was right, Yi Group does have such a project." When Yi Nanqing saw Jiang Zimo show up, she was a little surprised, but soon her face returned to joy. Jiang Zimo is most familiar with the progress of various projects of the Yi Group today. He will definitely be able to convince Professor Tang to save the Yi Group. Elder Tang turned his head and looked at Jiang Zimo, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement and curiosity. "Oh, tell me about it." Jiang Zimo smiled slightly, took a few steps forward, and spoke in a calm tone. "Teacher, the Smart Office software secretary Gu just mentioned is only part of our plan. Our goal is to build a comprehensive smart ecosystem to make enterprises more efficient and competitive in their digital transformation." Jiang Zimo's voice was clear and organized. He introduced the Yi Group's plan in detail, including the technical route, application scenarios, and future development direction. Every word he spoke sounded confident and professional, which made everyone present look at him with admiration. Yi Nanqing's expression became a little complicated. She looked at Jiang Zimo. "I feel mixed emotions." She originally thought that Gu Zihan would be able to handle this task, but she didn't expect that he would fail at the critical moment. And Jiang Zimo, the stumbling block that she had always wanted to get rid of, showed his strength at this moment. At this moment, she was determined not to let Jiang Zimo leave. After listening to Jiang Zimo's introduction, Mr. Tang nodded slightly, with a satisfied smile on his face. "Well, your plan sounds promising. However, I would like to remind you that the AI field is highly competitive and technologically advanced at a rapid pace. It's not easy to stay ahead of the competition." Yi Nanqing nodded quickly. "Professor Tang, we will definitely do our best and live up to your expectations." Old Tang smiled slightly and said nothing more, but there was a hint of depth in his eyes when he looked at Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo also smiled back, and there seemed to be a subtle tacit understanding between the two. "You can discuss the details with me in person later." Old Tang looked at Jiang Zimo, and after getting his response, he left the crowd. Seeing that Mr. Tang personally asked him to communicate with Jiang Zimo face to face, Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo with eyes full of joy. Gu Zihan stood aside with an awkward smile on his face. He knew that his performance today was terrible, but he didn't know how to make up for it. At this time, Yi Nanqing noticed Gu Zihan's embarrassment. He was angry that Jiang Zihan didn't step forward earlier, but chose to make Zihan look bad. He deliberately showed up and questioned him angrily. "You knew there was an alumni meeting today, so you deliberately threw a tantrum and didn't go to work just to show off your power?" 11. Chapter 11. Zhang Haohao is always his weak spot. Jiang Zimo didn't expect that he had just been soft-hearted and helped Gu Zihan in an emergency, but in return he was looked at like this by Yi Nanqing. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, with a hint of self-mockery. "I just wanted to save the Yi Group and not let the hard work of everyone else in the company go to waste. I didn't expect you to think of me this way." Although he had made up his mind to cut off all ties with Yi Nanqing, Jiang Zimo still couldn't bear to watch the Yi Group being destroyed. After all, it was with his step-by-step support that the Yi Group has come to where it is today. "You've been making such a fuss for so long just to get me to come back, haven't you? Okay, starting tomorrow, I'll reinstate you as the vice president of Yi Group. Are you satisfied now?" Yi Nanqing seemed to have no idea that Jiang Zimo's decision to leave the company was not out of jealousy, but the accumulation of despair in his heart. Jiang Zimo was about to refuse when Yi Nanqing continued. "By the way, Grandma called today and asked you to come back to the old house with me for dinner tomorrow. Prepare a good gift for her 70th birthday and don't let others laugh at you." Yi Nanqing's tone sounded like he was giving orders to a servant, showing no respect for Jiang Zimo at all. Jiang Zimo originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought of Yi Nanqing's grandmother who had comforted and encouraged him time and time again when conflicts and disagreements arose between him and Yi Nanqing. Jiang Zimo, who had been without a grandmother since childhood, had long regarded her as his own grandmother. Even though he was about to divorce Yi Nanqing, he couldn't help but feel reluctant to let go of this amiable old woman in her. Jiang Zimo felt the only warmth of the Yi family. Old Lady Yi likes Jiang Zimo the most. There were several times when Yi Nanqing blamed Jiang Zimo for Gu Zihan in front of her grandmother, so the old lady has always been pessimistic about Gu Zihan. If she knew that I had made up my mind to divorce Yi Nanqing, she would probably be sad for a long time. Old people of this age cannot stand any stimulation, so it's better to wait and see about the divorce. I'll go with you to Grandma's birthday party. You'd better be able to handle other things as well. The other things naturally refer to Jiang Haohao's verbal abuse of Jiang Zimo by calling him Dad Gu, and the fact that there was no sense of boundaries between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. If these things were to reach the old lady's ears, it would surely cause another uproar. Jiang Zimo no longer wanted to continue to be entangled with Yi Nanqing. He just wanted to divorce Yi Nanqing peacefully. He still cared about the old lady's health. After saying this, Jiang Zimo turned around and prepared to leave without caring whether Yi Nanqing understood what he meant. Yi Nanqing walked up quickly from behind him, grabbed his wrist, and whispered in his ear. You haven't been home for a long time. Haohao has been in poor health recently. You'd better go back and see him. She clearly wanted him to go home, but it sounded a bit threatening. Thinking of the naughty Jiang Haohao, Jiang Zimo really didn't know how to face him. But after all, this was the child he had raised himself, and when he heard that he was not feeling well, Jiang Zimo couldn't bear to ignore him. After seeing Jiang Zimo nodded, Yi Nanqing released his hand from his wrist with satisfaction. The unconcealable contempt and disdain appeared in his eyes again. No matter how arrogant he is, as long as you say a few nice words and bring in the child, Jiang Zimo will definitely soften his heart and turn back. For so many years, Yi Nanqing has relied on this to control Jiang Zimo. She always thought that this trick could win every battle. After leaving school, Jiang Zimo did not go directly back to the Yi family villa. He first returned to his apartment, organized the plan he and Mr. Tang had discussed this morning, and sent an email to Mr. Tang. After packing up, he walked slowly towards the Yi family villa until it was getting dark. When he arrived at the villa, Jiang Haohao was sitting in the living room in neat school uniform, playing with building blocks. When he saw him, he actually called out Dad for the first time. Jiang Zimo's heart trembled. It had only been a few days since he last saw Jiang Haohao, so how could he become so unfamiliar? Although it is a happy thing, the abnormality of the situation inevitably makes people suspicious. Dad, why didn't you come to see me for so many days? I missed you so much. Normally, Jiang Haohao wouldn't even bother to give Jiang Zimo a smile, so it was too unbelievable for him to say these things to him today. Jiang Zimo didn't want to dwell on whether it was true or not. Even if it was a dream, it was good to be able to indulge in this moment. Come and tell Dad what you learned in school today? Jiang Zimo had a loving smile on his face and reached out to hold Jiang Haohao in his arms. The smile on Jiang Haohao's face disappeared instantly, but he quickly regained his expression. He followed Jiang Zimo and talked about some ordinary things that happened at school. The young master and the master are so close, which is rare. Seeing the master come back today, the young master has become much more lively. Aunt Lu, who was cleaning up, passed by and saw the scene and couldn't help but sigh. Jiang Zimo smiled and nodded to Lu Ma. Yes, the young master has been talking about the master recently. I thought the master had made the young master angry again. As Aunt Lu spoke, she rinsed the rag in her hand in the water, with a barely perceptible worry on her face. Jiang Zimo smiled slightly, but his eyes were a little complicated. He knew what Lu Ma meant. Jiang Haohao's attitude towards him had always been unpleasant, and today's abnormal closeness made him feel a little uneasy. Dad, I learned a lot in school today. The teacher also praised me. Jiang Haohao raised his head, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, as if waiting for Jiang Zimo's praise. Really, that's great. Daddy's so proud of you. Jiang Zimo patted Jiang Haohao's back gently, his tone full of tenderness. He didn't want to explore the child's true thoughts at this time, he just wanted to enjoy this rare warmth. Dad, will you spend more time with me in the future? Jiang Haohao's voice suddenly became very low, as if he was testing something. His eyes were full of anticipation, but he actually didn't want Jiang Zimo to respond to him. As long as Jiang Zimo doesn't have time to accompany him, he can openly ask Gu Zihan to come and play with him. He didn't like playing with Jiang Zimo. Compared with Gu Zihan, who had studied abroad, Jiang Zimo was very boring. He wouldn't take himself to do archery or racing like Gu Zihan did. Jiang Zimo only said that these activities were dangerous, but Gu Zihan was willing to take him to experience them. No wonder Yi Nanqing likes Gu Zihan. With his lively and adventurous personality, he will be more eye-catching no matter where he is compared to the calm Jiang Zimo. How could Jiang Zimo know what was in Jiang Haohao's mind? he just felt that he had neglected the child in order to distance himself from Yi Nanqing. He looked at Jiang Haohao with eyes full of heartache and nodded. Dad will stay at home with you for the last few days and pick you up from school, okay? When Jiang Haohao heard this, his eyes flickered slightly, and a hint of imperceptible disappointment appeared at the corner of his mouth. He lowered his head and whispered, "Really, that's great, Daddy is the best." There was a hint of deliberate joy in his voice, as if he was afraid that Jiang Zimo would see his true thoughts. Chapter 12, Gu Zihan also came to attend Mrs. Ye's birthday party. Jiang Zimo looked at Jiang Haohao, feeling somewhat relieved and a bit guilty. The picture is filled with a peaceful and intimate atmosphere, as Yi Nanqing just happened to be back. Jiang Haohao immediately jumped out of Jiang Zimo's arms and ran to her side. "Mom, where are you and Dad? Where are you and Uncle Gu going to play today?" When Yi Nanqing heard Jiang Haohao call Dad Gu, she looked at Jiang Zimo warily. Seeing that Jiang Zimo's expression was normal, she felt relieved. "Your Uncle Gu and I went out to discuss work, not to play every day." She criticized Jiang Haohao harshly on the surface, but in fact she was not angry at all. Jiang Haohao nodded, not knowing whether he really understood. "We will go back early tomorrow morning. Lunch has been prepared at home," Yi Nanqing said to Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo nodded in agreement, then turned around and went back to the room. Watching Jiang Zimo leave, Yi Nanqing's vigilant eyes gradually relaxed. She looked at Jiang Haohao and warned him, "Don't let anything slip when you get home tomorrow. Be nice to your dad, and Mom will reward you later." "Mom, why can't I take Dad Gu back to Grandma's house? I like Dad Gu and don't like that guy named Jiang at all." The disgust on Jiang Haohao's face was completely different from the child who was snuggling in Jiang Zimo's arms and acting coquettishly just now. "Shut up, I've told you countless times that you can't call Dad Gu in front of outsiders. You have to call him Uncle Gu. If you don't listen, I won't let you meet Gu Zihan." If Jiang Haohao calls Gu Zihan Dad in front of Grandma Yi tomorrow, Grandma Yi will definitely be angry. Over the years, whenever Yi Nanqing complained to her about Jiang Zimo, she would sternly stop him. In Grandma Ye's words, it's inevitable that couples won't quarrel. Jiang Zimo has always been very concerned about Yi Nanqing and the Yi group. The old lady has expressed her satisfaction with her grandson-in-law more than once. But he belittled Gu Zihan again and again. They say they're a returnee, but they don't actually have any skills. They just follow you around and do things that are not presentable. This is what old lady Yi said to Yi Nanqing. The old lady never concealed her criticism of Gu Zihan, but this could not change Yi Nanqing's change of heart. The next day, Jiang Zimo got up early. He prepared breakfast that suited Yi Nanqing and Jiang Haohao's tastes, and then drove out to buy things that needed to be delivered to the Yi family. He prepared gifts for old lady Yi, Yi Nanqing's two brothers, and his wife, trying to make this trip home look more respectable. When he had prepared everything and drove back to Yi Nanqing's villa to pick them up to go to the Yi family's old house, he opened the door and saw only Luma cleaning the house. "Sir, why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Aunt Lu came forward hurriedly. Jiang Zimo looked around, but Yi Nanqing and Jiang Haohao were no longer in the room. "Where's Yi Nanqing?" Madam said she was going back to the old house to celebrate the old lady's birthday today. Secretary Gu came to pick her up and the young master went first. When Jiang Zimo heard Gu Zihan's name, he was slightly stunned. Yi Nanqing knew clearly that old lady Yi disliked Gu Zihan very much, but he still took the risk and let Gu Zihan send them back. It turns out that in Yi Nanqing's eyes, it's not just himself who is unimportant, but everyone except Gu Zihan. He nodded awkwardly to Aunt Lu, then left the villa and drove to the Yi family's old house. Along the way, he imagined countless scenes of meeting Gu Zihan at the Yi family and simulated various response plans, but when he really arrived at the Yi family, he was still a little uneasy. Sure enough, Gu Zihan's car was parked in front of the Yi family's door. The dazzling limited edition Cayenne was very eye-catching. Jiang Zimo immediately recognized that the man following Yi Nanqing was Gu Zihan. This car was originally a gift from Jiang Zimo to Yi Nanqing, but she eventually gave it to Gu Zihan. Every time Jiang Zimo saw him driving this car proudly, he felt like he was paying for something disgusting. His car stopped behind Gu Zihan's car. The difference is that in addition to the Yi family's servants, Gu Zihan's car also went to greet Yi Nanqing's two snobbish sisters-in-law and his ungrateful nephew. Sister-in-law Qin Zhizhi took her son Yi Yueyang and stood in front of Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing, constantly flattering them. "I heard that Zihan received an open education abroad, and you also participated in many social activities. It must be very interesting, right? Gu Zihan immediately continued bragging along with Qin Ziji's words. It's nothing special, really. I just often participate in outdoor adventures and social assistance. I think these are much more interesting than the ordinary education in China. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up, and he looked very proud. When Bai Yueyang heard Gu Zihan's words, he immediately turned into a little fan and looked at him with admiration. If I have the chance, I would also like to participate in outdoor adventures with Uncle Gu. It will definitely be fun. Seeing that Bai Yueyang was very interested in what he said, Gu Zihan was so proud that he immediately nodded in agreement without even asking Yi Nanqing's opinion. Okay, tomorrow is the weekend, how about we go tomorrow? When Jiang Haohao and Bai Yueyang heard that there would be an adventure activity tomorrow, they immediately jumped up excitedly, while Yi Nanqing next to them frowned slightly. According to the custom of the Yi family, Mrs. Yi, the old lady's birthday, will be celebrated for 3 consecutive days. Whether the outdoor adventure activities can be held tomorrow depends on the old lady's final arrangements. Gu Zihan completely ignored the fact that the old lady was too old to participate in outdoor adventure activities, which showed that he didn't care about the old lady at all. We'll talk about the adventure later. We still have to celebrate Grandma's birthday tomorrow. She interrupted the children's daydreaming and used her eyes to remind Gu Zihan, hoping that he could understand the situation. Only then did Gu Zihan realize his own impoliteness and could only hide behind Yi Nanqing, not daring to speak. Jiang Haohao was a little disappointed, but he didn't dare to complain because of Yi Nanqing's authority. Nanqing, didn't you bring Zhang Zimo back this time? The old lady's birthday party is still waiting for him to cook. Han likes the sweet and sour pork ribs he makes the most. Zhang Zimo has always been responsive to Yi Nanqing's family's requests, so much so that in their eyes, Zhang Zimo is just a loser with no temper. Bai Yueyang liked the sweet and sour pork ribs he made, and had always treated him as a servant who came and went at his beck and call. It's better if he doesn't come. I feel annoyed and disgusted when I see him. Before Yi Nanqing could answer, Jiang Haohao couldn't help but speak first. His tone was full of annoyance towards Zhang Zimo. Zhang Zimo, who was standing not far away, happened to catch everything that happened here. He looked at the strange and indifferent Jiang Haohao and felt a stab of pain in his heart. Chapter 13, Just a clown who brought shame upon himself. Zhang Zimo's footsteps paused slightly, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He thought that after not seeing each other for so many days, Jiang Haohao, after all, was a child and would definitely miss him from the bottom of his heart. But reality gave him a heavy blow. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner loss, and then slowly walked towards the Yi family's courtyard. Yi Nanqing heard what Jiang Haohao said, but did not say anything to stop him until she heard the voices of servants and Zhang Zimo greeting her from behind. Her face instantly turned ugly. She glared at Jiang Haohao fiercely and scolded him in a low voice. Haohao, how can you talk like that? Is Dad not good to you? Jiang Haohao pouted and turned his head away stubbornly, refusing to look at Zhang Zimo again. Yi Nanqing sighed and looked at Zhang Zimo somewhat bewilderedly. Seeing this, Gu Zihan immediately stepped forward and tried to ease the atmosphere. Nanqing, Haohao is still young and may not understand much. Mr. Zhang shouldn't mind, right? He smiled slightly, with a hint of contempt in his tone, as if implying Zhang Zimo's stinginess. Zhang Zimo just smiled faintly, as if he didn't hear Gu Zihan's provocation. Haohao, if you feel that I don't take good care of you and don't like me, I understand, but you always call others Dad. Is this what your mother taught you? He cleverly pointed the finger at Yi Nanqing, who hurriedly defended himself. What are you talking about? How could I possibly teach a child to say that? If it wasn't you, then who else would have taught him to call someone else Dad? After hearing Yi Nanqing's denial, Zhang Zimo turned to look at Gu Zihan, and all the hints were self-evident. Gu Zihan felt embarrassed and immediately started to explain. Mr. Jiang, you really misunderstood me. I just felt that playing with you was not very fun, and playing with me was more fun. It was just a child's joke. Why did you take it so seriously? Zhang Zimo's mouth curled up slightly, but before he could say anything, someone behind him started to scold him harshly. So you mean that our Yi family can't take good care of Jiang Haohao? Following the voice, I saw that the person coming was actually old lady Yi. When Gu Zihan saw that old lady Yi had responded to his question, he immediately retreated behind Yi Nanqing, trembling, and responded cautiously. No, old lady, I mean Mr. Jiang is busy with work and doesn't have much time to take care of Hao, but I. You mean you take good care of Hao, then why don't you become his family's nanny from now on? I see Zimo is working so hard, so it would be nice if you could help share some of his pressure. No matter how shameless Gu Zihan was, he should be able to hear the sarcasm and disdain in old lady Ye's tone, and his ears immediately turned red. I'm working at Nanqing's company now, and I'm very busy every day, but when I'm free, I'll spend more time with Hao. Old Madame Yi instructed the people behind her, go get 2 bottles of water so that Master Gu can quench his thirst on his way back. The men nodded. Gu Zihan didn't understand what the old lady meant by Master Gu until a nanny with water came to him. Master, thank you for sending the madam and the young master back. Please be careful on your way back. Only then did he realize that old lady Yi had mistaken him for Yi Nanqing's driver. Even though he was dissatisfied in his heart, he didn't dare to say it. He could only nod and thank the old lady as she instructed. Looking at Gu Zihan's annoyed back as he left, Zhang Haohao felt unhappy. But he knew that his grandmother didn't like children who threw tantrums, so he could only hold his dissatisfaction in his heart and turned it into complaints against Zhang Zimo. If he weren't there, Mom and Dad Gu would definitely be happy, and I could play with Dad Gu every day. Yi Nanqing naturally felt sorry for the cold stares Gu Zihan received, but Grandma's words were always final in the Yi family and could not be disobeyed. She could only blame herself for not controlling the situation well. Today she actually brought Gu Zihan to the old house and offended Zhang Zimo in front of her grandmother. Yi Nanqing's grandfather married my grandmother when he was young, but after my grandmother gave birth to my father and younger uncle, he cheated on her with another woman and abandoned the 3 of them. It was old lady Yi who raised Yi Nanqing's father and uncle on her own. What grandma always hated the most was the mistress who destroyed other people's relationships. In Grandma's eyes, Gu Zihan is the one who destroys the relationship between Yi Nanqing and Zhang Zimo. Although for Yi Nanqing, Gu Zihan is her partner. But at least in name, in the Yi family tree, Zhang Zimo was Yi Nanqing's legal husband. Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing are so close that it is inevitable that people will gossip about them. Zimo, you too, should stay close to Nanqing more often to prevent those with ulterior motives from staying around her. After seeing the annoying Gu Zihan leave, old lady Yi walked to Zhang Zimo with satisfaction and gave him some instructions. Zhang Zimo nodded in agreement. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that he was the one with ulterior motives towards Yi Nanqing. Even though she had been doing her best to take care of them and their son over the past few years, and thought she had given them all the best, she didn't expect that in the end she still couldn't resist Gu Zihan's return. The human heart is really a stone that cannot be warmed. What's even more tragic is that Zhang Zimo has 2 such stones. If Yi Nanqing has deep feelings for Gu Zihan, that's why it's hard to let go. Then why would the son whom he had raised since he was a child and held in his hands for fear that he would melt, actually like Gu Zihan so much? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Okay, the food is ready in the kitchen, let's all come to the dining room. Seeing that the time was almost up, the housekeeper helped old Mrs. Yi to walk to the restaurant first. Zhang Zimo was pulled to Yi Nanqing's side. You clearly knew that Grandma didn't like Zihan, but you still deliberately provoked him to quarrel with you. Are you satisfied with this now? Watching his grandmother leaving, Yi Nanqing couldn't help but stand up for his Gu Zihan. Zhang Zimo smiled slightly, with a hint of helplessness and fatigue in his eyes. He stopped and sighed softly, but his tone remained calm. Nanqing, do you think I'm an unreasonable person? But have you ever thought that I am also doing this for the good of this family? No matter how good Gu Zihan is, he is still an outsider, and I am the father of my child and the husband of this family. Yi Nanqing's face turned a little ugly. In an instant she bit her lip and her voice trembled slightly. As a husband, you can't even make your own children like you. Is this your job as a husband? There was a trace of pain in Zhang Zimo's eyes. In order to make Yi Nanqing like him, he abandoned all his pride and self-esteem and humbled himself to love her. He didn't expect that in the end it was all in vain. But Yi Nanqing forgot that before Gu Zihan contacted Yi Nanqing, Zhang Haohao was also a polite and well-behaved child who loved his parents very much. 14, Chapter 14. If you feel that it's hard, just resign. Had it not been for your tacit approval and consent over the years, Hao's attitude towards me wouldn't have become so bad. How much of your responsibilities as a mother have you fulfilled? Jiang Zimo's question left Yi Nanqing stunned. She didn't expect Jiang Zimo to argue with her so directly. For some reason, she always felt that Jiang Zimo had become strange during this period of time. Miss, the old lady asked me to come and urge you to have dinner. The quarrel between the two was finally interrupted by the housekeeper, and hypocritical smiles once again returned to the faces of this couple who seemed to be in harmony but were actually at odds with each other. Old Mrs. Yi was always enthusiastically picking up food for Jiang Zimo, saying, "Zimo, why are you getting thinner and thinner recently? Are you too tired from taking care of the children?" Jiang Zimo shook his head. In fact, he hasn't lived with Jiang Hao for half a month. If you say that taking care of a child is tiring, Yi Nanqing has looked much more haggard during this period. Jiang Zimo lost weight because he has been devoting himself to the innovation and planning of AI technology during this period. It had been a long time since he had done such high-intensity work. Once he picked up the manuscript paper, he couldn't help but become more and more immersed in it. It's like getting back to the feeling of working on manuscript paper and program codes in college. Don't just focus on work. When will you and Nanqing give me another granddaughter? Old Mrs. Yi continued to urge. Before Jiang Zimo could say anything, his sister-in-law Qin Jiji, who had been watching the fun from the side, burst out laughing. Grandma, what are you talking about? I thought he was very useful in the company, but in reality, isn't he just doing the odd jobs of an assistant? Her tone was contemptuous, and her sarcasm and ridicule towards Jiang Zimo were obvious. Yi Nanqing's father, Yi Jiwen, immediately turned displeased when he heard what Qin Jiji said. If you think working at the Yi Group is too hard, just quit. Our Yi family can still afford to support an idle person. His voice was cold but majestic, which made people feel afraid. Yi Jiwen started from scratch and has the bloodiness and responsibility of a man. He has always disliked Jiang Zimo's inaction and lack of ambition in his work over the years. In fact, he didn't know that the reason why the Yi Group was so successful was not because Yi Nanqing had some genius management method. It was because Jiang Zimo had always made the right decisions for her at every critical moment. Even when a major crisis occurs, he will use his connections and influence as the prince of the Beijing circle to help her turn the tide. But Yi Nanqing didn't know all this. In fact, in her eyes, Jiang Zimo was just an insignificant person. Under her indoctrination, Yi Jiwen's impression of Jiang Zimo was naturally not very good. Seeing that Yi Jiwen had taken over her words, Qin Jiji thought that she was recognized, so she smiled and said sarcastically, "Who says not? If you feel tired, just quit your job. I am just afraid you won't be able to let go." Jiang Zimo did not give others a chance to interrupt. He knew that except for his grandmother, no one sitting at this table looked up to him, so he spoke first. "I have submitted my resignation and will leave the company after all work handovers are completed." He still didn't say the last sentence, that he would leave Yi Nanqing. After all, it was the old lady's birthday, and it would be inappropriate to make her sad. Just as old lady Yi was about to scold angrily, Jiang Zimo responded again. "Giving birth to a child, Nanqing, is hard enough. We just need to raise Hao that way. We can have more time to visit you." His words made the old lady very happy and she nodded with satisfaction. Nanqing has had a stubborn temper since she was a child. She will get whatever she likes, no matter if it's good or bad, before she's willing to give up. Thank you for tolerating her over the years. Old Mrs. Yi sighed, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and doting. "If it weren't for you, I really don't know what kind of trouble Nanqing would have caused. You must take good care of her and don't let her make mistakes again." Yi Nanqing's face darkened slightly. She lowered her head, stirring the bowl gently with her chopsticks, her eyes a little wandering. She knew that the old lady was hinting at her feelings for Gu Zihan, but this feeling of being hinted at made her feel very uncomfortable. Jiang Zimo smiled slightly, gently held Yi Nanqing's hand, and spoke in a soft but firm tone. "Grandma, don't worry, I will take good care of Nanqing." Yi Nanqing also cooperated with a smile and shook Jiang Zimo's hand. In fact, they had not held hands like this for a long time. Old Mrs. Yi looked at the two people's actions and felt very satisfied. Qin Jiji, who had just spoken to anger Jiang Zimo, didn't dare to say anything more when she saw that the old lady was so close to him. She could only suppress her dissatisfaction deep in her heart. After dinner, Jiang Zimo, Yi Nanqing, sister-in-law Qin Jiji and their 2 children went for a walk in the garden. Jiang Zimo didn't want to participate at first, but the old lady said that 2 women didn't know how to play with boys after all, and specifically asked Jiang Zimo to accompany them, so he couldn't refuse. When they arrived at the garden, the 2 children ran to the side and started playing, not caring at all whether Jiang Zimo was there or not. Qin Jiji, on the other hand, was still holding back on the anger she felt at the dinner table, and finally let it out. I see that you have been following Nanqing in the company for so many years, and the Yi group has not achieved any great success. It would be better for you to stay at home and take care of the children, so that your son won't call someone else dad. Where will you go to cry when the time comes? Ha! Qin Zixihui openly mocked Jiang Zimo by using the fact that Jiang Haohao called Gu Zihan dad, thinking that this would definitely break Jiang Zimo's defense. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zimo's reaction was completely different from what she had imagined. The Yi group didn't recover on the strength of one person, and Haohao's condition wasn't caused by one person's negligence. It also had to do with the acquiescence and inaction of another person. He cleverly shifted the topic to Yi Nanqing, implying that Yi Nanqing had always been rude to Jiang Haohao and had an unbridled closeness to Gu Zihan. Yi Nanqing felt a little embarrassed knowing he was in the wrong. He still argued with Jiang Zimo. Zihan only did something for you that your father couldn't do. Don't be ungrateful. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened this morning. Find an opportunity to apologize to Zihan in person. Jiang Zimo's face darkened instantly. He stopped abruptly and stared at Yi Nanqing with eyes as cold as ice. He couldn't believe that she had become so unreasonable. His voice was deep and powerful. Yi Nanqing, do you think everyone has to revolve around that Gu Zihan like you? Are you just pretending not to see what I have done for you over the years? Yi Nanqing didn't care about Jiang Zimo's accusation. She raised her head with a hint of stubbornness and indifference in her eyes. I'm just stating the truth. Haohao needs a complete family, and the most important thing in a family is love. There is no love between you and me. 15, Chapter 15, After the divorce, I can be with Dad Gu. Yi Nanqing's words were like thunder to Jiang Zimo, and his face turned ugly. He took a deep breath and tried to keep himself calm. He knew that Gu Zihan's position in Yi Nanqing's heart was irreplaceable, so he had been trying his best to avoid this name. He originally thought that as long as he cared for her with all his heart, even if he couldn't completely erase Gu Zihan's existence, he could at least make Yi Nanqing feel a little affection for him. 5 years ago, when she agreed to have sex with him, he thought it was the result of his hard work. He thought that he finally had a place in Yi Nanqing's heart. Unexpectedly, Yi Nanqing had no feelings for him at all. She seemed to be just used to having someone who gave everything for her without any principles. I'm used to being held in your arms and accepted unconditionally. Qin Jiji, who had been standing nearby watching the commotion, saw the 2 arguing and immediately seized the opportunity to interrupt. Haohao, look, Mom and Dad are arguing. Jiang Haohao, who heard the voice, immediately ran over and said coldly to Qin Jiji. What, Dad? He's just a gigolo. Father Gu said that he was the one who prevented Mom from finding true love all these years. He was the one who broke up Mom and Father Gu. As Jiang Haohao spoke, he rushed forward and kept hitting Jiang Zimo's thigh. Although he is only a 5-year-old child, his strength should not be underestimated when he uses all his strength. Jiang Zimo was pushed back by him and almost fell to the ground. In an instant, Jiang Zimo's face turned ashen. He clenched his teeth and his body trembled slightly, as if he was trying hard to restrain his inner anger. When Yi Nanqing saw this scene, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to indifference. She knew that Jiang Zimo's efforts were not meaningless, but her heart had already been occupied by another person and could no longer accommodate him. Qin Jiji watched all this with a gloating look on her face, a smug smile on her lips. She had long disliked Jiang Zimo, who had always agreed to all requests from the Yi family. But during this period, she asked Jiang Zimo to buy things for Bai Yueyang several times, but he refused. Now seeing him being humiliated by Jiang Haohao like this, the pleasure in my heart is beyond words. Jiang Zimo took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He looked at Jiang Haohao with a hint of helplessness and pain in his eyes. Haohao, it's unfair for you to say that. Dad wants you to be a responsible man, so it's inevitable that I will educate you. Gu Zihan doesn't need to care about your future, so he just needs to play with you, but this is not really good for you at all. His tone was sincere and he looked at Jiang Haohao, hoping that he could understand his intentions. But Jiang Haohao didn't appreciate it at all. He continued to shout, "I don't need a father like you, go away." Yi Nanqing felt a little guilty when he saw his son treating Jiang Zimo like this. She squatted down and gently held Jiang Haohao's hand. "Haohao, don't do this, it's impolite." She only accused Jiang Haohao of being rude, but did not defend Jiang Zimo. Jiang Haohao still glared at Jiang Zimo fiercely. Jiang Haohao raised his head, tears in his eyes, and said stubbornly, "Mom, I only want a dad like Uncle Gu was the one who truly loves us. Unlike him, he won't discipline me or restrict me." For children, they will naturally like whoever is close to them. They do not yet have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, so compared to Jiang Haohao, what Jiang Zimo finds more difficult to accept is Yi Nanqing's long-term acquiescence. If Yi Nanqing had been able to stop and correct Jiang Haohao in time when he first called Gu Zihan, the situation would not have turned out like this. "I came back today to celebrate old Madame Ye's birthday. I will play my role well. Please sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible." Jiang Zimo no longer made any unnecessary explanations to Yi Nanqing, and just hoped that the two of them could part ways amicably. Over the years, he has used all his strength to make Yi Nanqing like him, but he didn't expect that in the end, love did not grow, but hatred began to spread. Jiang Haohao didn't hear the specific content clearly, but he keenly caught the word divorce and a happy expression instantly appeared on his face. He looked at Yi Nanqing impatiently, waiting for her response. It seemed that as long as she nodded, Gu Zihan would immediately become his real father. Yi Nanqing didn't expect that Jiang Zimo would propose divorce so straightforwardly. This time she had used this word to threaten Jiang Zimo before. Hearing it from his own mouth was still a little hard to accept. "You said divorce, have you thought it through? Don't forget how long you begged to marry me?" There was a hint of threat in her tone. In her heart, she could not believe that Jiang Zimo, who was always obedient to her, would willingly divorce her. Jiang Zimo smiled slightly, with a hint of bitterness and helplessness in his smile. He shook his head slightly, his tone firm and calm. "Yes, it was me who begged you at the beginning because I truly loved you and wanted to make you happy. But I've seen clearly over the years that your heart is a lonely cage, and all that's locked up inside is your obsessive love for Gu Zihan. Instead of suffering in pain, it is better to let go and allow both of you to start over." Hearing Jiang Zimo's calm answer, a trace of panic flashed across Yi Nanqing's face. Jiang Zimo in front of him seemed like a stranger he had never met before, and he made people feel that he should not be underestimated. She knows Jiang Zimo. He was right, her heart had not been with him all these years, but she still found it hard to accept the word divorce coming out of his mouth. She lowered her head, her voice trembling a little. "Are you really willing to leave me, leave Haohao and watch him become a child without a father?" "Mom, I don't want him, I have a dad, and my dad is Dad Gu." Jiang Haohao suddenly interrupted Yi Nanqing. He looked at Jiang Zimo with eyes full of disgust, as if he had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. After hearing what Jiang Haohao said, Yi Nanqing felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She raised her hand and slapped Jiang Haohao in front of her. The loud sound made Jiang Zimo stunned in place. What followed was Jiang Haohao's earth-shaking howling. "Mom is bad, she beat me, you are as bad as him, I don't want you, I want to take care of Dad, Mom is also a bad person." This was the first time Yi Nanqing attacked Jiang Haohao. Jiang Haohao had always been raised by Jiang Zimo, and he always acted like a well-behaved child when he was with Yi Nanqing occasionally. So Yi Nanqing's slap was like the sky falling for Jiang Haohao. He blamed all this on Jiang Zimo for making Yi Nanqing angry, and believed that it was Jiang Zimo's quarrel with his mother that caused him to be blamed by his mother. He didn't reflect at all on how excessive his words were. "Jiang Haohao, who on earth did you learn this bad temper from? You're going to stay at Grandma's house for the next few days. You're not allowed to go out, and you're not allowed to see Gu Zihan." After hearing what Yi Nanqing said, Jiang Zimo couldn't help but sneer. You see, Yi Nanqing has always known who made Jiang Haohao's character so arrogant and unreasonable. But before this, Jiang Haohao never vented his temper on her, and the only one who was hurt was Jiang Zimo, so she always turned a blind eye. You will only feel pain when the knife pierces your body. 16. Chapter 16. Do you know that you are really annoying? Jiang Zimo didn't say anything, just looked at everything in front of him quietly, as if he was an outsider. After being severely punished by Yi Nanqing, Jiang Haohao was forced to calm down. He blinked his big eyes and looked at Jiang Zimo. "I'm sorry, Dad, it's Haohao who is too ignorant." Looking at Zhang Haohao with red eyes, Zhang Zimo couldn't bear to be angry with him, so he reached out and patted him on the back gently. Zhang Haohao, Dad, can you sleep with me tonight? Zhang Zimo wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhang Haohao's moist eyes, he finally nodded. Since it's the old lady's birthday anyway, we might as well stay here tonight. The three of them returned to the house with them. The scene of a family of three having fun together was very rare. Zhang Zimo also cherished the time the three of them had without being disturbed by Gu Zihan, and patiently repeated the same story to Zhang Haohao over and over again. The night gradually became deeper and darker. After washing up, Zhang Zimo and Yi Nanqing lay on the bed and played games with Zhang Haohao. Yi Nanqing, who was standing by, suddenly received a call and walked to the window. Her tone was unusually gentle and patient. Without asking, Zhang Zimo knew that the call was from Gu Zihan. Yi Nanqing, who answered the phone, seemed to have heard something. His brows furrowed slightly, and his tone became anxious. Where are you now? Stay where you are and don't move. I'll come pick you up right away. Yi Nanqing always responded to Gu Zihan's requests, and it was common for him to receive a phone call in the middle of the night and leave in a hurry. Zhang Zimo did not try to keep her, but just watched her leave resolutely, his eyes dimming. Over the years, Zhang Zimo has lowered his expectations of Yi Nanqing. If a woman were to tell others that she was away from home all year round, no one would believe that the husband of the president of Yi Group actually lived such a miserable life. Zhang Haohao, who was originally playing games, also noticed his mother's abnormality and asked curiously, Mom, where are you going? Yi Nanqing was slightly stunned but did not tell the truth to Zhang Haohao. He just looked at Zhang Zimo and signaled him to take good care of Zhang Haohao. Mom has to go to the company to take care of some things. You and Dad stay home and wait for me. Going to the company to handle things, what a fair and selfless excuse. The naive Zhang Zimo had been fooled by this excuse for so long. But now he no longer cares about these things. Yi Nanqing and her love are no longer what he expects. Zhang Haohao reluctantly pulled her sleeve. Then tomorrow night. He originally wanted to ask if his mother could still attend Gu Zihan's performance tomorrow night, but he was afraid that if he said it, Zhang Zimo would find out and stop them from attending, so he swallowed his words back halfway. Mom will definitely come to accompany you tomorrow night. Yi Nanqing looked at Zhang Haohao and agreed readily. Zhang Haohao, who received the information, immediately became sensible and let go of Yi Nanqing's sleeve. When Yi Nanqing walked to the door of the room, he seemed to have thought of something and turned around to look at Zhang Zimo. She was a little confused. In the past, Zhang Zimo would have asked her where she was going, and would have kept asking her when she would be back and whether he needed to pick her up. But today Zhang Zimo was unusually calm, as if he had long been accustomed to her leaving without saying goodbye. She thought about it and said to him, he is sick, and I will go to see him if there is no one around. She hoped that after saying this, Zhang Zimo would stop having wild thoughts. Zhang Zimo thought that Yi Nanqing said these words because she wanted him to accompany her in acting in front of the old lady. I understand if anyone asks, just say you're dealing with company matters. Facing Zhang Zimo, who was not persistent but calm, Yi Nanqing felt an indescribable sense of strangeness in his heart. She always felt that the person in front of her, with whom she had been living day and night for 7 years, seemed to be slowly becoming a little unfamiliar. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but her phone kept ringing with urgent text messages. Thinking of Gu Zihan's unusually weak voice on the phone just now, Yi Nanqing was still worried and drove towards where Gu Zihan was. Zhang Zimo played with Zhang Haohao for a long time. That night, only after Zhang Haohao fell asleep exhausted did he get a rare chance to rest. He hadn't been back to Yi Nanqing's villa much in the past month. Staying in his own apartment made him feel a rare sense of leisure. He was looking through the latest program codes and data information in his mobile phone while waiting for Yi Nanqing. By the time he fell asleep, Yi Nanqing still hadn't returned at 1 o'clock in the morning. The next morning, after the alarm clock rang, Zhang Zimo woke Zhang Haohao up and prepared to go and pay his respects to old Mrs. Yi. Zhang Haohao, who had just opened his eyes, immediately picked up his cell phone. Ever since Yi Nanqing equipped him with his own mobile phone, Zhang Haohao would send a greeting message to Gu Zihan every morning when he woke up. Today was no exception. Zhang Haohao was looking forward to Gu Zihan's reply with great joy. However, he tossed and turned in bed for many times and still didn't get a reply. He thought that it was because he asked Zhang Zimo to stay and sleep with him last night that Gu Zihan was angry and ignored him. Uncle Gu, are you awake yet? why haven't you replied to my message yet? Uncle Gu, are you angry with me?
Seeing Jiang Haohao absorbed in his phone, Jiang Zimo wanted to stop him, but then he thought about the child's privacy and finally shook his head no comment. After a few minutes, seeing that it was getting late, he walked up to Jiang Haohao, put his clothes on the bed, and spoke patiently. Haohao, change your clothes quickly, get up and wash up, you have to go say hello to Grandma later. Jiang Haohao was in a bad mood because he didn't receive a reply from Gu Zihan. He frowned and yelled at Jiang Zimo impatiently.
Dad, you're really annoying, can you please stop pushing me so much?
Jiang Zimo glanced at Jiang Haohao indifferently, and there was no longer the unconditional indulgence in his eyes as before. Jiang Haohao couldn't help but shudder. Thinking that he couldn't be careless about his great-grandmother's greeting, Jiang Haohao had no choice but to listen to Jiang Zimo and get up obediently, even though he was reluctant. Jiang Haohao felt a little dissatisfied when he saw the clothes Jiang Zimo had prepared for him.
Dad, can you let me choose my own clothes from now on? The clothes you choose are too tacky.
Jiang Haohao's clothes have always been prepared by Jiang Zimo, but each set is also arranged to cater to his preferences at the time. But he didn't realize that his preferences had changed a lot since Yi Nanqing started frequently bringing Jiang Haohao and Gu Zihan around.
Okay, you can choose your own clothes from now on. Jiang Zimo's tone was calm, without a trace of displeasure.
Jiang Haohao also jumped up from the bed with satisfaction. After washing up, Jiang Zimo brought Jiang Haohao to old lady Yi to greet her.
Good morning, Grandma.
Jiang Zimo greeted old lady Yi and kept signaling Jiang Haohao to say hello to Grandma with his eyes.
Jiang Haohao still looked unhappy as he hadn't received a reply from Gu Zihan yet.
He may not have gotten enough sleep, so he's a little grumpy when he wakes up. Jiang Zimo explained for him. Old Madame Yi nodded and didn't get angry with the younger generation. She looked around and saw that Yi Nanqing was no longer beside Jiang Zimo. She asked in confusion, "Where's Nanqing? Hasn't she gotten up yet?"
17, Chapter 17, haven't you ever had any feelings for her over the years? Jiang Zimo responded calmly, something happened at the company last night, so she went there.
Jiang Zimo's statement was already very decent. Old Mrs. Yi knew very well what kind of person Yi Nanqing was, and she was also very clear about the development of the Yi group. There was no such big problem that needed to be dealt with in the middle of the night. Old Mrs. Yi frowned, realizing that Yi Nanqing had not returned home all night.
I think she's getting more and more unreasonable. Does she think I won't live long?
Jiang Zimo, no, Grandma, the company's affairs all depend on her. After she finishes handling them, she will definitely come back to apologize to you immediately. Ahem, Zimo, Grandma is gone now. You have to take good care of her for me. The old lady coughed a few times in anger. Jiang Zimo looked at her sincere eyes and didn't dare to nod in agreement. It was not until noon that Yi Nanqing returned to the old house. Seeing her come back, Jiang Zimo drove to the Yi Group building. A few days ago, Secretary Zhao said that Jiang Zimo's handover work would be completed in the next few days. He now wants to seize the last time to clarify the problems left in Yi Group so that he will not be implicated in the future. When he arrived at Yi Group, Secretary Zhao brought a young man to him and said that this was the new person who would replace him. Hello, Brother Jiang, my name is Chen Chen. I just returned from studying in the United States this year.
The man named Chen Chen is young and handsome, and looks very eye-catching.
However, he had just graduated with a master's degree. Although he studied in the United States, he did not understand the development of the domestic industry and had no work experience.
Would Yi Nanqing actually agree to let such a person directly replace him?
It seemed that the incident of Gu Zihan making a fool of himself in front of Mr. Tang was forgotten. Although Jiang Zimo thought so in his heart, he did not say it out loud. The Yi Group would have nothing to do with him anymore. He nodded to Chen Chen, then took him into his office and explained to him the detailed requirements of his work.
After listening to Jiang Zimo's introduction, Chen Chen finally realized that Jiang Zimo's position as an assistant actually required him to do so many things.
From the development and coordination of various departments in the company to small matters like preparing tea and meals for Yi Nanqing, he is responsible for everything.
When talking about Yi Nanqing, Chen Chen's eyes lit up and he asked Jiang Zimo, Brother Jiang, is Boss Yi really as elegant, bright, and decisive as the rumors say?
Jiang Zimo was slightly stunned, as if he was thinking or recalling something. Yi Nanqing is indeed beautiful in Talon City A. There are indeed not many women who are as powerful and beautiful as her. In addition, Yi Nanqing has never made the fact that she is married public, so there are often young men who come to the Yi group just to catch a glimpse of Yi Nanqing. Jiang Zimo had only been able to act as an assistant, watching those young and energetic men looking at Yi Nanqing with malicious eyes. In the past, he always tried his best to make those people give up, but now he doesn't want to do such meaningless things anymore. Gu Zihan will naturally take care of the man who wants to stay with Yi Nanqing, so there is no need for her to do such troublesome things herself. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt, and he nodded gently to Chen Chen. After receiving a positive answer, Chen Chen's expression became even happier.
So, has there been no man around Ms. Yi for all these years? You've been with Ms. Yi for so long, you should know what type she likes, right?
After all, he was a young man who had not experienced society. Chen Chen expressed his thoughts to Jiang Zimo, a person he had just met, without any precautions. It was really too careless. However, precisely because of his straightforward character, Jiang Zimo found him more pleasing than the previous people.
I don't know much about Mrai's personal affairs.
He did not reveal his identity, nor did he want to cause trouble for his future life. Then can you tell me more about what Mr. Yi likes? When I become rich in the future, I will definitely not forget you. Chen Chen continued to ask with a smile, and Jiang Zimo's face turned cold. I'm here to do my job. Don't have the time to speculate about her personal preferences. His cold response made Chen Chen a little puzzled, but seeing that he didn't want to continue talking, he simply didn't continue asking. Originally, Jiang Zimo didn't have a good impression of overseas students like Chen Chen who had just graduated and were self-righteous. However, after a detailed communication between him and Chen Chen, he found that Chen Chen indeed had a sense of responsibility and commitment beyond his peers, and he also had his own unique insights into the various industries involved in the Yi Group. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was okay to hand over his work to such a person. After completing a whole day of business handover, Chen Chen was very tactful and invited his senior Jiang Zimo to dinner. Jiang Zimo originally wanted to refuse, but Chen Chen was too enthusiastic. He was very enthusiastic about both Yi Nanqing and the project development of Yi Group. From him, Jiang Zimo seemed to see his passionate self back then. Since marrying Yi Nanqing, he has cut off contact with his friends. Apart from his childhood best friend Zhang Chao, he has almost no friends he can talk to.
Chen Chen's enthusiasm and straightforwardness also attracted Jiang Zimo, and he finally agreed to have dinner with him.
During dinner, Chen Chen continued to ask about everything related to Yi Nanqing. He doesn't know where. Knowing that Yi Nanqing loved the apple hot orange tea cooked by Jiang Zimo, she kept asking him what the secret of making this hot orange tea was. Jiang Zimo thought about it and recalled all the efforts he had made to keep Yi Nanqing's heart.
Yi Nanqing doesn't like drinking water, and even less so tea.
But every time I come back from a social event and drink too much, my stomach always feels uncomfortable. At this time, she would want to drink a cup of hot apple and orange tea made by Jiang Zimo. Thanks to his skill in making hot orange tea, the first person Yi Nanqing would look for after every social event was Jiang Zimo. Over the years, many newcomers have asked Jiang Zimo about the secret of making this tea. But he didn't confess. But today, Jiang Zimo suddenly felt that there was no need to hide.
Sure, I'll teach you next time I have the chance. Chen Chen didn't expect that Jiang Zimo actually agreed to his joke. Brother Jiang, you are so generous. Did you teach everyone before?
Jiang Zimo shook his head lightly. He also hoped that when Yi Nanqing came back from a social event in the future, someone would make her a cup of tea like this, so that her stomach problems would not be too serious.
Brother Jiang, you've been with Boss Yi for so long, don't you have any feelings for her? Chen Chen's face was full of gossip. Jiang Zimo was slightly stunned, but before he could answer, the ringing of his cell phone interrupted their conversation.
He picked up his phone and saw the note Dad on the screen, confused.
This father is Yi Nanqing's father, Yi Jiwen.
He almost never takes the initiative to call Jiang Zimo, but today he actually took the initiative to call for the first time. It seems that something important has happened.
18, Chapter 18, Don't Steal My Dad. Hello, Dad.
She's been drinking, so you drive over to pick her and the child up at night. Jiang Zimo didn't expect that Yi Jiwen called him specifically for such a small matter. He nodded and agreed. After hanging up the phone, Chen Chen, who had been full of gossip just now, immediately became serious again. I'm sorry, I didn't know you already had a child. Just treat what I said just now as a joke. Chen Chen must have heard what Yi Jiwen said about the child on the phone. Jiang Zimo shook his head to indicate that it was no big deal. After dinner, he drove Chen Chen back first, and then rushed to the Yi family's old house. An hour and a half later, Jiang Zimo arrived at the Yi family's old house in the suburbs. Dad, you're finally here. I missed you so much. After seeing Jiang Zimo, Jiang Haohao rushed over enthusiastically. Originally, Jiang Zimo planned to stay in his own apartment tonight, but Yi Nanqing's grandmother and father were around, and if the two of them lived separately, it would inevitably give people a chance to talk. It seems that I have to go back to the Yi family villa tonight. Today, Jiang Haohao was unusually close to him and kept pestering him, asking him to take him to school tomorrow. Jiang Zimo couldn't resist him and finally agreed. After all, he is his own child, so he still needs to fulfill some fatherly responsibilities. The next morning, Jiang Zimo called Jiang Haohao to get up and wash up. Haohao, if you don't get up and go to school, you won't be allowed to go out and play today. Jiang Haohao, who was still hesitating, immediately regained his energy after hearing Yi Nanqing's urging. Okay Dad, I'll go wash up right away. Jiang Haohao chose his own clothes today, a denim suit with a few holes and flow at the knees. It was the end of summer and the wind was already a little chilly. In the past, Jiang Zimo would definitely blame Jiang Haohao for having holes in his pants that made it easy for him to catch a cold, but today he chose to remain silent. Jiang Haohao seemed to have some activities tonight. He was very excited and full of anticipation. He sat in the back seat of Jiang Zimo's car all the way, chattering excitedly. Jiang Zimo, who was driving in front, occasionally heard words like music, rock, and was curious about when he became interested in music. Haohao, do you like listening to music now? Tell Daddy what kind of music you like? Jiang Haohao was so frightened when he saw that Jiang Zimo had heard all his mumblings along the way that he immediately became quiet. Originally, Gu Zihan had a band performance last night, but it was postponed to today due to a sudden accident. If my father knew about this, he would definitely stop me from attending. He was dazed and wanted to muddle through. Dad, what do you know about music? Stop joking. Jiang Zimo was silent for a while. In fact, when he was in college, he formed a band with several good classmates. They often participated in competitions and won many awards. Jiang Zimo gradually withdrew from the band because he wanted to focus his life on his family with Yi Nanqing. But Jiang Haohao doesn't know all this to him. Only people like Gu Zihan who have received a Western liberal education can understand the meaning of music and rock. Jiang Zimo sighed softly, but did not explain to Jiang Haohao. He just drove in silence. Jiang Haohao, who was sitting in the back seat, looked up from time to time to observe Jiang Zimo in front of him. After finding that he was not paying attention to him, he continued to fantasize about what would happen in the evening. After a while, Jiang Zimo's car stopped in front of Jiang Haohao's school. Jiang Zimo had just opened the car door and got out when a little girl in a pink dress ran towards him and hugged his thighs. It turned out to be the little girl Ran whom he had saved before. Jiang Zimo looked down at Ran who was hugging him with a smile on her face, and said to her with a smile, Ran, what a coincidence, are you also studying in this school? Ran smiled and nodded at him. Uncle, before I left this morning, my mother told me there would be good news. I didn't expect that the good news would be meeting you. Ran's pink little face was filled with joy. Jiang Haohao, who had been sitting in the back seat of the car, saw that Jiang Zimo had not opened the door for him, and ran out of the car angrily. After opening the door, I saw a strange child hugging Jiang Zimo's thigh, looking very intimate. Jiang Haohao suddenly became angry. He looked at the delicate girl in Jiang Zimo's arms, immediately clenched his fists, walked to her and pushed her hard. Ran almost fell to the ground, but fortunately Jiang Zimo was quick to catch her. After coming to her senses, Ran was not angry, but just looked at Jiang Haohao, at a loss. Who are you and why did you push me? Mom said it's wrong to hit people casually. Jiang Haohao became even angrier when he saw that he was being accused by the other party and his father actually reached out to pull the child. He widened his eyes and yelled at Ran, this is my dad, why are you hugging my dad, don't you have a dad? As soon as he said this, Ran's expression immediately became gloomy. Ran's father has passed away, and she and her mother have been dependent on each other. She once said that she wanted to call Jiang Zimo dad. What Jiang Haohao said today was really too much. Ranran's smile disappeared and her eyes gradually filled with tears.
Yes, I'm sorry my father is gone,
Although she angry, but still sensible enough to apologize to Jiang Haohao. Jiang Zimo held Ranran in his arms with some guilt and comforted her.
Ranran, brother didn't push you on purpose just now, so don't be too sad about what he said. Your father just went to heaven to protect you first. Jiang Zimo's tone was extremely gentle, and he gently wiped the tears from the corners of Ranran's eyes as he spoke.
Jiang Haohao, who was standing on the ground, became even angrier after seeing this scene. He kept slapping Jiang Zimo's thigh and shouting angrily.
Dad, don't hug her, she's a bad person, she stole my dad.
Jiang Haohao's voice was filled with tears and his emotions were completely out of control. Jiang Zimo looked at his son's angry and aggrieved expression, and felt helpless. He gently put Ranran down, squatted in front of Jiang Haohao, and spoke patiently.
Haohao, Ranran is not a bad person, she just likes me very much. Besides, Ranran's father is gone, she needs other people's care. What you said just now was wrong.
Jiang Haohao's tears welled up in his eyes. He bit his lip and shook his head stubbornly.
No, Daddy is mine, I don't allow anyone to touch you.
Although his father always prevented him from playing with Gu Zihan, he was still very nice to him most of the time. Most importantly, he doesn't allow anyone to share his father. Jiang Zimo sighed and reached out to gently pat Jiang Haohao's shoulder. Haohao, Daddy understands how you feel, but we must learn to be tolerant and also learn to care about others. Ranran just wanted to say hello to Daddy, she has no ill intentions.
Ranran stood aside, lowered his head, and spoke in a low voice.
Brother, I didn't mean it. I just like uncle very much. When Jiang Haohao heard this, he became even more emotional.
19, Chapter 19. I didn't say you can leave.
My mom said that anyone who prevents others from falling in love is a bad person, and anyone who steals someone else's father is even worse. Jiang Zimo looked at Jiang Haohao and realized that if he didn't discipline Jiang Haohao, he would definitely become a bad person in the future.
Jiang Haohao, you are so rude to talk like that. If you continue like that, I will ask your grandmother to give you more etiquette lessons in the future.
Jiang Haohao is just a child after all, and he is not so bad as to be completely unreasonable. After listening to Jiang Zimo's words, he realized that his behavior just now was wrong, and the anger on his face gradually disappeared.
But he still pouted reluctantly and said nothing.
Jiang Zimo stood up and looked at Ranran's mother, who was walking over not far away, with an apologetic smile on his face.
Before Jiang Zimo could speak, Ranran's mother spoke first.
Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry Ranran was so rash. She ran over to you in a hurry when she saw you. I didn't take good care of her.
Jiang Zimo smiled slightly. It's okay, she's just a child. Ranran is a very sensible child. I am very happy that she likes me.
Ranran's mother took Ranran's hand and apologized to Jiang Zimo and Jiang Haohao. Haohao, Auntie also apologizes to you on behalf of Ranran. Ranran is ignorant. I hope you don't get angry. Haohao is so lucky to have such a good father. After hearing this, Jiang Haohao finally loosened his fist and whispered, it's okay. Before this, he never thought Jiang Zimo was such a good father, and even thought he was nagging and troublesome. But after what he had just experienced, he realized that if someone else tried to snatch his father from him, he would still subconsciously be reluctant to do so. But this does not mean that he will give up Uncle Gu as his father. Jiang Haohao knew that his mother liked Uncle Gu and Uncle Gu liked his mother. Only people who love each other can be happy together.
Jiang Zimo checked the time and urged, Haohao, hurry up and go to school, or you'll be late.
Jiang Haohao held his hand tightly and was unwilling to let Gunli. After he saw Ranran walk away under the leadership of her mother, did he gradually feel relieved.
Okay, they've left. You can go without worry. No one can take your father away from you.
Seeing the scene where Jiang Haohao was jealous of him just now, a warm feeling surged in Jiang Zimo's desperate heart. He realized that his position in the child's heart was still unshakable, and he even wanted to cry.
Dad, can you please?
Jiang Haohao originally wanted to ask Jiang Zimo if he could pick him up from school in the evening, but just as he said that, he remembered that Gu Zihan had a band performance tonight. If Jiang Zimo came to pick me up, I would definitely not be able to watch the performance in the evening.
Fortunately, he stopped talking immediately and didn't say that.
Jiang Zimo asked Jiang Haohao in confusion what was wrong, but he just replied nothing. His thoughts had already drifted to Gu Zihan.
How should I tell my dad that I'm going to see Uncle Goo's performance with my mom in the evening?
If he said it directly, his father would definitely stop him. Zhang Haohao thought about it for a long time but couldn't come up with an answer. Finally, he spoke cautiously, "Dad, are you busy tonight?" Jiang Zimo thought about it for a moment. He had promised yesterday to teach Chen Chen how to make apple hot orange tea. He also had some final work to do, which he planned to do tonight. I could only say to Zhang Haohao with an apologetic look, "Dad is a little busy at work tonight, can I ask Mom to pick you up?" After hearing Jiang Zimo's response, Zhang Haohao's face showed joy. In order to avoid Jiang Zimo's suspicion, he pretended to be very sorry and said sensibly, "It's okay, Dad, but when you are not busy at work, you must come to pick me up more often." Jiang Zimo smiled and gently touched Zhang Haohao's head. It had been a long time since he saw such a sensible Zhang Haohao. After leaving Zhang Haohao's school, Jiang Zimo first went back to his apartment, took a comfortable hot bath, changed into comfortable clothes, and then rushed to the Yi Group's building. What he didn't expect was that Chen Chen, who replaced him, had just arrived yesterday, and the company couldn't wait to delete his employee information. As a result, he couldn't enter the elevator door on the first floor because he didn't have employee information. Jiang Zimo waited impatiently for a while, and happened to meet Yi Nanqing and Secretary Zhao, who had just returned from outside, so he had no choice but to follow them into the elevator. Yi Nanqing didn't know that Jiang Zimo had already completed his resignation and had reached the final step of work handover. She said coldly to Jiang Zimo, "Send a cup of tea to my office later." The tea she was talking about was naturally apple hot orange tea. Yi Nanqing's attitude towards him was always so cold, so no one in the company had ever doubted their relationship over the years. At first, Yi Nanqing did not disclose Jiang Zimo's identity because he was afraid that it would affect other employees' views of Jiang Zimo. After a while, everyone simply thought that the stunning Ms. Yi was a high-quality single woman. In order to avoid risks, she almost never let Jiang Zimo into her office, and tea was always delivered through Secretary Zhao. But what she said just now seemed to mean that she wanted Jiang Zimo to deliver it personally. Jiang Zimo was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. After making the tea, he brought it to her. "Come in and close the door." After closing the door, Yi Nanqing's face, the coldness in his expression dissipated a little, and he said to Jiang Zimo, "I have a social engagement tonight. My client has a child the same age as Haohao. I'll take him with me tonight. It might help with the work discussion. You don't have to worry about us tonight." Yi Nanqing's negotiation skills will be different when facing different customers. Jiang Zimo understood that this was also a tactic. Besides, he didn't have time to take care of Jiang Haohao tonight, so he simply nodded. Seeing that Jiang Zimo didn't ask any further questions, Yi Nanqing looked at him in a daze, feeling a little uncomfortable. Jiang Zimo, who had been keeping his head down and not looking at her, did not hear Yi Nanqing's voice. He thought that she had finished her explanation and turned around and walked towards the door. "Jiang Zimo, I didn't say you could leave." She coldly called out to Jiang Zimo, who was about to leave, with a hint of anger in her tone. Jiang Zimo stood still and slowly turned around. "Anything else you need, Mr. Yi?" There was no emotion on his face, neither happy nor angry nor sad, as if nothing could shake his emotions. Yi Nanqing couldn't help but feel bored at this moment. She even hoped that Jiang Zimo would speak up to keep her if he did, perhaps. No, she wouldn't agree to that either. Tonight, Gu Zihan will participate in the performance of Hanyue Band as a special guest. She and Zhang Haohao had already agreed to go to the scene together to support Gu Zihan, and they must not be hindered by the troublesome Jiang Zimo at this time. 20, Chapter 20. Don't play tricks on me. Thinking of this, she swallowed back what she was about to say and shook her head. "It's nothing, let Zhao Qi come in." Jiang Zimo nodded, talked to Secretary Zhao, and returned to his workstation. Seeing Yi Nanqing ordering Jiang Zimo's apple hot orange tea as soon as he returned to the company, Chen Chen became more determined to learn skills from him. He hurried to his workstation and asked curiously, "Brother Jiang, it seems that your cooking skills are unmatched by Mr. Yi. You must teach me today, and I will treat you to a Western meal tonight." "No need to eat if you want to learn how to make hot orange tea, Jiang Zimo originally wanted to agree to teach him how to make this tea tonight, but the phone suddenly rang and interrupted him. It was a call from Yi Nanqing's grandmother, and he answered the call without hesitation. "Grandma, what's wrong?" Tong Tong had a big fight with her dad today. She said she wanted to go to some night banquet bar tonight to listen to some idol performance. How can a 15-year-old girl go to a bar alone?
Old Mercai's Tone was anxious. Tone was the child of Yi Nanqing's second brother, Yi Yutong. Although everyone in the Yi family had a bad attitude towards Jiang Zimo and looked down on him. However, this child named Tong Tong was quite polite to him and would politely call him uncle every time they met. Besides, since it was the old lady who called personally, he naturally had to show some concern. Grandma, don't worry, Tong Tong is not a naughty child. I will go talk to her and bring her home safely. After hearing Jiang Zimo's promise, Mrs. Yi hung up the phone with peace of mind.
Jiang Zimo opened the navigation software and searched for the bar called Night Banquet. He found that it was located in a remote area and it took at least an hour's drive from the city center. It's almost 4:30. It looks like not only will I not be able to have dinner tonight, I'm afraid I won't have time to teach Chen Chen how to make hot orange tea. He looked at Chen Chen and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to do. I don't have time to teach you today. Let's make an appointment next time when we are free. He took the key and was about to leave, but his colleagues blocked his way and blamed him for leaving early. Helplessly, Jiang Zimo could only push open Yi Nanqing's office door in front of everyone and prepare to ask for leave from her. When Yi Nanqing saw that it was Jiang Zimo who knocked on the door, the expression on his face instantly became cold and disgusted.
What are you doing here again? Didn't I tell you not to enter my office casually? Before Jiang Zimo could even speak, Yi Nanqing looked impatient.
Jiang Zimo paused and said, I have to leave early today. Grandma, something happened at home. He originally wanted to say that the old lady had assigned him a task, but then he remembered that Yi Nanqing didn't want him to reveal their relationship, so he had to quickly change his words.
After hearing his explanation, Yi Nanqing's frown did not relax.
Your lying skills are getting better and better. If you want to leave, go ahead, but don't try to play any tricks no matter what you do today. Hao and I are going to attend the social event. She felt that Jiang Zimo wanted to go home early just to find an excuse to persuade her and the children to go home. In the past, when she was with her child in Guzihan, she would often receive calls from Jiang Zimo, saying that he had cooked a large table of food but no one was eating with him. She was now fully aware of Jiang Zimo's little tricks and didn't want to give him the chance to deceive himself. Jiang Zimo ignored Yi Nanqing's reproach, and after making sure that she had agreed to let him leave, he drove straight to the night banquet.
An hour and a half later, he finally arrived at his destination. Although the night banquet was held far away from the city, it was indeed unusually large from the outside. It looked as high as a 10-story building and was magnificently decorated.
Jiang Zimo stood at the door of the night banquet and called Yi Yutong, but no one answered. After he called several times, seeing that the crowd was getting more and more crowded, he could only squeeze into the crowd and start looking for someone. It looked like there would be another grand performance at tonight's banquet. There was a tall poster board hanging on the first floor, which seemed to be of some band. But there were so many people crowding in front of the poster to take pictures that he couldn't see the faces of the people on the poster at all. People wearing all kinds of costumes were crowded together, some wearing masks, and some with exaggerated makeup. Jiang Zimo suddenly felt that finding someone in such an environment was as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. It was not until 20 minutes later that he managed to walk around the entire first floor, but there was no sign of Yi Yutong. The broadcast was repeated in a loop. Hanyu Band's first performance in City A will begin in 10 minutes. Ticket holders, please proceed to Gate B on the 7th floor to check in and take your seats. Jiang Zimo suddenly remembered that Mrs. Yi seemed to have mentioned some performance and band on the phone, so Yi Yutong was most likely here to see the Hanyu Band. After thinking about this, he quickly took the elevator to the 7th floor, but was not allowed to enter because he did not have a ticket. In the end, he had no choice but to use his status as the Prince of the Beijing Circle to enter the box through the VIP channel on the 8th floor for an excellent viewing position. Yi Yutong has a lot of living expenses on weekdays, but in order to avoid being tracked by the Yi family, she would definitely not buy such a conspicuous VIP seat. Jiang Zimo could only return to the crowd on the 7th floor. After weaving through the crowd for a while, he finally found Yi Yutong, who was standing among a group of rock youths, wearing a hot rock outfit with ripped patterns on it. Seeing Jiang Zimo, Yi Yutong was puzzled and surprised. Uncle, why are you here? I never heard you like rock music. Yi Yutong smiled, thinking that Jiang Zimo was here to watch the show like her. Only after Jiang Zimo made it clear that he was here to take her back did she reluctantly start to act coquettishly towards him.
Oh, uncle, you see I'm usually so well behaved and have never disobeyed, but this is my idol's first time to be the backup singer for Hanyue band, so I have to come and cheer him up. Her face was full of anticipation, and she blinked her big eyes trying to impress Jiang Zimo. It's dangerous for a girl like you to be in a place with so many people. Before he finished speaking, there were waves of cheers from the crowd. It seemed that the band was coming on stage. Yi Yutong was completely oblivious to what Jiang Zimo said. Her eyes were fixed on the stage, and she jumped from time to time because she was not tall enough. As she danced, she excitedly pulled Jiang Zimo's arm and said happily, "Uncle, look, my idol is coming out, woohoo, so handsome." Jiang Zimo wanted to continue talking, but Yi Yutong was so excited that he couldn't hear him at all. In the end, he could only follow her gaze to the stage. Screams came one after another around her, and Yi Yutong's eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. Jiang Zimo looked at her curiously and asked, "When did you start following bands? Why haven't I heard you talk about this before?" Yi Yutong smiled with pride on her face. "I didn't like bands before because I thought they were boring, but since my idol announced that he would participate in this performance, I started paying attention." Jiang Zimo smiled and was a little curious about what kind of person the idol Yi Yutong was talking about, who could have such a great influence on her. 21, Chapter 21. He is indeed very charming. By the way, my idol's undergraduate degree is from University Aso. He and you are classmates. Uncle, take a look, maybe you have met each other in school. However, after graduating from university, he went abroad to study. He received a first-class education and has his own opinions on music. I had only watched his vlogs before, but this time I finally got to see him in person. Before Jiang Zimo could answer, Yi Yutong started talking again. Jiang Zimo didn't know much about the perfect idol that Yi Yutong mentioned, so he could only shake his head. But he once formed his own band and is still very interested in music. The scene was so noisy that no matter what Jiang Zimo said, Yi Yutong would definitely not be able to hear him, so he simply decided to stay here, accompany her to watch the show, and then take her back. At this time, the idol that Yi Yutong had been talking about was finally about to go on stage. She excitedly held the telescope in her hand and stared at the stage intently. Without a telescope, Jiang Zimo could only see the figure on the stage based on his height, but he couldn't see the specific facial features clearly. "Uncle, look, that guy in the red jacket and holding the microphone is my idol. Wow, he's just too perfect with his perfect proportions, unique temperament, and deep facial features. Even if he ventures into the entertainment industry, he'll definitely be as good as those celebrities." Yi Yutong's words of praise continued, and Jiang Zimo next to him couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Young kids nowadays get extremely excited when they see their idols, but he could understand that. After all, he once thought Yi Nanqing was better than a god in heaven. "Uncle, look, after seeing my idol, you'll understand why I like him's really great." Yi Yutong took out a telescope from somewhere and handed it to Jiang Zimo, watching every move on the stage closely. After the host finished his introduction, the lights converged on the center of the stage, and the man in the center of the spotlight began to sing. The sound is really good, coupled with the unique melancholic voice. It blends very subtly with the style of the entire song and the band. Jiang Zimo nodded and took the telescope casually, wanting to see what someone with such a voice looked like. When he saw the man's appearance clearly, he was shocked. The person standing in the center of the stage was actually Gu Zihan, the same Gu Zihan who had always been entangled with Yi Nanqing. When did he start playing in a band? Gu Zihan was indeed dazzling on the stage. Objectively speaking, Jiang Zimo would have admired him if he didn't know the scheming and treachery he often displayed when he was with Yi Nanqing. Thinking back to my past self, if I hadn't given up all my entertainment and interests because of Yi Nanqing, perhaps I would have become such a shining person on the stage. Jiang Zimo didn't want to look at Gu Zihan anymore, because when he saw him, it seemed as if everything was reminding him how unsuccessful and boring he was now. Jiang Zimo shifted his gaze and accidentally fell on the audience seats unexpectedly. He saw several familiar figures in the audience seats. They are Tao Wanwan and Meng Yuhan. They are good sisters who grew up with Yi Nanqing since childhood, and they are also wealthy and prestigious families in City A. When he saw them, Jiang Zimo's heart trembled, and he had a premonition that Yi Nanqing must be present today. He continued to hold the telescope and search around Tao Wanwan and the others,
and finally saw the figures of Yi Nanqing and Zhang Haohao. Zhang Haohao was only 5 years old, and Yi Nanqing actually brought him to the bar.
As a mother, has she lost her maternal awareness in order to support her lover?
Jiang Zimo was a little angry, thinking back to this afternoon at the company when Yi Nanqing told him that she would take Zhang Haohao to a client's house for a social event in the evening. He didn't expect that it was just an excuse to get rid of him. He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly, lamenting how he had failed as a husband and father.
When Zhang Haohao and Yi Nanqing looked at Gu Zihan on the stage, their eyes were full of admiration and amazement, and Jiang Zimo couldn't help feeling a pang of pain in his heart.
The telescope nearly fell from his hand, and he closed his eyes to avoid looking at the unpleasant scenes before him. But the sound of music could not be stopped. As the rhythm of the music quickened, Gu Zihan began a very difficult singing performance. Every transition was perfect, and the stage control was excellent, causing the audience to scream continuously.
The audience was already on fire. Yi Yueyang excitedly pushed Jiang Zimo and continued to immerse herself in the performance.
"Uncle, look, my idol's backing vocalist is amazing, every note is impeccable, I told you, he's really good."
Jiang Zimo did not respond, but there was no way to avoid Gu Zihan's voice. After the song ended, Gu Zihan, standing on the stage, won countless cheers and applause.
Putting aside his past prejudices against him, even Jiang Zimo had to admit that he was indeed very charming. Jiang Zimo had not known before that Gu Zihan had learned so much in the past few years abroad. Compared with Jiang Zimo, who has always focused on Yi Nanqing and paid no attention to himself, he is indeed the person that everyone likes at first sight.
Yi Yueyang, who had been standing next to Jiang Zimo, was immersed in the excitement of meeting her idol for the first time and did not notice his abnormal mood. After the performance, the host began to continue the program. Unlike ordinary band performances, this at the end of the band's performance, many entertainment companies were also invited.
More than a dozen top performing arts companies in City A began vying for the opportunity to collaborate with Hanyue Band. When everyone was wondering which entertainment company Gu Zihan would accept the olive branch from, the light suddenly focused on the audience where Yi Nanqing was.
Yi Nanqing appeared on the big screen with Zhang Haohao in his arms.
The staff also cooperated and handed over the microphone. Yi Nanqing took the microphone and cleared his throat. "I, Yi Nanqing, on behalf of all shareholders of the Yi Group, announce that we will invite Gu Zihan to be the sole spokesperson for our group. I will cover all of Murgu's performance expenses from now on." As soon as she said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Although the Yi Group has always been involved in a wide range of businesses, it does not pay attention to matters in the entertainment industry. Today, Yi Nanqing, as the president of Yi Group, unexpectedly appeared at the scene and offered such good conditions. The audience present speculated that the relationship between her and Gu Zihan was not ordinary. "I heard that Mr. Yi likes young and attractive men the most. He even came in person this time. Is there something fishy going on between the two of them? I've heard that Mr. Yi has a childhood sweetheart who's studying abroad, and he's been waiting for him for a long time. Could it be Gu Zihan? With such a big scene, are they going to make it official?" The discussions of the people around Jiang Zimo continued one after another. He closed his eyes and didn't want to listen, but he could do nothing about it.
22, Chapter 22. He wins just by standing there.
Of course Yi Yueyang knew that Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo were the real couple. After hearing the discussion among the people around her, she turned around and gave those who were gossiping a cold look. "Don't talk nonsense, Gu Zihan is not the kind of man who only relies on women, and Mr. Yi already has a family." Her words aroused the curiosity of the people around her, and several people turned around and surrounded her.
"Who are you? Why do you have the final say? If Mr. Yi had a family, the media would have reported it long ago. What nonsense are you talking about, little brat?"
What was originally a normal discussion gradually became heated due to the dispute between fans. There were even a few older people who reached out and pushed Yi Yueyang. If Jiang Zimo hadn't been there to protect her, she would have been injured long ago.
The situation escalated, and staff finally arrived to understand what was going on. Yi Nanqing's attention also began to shift here.
She first saw the tall Jiang Zimo in the crowd and was indescribably shocked. She never expected that he would find this place.
Zhang Haohao next to him did not notice Jiang Zimo and followed Yi Nanqing's gaze. "Mom, What happened over there? Are people arguing? Yi Nanqing shook his head, then took out his cell phone to call Jiang Zimo.
Jiang Zimo was busy trying to calm Yi Yutong and everyone else. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, saw that it was Yi Nanqing calling, and hung up without hesitation. Yi Nanqing used a telescope to observe Jiang Zimo's situation. Seeing that he rejected her call almost without hesitation, she felt a surge of nameless anger in her heart. In the past, she was the only one who hung up on Jiang Zimo. He clearly followed me here, but now he is deliberately not answering the phone. Is he trying to play hard to get? Originally, she brought Jiang Hao to watch Gu Zihan's performance without telling Jiang Zimo, and she still felt a little guilty. But now seeing that Jiang Zimo actually didn't believe her and even followed her here, she must have already planted spies around her. The little bit of guilt Yi Nanqing felt towards Jiang Zimo immediately disappeared. Finally, with the coordination of the staff and security, the dispute between Yi Yutong and the people around him came to an end. Jiang Zimo reached out and held Yi Yutong in his arms for protection.
Okay, the show is over now. You can go back with me without any worries, right?
Although Yi Yutong still had an expression of reluctance on her face, she thought of what Yi Nanqing had just said in front of all the media, which must have made her uncle feel very uncomfortable. She is not a cold-hearted person, and Jiang Zimo has indeed taken good care of her all along. In order to appease her uncle, she nodded obediently. The two finally squeezed out of the crowded crowd, and Yi Yutong suddenly stopped. "Uncle, I want to go to the bathroom first. Please wait here for me." Jiang Zimo knew that Yi Yutong was not the kind of person who would lie, so he didn't ask any more questions and just stood there waiting for her. Suddenly, a passerby accidentally bumped into him. He turned around to see the other person's appearance clearly, but he didn't expect that the person who bumped into him was Yi Nanqing's good friend Tao Wanwan. The people around Yi Nanqing didn't like Jiang Zimo in the first place, and after seeing him there, Tao Wanwan's expression became even uglier. Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo have been married for 7 years, and most of her friends have barely met Jiang Zimo, and they don't think highly of him. Of course they knew that Yi Nanqing only had Gu Zihan in her heart, and Jiang Zimo was just the one who took advantage of the opportunity when Yi Nanqing needed company the most. In the past, Jiang Zimo had used many methods, whether it was spending money or resources, to build good relationships with Tao Wanwan and others, but in the end he was no match for Gu Zihan's return.
So this is it, some people win just by standing there? Tao Wanwan raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Jiang Zimo with disdain in her eyes. I thought you could endure anything for Nanqing. It seems that you are still feeling uncomfortable after chasing me here today, right?
Jiang Zimo had no intention of arguing with her. He turned around and wanted to leave, but he was worried that Yi Yutong would come back and not find him. Why, I just said this and you can't stand it anymore and want to leave. After seeing Gu Zihan with your own eyes today, you should know the difference between you and him, right?
Indeed, there's a big difference. I won't flirt with married people, nor will I pretend to be single to flirt with other women. Jiang Zimo's response was very indifferent, but he cursed both Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing in one sentence. Tao Wanwan always felt that Jiang Zimo was a very scheming person.
But the Jiang Zimo who was talking to her now made him feel a little strange. It's as if the big bad wolf, who has been disguised as a white rabbit, has finally revealed its true face. Somehow, Tao Wanwan suddenly felt that Jiang Zimo was not as bad as she had always seen. At least now she felt that this man who spoke so aggressively was more interesting than Jiang Zimo, who only knew how to accept things as they came. She sneered and continued jokingly. You've come here today, and it would be so pitiful if you didn't see Nanqing. How about you beg me and I take you to see her? When she said this, she stood straight with her head held high, as if waiting for Jiang Zimo's request.
Jiang Zimo calmly rejected her. No need, I didn't come here to look for her. After he finished speaking, he heard Yi Yutong calling him from behind, so he didn't bother to argue any further and turned around and left. Tao Wanwan frowned as she was looked down upon. Uncle, the person you were talking to just now was my aunt's good friend, right? Did you and my aunt come here together? Jiang Zimo shook his head. I only have one mission here, which is to take you back. After receiving the response, Yi Yutong lowered her head in disappointment, then tried cautiously. A few of my good friends and I have made an appointment to have dinner together soon. I heard that some of them got Brother Zihan's autograph, and I want to see it too.
Yi Yutong didn't know when the way she addressed Gu Zihan had changed to Brother Zihan. Jiang Zimo suddenly felt confused. If Yi Yutong knew that Gu Zihan was the man that Yi Nanqing had always been thinking about, would Yi Yutong stand on her side, or would she loyally follow her idol? He wanted to explain Gu Zihan's identity several times, but he felt that such a choice was too cruel for a teenage girl. More importantly, he was afraid that the answer he would hear would make him lose the little bit of goodwill he had left towards the Yi family.
23, Chapter 23. Another way to attract her attention. When he was hesitating whether to accompany his sister to attend the class reunion, Yi Jiwen called. I heard Nanqing say she saw Tongtong. Have you found her? Bring her back quickly. Yi Jiwen gave the order, and Jiang Zimo could no longer delay and could only reject Tongtong's request. Your grandfather is very angry today, so I have to send you back now. You can find another opportunity to meet with your classmates next time. Tongtong knew Jiang Zimo's status in the Yi family, and understood that insisting on doing so would only make things difficult for him, so she sensibly followed Yi Nanqing back to the Yi family's old house. After Yi Nanqing finished her business, she went to celebrate with Gu Zihan. She didn't return home until midnight with her sleeping child. She looked at the dark room and thought Jiang Zimo had fallen asleep, so she gently carried Jiang Haohao to his bed. When I returned to the room, I found that the dark room was empty. Yi Nanqing frowned, feeling indescribable anger in his heart. But then he thought about what he said in front of so many people today, and Jiang Zimo must feel uncomfortable after hearing it with his own ears. She suddenly thought that maybe she should explain to Jiang Zimo, so she took out her cell phone and called him. After sending Yi Yutong off, Jiang Zimo drove for another hour before returning to the apartment. He was so tired that he didn't even take a shower and fell asleep directly on the bed. He didn't hear Yi Nanqing's call at all. When Yi Nanqing saw that Jiang Zimo didn't answer his call, he thought he was upset with him because of today's concert. Jiang Zimo, do you think I'll come and coax you if you don't answer my calls? I'm just trying to boost Zihan's popularity. Is there any need for you to be angry? Didn't you follow me today? Do you really not trust me? I didn't tell you because you always have wild thoughts. If you hadn't always stopped Haohao and Zihan from meeting, we wouldn't have kept it a secret from you. She sent several text messages to Jiang Zimo one after another, and the more text messages she sent, the more anxious she felt. Recently, she always felt that Jiang Zimo had changed a lot. She hadn't paid attention to it before, but when she thought about it carefully, she realized that Jiang Zimo hadn't come back to live with her for almost a month. At the beginning, she felt comfortable and at ease, as she could meet Gu Zihan anytime without his nagging. But how could Jiang Zimo not come back for such a long time? Did something happen to the Jiang family? Jiang Zimo has been particularly focused on his work during this period. Could it be that the Jiang family's business is no longer doing well? Jiang Zimo concealed his identity as the prince of the Beijing circle. Yi Nanqing only knew that Jiang Zimo's family was an ordinary family business, unremarkable in City A. A few years ago, he also said that his family was not doing well and wanted the Yi group to help. But Yi Nanqing's mind was not on him. She just thought that all this was just a means for him to attract her attention. She would rather donate the money to charity than help Jiang Zimo. If you want money, just tell me directly. The more tricks you use, the more disgusted I become. Thinking of this, she still sent a message. Like the phone call, the text message received no response and the unread sign remained unchanged. Yi Nanqing finally turned off his phone in despair and tossed and turned in bed for a long time, unable to fall asleep. It was obviously Jiang Zimo who did something wrong first, which made her angry, so why should she bow her head? The next day, Yi Nanqing slept so soundly that he ignored the alarm clock calling Jiang Haohao to wake up. Jiang Haohao jumped out of bed and saw that half an hour had passed. He anxiously looked for Jiang Zimo everywhere. Dad, I'm late, why didn't you come and call me? He called out but no one responded. Dad! He called out again, but was met with silence again. Jiang Haohao got up from the bed and went to Yi Nanqing in their room. He pushed open the door and was about to get angry at Jiang Zimo, but found that only his mother was on the bed. He shook the sleeping Yi Nanqing hard and complained. Mom, please don't sleep anymore and take me to school. I am going to be late. Yi Nanqing woke up from her dream with squinted eyes. She had long been accustomed to leaving all of Jiang Haohao's matters to Jiang Zimo. She had never been late before, so she was a little annoyed. Without Jiang Zimo, her burden became greater.
Yi Nanqing took Jiang Haohao's school bag in a daze and went out without even having time to wash up.
Jiang Zimo has formed a biological clock and wakes up very early in the morning.
He opened his phone and saw Yi Nanqing's call and a series of text messages, even a transfer of 3 million yuan, and smiled self-deprecatingly. He looked at the transfer of 3 million, clicked on the refund, and then went out to find Zhang Chao. After he had been driving for a while, he saw a young woman squatting on the ground with a child standing beside her at a nearby intersection. Jiang Zimo's car slowly approached, and he could see clearly that it was Ran Ran and her daughter. He stopped his car in front of Ran Ran and opened the door to show concern for her.
Ran Ran's mother, what's wrong with you? Mr. Jiang, I seem to have a fever today and have a headache now, could you please help me take Ran Ran to school?
Jiang Zimo immediately leaned over and held Ran Ran, whose eyes were filled with tears, in his arms.
Get in the car first, I'll take you to the hospital.
Looking at the dense beads of sweat on Ran Ran's mother's forehead, he felt that it was more important to go to the hospital first. Ran Ran's mother shook her head and said that she had already called a car to pick her up, but she didn't have the strength to take Ran Ran to school. Jiang Zimo also, just as he was about to refuse, the car that Ran Ran's mother had called arrived. After watching her get in the car, Jiang Zimo felt at ease to take Ran Ran to school.
Ran Ran's teacher looked at Jiang Zimo, and since he had never met Ran Ran's father, he spoke politely. Ran Ran's father, why are you here to send the child off today? Where is Ran Ran's mother?
Jiang Zimo was about to explain, but when he looked down, he saw that Ran Ran had not yet recovered from her mother's illness, and he didn't have the heart to expose the teacher's words.
He just nodded and said, her mother is sick, Ran Ran is troubling the teacher.
The teacher nodded with a gossipy look on her face, and her cheeks turned red without her realizing it. After Jiang Zimo turned and left, she hugged Ran Ran and asked,
Ran Ran, what does your father do for a living? Why have I never seen him see you off before? Ran Ran looked at Jiang Zimo's leaving figure, feeling mixed emotions.
How she wished Jiang Zimo was really her father, so that her classmates would no longer make fun of her for being a wild child without a father. Dad is a great hero, a very powerful man. She raised her head and spoke stubbornly, raising her voice, as if she was talking to the other students next to her.
The teacher looked at Jiang Zimo, who was handsome, and couldn't help but become infatuated with him.
Ran Ran's mother is so lucky, her husband is so handsome and gentle, and her children are so obedient. I wish I could marry a husband like him in the future. Upon hearing her sigh, her colleagues hurried over with a look of excitement on their faces. You got the wrong person, didn't you? That guy is the father of our classmate Jiang Haohao.
24, Chapter 24, It's really strange, the father has 2 children, and the children have 2 fathers.
The person who spoke was Jiang Haohao's teacher. She had watched Jiang Zimo send her child to school for 2 years. How could she have made a mistake?
Ran Ran's teacher was confused and shocked, but he had clearly carried Ran Ran into the school just now. How could one person be both Ran Ran's father and Jiang Haohao's father?
But I just called him Ran Ran's dad, and he didn't explain. Could it be that you saw it wrong? Ran Ran's dad is so handsome. Jiang Zimo today is indeed very different from before. To be more precise, he has been very different since he made up his mind to divorce Yi Nanqing. Maybe this is what it means to not fall in love and focus on your own charm. The 2 teachers each insisted on their own opinion and neither believed the other. Suddenly, Jiang Haohao's teacher remembered that Jiang Haohao had not come to school today, and guessed that Jiang Zimo would send him to school as usual. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Jiang Haohao hasn't arrived yet today. The one who will bring him here later must be the one from before. But you know what, I also think his father is quite handsome today. When the 2 young teachers talked about the handsome guy, the corners of their mouths began to rise uncontrollably. After waiting for a while, just when the kindergarten was about to close, Jiang Haohao got out of the car holding an adult's hand. After Jiang Haohao's teacher saw Jiang Haohao, he spoke to his colleague next to him before he could even see who was following him.
Look, it's coming.
The 2 of them stared intently at Jiang Haohao, who was gradually approaching, but when he walked up to them, they were both surprised.
The person who brought Jiang Haohao to school was not Jiang Zimo or Yi Nanqing, but someone the teacher had never seen before.
She glanced at her colleague awkwardly, and Ran Ran's teacher raised an eyebrow at her with an expression that said, "You see, I told you." Teacher Haohao spoke politely to Jiang Haohao awkwardly.
How, you're late today. Who was this person who brought you here? Where are your parents?
Zhang Haohao rubbed his unwashed eyes and said dazedly, this is my father Gu. The two teachers were confused when they heard this, but they were too embarrassed to show it too obviously in front of Gu Zihan, so they could only smile and nod. Yi Nanqing was about to send Zhang Haohao out in the morning when he suddenly received a call from the company saying that one of Yi Group's international partners would be dropping into the company for an assessment today, and as the president of Yi Group, Yi Nanqing had to attend.
She could only call Gu Zihan and ask him to take Zhang Haohao to school. Zhang Haohao was a little dissatisfied because he was late today and his mother was so busy that she didn't even wash his face.
He pouted and complained to Yi Nanqing. Mom, you are too careless. You are not like Dad at all. Dad is very careful. My classmate's mother is also very careful.
Yi Nanqing, who was already busy, simply ignored his complaints.
Mom, when will Dad come back? Without him, you won't be able to help me wash. After Zhang Haohao said this, Yi Nanqing realized that Zhang Zimo was the only one who took care of all the trivial matters at home. Although there is a nanny at home, Zhang Zimo does everything herself, as long as it is related to her and Zhang Haohao. A grown man deals with the daily necessities of life all day long, but he never complains. This was the first time Yi Nanqing felt that this family had become a little worse because of Zhang Zimo's absence. She planned to have a good talk with Zhang Zimo after finishing the company's affairs today. Gu Zihan and Zhang Haohao said goodbye in front of the teacher. Zhang Haohao said to him reluctantly, Dad Gu, can you come pick me up from school tonight? Gu Zihan smiled and nodded. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After Gu Zihan sent Zhang Haohao to school, he drove to Lantu Group. After returning to China, he did not devote all his attention to Yi Nanqing. He knew that Yi Nanqing had Zhang Zimo, the ultimate bootlicker, by her side, and she did not need anyone else to revolve around her. After understanding the professional directions and development prospects of all enterprises in City A, he finally found Lantu Group, which was highly compatible with him. What attracted him most was Lantu Group's killer feature, the multimodal fusion technology called Infinity. This technology is top-notch in the country and even internationally, and Lantu Group has not made any outstanding achievements in other fields. However, this Infinity can cover the entire field of intelligent computers. The technical core of Infinity is the commercial secret of Lantu Group. Gu Zihan was very interested in this technology, so he submitted his resume to Lantu Group as soon as he returned to China. Although he did not successfully obtain a degree certificate, he participated in many competitions during his time abroad and won no less than 20 awards of various sizes. He also has his own unique insights into AI and programming. He went to Lantu today to prepare for the final negotiations with the CEO. Before Gu Zihan arrived, Zhang Zimo's car had already been parked in the underground parking garage of Lantu Group. Lantu Group President's Office. Zhang Chao and Zhang Zimo sat facing each other, both with smiles on their faces. Why did you specifically ask me to come to the company today? Are you urging me to go to work so soon? Zhang Zimo frowned slightly, and his handsome features were filled with a hint of melancholy. Zhang Chao smiled brightly. Of course, without you in the company, even those small shrimps are about to surpass us. If you don't come back, my dad will ask me to go back to Beijing. Zhang Zimo smiled slightly. She smiled and didn't respond. You were the one who insisted on me setting up my company here, saying it would make it easier to raise funds for Yi Nanqing's company. Look at her now, she's almost stepping on me. You must be responsible. Zhang Zimo chuckled, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I didn't expect her to develop so quickly, but this is a good thing. Competition is motivation. Zhang Zimo paused and continued, but don't worry, I will definitely get the company back on track when I come back. Zhang Chao nodded. He knew Zhang Zimo's abilities and believed that he could turn the situation around. After all, Zhang Zimo was once a legend in Lantu Group. The Infinity he experimentally wrote 5 years ago has become the mainstay of Lantu's 5-year undefeated streak. His position is unshakable. Speaking of which, no matter how much I begged you before, you refused to leave that Yi Group. Why did you finally make up your mind this time? Is it Yi? It has nothing to do with her. I figured it out myself. And it's time to return to my life, Zhang Zimo said calmly. Zhang Chao continued jokingly, if you, young Master Jiang, really want to return to your life, you can easily turn City A upside down with a wave of your hand. Why bother coming to work with me? Honestly, you haven't completely let it go, have you? Jiang Zimo was slightly stunned. Perhaps it was because Zhang Chao's words were too straightforward, so that the last bit of selfishness in his heart was easily exposed by him.
25, Chapter 25, No one can compare to you in terms of talent.
Jiang Zimo remained silent. Zhang Chao was worried that his words might have hurt him, so he quickly changed his words. Okay, I was just kidding actually, I called you here today for something important. I want to introduce someone to you.
Jiang Zimo's mood quickly returned to normal. He asked curiously, who do you need to introduce to me?
The company interviewed a group of new hires a few days ago, and one of them was very promising. He had just returned from studying abroad. Besides, he really likes your Infinity. I think if he works with you in the future, our company will definitely get better and better. Zhang Chao's face was full of seriousness. Jiang Zimo rarely saw him praise someone like this, and his curiosity about that person increased. Then please tell me what kind of genius you are that makes you praise it so highly.
Zhang Chao laughed and jokingly said, if we have to talk about genius, who can compare to you? I just think he has some of the strength you once had.
Jiang Zimo was so flattered that he laughed so hard that he bent over, but he quickly regained his composure.
What's your name? When will they arrive?
Gu Zihan, I made an appointment with him at 10 o'clock. He should be here soon.
After hearing Gu Zihan's name, Jiang Zimo's smiling mouth immediately froze. He couldn't believe it. Could it be such a coincidence?
I've seen his resume and he's won many awards. I'll ask him to come in for a chat today. If there's no problem, you can sign him.
Zhang Chao didn't notice Jiang Zimo's emotional fluctuations and continued talking to himself.
Only when his words received no response did he turn his head and look at Jiang Zimo.
Hello, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? Why are you suddenly in a daze?
Jiang Zimo shook his head hesitantly, but still said to Zhang Chao, the person you are talking about, did he graduate from university like us? Did he go directly to the United States after graduation and just come back this year? Zhang Chao listened to Jiang Zimo telling him Gu Zihan's information one by one, and was a little shocked that they actually knew each other.
Hey, how do you know so much? Could it be that you noticed this potential stock before me?
Jiang Zimo shook his head, his expression gradually becoming serious. I may say this with a bit of ulterior motive, but I hope you won't recruit him into the company.
After hearing Jiang Zimo's words, the smile on Zhang Chao's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Jiang Zimo in confusion. What's wrong? Is there any grudge between you and him?
Jiang Zimo took a deep breath, then said earnestly, this Gu Zihan is Yi Nanqing's affair partners, the one Yi Nanqing has been thinking about all these years. Zhang Chao's chin almost touched his chest in shock.
He is Jiang Zimo's best brother, but Jiang Zimo has rarely told them about his emotional affairs.
He only knew that Jiang Zimo was deeply in love with Yi Nanqing, and he also knew that Yi Nanqing had not been very nice to him. But he didn't know that there was a third party between Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo, and he didn't know that this third party was the new employee he was optimistic about.
After listening to Jiang Zimo's explanation, he immediately nodded.
Of course I didn't know about the relationship between you and him before, but now that I know, I will definitely not let him enter Lantu. Jiang Zimo felt a little apologetic. He knew that Zhang Chao was a person who valued talents very much, and he also knew that Lantu was in urgent need of new blood. But he had finally managed to break away from Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan, and didn't want to deal with Gu Zihan all day in his future work. What are you talking about? First of all, he's nothing compared to you. Besides, someone who destroys other people's families might have bad intentions when he comes to the company. Zhang Chao changed the subject, trying his best not to burden Jiang Zimo. Of course Jiang Zimo saw through it at once. He was very happy to have such a close friend by his side when he felt like a failure countless times.
I'm sorry, I will work hard in the company from now on.
Alright, we have a relationship where you're still being polite. You've made me the bad guy a lot in the past in order to pursue Yi Nanqing. Look, brother, when have I ever said no?
Zhang Chao's face was full of pride, and he patted his chest and said proudly. Brother, aren't you afraid that I'll ruin your company if I don't have a job for so many years?
Professor Tang once said that you are a once-in-a-century talent, on par with him when he was young. In terms of talent, none of them can compare to you. What Zhang Chao said was not an exaggeration at all. Although Jiang Zimo has not been engaged in this kind of work for a long time, the Infinity program he created when Lantu was just founded 5 years ago was already ahead of the technology at that time and even now. Moreover, Moreover, he wrote this program on a whim, and it can be said that it is a story that is sung by everyone in the entire industry. If it weren't for the fact that Infinity also cooperated with international organizations and signed a confidentiality agreement, Jiang Zimo's legendary story would have been known to everyone. Now everyone only knows that there is such a genius among the graduates of City A, but no one knows his true identity.
The two were chatting when Zhang Chao's phone rang. It was Gu Zihan asking him where to meet.
He rejected Gu Zihan and said only that the company had found someone better than him, a more suitable person.
Mr. Zhang, it's hard to find a better resume than mine in the entire talent market of City A. I don't believe anyone's sincerity can surpass mine. Gu Zihan's tone was full of confidence.
Zhang Chao replied indifferently, Mr. Gu is indeed very capable and gifted. However, Lantu has always valued character more than talent. Our company's operating philosophy may not be in line with Murgu's tone. Zhang Chao's words were polite but also hurtful, and he immediately pointed out Gu Zihan's character problems. Gu Zihan, who had never been treated like this before, said angrily.
What do you mean? Weren't we all fine when we talked a few days ago? Did you believe some of my rumors and have any misunderstandings about me?
Zhang Chao didn't give him face and just said it simply and directly. I heard that Mr. Gu likes to destroy other people's families. What I hate most in my life is a mistress. As soon as these words were spoken, no matter how dumb Gu Zihan was, he understood what Zhang Chao meant. He didn't know who it was and told Zhang Chao all this, which caused Zhang Chao's attitude towards him to change 180 degrees. I chose Lantu because there are seniors there whom I respect. Since we are not destined to be together, I won't force it. I hope that Mr. Zhang will not regret his emotional behavior today in a few years.
After saying this, Gu Zihan hung up the phone angrily. Every detail of his conversation with Zhang Chao reached Jiang Zimo's ears.
He was somewhat grateful to Zhang Chao for speaking up for him, but he was also worried that Ji Nanqing would retaliate against him if he said that. I've said all the harsh words, you have to do your best. Don't embarrass me, brother. He still looked nonchalant, and Jiang Zimo felt warm in his heart.
26, Chapter 26. Come back tonight and have dinner together. Gu Zihan was defeated by Lantu and came to Yi Group to find Yi Nanqing angrily.
Yi Nanqing had just finished his morning meeting, and seeing that he looked unhappy, he immediately expressed his concern.
What's wrong? You don't look happy.
Gu Zihan shook his head. He certainly would not tell Yi Nanqing that he had invested in other companies, because he had always told Yi Nanqing that he would help her manage the Yi Group.
This is why Yi Nanqing directly handed the assistant job to Gu Zihan. You're busy at work today, aren't you? I feel a little sorry for you. Gu Zihan smiled and looked at Yi Nanqing with a face full of worry. You are the only one who cares if I'm tired or not. I am not tired at all when you're by my side.
Yi Nanqing smiled, her tone full of girlish cuteness.
By the way, let's have lunch together. I heard there's a delicious Western restaurant downstairs. Their steaks are pretty good. Gu Zihan gently stroked Yi Nanqing's hair with a doting tone. Yi Nanqing shook his head, looking somewhat unhappy. She never liked steak and hated the taste of beef. Jiang Zimo has never forgotten these things, but Gu Zihan doesn't seem to remember them so clearly. For some reason, Yi Nanqing began to unconsciously compare Gu Zihan and Jiang Zimo in his mind.
Judging from his appearance, Gu Zihan is a standard 18 meters tall, with fair skin and delicate features, which makes him look very pleasing to the eye. Jiang Zimo has never paid much attention to his appearance except for regular fitness and exercise. Although he is not as delicate as Gu Zihan, his three-dimensional facial features and deep eyes are also very charming. In every aspect of life, Jiang Zimo took care of her in every possible way, and Gu Zihan could not be as attentive as him.
She suddenly missed Jiang Zimo. Nanqing, what's wrong with you? If you don't want to eat steak, we can still.
Seeing that his invitation did not receive the expected enthusiastic response, Gu Zihan reminded. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Nanqing. I have something to do at noon today and don't have time to have lunch with you. Come next time. Yi Nanqing said this with a serious expression on his face.
Hearing the urge to leave in her tone, Gu Zihan tactfully said goodbye to her and left.
After Gu Zihan left the company, Yi Nanqing took out his cell phone and called his home landline. It was Lu Ma who answered the phone.
Hello?
After hearing that it was Lu Ma's voice, Yi Nanqing felt a little disappointed.
Is Jiang Zimo not back yet? Hasn't come back yet, ma'am, is there anything you want me to tell him? Yi Nanqing hung up the phone angrily and then called Zhang Zimo. Zhang Zimo was looking at the latest program in Lantu, studying a series of astronomical numbers.
When I heard the phone ringing, I didn't have time to look at the notes and subconsciously pressed the answer button.
Hello. Zhang Zimo, you finally answered the phone. What on earth are you doing behind my back? You don't answer the phone and you don't come home. Am I giving you too much freedom?
Zhang Zimo didn't expect that the person who called would be Yi Nanqing. She spoke a lot of words in a rapid-fire manner, leaving him stunned where he stood.
To have something to do, what's wrong? Zhang Zimo quickly adjusted his mood and responded lightly.
Come back and cook something tonight. Hao said he wants to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs you made.
Not tonight, you can order him a takeaway, just order. Zhang Zimo's refusal made Yi Nanqing frown.
In the past, Zhang Zimo was the only one who would cook and beg me to come home for dinner, but today he actually refused my request to have dinner with him. Yi Nanqing's anger suddenly rose up. She raised her voice and yelled at Zhang Zimo on the other end of the phone.
Zhang Zimo, what's wrong with you? Hao wants to eat the food you cook. Is that too much to ask? You don't even care about your family now, do you?
Her chest was heaving violently, and her knuckles were turning white from the force of holding the phone. Zhang Zimo was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. The dense data flashed before his eyes, but at this moment his mind was completely confused by Yi Nanqing's questioning. He took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound steady. You always said my cooking wasn't tasty. I haven't cooked for a long time, so it should be even harder to swallow now. Whether you do it or not is your business, and whether you eat or not is our business. You must come back tonight.
Yi Nanqing's tone was firm, even commanding.
Zhang Zimo opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but he felt like thousands of words were stuck in his throat and he didn't know where to start.
Yi Nanqing didn't continue talking, and silence fell between the two of them.
Zhang Zimo's eyes were always focused on the data on the screen. He didn't listen carefully to Yi Nanqing's words, let alone notice her emotional changes.
Beep, beep, beep. Yi Nanqing hung up the phone.
Zhang Zimo sat in the office for the entire afternoon, and at 4:30 he was growling with hunger. At this time, he thought of Yi Nanqing's phone call just now and was wondering whether he should go home. The familiar ringtone rang again. He glanced at the phone number and saw it was his home landline, so he answered it.
Hello?
Hey, sir, Master Hao is feeling a little unwell today. Can you please?
Zhang Zimo was a little worried whether this was Yi Nanqing and Lu Ma had colluded to trick herself into going home, but then she thought that Lu Ma would not joke about the child, so she finally drove home.
Zhang Hao lay on the bed with his cheeks red and hot. The family doctor was examining him, and Yi Nanqing next to him had a serious expression and was full of worry. He has a slight fever. I've already given him a fever-reducing injection. Please take good care of him. As long as he doesn't have a fever again tonight, he'll be fine.
Yi Nanqing nodded to the doctor.
Zhang Hao, with red cheeks, looked at Yi Nanqing with tears in his eyes, feeling aggrieved. Mom, why hasn't Dad come back yet? I really want to eat the pumpkin millet porridge he made. My stomach feels so uncomfortable. Yi Nanqing's heart tightened, and her eyes reddened slightly. She gently stroked Hao's forehead and said softly, Hao, be good, Daddy will be back soon, just hold on a little longer. But after she said this, she felt unsure. Zhang Zimo's recent alienation made her unsure whether he would show up in time. Zhang Zimo rushed home anxiously. Along the way, Hao's cute appearance and Yi Nanqing's angry face appeared alternately in his mind, and he stepped on the accelerator a little deeper. As soon as the car stopped at the door, Zhang Zimo rushed in and went straight to Hao's room. Seeing his son lying on the bed with a red face, his eyes instantly became moist. He walked over, sat down beside the bed, held Hao's little hand, and said in a trembling voice, Hao, Daddy is here, don't be afraid. Hao opened his eyes slightly, and when he saw Zhang Zimo, he pulled a weak smile from the corner of his mouth. Dad, I miss you so much. I miss the porridge you made. 27, Chapter 27. It's so comfortable to sleep with Dad. Zhang Zimo turned his head to look at Yi Nanqing and asked calmly, How is he? Has the doctor come to see him? Yi Nanqing repeated to Zhang Zimo what the doctor had just said to her. He nodded without responding, walked to Zhang Hao and patted his chest gently, then walked into the kitchen. He was busy in the kitchen for 40 minutes and a pot of fragrant pumpkin millet porridge was ready. Zhang Zimo scooped it out into a small bowl, placed it to his lips and blew it carefully. Zhang Haohao looked at the pumpkin porridge in Jiang Zimo's hand, and his eyes immediately lit up. "Dad, why did you only serve one bowl? Mom hasn't eaten yet, you should serve a bowl for her too." Jiang Zimo didn't answer. Yi Nanqing never ate the food she cooked before, so this time he made very little porridge, almost the amount for Zhang Haohao's 2 bowls. He was a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He felt a little guilty when he looked at Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing rarely got angry and stood up coldly. "I'll go get it myself." Before Jiang Zimo could explain, Yi Nanqing walked out of the room and went to the kitchen. When she saw that the pot was empty, she was furious. Zhang Haohao snuggled in Jiang Zimo's arms, drinking porridge in big gulps, and looked much more energetic. Yi Nanqing originally wanted to scold him loudly, but seeing Zhang Haohao's spirit that had finally recovered, he couldn't bear to destroy the harmonious atmosphere. She returned to Zhang Haohao's bed in embarrassment. Jiang Zimo was concentrating on feeding Zhang Haohao porridge and didn't pay attention to everything around him. After he finished feeding him all the porridge, he stood up and took the bowl to the kitchen. When Jiang Zimo came back from the kitchen, he saw Yi Nanqing sitting on the sofa in the living room, still holding his cell phone and talking on the phone. Looking at her upturned lips and gentle tone, he immediately realized that the person opposite her was Gu Zihan. "Don't worry, the doctor has been to see him, and Aunt Lu and I have been with him the whole time." Yi Nanqing's answer deliberately concealed Jiang Zimo's existence. Jiang Zimo felt a little uncomfortable after hearing all this. Does Gu Zihan really feel sorry for Haohao from the bottom of his heart? Or is it just to find an excuse to get close to Yi Nanqing? He didn't want to dwell on these things too much now, so he withdrew his gaze and returned to Zhang Haohao's room. Zhang Haohao, who had eaten and drunk his fill, was already asleep on the bed, and his complexion looked much better. Jiang Zimo was originally struggling with whether to go back to the apartment to sleep, but Yi Nanqing was still on the phone in the living room. If no one took care of him, Zhang Haohao might be in danger. "It seems that I have no choice but to stay here today." Jiang Zimo took advantage of Zhang Haohao's sleep and turned back to the master bedroom. When he opened the wardrobe, he found that it was no different from before he left. He didn't know whether Yi Nanqing didn't want to deal with it, or she didn't come back often and didn't notice his absence at all. Jiang Zimo smiled coldly. Without thinking too much, he took his bathrobe and went into the bathroom and the master bedroom to take a shower. 10 minutes later, when he came out of the shower, Yi Nanqing had already returned to Zhang Haohao's room to accompany him. "Let me look after him. Go take a shower and rest. You've worked hard today." While he was speaking, his eyes were always on Zhang Haohao lying on the bed. Yi Nanqing looked up at him but did not meet his gaze. "Let's sleep in Haohao's room today. You go to sleep first, I'll come back later." What she meant was that she wanted the two of them to sleep with Zhang Haohao together. Jiang Zimo replied calmly, "I can handle it alone, you should have a good rest." His tone was full of resistance and reluctance. As the two of them were talking to each other, Zhang Haohao also opened his eyes. He reluctantly reached out and took Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo's hands, acting coquettishly. "Mom and Dad, I want you to sleep with me. It's been a long time since I slept with you." Yi Nanqing didn't say anything, just looked at Jiang Zimo and waited for his response. Jiang Zimo also felt sorry for the sick Zhang Haohao, and didn't want to disappoint him, so he could only nod. The three of them lay on the bed. Zhang Haohao put his arms around Jiang Zimo's neck and said coquettishly, "Daddy, you're so warm and comfortable." Zhang Haohao felt that Jiang Zimo seemed warmer and more comfortable than Gu Zihan. However, he was worried that saying this would make his father unhappy, so he kept it in his heart. He smiled, turned around and hugged Yi Nanqing again. "And Mommy, you smell so good. I love Mommy and Daddy so much." In their warm embrace, Zhang Haohao gradually fell asleep. Yi Nanqing was also tired after a day of work and soon closed his eyes. At this sight, Zhang Haohao tossed and turned and kicked the quilt. Jiang Zimo was busy taking care of him and didn't sleep for long. The next day, Jiang Zimo got up at dawn. After running downstairs for a while, I returned home and touched Zhang Haohao, who was sleeping in bed. He no longer had a fever, so Jiang Zimo assured Lu Ma about some things, went back to the kitchen and fiddled with it for a while, preparing breakfast for them, then took his clothes and drove to Lantu. Zhang Haohao opened his eyes and found that Jiang Zimo was no longer beside him. He pushed Yi Nanqing beside him and asked anxiously, "Mom, where's Dad?" Yi Nanqing didn't expect Jiang Zimo to get up so early after getting dressed. He walked into the living room and saw that Lu Ma was already busy.
Auntie Lu, where is Jiang Zimo? Good morning, my husband has gone out for something and has prepared breakfast for you.
Yi Nanqing listened and glanced. He glanced at the breakfast on the table and didn't respond. On the way to the company, Jiang Zimo received a call from Chen Chen.
Brother Jiang, could you come to the company today? I lost a very important document. Could you help me find it? If Mr. Yi knew about this, I would definitely be fired. Jiang Zimo frowned, not wanting to be involved in the affairs of the Yi group.
I've already resigned. You can handle it on your own. You renew here, so she won't be too strict with you. He didn't say this to comfort Chen Chen, but over the years Yi Nanqing had indeed been friendly and tolerant to all men except Jiang Zimo. Chen Chen is young and good at talking. Yi Nanqing will definitely like him very much.
Chen Chen on the other end of the phone was not so calm. He had just graduated from graduate school and had finally found a job in a company as big as the Yi Group. He didn't want to be fired so soon.
Please, Brother Jiang, this material is really important. He kept on begging, and Jiang Zimo became a little annoyed. Every issue of the materials will be backed up at headquarters. You can ask for a USB drive from headquarters and find the corresponding materials. After hearing this, Chen Chen finally hung up the phone with relief. As soon as the call was hung up, Yi Nanqing called. Her tone was cold and her words were full of accusations.
Aren't you taking the kids to school today? What's so important?
Yi Nanqing felt that she had given Jiang Zimo a way out by asking him to come back for dinner yesterday, but Jiang Zimo did not follow her lead as usual, which made her very distressed.
28, Chapter 28, It's just a backdoor.
I have some things to do at home, so you will take care of the child during this time. He originally wanted to ask Yi Nanqing when the divorce agreement could be signed, but seeing that she didn't mention it, he thought she had her own plans, so he didn't say anything.
Just how big of a deal is this? Didn't I already give you 3 million? How much more do you want?
Jiang Zimo's face was full of fatigue, but his tone was very calm.
I'm not here to ask you for money. I've already returned the 3 million to you. I have my own things to deal with.
After Jiang Zimo finished speaking, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yi Nanqing's response. After separating from Yi Nanqing, he felt that his life was gradually getting back on track. As long as Yi Nanqing signs and handles the financial division issue, he can leave here with peace of mind. When Jiang Zimo returned to Lantu, he happened to meet his senior from college, Tang Xinyu, downstairs.
Tang Xinyu is Master Tang's apprentice, 1 year older than Jiang Zimo and the others.
I took good care of him during my college years. I didn't expect that we would meet here again after so many years of graduation.
Tang Xinyu recognized Jiang Zimo, whom she hadn't seen for 7 years, at a glance.
Junior brother, long time no see. I thought you went somewhere else to develop. Jiang Zimo was a little confused when he saw Tang Xinyu, and only recognized her after seeing her face clearly.
Senior sister Tang, it's you, it's been a long time.
After a brief greeting, the two discovered that Tang Xinyu had also joined Lantu 2 years ago and was now the team leader of Lantu's special planning department.
Okay, now you have to join us, and we can fight side by side again.
The two of them walked upstairs to the company building while chatting, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. When they arrived at Tang Xinyu's office, Jiang Zimo sat facing her. Zhang Chao saw the two of them sitting together, walked over and said with a smile, "Hey, how did you two know each other? I was going to introduce you." Zhang Chao and Jiang Zimo are not in the same major, so he didn't know that Tang Xinyu was Jiang Zimo's senior sister.
After Jiang Zimo's brief introduction, the three of them sighed that fate was truly wonderful. Colleagues outside the office door listened to the laughter coming from inside and began to speculate. "Have you heard? The company has hired a genius. I heard that team leader Tang will introduce him to us at the meeting later." "Of course, I also know that he graduated from University A and is an international student in the United States."
The person who spoke was Gu Zihan's high school classmate. She heard that Gu Zihan was very interested in Lantu Group's Infinity, so she gave him an internal referral spot. She likes Gu Zihan and secretly hopes to get closer to him in the workplace. Gu Zihan's resume is excellent, and Tang Xinyu has also expressed her appreciation for him, so Gu Zihan's classmates have already determined in their hearts that Gu Zihan is the new colleague who is about to join the company. She was even eager to show off Gu Zihan's excellence to other colleagues, but she was worried that other female colleagues would snatch it from her, so she didn't say anything in the end. While they were discussing, Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao also walked out of the office. Everyone started to cheer. Team leader Tang, I heard that you were going to introduce us to a genius today. When will you bring him out for us to meet? Tang Xinyu smiled slightly, her cheeks flushed slightly.
You all know it already, I just wanted to keep it a secret.
Gu Zihan's classmate walked across the crowd and excitedly said to Tang Xinyu, Team leader Tang, just hand over little Gu, know everything.
Xiao Gu, our company's new employee's last name isn't Gu? Tang Xinyu looked at the girl in front of her with some confusion.
Gu Zihan's classmates were stunned for a moment, the smile on their faces froze instantly, and a hint of surprise and confusion flashed in their eyes. She muttered to herself, that's impossible. Team leader Tang clearly said he wanted to introduce a genius. Could it be Gu Zihan? If not him, who else could compare to him? Seeing her like this, Tang Xinyu couldn't help laughing and explained.
I know what you're talking about, but the new colleague's surname isn't Gu, it's Jiang.
His name is Jiang Zimo. He graduated from University A and is also my junior. He just came to the company today, and I was planning to bring him to meet everyone.
The expressions on Gu Zihan's classmates' faces changed from disappointment to confusion and anger.
In order to work in the same company as Gu Zihan, she even bribed the HR department with a week's lunch, asking her to put Gu Zihan's resume in the most conspicuous place. She originally thought that Gu Zihan's employment was a foregone conclusion, but unexpectedly, Jiang Zimo showed up halfway and shattered her girlish fantasy.
At this time, Jiang Zimo also came out of the office.
She looked at Jiang Zimo carefully. His eyebrows and features are not bad, but they are less delicate than Gu Zihan's. This person seemed to have seen him and Tang Xinyu being very intimate downstairs this morning.
Team leader Tang, I wonder if Lantu's recruitment requirements now rely on appearance?
She retorted boldly, her tone full of disdain. Jiang Zimo's face darkened slightly. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing just after joining the company. He was not a person who liked to cause trouble, but the other party's tone was really unacceptable.
Jiang Zimo was about to open his mouth to explain, but Tang Xinyu beat him to the punch, saying in a cold but firm tone, Shaolin, our company only looks at ability when selecting people. Are you misunderstanding Zimo?
Shaolin's face turned ugly instantly. She originally thought that she had some connections in the company, but she didn't expect Tang Xinyu to refute her in public face. She retorted unwillingly, Team leader Tang, I just think that talents like Gu Zihan are what our company really needs. Not only does he have excellent grades, but he also has extensive internship experience in the United States. Although Jiang Zimo also graduated from University A, there's nothing particularly impressive on his resume. Although Shaolin didn't know where Jiang Zimo came from, he knew that he was definitely not as good as Gu Zihan, so he insisted that he got into Lantu because of his relationship with Tang Xinyu. Jiang Zimo frowned slightly when he heard this. He said calmly, Ms. Lin, a resume doesn't fully represent a person's abilities. Although I haven't had any internship experience in the United States, I have accumulated considerable experience in several projects in China. I believe that if you give me a chance, I will not let you down. Shaolin sneered and continued to refute, experience, then tell me what major projects you have completed and what awards you have won. Jiang Zimo was slightly stunned. Over the years, the focus of his life has been on Yi Nanqing and Jiang Haohao. Apart from the good results of Infinity which he founded right after graduation, he really has no other practical achievements.
Infinity is still an international confidential cooperation, so he can't say it. Looking at the aggressive Kobayashi, he couldn't say anything to refute. Two really can't produce any concrete results right now, but in my future work. You're not going to say something empty and pretentious like I'm actually very capable at work, are you? You're just bragging when you join the company, and once you're hired, who's going to care even if you're not capable enough? 29, Chapter 29, When did he leave? Jiang Zimo looked at the people in front of him who were full of suspicion. He knew that he had no way to defend himself, so he spoke in a gentle tone. Then in the next week, you can supervise me. If you feel that I don't meet the requirements of Lantu employees, I can leave immediately. With everyone half believing and half doubting, Jiang Zimo's bet with everyone was established. Yi Nanqing sent Jiang Haohao to school alone, and when he returned to the company, he felt extremely tired. She gently covered her stomach and asked Secretary Zhao to bring in a cup of hot apple and orange tea. Fortunately, Chen Chen had already learned how to make hot orange tea from Jiang Zimo, and soon Secretary Zhao entered Yi Nanqing's office with tea. Holding the hot orange tea in his hand, Yi Nanqing's expression gradually relaxed after taking a sip, his brows furrowed again. There was something wrong with the taste of today's hot orange tea. She put the cup on the table with a serious expression. Why is the tea we made today so unpalatable? Did Jiang Zimo do it on purpose? This cup of tea was completely different from what Jiang Zimo usually made. It was so bitter that it was difficult to drink. Secretary Zhao was a little embarrassed and responded in a low voice. This cup of tea was not made by Assistant Jiang, but by the new Assistant Chen. Yi Nanqing was puzzled. Jiang Zimo had always been responsible for making her tea. When would it be someone else's turn? When did this Assistant Chen come? Where's Jiang Zimo? Why don't you ask him to make it? Didn't I say I only drink what he makes? Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her body seemed to be trembling slightly due to discomfort. Assistant Jiang has resigned, so the tea was given to Assistant Chen. Upon hearing Jiang Zimo's resignation, Yi Nanqing sat up straight. Resignation? Who allowed him to resign? Why didn't anyone tell me? He should not work in the company. But she never thought that Jiang Zimo would actually leave Yi Group. It's been a week since I left my job, and she didn't even notice. Then why didn't he go home last month? What was he busy with? Okay, I got it. Yi Nanqing waved coldly to Secretary Zhao. Secretary Zhao was a little embarrassed looking at the tea she had placed on the table. She was a little overwhelmed. Then, shall I make you another cup of tea? No, take this away and throw it away. Give me a cup of coffee instead, without milk or sugar. Black coffee, no matter how bad a person is at making it, he can make it well. Yi Nanqing took out her cell phone and prepared to text Jiang Zimo, but then she thought that this might be his new tactic, just to trick her into coaxing him. Maybe he would come back on his own in a few days. Thinking of this, she put the phone down again. Jiang Zimo stayed in Lantu for a whole day. When he came out of the office, Xiaolin was standing at his door, looking him up and down with a provocative look in his eyes. After hiding in the office all day, you finally dare to come out and see people. If you replace the employee you pushed out, maybe we can all tolerate you working as a cleaner here. Xiaolin felt deep down that it was Jiang Zimo who squeezed out Gu Zihan by using the back door. She checked Jiang Zimo's resume yesterday. He was just an undergraduate graduate from University A, not to mention studying abroad. He didn't even have any work experience. She didn't understand how such a person could defeat Gu Zihan and enter Lantu. Jiang Zimo didn't say anything and put the information in his arms on Xiaolin's desk. What is this? You can't do it, so you want me to cover for you? Kobayashi still looked unhappy as he spoke. He picked up a book and started flipping through it. As she watched, she suddenly froze in place and stopped moving her hands. Did you make all these materials yourself? Did you ask anyone else to help you? Jiang Zimo nodded. These documents may seem disorganized, but they're actually quite easy to sort out if you categorize them properly. I've already sorted out the problematic files. He was holding another pile of documents in his hands, which should be the problematic materials he mentioned. Impossible. How could you possibly finish all this in one day? After hearing Kobayashi's words, the colleagues who were originally just standing and watching from a distance gradually gathered around and picked up the documents and passed them around to read. These files were all prepared for trial implementation. When we discovered problems, we spent a long time searching for solutions but couldn't figure out how to fix them. Unexpectedly, once Jiang Zimo had marked them, the solutions became immediately clear. Yes, and this one, the one team leader Tang said was hopeless, he actually modified it. Everyone was talking, and the look they gave Jiang Zimo gradually changed from suspicion to disbelief. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask me any questions. I basically remember all these documents. Jiang Zimo's voice was calm, and his eyes seemed to be looking down on the world. Xiao Jiang, what did you do before? We've been studying this material for a long time and still can't understand it, but you can point it out so clearly. Except for Xiaolin, all the colleagues looked at Jiang Zimo with admiration. I used to work as a clerk at the Yi Group, so I had less exposure to professional issues, but it's not difficult to catch up. The silent Kobayashi seemed to grasp the key point and continued to ask questions. Stop bragging. Yi's Group is the top company in City Aoi. Would you choose Lantu over such a great company?
Overall, Ye's collection, the development of the group is indeed much better than that of Lantu, and the salary and benefits are also far better than Lantu.
Jiang Zimo didn't explain, turned around and smiled at other colleagues. If everyone can accept this, I will come and work with you guys later.
After witnessing Jiang Zimo's strength with their own eyes, everyone no longer doubted him. Even if he really got in through the back door, he is truly capable and insightful. With a colleague like him, everyone can avoid a lot of useless work in the future.
Led by one person, applause gradually rose. Jiang Zimo packed up his things and went downstairs to go home.
Tang Xinyu was standing at the company door with a smile on her face when she saw Jiang Zimo coming out. She walked up to him. Amazing, little junior brother, today is your first day at work, and you've already proven your strength to be a slap in the face to your colleagues who questioned you. You're quite capable. Jiang Zimo scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed.
No, I just did what I could. Tang Xinyu walked up to him and joked with a smile.
Let's go to celebrate your official employment. Zhang Chao has booked a restaurant and is waiting for us. Jiang Zimo was slightly stunned. He hadn't attended this kind of dinner party for a long time and was a little uncomfortable with it. But then he thought that he and Zhang Chao were good brothers, and Tang Xinyu was his senior sister who took good care of him, so they were not outsiders, so he finally went to participate. Jiang Zimo was driving the car and Tang Xinyu was sitting in the passenger seat. They talked about their college days along the way and were very happy. When they arrived at the Regent Hotel, the sunset in the sky was getting darker and darker. Jiang Zimo didn't notice that there was a familiar figure staring at him from behind.
30, Chapter 30. Is this also his method? Jiang Zimo got out of the car, walked to the passenger door like a gentleman, and opened the door for Tang Xinyu. The two of them chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Tang Xinyu was so engrossed in the conversation that she stepped on a pebble and almost fell. Jiang Zimo was quick to pull her back. Yi Nanqing and Tang Wanwan, who were standing not far away, happened to witness all this. Yi Nanqing clenched his palms tightly, his nails digging into them, causing waves of stinging pain. Tang Wanwan, who was standing next to her, didn't see her mood and had a playful look on her face. Isn't that Jiang Zimo? Why hasn't he been pestering you lately? Instead, he's been flirting with other women. Could this be some new tactic he's come up with?
Yi Nanqing snorted coldly. She didn't believe that Jiang Zimo would have any thoughts about a woman other than her, but she still felt uncomfortable. Even if she doesn't want something, she would rather destroy it than give it to others. What's more, she hasn't said that she doesn't want Jiang Zimo. He doesn't have the guts. It's useless to use such a crude method to attract my attention. Yi Nanqing said this, but he was actually a little unsure in his heart. Tang Wanwan stopped talking, but there were some complicated emotions in her eyes. In the past, the submissive Jiang Zimo always made people feel boring, but recently he suddenly became a little different. Yi Nanqing took out his cell phone and called Jiang Zimo.
Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Zimo and Tang Xinyu in the distance.
The phone rang. Jiang Zimo looked at Yi Nanqing's name on the screen, hesitated for a moment, and finally pressed the answer button.
What's the matter?
He asked calmly, without any emotion in his voice.
Where are you now? How I was waiting for you for dinner at home.
Yi Nanqing suppressed his inner emotions and asked calmly. I have something to do today, so I won't go back. You can eat with him.
Jiang Zimo's voice was flat, but Yi Nanqing could sense the alienation in it.
Her heart sank suddenly, but she quickly regained her usual toughness. He said he won't eat unless you come back soon. These words carried a command. In the past, whenever she was angry, Jiang Zimo would immediately drop everything and rush home. She was betting that this time, Jiang Zimo would choose Jiang Haohao just like before. I'm really busy today, let's talk later. After hearing the rejection, Yi Nanqing no longer insisted. She hung up the phone and her eyes became cold.
Yi Nanqing turned to Tang Wanwan and said, let's go eat.
Tang Wanwan followed behind her, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a hint of gloating flashed in her eyes. She knew Yi Nanqing was feeling uneasy, but she pretended nothing had happened.
At the same time, Jiang Zimo and Tang Xinyu had already walked into the private room of the Regent Hotel.
Zhang Chao was already waiting inside. Seeing them come in, he greeted them with a smile. Come on, take a seat, let's celebrate today. Tang Xinyu sat next to Jiang Zimo and said to Zhang Chao with a smile, Jiang Zimo really shined today, I will have to rely on him for my future work. Zhang Chao laughed heartily, of course, I've known Zimo's abilities for a long time today, I just wanted to show everyone what I can do. Jiang Zimo smiled slightly and raised his glass, saying, I was able to start work smoothly today, thanks to everyone's help, I toast to everyone. Everyone raised their glasses and the atmosphere was harmonious.
Tang Xinyu looked at Jiang Zimo with eyes full of admiration. She raised the wine glass in her hand and said to Jiang Zimo,
we support each other. However, at this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Nanqing walked in with Tang Wanwan. She had a grim smile on her face, but her eyes were like ice. I was wondering why you were so busy when I called you today, turns out you were busy supporting others. When Jiang Zimo saw Yi Nanqing, his face instantly turned ugly.
He stood up and asked in a cold tone, why are you here? Tang Xinyu was a little embarrassed. She didn't know that Jiang Zimo was married, and she didn't know that Yi Nanqing was his wife. Who is this? She turned around awkwardly and looked at Zhang Chao, who stood up and pulled her to his side. She is Zimo's ex-wife. He deliberately changed his words and called Yi Nanqing Jiang Zimo's ex-wife. Yi Nanqing's face turned ugly in an instant. She had never signed a divorce agreement with Jiang Zimo, but she didn't expect that Jiang Zimo had already announced to the public that he was divorced. Yi Nanqing frowned, trying hard to suppress his emotions, and accused Jiang Zimo, I didn't know you were single now, no wonder you haven't been home lately, is this the person you're having an affair with? She turned and looked at Tang Xinyu, her eyes full of hostility. Tang Xinyu's face turned pale. Instantly she realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly explained, Mizzy, you misunderstood, Jiang Zimo and I are just colleagues, today is a company dinner. Yi Nanqing sneered and interrupted her, colleagues, I think the interaction between you two is more than just colleagues, you re being affectionate in public. Jiang Zimo's face turned pale. He took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. Yi Nanqing, could you please stop making such a fuss here? You don't like me anyway, wouldn't it be better for both of us if we signed the divorce agreement earlier? You can't get a divorce without my consent. Her tone was firm, filled with resentment towards what Jiang Zimo and Tang Xinyu said. Don't think everyone is like you, that's shameless, we can't do things like cheating on our spouse. Jiang Zimo felt a little guilty when he saw that Yi Nanqing's words had harmed the innocent Tang Xinyu. He gave Tang Xinyu an apologetic look, and Tang Xinyu smiled to indicate that she was fine. But all this took a different meaning in Yi Nanqing's eyes. This was the first time Jiang Zimo contradicted her for another woman, and she suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Jiang Zimo's words completely angered Yi Nanqing. She walked to Tang Xinyu and raised her hand. Jiang Zimo walked up quickly and held her hand tightly in his. His eyes were sharp and contained a hint of inviolability. Yi Nanqing, there are outsiders here, please don't go too far. Seeing that something was wrong, Tang Wanwan immediately walked over and pulled Yi Nanqing, who was out of control, into her arms. Yi Nanqing suddenly came to her senses when Tang Wanwan stopped her. She glared at Jiang Zimo fiercely, then turned and left. Tang Wanwan followed her and whispered, Nanqing, he must have drunk too much today, you can have a good talk with him when you get home tonight. Yi Nanqing snorted coldly, why does he do that? I've always been the only one who commands him. If others want to get involved with him, they have to get my permission. Tang Wanwan opened her mouth, but no words came out. He actually ignored how I really gave him face during this period, but he is so presumptuous. She attributed the drastic change in Jiang Zimo's attitude to the fact that she had not restricted him much during this period. After getting in the car, Yi Nanqing drove straight to Gu Zihan's house, even ignoring Tang Wanwan, who was still sitting in the passenger seat. 31, Chapter 31. It would be nice to have two fathers. After Yi Nanqing and Tang Wanwan left, silence returned to the private room. Tang Xinyu looked at Jiang Zimo and said softly, are you okay? Jiang Zimo shook his head, his eyes full of fatigue. It's okay, I just didn't expect her to be like this. I am sorry, what you said just now was a bit too much. Zhang Chao sighed and broke the silence. Forget it, you always obeyed her before, but now you have your own idea. She will definitely not be able to accept it for a while. You have to know that in the past, Jiang Zimo would abandon Zhang Chao and a group of brothers who were waiting for him just because Yi Nanqing said he wanted to eat cake. If anyone were to fall from the clouds into the quagmire, it would take them a while to adapt. Jiang Zimo nodded, but his heart seemed to be blocked by something.
After being disturbed by Yi Nanxing, he had no desire to celebrate. Turning his head to look out the window, night had already fallen, but Jiang Zimo's mood was even darker than the night. Let's stop here for today. I have some things to take care of first. I'll apologize another day.
Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao also expressed their understanding. After leaving the Regent Hotel, Jiang Zimo drove straight back to his and Yi Nanxing's home.
The farce just now may have caused Yi Nanxing to misunderstand. Although the two of them no longer have any relationship, he still feels it is necessary to explain it clearly.
When I got home, only Lu Ma was in the villa. Sir, you are back. Have you had dinner? Jiang Zimo waved his hand. We've already eaten outside. Where's Jiang Haohao? Is he asleep already?
Aunt Lu shook her head. Madam and Master haven't come back yet. Maybe something happened at school and they were delayed.
Mother Lu was trying her best to ease the relationship between the two. In fact, what could happen to Jiang Haohao in kindergarten that would require him to stay up until the evening?
Originally, Jiang Zimo felt a little guilty and felt that he should explain everything clearly to Yi Nanxing. But Yi Nanxing is not at home, so he probably doesn't care about him that much.
Auntie Lu, give Haohao a call and ask him when he'll be back.
Aunt Lu nodded and called Jiang Haohao on the landline. Jiang Haohao's cheerful voice came from the other end.
Hello? Master, where are you? When are you planning to come back?
I'm not going back today. Mom has agreed to let me sleep with Daddy Gu today. I want Daddy Gu to tell me a bedtime story. Jiang Haohao didn't know that Jiang Zimo was also on the other end of the phone, and his tone was full of pride and joy.
Gu Zihan's voice could be faintly heard on the phone.
It turned out that Yi Nanxing had sent Jiang Haohao to Gu Zihan's house early in the morning, and was trying to find an excuse to trick him back, but it was just a test. I simply didn't believe her, otherwise I would just be the laughingstock of Yi Nanxing's best friends. Jiang Zimo snorted coldly and signaled Lu Ma to hang up the phone.
Maybe the madam was a little busy today and didn't have time to take care of the young master. No need to say more.
Jiang Zimo interrupted Lu Ma and turned to leave, but after a few steps he seemed to remember something.
Auntie Lu, did you personally hand over the gift box I asked you to give to Yi Nanxing?
Aunt Lu nodded, making sure that she saw Yi Nanxing open the gift box with her own eyes. Jiang Zimo nodded. Since she had already opened the box, she should have seen the divorce agreement inside. But why did she avoid talking about divorce for so long?
Unable to figure out what to do, Jiang Zimo grabbed some clothes and drove back to his apartment. Gu Zihan's home. Haohao, who were you talking to on the phone just now? Yi Nanxing walked over when he heard Jiang Haohao's voice. It's Aunt Lu. She asked me when I would be home.
Yi Nanxing was a little confused. Aunt Lu was never the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs. She knew that she often took Jiang Haohao out to play and never called to urge them to go home. She suddenly thought that it must be Jiang Zimo who asked Lu Ma to beat her. Thinking of this, Yi Nanxing couldn't help but smile slightly. Jiang Zimo couldn't let her go after all, let alone the child.
Haohao, do you want to go home? Yi Nanxing bent down and said to Jiang Haohao with a smile.
Jiang Haohao turned his head and said with a pout.
No, Mom, didn't you promise me that you would let me sleep at Daddy Gu's house today? It's so lonely back home, I don't want to sleep alone. Yi Nanxing continued to persuade patiently.
Be good, go home with Mom today, and Dad will sleep with you at night.
Is Dad coming home today?
Jiang Haohao is just a 5-year-old child after all. No matter how good Gu Zihan is to him, he knows in his heart who his relatives are. After a long time, it is inevitable to miss Jiang Zimo. Yi Nanxing nodded solemnly. The phone call that Lu Ma just made was a sign that Jiang Zimo was showing goodwill to her. Jiang Haohao jumped up from the sofa with joy, took Yi Nanxing's hand and prepared to go home. But when he turned around and saw Gu Zihan, who had been silent, he suddenly felt reluctant to leave.
But if we leave, Dad Gu will be alone at home.
He felt a little sad and thought silently in his heart that it would be great if both of his fathers could be with him at the same time.
Yi Nanxing patted his back gently, turned around, and smiled at Gu Zihan. Gu Zihan is not an unreasonable person. He knows what Yi Nanxing likes and needs. At this time, if he insisted on keeping them mother and son, it would only make Yi Nanxing go further away. Gu Zihan pulled the corners of his mouth hard, trying to force a smile. It's okay, Haohao, you can come and play with me whenever you are free. I can accompany you anytime. After getting Gu Zihan's promise, Zhang Haohao took Yi Nanqing's hand without hesitation and prepared to go home. Yi Nanqing looked at Gu Zihan with a guilty look on his face. You should have a good rest today. There is a banquet tomorrow. You should accompany me. Gu Zihan raised the corners of his mouth and nodded repeatedly. He naturally knew that the banquet Yi Nanqing mentioned was no small matter. It was a dinner party hosted by Chen, the largest multimedia company in City A. At this banquet, well-known company bosses from the entire city of A and even the whole country will attend. Perhaps at this banquet, he can see the founder of Infinity. If Yi Nanqing is willing to take him to the dinner, then he will definitely not take Zhang Zimo with him. He must seize this opportunity, gain the favor of the boss, and firmly grasp Yi Nanqing's heart. Yi Nanqing was driving the car with Zhang Haohao and was in a very happy mood. Zhang Haohao gently lay behind her and joked. Mom, why are you so happy today? Is it because Dad is back today? After being pointed out by Zhang Haohao, Yi Nanqing pretended to be angry and scolded him. Who told you that? Mom is happy because you're obedient. Remember not to talk nonsense when you get home. Zhang Haohao chuckled twice, and both of them were looking forward to meeting Zhang Zimo. 32, Chapter 32, Dad Gu is irreplaceable. Without a doubt, Yi Nanqing and Zhang Haohao returned home to find nothing. Yi Nanqing searched almost all the rooms in the villa, but did not find Zhang Zimo. Zhang Haohao was also sitting in the living room waiting with a frown on his face. Dad, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly disappear again? Didn't you say you would sleep with me tonight? Yi Nanqing suddenly drove his son home in the middle of the night, and it was already past 11 when he got home. Lu Ma and the others had already rested and fallen asleep early, but the clanging sounds of these two people woke Lu Ma up again. Ma'am, what are you looking for? Aunt Lu went upstairs feeling a little worried, and spoke as she looked at Yi Nanqing's face, which seemed to be angry. Yi Nanqing's temper is really bad now. As soon as he saw Lu Ma, he immediately questioned her. Where's Zhang Zimo? Didn't he come back? Where is he now? Aunt Lu pursed her lips in embarrassment. She had seen with her own eyes how the relationship between the wife and husband had become so awkward. The gentleman did come back once, but since neither of you were home, he left after a short while. Yi Nanqing clenched his fist silently. If it were in the past, Zhang Zimo would have waited obediently at home, but now he was so irritable he lost his patience after waiting for such a short while. After Zhang Zimo returned to his apartment, he fell asleep soon after. He didn't read a single word of the phone call or message from Yi Nanqing, who called him like crazy. When Zhang Zimo woke up, it was already past 7 o'clock the next morning. After packing up quickly and preparing to go to work, I saw Yi Nanqing's long string of bombarding messages. Zhang Zimo frowned with some disgust, and suddenly felt that Yi Nanqing seemed better when he looked as cold and aloof as before. After all, before this, it was only Zhang Zimo who sent messages to her, Yi Nanqing, as if he was crazy. As soon as I arrived at the company, I saw Zhang Chao sitting in the office with a sad look on his face. Zhang Zimo knocked on the door with a cup of coffee and walked in. Yesterday, just relying on the ability to organize information was not enough to convince colleagues of Zhang Zimo. There was still a lot to do in this company. What's the matter? I came here early in the morning and saw you sighing. Zhang Chao threw the bidding document in front of him to Zhang Zimo without hesitation. Originally, we could have competed with Yes in this bidding, but I didn't expect Yes to suddenly increase the budget so much for some unknown reason. If our company hadn't relied on your model, we would have lost everything long ago and wouldn't be able to come up with this much money now. Zhang Zimo opened the bid document in front of him, glanced at it briefly, and sighed helplessly. If the price is this, Yes company will only lose money if they take over this project. I don't know why they came up with such a decision internally. Zhang Chao quickly nodded in agreement. They had already evaluated it long ago and found that this large model was only worth 50 million at most. However, Yi family now offered 80 million directly. Isn't this just waiting to lose money? Although it may sound a bit narcissistic to say this, Zhang Zimo always feels that this matter is inseparable from himself. Maybe Yi Nanqing is targeting me on purpose. After hearing this, Zhang Chao nodded in agreement. They were having dinner together in the restaurant yesterday. Yi Nanqing happened to catch him red-handed when he went back and asked around. He found out that Zhang Zimo was now working in his company. The reason of deliberately targeting this person seems to be valid. Never mind, it's just a big model. I believe in you. You can definitely give me something more powerful than this.
Although what Zhang Chao said was correct, Jiang Zimo still felt a little guilty after all. There were so many people in the company, and they must have prepared for this bid for a long time. If it is eventually taken away by a rival company, no one will feel good about it. Don't worry, Zhang Chao, with me here, Lantu Group will only move forward. Zhang Chao was so moved after hearing what Jiang Zimo said. If he hadn't been stopped, he would have excitedly come over and hugged Jiang Zimo. After a morning of work, Yi Nanqing still felt uneasy. I'm going on a business trip starting tomorrow. If you have time, come back and take care of Jiang Hao.
This was the last message Yi Nanqing sent to Jiang Zimo.
Still using the same tone as he always used to treat servants, Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly as he read the message. That night, I had planned to rest at home and return to my previous routine the next day. But I didn't expect Jiang Hao to call me suddenly. Dad, where are you now? When will you come back to cook for Hao Hao? Hao Hao is so hungry.
Jiang Zimo frowned in surprise. Was Yi Nanqing going on a business trip tomorrow? Why was there no one at home tonight?
Originally, he wanted to find Yi Nanqing to ask him clearly, but when he thought of Jiang Hao being hungry at home alone, Jiang Zimo felt so worried that he went back home.
Dad, why did you just come back?
Hao Hao wants to eat the sweet and sour pork ribs you made. Hao Hao is starving. It can be seen that Jiang Hao was indeed very hungry, otherwise how could she be so nice to Jiang Zimo? Jiang Zimo took a quick look around, but he really couldn't find Yi Nanqing in such a big house. He raised his hand, gently touched Hao Hao's head and said, Dad will make you sweet and sour pork ribs now.
Can you tell Dad where Mom is and why she doesn't cook for you at home? But Jiang Hao didn't expect that he would pout instantly after hearing these words.
My mom can't cook at all when she's at home, she just orders takeout. Mom's flight was moved up, so she had to leave tonight. When she left, she told me to call Dad if I was hungry. After hearing this, Jiang Zimo sighed heavily. Yi Nanqing was really unreasonable. Why did he leave Jiang Hao alone at home? What if Jiang Zimo didn't hear the call when he called him? Even though he had 1,000 reasons to blame her in his heart, he still rushed into the kitchen and started preparing meals for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao was standing at the kitchen door waiting for him. Looking at Jiang Zimo's busy figure, Jiang Hao suddenly felt that it might not be a bad idea to have only this one father. No, there are still many things about Mr. Gu that are irreplaceable. 33, Chapter 33. The old lady invites personally. I think that in the past few years that Jiang Zimo has been taking care of Jiang Hao. At the beginning, this kind of atmosphere between the two of them was not uncommon at all. But ever since Gu Zihan appeared, Jiang Zimo hadn't seen Jiang Hao's current expression for a long time. Yi Nanqing will be on this business trip for about 5 days, and it's about the bidding meeting that Zhang Chao mentioned this morning. After Jiang Hao fell asleep, Jiang Zimo finally took the time to call Yi Nanqing and complain about how dangerous her actions today were. But Yi Nanqing on the other end of the phone didn't take Jiang Zimo's words to heart at all. Don't we still have Aunt Lu at home? What could possibly happen with an adult around? Besides, this is an emergency here. I almost missed my flight. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly, shook his head as he looked at the hung-up phone. It seemed that Yi Nanqing really had no ability to be a mother. The next day, Jiang Zimo had to take Jiang Hao to school and work at the same time. He really didn't have the ability to do so he could only ask Zhang Chao for leave. Brother, don't turn around suddenly, okay? Zhang Chao on the other end of the phone was shocked when he learned that Jiang Zimo had gone back to take care of the children. Jiang Zimo was amused by Zhang Chao's reaction. Don't worry, she's on a business trip these few days, and I'm worried about the child being home alone. Zhang Chao's anxious heart finally calmed down a little. After sending Jiang Hao to school, Jiang Zimo returned home and started cleaning up immediately. Lu Ma is usually only responsible for the hygiene on the first floor. Jiang Zimo used to clean the rooms on the second floor silently. But Jiang Zimo was not at home during this period, and only Yi Nanqing and Jiang Hao were there, and their bodies had already been disfigured beyond recognition. If it were in the past, Jiang Zimo would definitely clean everything without complaint, but it is different now. Jiang Zimo simply tidied up Jiang Hao's room. After all, the place where children live should not be too messy. There was also a room where he would live for the next few days. Jiang Zimo didn't even touch any other rooms. That afternoon, when Jiang Zimo was handling work online, Grandma Yi suddenly called.
Zimo, how are you and Nanqing doing lately? I'm really bored staying at the old house alone. Do you have time to come back and keep me company?
He said he wanted Jiang Zimo to go back and take a look, but in fact he just wanted to ease the relationship between Jiang Zimo and Yi Nanqing. After all, the old lady saw clearly the messy situation between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Anyway, tomorrow is Saturday, so Jiang Zimo agreed without much hesitation. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable staying in this villa all the time. I always feel that no matter where I look, I can think of the stupid things I have done in the past. After Jiang Haohao finished school, Jiang Zimo drove back to the old house without hesitation. For some reason, after Jiang Haohao knew that he was going back to the old house, the expression on his face seemed a little strange. Why do we have to go back so suddenly? I want to relax at home on my day off. Jiang Zimo's intuition told him that there must be more than one reason why Jiang Haohao didn't want to go to the old house. But Jiang Haohao doesn't want to say it now, and there's nothing he can do. When we arrived at the old house, the old lady came straight to the door to greet us.
Oh, my dear grandson, you're finally here. Grandma missed you so much.
The old lady doesn't usually treat Jiang Haohao like this. After all, everyone knows that Jiang Haohao has been raised beyond recognition by Yi Nanqing. The so-called missing the child was just an excuse to call Jiang Zimo back.
Grandma, we came back so suddenly this time, and I didn't bring you anything.
I'll cook for you myself later and let you taste my cooking skills. Hearing Jiang Zimo say this, the old lady was so happy.
Okay, let me try your cooking today and see if your cooking skills have improved.
After working in the kitchen for several hours, I finally served 5 delicious dishes. Both the old lady and Jiang Haohao, who had been sitting there waiting for a long time, had their eyes widened in shock.
Jiang Haohao even ate 3 bowls of rice, which was rare.
After dinner, the old lady naturally found a reason to send Jiang Haohao upstairs.
He pulled Jiang Zimo and went straight to the living room.
I just want to talk about what happened between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Jiang Zimo's ears felt a little tired from listening, but when he thought that the person in front of him was an old lady, he quickly straightened his back. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when the old lady finally finished speaking. Jiang Zimo sat opposite and just nodded continuously. Seeing that the old lady seemed a little sleepy, he hurriedly interrupted her. Grandma, I'm going to go upstairs to see if Haohao is washed up and is ready for bed. It's getting late. The old lady then nodded gently, repeated Jiang Zimo's words and stood up.
Indeed, it's getting late. Go back to your room and get some rest. Watching the old lady go upstairs to her room, Jiang Zimo finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned around and went directly to Jiang Haohao's room. There was no one on the bed, and the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. It seemed that Jiang Haohao really went to wash up obediently. Jiang Zimo was just about to fold the scattered clothes on the bed when the screen of the tablet on the desk next to him suddenly lit up. It wasn't that he intentionally peeked at other people's chat history, it was just that line of words that caught Jiang Zimo's eyes. I'll pick you up for dinner tomorrow night, don't forget, I'll take you to a restaurant your mom won't let you eat at. The note was 3 big words: Dad Gu. Jiang Haohao's attitude towards Jiang Zimo these days even made him a little dazed. He thought that the father and son had really returned to the same life as before, but he didn't expect that it was just his illusion in the end. If Jiang Haohao comes out and sees him, he will definitely be unhappy again. After Jiang Zimo folded the clothes, he went straight back to his room. Now I understand why Jiang Haohao was so unhappy when he heard that people were coming to the old house after school today. It turned out that it was because he had an appointment with Gu Zihan. The next day, Jiang Zimo just woke up, washed up, and went straight to the dining table. Jiang Haohao spoke without hesitation. Mom will be back tonight. Can I go home and stay with her?
I just arrived and I want to leave. The old lady opposite is naturally a little unhappy and frowned slightly.
34, Chapter 34, I only like people who indulge you.
Although Jiang Zimo knew what was going on with Jiang Haohao and didn't want to stop him from meeting Gu Zihan, he still had to say some polite words in the current situation.
You finally come back, don't you want to spend more time with Grandma?
After hearing this, Jiang Haohao shook his head without hesitation.
Jiang Zimo could see that Jiang Haohao's entire attention was now focused on the dinner tonight.
He doesn't care about mother or great-grandmother at all. Jiang Zimo didn't even realize when Gu Zihan became so important in Jiang Haohao's heart. If Jiang Zimo spoke up to stop the meeting at this time, it would only make Jiang Haohao hate his father even more. Maybe it's because Nanqing was on a business trip recently and hasn't seen her mother for a long time, so she missed her mother a lot. It's okay, Grandma, I don't have anything to do these days. I'll ask the driver to take him back and I'll stay with you. Anyway, the old lady's original target was Jiang Zimo, so Jiang Haohao felt very comfortable hearing this. He even looked at Jiang Zimo with some surprise. After all, if it were in the past, Jiang Zimo would definitely try his best to stop it at this time. After dinner, the old lady went back upstairs to take a nap. There were only Jiang Zimo and Jiang Haohao in the living room.
If you keep doing this, I'll like you as a dad too.
Jiang Zimo was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. Jiang Haohao was talking about the incident where he had just spoken for him at the dinner table. He shook his head helplessly.
Could it be that only those who indulge him are the ones who truly treat him well?
Jiang Zimo did not send Jiang Haohao back personally, but asked Lu Ma to pick him up as he had just said at the dinner table. Yi Nanqing originally said he would be back in 5 days, but for some reason, he arrived home on Saturday night. When he returned home, he found that Jiang Haohao was not there. Yi Nanqing searched the room for a long time and finally called Jiang Zimo directly, intending to ask him for an explanation.
What's wrong with you? Where did you take your son? Hearing Yi Nanqing's anxious tone, Jiang Zimo frowned in surprise. It seems that Gu Zihan really didn't tell Yi Nanqing at all. He went home this morning. You can call your old lover and ask him, maybe he will know.
Jiang Zimo is calculating a very important data.
He had no other thoughts about dealing with Yi Nanqing.
After saying this, he hung up the phone. Later, Jiang Zimo didn't know how the matter was resolved.
Anyway, Yi Nanqing never called again. I think the three of them must be having a lot of fun playing outside. You must have already forgotten Jiang Zimo, the irrelevant outsider.
Monday came in a blink of an eye, and now most people in the company have accepted Jiang Zimo's existence.
Even the girl who initially thought Jiang Zimo got the job through connections.
They all shut up obediently. When it was almost time to get off work, I couldn't argue with Zhang Chao no matter what I did, so he directly dragged me out to eat. When I arrived at the restaurant, I found that Tang Xinyu was also there.
Senior. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly when he saw Tang Xinyu. Tang Xinyu was equally surprised to see Jiang Zimo coming. I was a little worried that it might be a hongmen banquet. At the end of the meal, Jiang Zimo realized that it was just an ordinary meal. It seems that I think too much.
It's just that Zhang Chao drank too much and was even a little unconscious in the end.
Can you still get home by yourself? I called a designated driver for you, just hold on.
After the dinner, Jiang Zimo supported Zhang Chao and stood at the door of the hotel. He held his forehead helplessly. It seemed that his only task today was to send Zhang Chao home.
Jiang Zimo didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the designated driver arrived and drove away.
As soon as he turned around, he saw Tang Xinyu still waiting there. Jiang Zimo tilted his head in confusion. After all, it had been a while since the dinner ended.
Shouldn't Tang Xinyu have gone home by now? Zhang Chao has left? Tang Xinyu saw Jiang Zimo turned around and asked cautiously. Jiang Zimo then nodded slightly. Where is your home? Otherwise, I'll take you back.
Hearing this, Tang Xinyu simply waved her hand. No, Zhang Chao originally promised to accompany me to get the things today. But he's drunk now, so I want to ask you if you can go with me. Jiang Zimo and Tang Xinyu are familiar with each other, so they would naturally not refuse such a small request. Arriving at the jewelry store, Jiang Zimo looked around curiously.
Tang Xinyu didn't want to waste Jiang Zimo's time and walked straight to the counter.
Hello, this is my reservation code. I am here to pick up the necklace I ordered. Jiang Zimo had already walked around for a long time and came back, but the salesgirl still couldn't find what Tang Xinyu wanted.
Are you buying this as a gift? Tang Xinyu nodded without any concealment. It's a birthday present for my mom. Her birthday is next week. After hearing this, Jiang Zimo nodded thoughtfully. His mother, it's also my birthday this month. It was just that in order to marry Yi Nanqing, she offended almost all the elders in the family.
After getting married, in order to conceal his identity as a young man from the capital, he never allowed Yi Nanqing to contact his family.
Yi Nanqing always thought that Jiang Zimo was from an ordinary family.
Yi Nanqing naturally had no interest in these ordinary parents. Thinking of this, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door.
Hello, I'm here to pick up the ring. Jiang Zimo subconsciously turned his head and saw, isn't this Meng Yuhan?
Meng Yuhan became interested in Jiang Zimo as soon as she saw him. She was not as easy to talk to as Tao Wanwan.
Isn't this Jiang Zimo, an abandoned dog? Why are you here now? Are you being kept by another rich woman?
Tang Xinyu didn't know about the grudge between them, so she was naturally confused when she was suddenly attacked like this.
Miss, please keep your mouth clean. Meng Yuhan just lowered her head and gave Tang Xinyu a look.
Then he rolled his eyes without saying a word.
Who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Meng Yuhan is the eldest daughter with the worst temper among the three of them.
There was even a time when Jiang Zimo thought that it was Meng Yuhan's fault that Yi Nanqing had become so unfamiliar.
Only now did Jiang Zimo realize that Yi Nanqing was just like that in his nature. 35, Chapter 35. Who was trying to curry favor with Master Jing? Although Tang Xinyu did not come from a wealthy family, she was from a family of scholars.
I have never suffered such injustice.
Jiang Zimo stood in front of Tang Xinyu without hesitation. I'm sorry, you may have misunderstood.
I was the one who filed for divorce first. It's still unclear who will be the one who loses his home. This set of methods obviously had no effect on Meng Yuhan.
Your mouth is the only thing that's tough on you.
In such a public place, Jiang Zimo didn't want to have any conflict with a woman.
No matter what, I will not destroy other people's feelings. Jiang Zimo didn't want to continue wasting time with Meng Yuhan. People like this simply have no ability to distinguish right from wrong.
It was only because Yi Nanqing was his friend that he was causing trouble for him in public. Jiang Zimo originally planned to leave immediately, but Tang Xinyu next to him had not found what she wanted yet. I don't know what the salesgirl was doing. She went to help Meng Yuhan find something first. Then he took out the necklace that Tang Xinyu wanted. The girl next to Meng Yuhan widened her eyes instantly when she saw the ring in her hand.
Sister Yuhan, this isn't the latest Tiffany product, is it? You can't buy it even if you have money.
When Meng Yuhan heard the praise from others, her face instantly became proud. Of course, this was ordered directly by me and a designer friend from abroad. It's not available in China right now.
Several people chatted with each other, which made Meng Yuhan very happy.
As they were talking, for some reason their eyes suddenly shifted to the necklace in Tang Xinyu's hand.
This seems to be a Tiffany design from 3 years ago. It's already outdated. Why are people still buying it? Tang Xinyu's family background is naturally not as superior as Meng Yuhan's. But the necklace she ordered was also Tang Xinyu's mother's favorite style.
Jiang Zimo, look carefully, the woman in front of you is not a rich woman at all. Don't be fooled. The pretty boy pretends not to understand, and then he'll be cheated out of everything.
Meng Yuhan's words were becoming increasingly harsh.
No matter what, Tang Xinyu had to go through all this because of Jiang Zimo, so she naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch.
I don't need you to judge whether I am a gigolo or not. If I remember correctly, hasn't Miss Meng also been trying to curry favor with our young master from the capital? But you're always rejected. Now that you have some free time, why not find out what kind of ring your sweetheart likes?
When Meng Yuhan heard this, the expression on her face instantly became a little embarrassed. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Zimo made her want to eat her alive. Over the years, whenever I have time, I will try my best to contact the young master of Beijing.
How could Jiang Zimo know this and even said it out loud in public?
Jiang Zimo watched as the expression on Meng Yuhan's face became increasingly ugly. I felt much more comfortable in my heart for a moment.
Besides that, I also know that you just want to find a rich man.
You used this opportunity to rise to power, and you've always looked down on Yi Nanqing, thinking she was just lucky to have achieved her current position. At this moment, the expression on Meng Yuhan's face could no longer be described as ugly.
It can be said to be quite exciting. Ms. Meng, I know more than just your little secrets. Do you want me to tell you everything here?
When Yi Nanqing first started to come into contact with this group of people, Jiang Zimal was wary of them. Investigate the background of each of them clearly. You won't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Meng Yuhan turned out to be the strange woman who gave her gifts every year on her birthday. From that time on, Jiang Zimal never stopped monitoring them. It was only when I decided to leave Yi Nanqing some time ago that I stopped.
Meng Yuhan had no idea whether Jiang Zimal knew anything else.
He didn't dare to open his mouth to fight back, and just sat there obediently.
Ms. Meng, if you don't have anything to say, can you apologize to my friend now? When had Meng Yuhan's group of followers ever seen Meng Yuhan like this? Standing next to it, I couldn't even breathe.
Meng Yuhan clenched her fists and hesitated for a long time. Only then did he squeeze out a few words from between his teeth.
Sorry. Tang Xinyu, who was sitting next to Jiang Zimal, also didn't want to let her go. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Jiang Zimal didn't even expect Tang Xinyu to do such a thing. I was standing next to him and almost couldn't help laughing.
Meng Yuhan had thousands of complaints in her heart.
Now I can only swallow it all. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have spoken like that, it's my fault. There are so many people watching nearby. Jiang Zimal and Tang Xinyu would also feel a little embarrassed. He nodded, knowing when to quit. Meng Yuhan lost all face tonight.
Naturally, she took the ring and left without saying a word.
Tang Xinyu sat there and immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
If she had just encountered this situation, if so, I really don't know how to deal with it.
I'm sorry, it's because of me that they targeted you.
Jiang Zimal explained in a few words the relationship between Meng Yuhan and Yi Nanqing.
Tang Xinyu smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Your ex-wife and your friend's personality are really similar. It's more than just similar, it's clearly better than the original. Tang Xinyu declined Jiang Zimal's invitation to drive her home and took a taxi and left. Jiang Zimal was originally thinking that he could finally go home and have a good rest. As soon as I walked into the underground parking lot, the phone rang. Yi Nanqing. Could it be that what just happened has reached Yi Nanqing's ears? That's not right. How could Meng Yuhan have the nerve to talk about this kind of thing with Yi Nanqing? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for yourself? After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Zimal finally answered the phone. Jiang Hao's childish voice came from the receiver. Dad, what are you doing?
It turned out to be a call from Jiang Hao. Jiang Zimal leaned against the side of the car, put one hand in his pocket and lowered his head.
Dad just finished his meal. Is there something you want to talk about when you called me?
I don't know why, but I always feel that Jiang Hao's tone of voice now is a little aggrieved.
Mom is so busy at work. Dad, do you have time to come and spend time with me? If it were in the past, Jiang Zimal would definitely agree without hesitation. But Jiang Zimal was really tired today. 36, Chapter 36, Work, just no work. For Jiang Zimal now, the most important thing in life is no longer just Jiang Hao and that family. Dad just got off work today and is really busy. When I have time in a few days, I'll go back to see you, okay? Jiang Hao looked at Yi Nanqing, who had been waiting beside him, then pouted and said unhappily, okay then, Dad, take care of yourself. After hanging up the phone, Yi Nanqing frowned and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. Jiang Zimal hasn't been home to live for a long time. He came here a few days ago because Yi Nanqing was on a business trip. What did your father say? Jiang Hao didn't care whether Jiang Zimal came back or not, and raised his eyebrows slightly. All attention was on the toys that Gu Zihan sent yesterday. Dad said he was too busy at work today and didn't have time to come back to see me.
Yi Nanqing silently clenched his fists and muttered in a very dissatisfied tone. Work, all you do is work. If you like your job so much, why did you leave Yez? Jiang Hao noticed that Yi Nanqing was in a bad mood, so he put down his toy and looked at her with his big eyes blinking. Mom, didn't you dislike going home before, and you even said it was a good thing that Dad wasn't home because it was much quieter. Why are you so anxious for Dad to come back now? If you feel bored alone, I can play games with you, or we can go find Daddy Gu together. Don't the three of us always have fun playing together? Yi Nanqing pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. It really doesn't matter whether Jiang Zimo comes back or not, but if he is not at home, I will have to deal with a bunch of messy things at home by myself. Yi Nanqing has to go to work and pick up Jiang Haohao from school, and he has been exhausted during this period. But he didn't know how to explain it to Jiang Haohao, so he could only touch his hair awkwardly.
At the same time, in Gu Zihan's apartment. Dad? In the afternoon, Gu Zihan's father called to ask about his recent work. Are you saying Lantu rejected you? Gu Zihan touched his thigh awkwardly. He had always been too embarrassed to talk about this with his family. After all, he had patted his thigh and vowed that there would be no problem entering Lantu. Son, you know that our family hasn't been doing well recently. If you can, try to get into Lantu. They have the most core data we need. Gu Zihan agreed without hesitation on the other end of the phone. The last time I was rejected by Lantu was entirely because of Jiang Zimo. If I explain my difficulties to Yi Nanqing, maybe she will be willing to help me deal with Jiang Zimo. In this way, it should not be a problem for me to enter Lantu again. But the biggest difficulty now is how to get Yi Nanqing to help. Jiang Zimo worked peacefully at Lantu for a few days, but on Wednesday night he received another call from Jiang Haohao. Dad, why don't you come back to see me? Haohao misses you. Jiang Zimo on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard Jiang Haohao's voice. It seems like it has been a long time since I went back to see Jiang Haohao. Since Jiang Haohao was born, the two of them have never been separated for such a long time. Jiang Zimo looked at the code on the computer in front of him. Even if all the data was run, it would take about half an hour. How about this? Dad will be home in 2 hours. You have to finish all your homework before then, okay? I originally thought that Jiang Haohao would find some reason to refuse. After all, this guy hasn't been interested in doing homework recently. However, he didn't expect Jiang Haohao to nod and agree without hesitation. Sure, no problem, don't worry, Dad, I'll definitely finish all my homework before I come back. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. Jiang Haohao has been very nice to him recently. Is this what they call distance creates beauty? After finishing all the work, Jiang Zimo drove back home. Jiang Haohao was sitting in the living room drawing, feeling a little bored when he heard someone opening the door. He jumped up happily. Dad, you're finally back. Haohao was almost bored to death at home alone. On the way here, Jiang Zimo bought 2 toys for Jiang Haohao. Why isn't Mom home? When he said this, Jiang Haohao was already holding the 2 toys tightly and was unwilling to let go. Mom has been very busy with work recently and doesn't come home until very late every day. Haohao is home alone and there is no one to play with me. I think it's because of Jiang Zimo's departure that there have been major changes in the company. Jiang Zimo played with toys with Jiang Haohao in the living room for a long time, and Jiang Haohao seemed to be still not satisfied. Just as Jiang Zimo was about to go to the kitchen to cook, the sound of the door opening was suddenly heard. As expected, the only one who would come back at this time was Yi Nanqing. As soon as Yi Nanqing entered the room, he saw Jiang Zimo sitting on the sofa. He even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming that the person in front of him was Jiang Zimo, he breathed a sigh of relief and instantly felt confident. At once it is said that Jiang Zimo ran away from home just for show. He must have known that he had been working very hard recently, so he came back to visit him. But Jiang Zimo on the opposite side turned around and went into the kitchen without even looking at Yi Nanqing. Haohao, is there anything you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you. Jiang Haohao is a real foodie, otherwise he wouldn't have eaten so much that he is fat. Listening to the names of the dishes he mentioned, Jiang Zimo just nodded lovingly. There were a total of 6 dishes, and in the end, all of them appeared on the table. Jiang Haohao's appetite only really kicks in when he eats the food cooked by Jiang Zimo. Yi Nanqing originally thought that Jiang Zimo came back this time to apologize and surrender, but until now, he didn't show any intention of talking to him. Even so, Yi Nanqing still kept his composure, as if he didn't care at all whether Jiang Zimo appeared here or not. Just when Yi Nanqing was about to burst into a curse, the phone suddenly rang. It's the old lady of the Yi family again. Maybe it's because he's too bored staying alone in the old house, so he calls me so often. Grandma, why did you come to me suddenly? Did something happen at home? 37, Chapter 37 Hot Spring Villa. For Yi Nanqing, what the old lady said was an imperial decree.
So every time Yi Nanqing saw that it was her calling, he felt very flustered. You ungrateful bastard, I didn't call you and you haven't had any news for such a long time. Yi Nanqing rubbed his thighs awkwardly and subconsciously raised his head to look at Jiang Zimo opposite him. Grandma, I've been really busy with a lot of things at the company lately. The old lady is old now, and sometimes she speaks and acts like a child. I don't care what you're busy with, I haven't seen you all in such a long time that I'm dying tomorrow. No matter what's going on at your company, please put it aside. I am going to the hot spring villa, and you all should come with me. After Yi Nanqing hung up the phone, his face looked extremely sad. The company has several meetings to hold tomorrow afternoon. I didn't expect the old lady would not let me go like this.
Grandma asked us to go to the hot spring villa to accompany her tomorrow night.
Although Jiang Zimo is now responsible for a lot of things in the company, most of them can be completed online. Besides, it was after get off work, so Jiang Zimo naturally would not refuse and nodded slightly. Jiang Haohao frowned somewhat unhappily.
Should I come too?
Jiang Zimo reached out and gently touched Jiang Haohao's hair.
Grandma misses you very much, so why don't we go over and see her together?
But who would have thought that Jiang Haohao, who was so gentle to Jiang Zimo in the last second, would change his expression in an instant. Without hesitation, he threw the chopsticks in his hand heavily to the ground.
Didn't I just go back? Why is this old woman always pestering me? After spending these few days together, Jiang Zimo sometimes forgot that Jiang Haohao's good temper was all acted out. Jiang Zimo was a little overwhelmed by the sudden huge reaction. Yi Nanqing was sitting opposite him, so Jiang Haohao wasn't angry with him anyway.
Naturally, Yi Nanqing would not interfere. But what I didn't expect was that Jiang Zimo on the opposite side was also eating as usual as if nothing had happened. This was the first time that no one cared after Jiang Haohao lost his temper. No one helped to pick up the chopsticks that I threw on the ground. If it were in the past, Jiang Zimo would definitely pick up the chopsticks and start preaching to Jiang Haohao. Then Jiang Haohao continued to lose his temper and finally hit Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo already knew the whole series of tricks clearly. If that's the case, why make things difficult for yourself? After all, it's all because of habit. Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo with some surprise, as if Jiang Zimo had been doing such shocking things recently. Just looking at Jiang Haohao's helpless look, Yi Nanqing didn't say much. In the end, Jiang Haohao couldn't help himself and spoke in a low voice. Dad, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper just now. Could you help me pick up the chopsticks? Jiang Zimo just sighed heavily. No matter how I think about it, I feel that I had spoiled Jiang Haohao too much before. You should have slapped him without saying a word the first time he started swearing. Maybe this child would not become what he is now. Seeing that Jiang Zimo didn't say anything, Jiang Haohao looked so anxious that he seemed about to cry. After all, he is just an ignorant child. If other people hadn't deliberately given these bad things to Jiang Haohao, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Jiang Haohao thought for a long time and finally climbed down from the chair with great effort. He carefully picked up the chopsticks he had just thrown away. Dad, I've already picked up the chopsticks. Can you please stop being angry and forgive me? Jiang Zimo was actually very satisfied that Jiang Haohao could understand it to this extent. But he still frowned and asked, Are you going to the hot spring villa tomorrow? Will this happen again in the future? Jiang Haohao shook his head without hesitation. I'll go to the hot spring villa with you tomorrow. I will never do this again. Looking at Jiang Haohao like this, Jiang Zimo just felt pity. He doesn't have much time to spend with Jiang Haohao. If Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan are still unclear about each other at that time, these two will definitely meet again. Jiang Zimo had no way to guarantee that Jiang Haohao would not continue to be led astray by Gu Zihan. Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo sighed with some worry. Yi Nanqing, who was sitting opposite him, saw the time and spoke, I'll drive there myself tomorrow. We'll meet at the hot spring villa then. Jiang Zimo didn't say much, just nodded. Then I'll drive over there myself after work. As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Haohao, who had been watching quietly on the side, suddenly became restless. What about me? How do I get there? Yi Nanqing just raised her head and glanced at him calmly, then spoke without thinking too much, "Mom will pick you up after get off work." "I don't want to, it's too boring to go alone, Dad. Please come with me when the time comes."
Zhang Haohao blinked his big eyes and looked at Zhang Zimo, looking very pitiful. Zhang Zimo couldn't bear to refuse and agreed. After eating during dinner, Zhang Haohao grabbed Zhang Zimo's hand and didn't let him leave so quickly. Zhang Zimo had no choice but to coax Zhang Haohao to sleep before sneaking away.
The next day, at the agreed time, Zhang Zimo returned to the villa. Zhang Haohao and the driver were already waiting at the door. "But I called Yi Nanqing several times, but there was no news from the other party." Zhang Zimo sighed helplessly as he watched the call being automatically hung up again because no one answered.
Zhang Haohao still doesn't know what happened.
"It's only now that I'm in the car that I feel a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed so quickly last night. What fun could there be in the hot spring villa, not to mention that old woman was so nosy and aggressive." When Zhang Haohao thought of this, his mood became a little bad. When they arrived at the hot spring villa, the old lady was still waiting for Yi Nanqing and made several phone calls out of concern.
But the result was exactly the same as Zhang Zimo's just now. It was only after Zhang Zimo and other staff of the company confirmed it that we found out. Just after getting off work, Yi Nanqing received a phone call and left in a hurry. After confirming that Yi Nanqing was not in any danger of life, the few of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. "This Nanqing is so rude. Even if there's something urgent, he should have told us in advance, right? So many people are waiting. This is really unreasonable." 38, Chapter 38, If you don't want to come, then don't come. What's the point of lying?
Zhang Zimo had long been accustomed to this kind of thing, not to mention that it would be much more comfortable for him to play if she didn't come. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a dish for the old lady, and said a word of comfort. "Maybe it's something really important. Let's just have fun. She can take care of herself."
The old lady really likes Zhang Zimo. This is also the reason why I have been frequently asking their family out recently. I really don't want to lose such a good son-in-law like Zhang Zimo. But now looking carefully, it seems that his own Yi Nanqing is indeed not worthy of him, and even Zhang Zimo feels a little wronged. The old lady sighed helplessly. If Zhang Zimo really made up his mind to divorce, there would be no way to keep him. I waited until late at night, but there was still no news from Yi Nanqing. The old lady was exhausted today. Instead of waiting too late, she went back to her room to rest. Zhang Haohao was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyes. Zhang Zimo naturally didn't want his son to work so hard, so he took him back to the room to rest. The next day, when Zhang Zimo woke up again, there was no one around him and there was no sign of Zhang Haohao at all. I looked at the time and it wasn't too late. I wondered where the kid had gone. Zhang Zimo went out to look for it with some concern. Only then did I know that Zhang Haohao had been throwing a tantrum with the driver early in the morning, demanding that he take her home. The driver had no choice but to agree. The old lady also started to have a fever when she returned to her room last night. I thought I couldn't take a hot spring bath, so in order not to delay Zhang Zimo, I went home alone in the morning. My goodness, now I am the only one left in this huge hot spring villa? Zhang Zimo shook his head helplessly. But now that things have come to this, the most important thing is to fill our stomachs. Now that you are here, make the most of it. Zhang Zimo was quite comfortable soaking in the hot spring alone. Silence your phone so that no random work will come to you. It seems that recently, except for writing code every day, there are very few times for Zhang Zimo to relax like this. Zhang Zimo stayed in the hot spring for nearly 2 hours until he felt the air outside was a little cold, then he went back to the room and changed his clothes. Not long after I lay down and turned on the computer, Mrs. E suddenly called. Zimo, you're still in the hot spring villa, right? Zhang Zimo frowned in confusion. Was it something very important whether he was at the hot spring villa at this time? Although he didn't know what the old lady was going to do, Zhang Zimo still answered honestly. Yeah, I just went to the hot springs, so I should wait a while before leaving. The old lady on the other end of the phone suddenly sighed. I'm old now, and my body can't handle it anymore. I'd rather you young people have fun. Nanqing just told me that she's almost there. She should have told you, right? Yi Nanqing is coming over? Zhang Zimo didn't receive any news at all.
Maybe Yi Nanqing just wanted to fool the old lady after all. She should know that he was the only one in the hot spring villa.
If I come here at this time, no one will watch my performance?
But the old lady had already said so, and Zhang Zimo didn't want to get into unnecessary trouble.
I could only tell a lie.
She just told me that I will accompany her. Hearing Zhang Zimo say this, the old lady felt relieved. Although she would support Zhang Zimo's divorce, the old lady would definitely not give up if there was a possibility for the two to reconcile.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zimo looked at the message record with some uncertainty.
The chat box with Yi Nanqing had long been pushed to the bottom, and the two of them hadn't spoken to each other for almost half a month.
Zhang Zimo waited at the hot spring villa for nearly 2 hours, but still didn't see Yi Nanqing.
I didn't waste any more time in the hot spring villa and took a bus back home. On the way, I received a call from Zhang Chao, saying that there was a problem with an important software in the company. Zhang Zimo had no choice but to change his route and return to the company.
Today is Sunday, and there is no one in the huge office.
All I could see were Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu sitting in the office, staring at the computer screen, not knowing what they were looking at.
The moment Zhang Zimo pushed open the door, the two people opposite raised their heads without hesitation.
Even the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhang Zimo seemed to have a little sympathy. Zhang Zimo, who had just returned from the hot spring villa, was stunned for a moment. Could it be that I was wearing the disposable slippers I had just worn in the villa?
Zhang Zimo looked down with some doubt, but there was nothing?
Then why do these two guys have such strange expressions?
If you two have something to say, just say it. Look at me like that.
Zhang Zimo finally spoke up because he couldn't stand it anymore.
Tang Xinyu touched the back of her head awkwardly and pointed at the computer screen. I just saw your ex-wife here.
Zhang Zimo was stunned by these words and walked behind them. Zhang Zimo then realized that it was the two of them who were watching the live broadcast. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the year-end event of a recent platform. Many stars and singers of this year will participate, and there will even be an awards ceremony. There is no doubt that Yi Nanqing's appearance here must be due to Gu Zihan. After all, the close cooperation between Yi and Gu Zihan had just been announced at the music festival. Let me play the replay for you. The expression on Zhang Chao's face had turned dark.
Although everyone knew that the two were preparing to divorce, they also knew how Yi Nanqing had been pestering Zhang Zimo in private.
Zhang Chao moved the progress bar back to about 10 minutes ago. The picture shows Gu Zihan talking to a man, when suddenly a girl rushed up without hesitation and splashed water all over Gu Zihan. Although Gu Zihan has become a little famous recently, he is just a small fry in this kind of occasion and no one cares about him at all. After being splashed with water, Gu Zihan frowned angrily. Whatever they said during the live broadcast could be seen and heard clearly on this side of the display. The fan somehow got the news that Gu Zihan was a mistress, and couldn't accept that her feelings were deceived like that, so she came to unfollow him in person.
This scene is indeed surprising. 39, Chapter 39, A Match Made in Heaven. When Gu Zihan heard what the woman opposite him was saying, his mind went blank. I never thought that someone would actually reveal the relationship between me and Yi Nanqing in public. Although he had always wanted to cling to Yi Nanqing's thigh in China, if he made it known to everyone now, it would only do harm to Gu Zihan and no good. Don't spit bloody words at me. Miss Yi and I are just ordinary friends. If you continue to talk nonsense, we will sue you for defamation. Gu Zihan seemed to be speaking righteously, but he was already scared to death in his heart. He was not sure whether this crazy woman really had any other evidence in her hands. Zhang Zimo sighed helplessly as he watched the follow-up visit in the office. I thought the man Yi Nanqing liked would be very responsible. It seems nothing special now. Even for something as simple as admitting a relationship, Gu Zihan seemed to be hesitant. The two men pushed and shoved each other and argued for a while. Yi Nanqing suddenly appeared on the screen. Just now, he discovered that there was a group of people gathered here. Yi Nanqing squeezed in with great difficulty when he saw that the person in the center of the crowd was Gu Zihan. Yi Nanqing frowned instantly. Her first thought was not whether Gu Zihan had encountered any problems. Instead, I wondered how he could cause trouble in such an occasion. Although it wasn't right, Yi Nanqing did feel a little annoyed at this moment.
Yi Nanqing didn't want to lose his composure in front of so many people, so he went up and said a few harsh words, then turned around and left with Gu Zihan.
But the actions and interactions between the two of them.
The people who were just standing by and watching the show were even a little skeptical, thinking that maybe what the fans said was not a lie. At this time, the barrage seemed to be rolling like crazy.
I suddenly feel that these two are a good match. Is it normal for me to think this way?
As soon as that girl came in, I felt that they were a perfect match. I know this male singer, but hasn't Yi Nanqing always been single? Those fans are just making random comments without knowing the truth. Yi Nanqing even attended Gu Zihan's music festival, and even now all of Gu Zihan's performances are sponsored by Yi Nanqing. Even if there are bumps, I can still accept them being together. I just found out they're from the same university. Oh my god, I'll let you guys make it official. Zhang Chao was so angry looking at the comments that he clenched his fists.
Are these people blind? How can they say such things? Tang Xinyu turned her head and looked cautiously at Zhang Zimo beside her.
But I found that there was no expression on his face, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Several people were silent for a moment, and then Zhang Zimo slowly spoke.
Don't meddle in their affairs. Evildoers will be punished by God.
Zhang Zimo himself had already seen it clearly, but the people around him kept speaking up for him.
I had told the old lady that we would go to the hot spring resort this afternoon, but it seems like it was all a complete scam. What did you two call me over for? Tell me now.
Zhang Zimo didn't want to continue talking about Yi Nanqing, so he took the initiative to change the subject.
Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao were tactful enough not to bring it up again.
At the company, they just discussed some technical difficulties. After Zhang Zimo gave some suggestions, he hurried back home.
After a whole day of hard work, I can finally get some sleep. When Zhang Zimo opened his eyes again, it was already noon the next day.
Zhang Chao called several times, but Zhang Zimo didn't hear any of them. I called back somewhat embarrassedly. Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Zimo's caller ID. No one knows how worried Zhang Chao has been recently.
Although Zhang Zimo has joined Lantu, this guy would do anything for Yi Nanqing before. Who knows if he will suddenly return to his family without saying a word.
If this really happened, Zhang Chao would want to cry but wouldn't know where to go. I'm sorry, I overslept this morning because I didn't hear the alarm.
Zhang Chao shook his head nonchalantly and said, It's okay, I asked you to come over to work overtime yesterday, Sunday. You're working too hard.
Why don't you just take a day off at home today? I'll talk to HR and you can just take a good rest. Zhang Zimo just felt that Zhang Chao seemed a little too polite today, and there was something wrong that he couldn't explain. But since he could rest, that would definitely be the best. Zhang Zimo agreed without any pretense. I lay comfortably at home until the afternoon. This life is really comfortable.
Just as Zhang Zimo was sighing, the phone suddenly rang.
It's Zhang Haohao. This was the first time the child called Zhang Zimo after secretly leaving the hot spring villa without saying a word.
But Zhang Zimo could guess it without any explanation.
Zhang Haohao sneaked out on his own. He must have some connection with Gu Zihan. Otherwise, how could a little brat have such courage?
Dad. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Haohao's voice came from the receiver.
It's obvious that Zhang Haohao feels a little guilty now.
What's wrong? You just got home from school. How was school today? When Zhang Haohao heard Zhang Zimo ask this, he instantly felt relieved.
When I was at the hot spring villa, I just wanted to get up early to go to the bathroom, but suddenly I saw the message from Gu Zihan.
They said they were going to the next city to play and asked me if I wanted to go.
The hot spring villa was already boring, and my mother actually went to see Dad Gu secretly without my knowledge.
Zhang Haohao was instantly furious when he saw the news. He cried, made a scene and even threatened to commit suicide in front of his driver before leaving the hot spring villa. But no matter what, he went to find Gu's father, so Zhang Haohao didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Zimo. As time went by, I actually forgot about this matter. I called to test Zhang Zimo's attitude, worried that my father would hold a grudge and be angry about this matter. But just now Zhang Zimo was concerned about Zhang Haohao's schooling, so it seems that his father is not angry anymore. Zhang Haohao also breathed a sigh of relief instantly. I just got home from school, Dad, when I was in class today. Zhang Haohao told Jiang Zimo all the interesting things that happened in school. It was also at this time that Zhang Haohao realized that it seemed like he hadn't talked about interesting things at school with his father for a long time. 40, Chapter 40 Technology Exhibition. In the past, if Jiang Zimo didn't see Zhang Haohao for an hour, he would be eager to know what he had done. It may also be because Jiang Zimo has always been alone at home, so Zhang Haohao has unknowingly become his spiritual pillar. But Zhang Haohao also likes the current Jiang Zimo, unlike before when he had no freedom at all. Now Zhang Haohao can do whatever he wants every day, and his father Gu will take him to many other fun places. Jiang Zimo asked about Zhang Haohao's studies and then hung up the phone. Jiang Zimo now has other important things to do and can't always be with Zhang Haohao, so the pressure in his heart is much less. The next day, when he arrived at the company, Zhang Chao called Jiang Zimo directly to his office. There's a technology expo tomorrow afternoon, don't forget it, remember to go there then. If Zhang Chao hadn't specifically reminded him, Jiang Zimo would have really forgotten about this matter. I understand, don't worry. Before the exhibition started, Jiang Zimo was still in the office processing the final few pieces of data. Anyway, the exhibition starts at 12 noon, and it takes about half an hour to drive there. Jiang Zimo can set off at 10 o'clock. Zhang Chao, who had already arrived at the venue, walked around several times but didn't see Jiang Zimo. He couldn't help but call to ask what was going on. I'll leave right now, don't worry, I won't be late. Jiang Zimo hurriedly left the office after receiving the call. There was absolutely no problem with the time I planned, but I didn't expect a series of rear-end collisions to suddenly occur halfway through the journey. Jiang Zimo didn't have time to slow down and crashed into it directly. If you are delayed at this time, there is no doubt that it will be too late to go to the exhibition. Something happened on my end. His first reaction was to call Zhang Chao, and Jiang Zimo told him everything about the situation. I understand you should find a way to come here first. I will arrange for someone to handle the matter over there. After Jiang Zimo hung up the phone, he was at a loss as to how to find a place to stay. The area around here was almost entirely occupied by cars that had been rear-ended, and there was nothing he could find to take him to the venue. Just when Jiang Zimo didn't know what to do, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Tao Wanwan is actually here too. She had just seen a familiar figure in front of her not far away and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. But for some reason, she was really curious, so Tao Wanwan walked over to take a look. I didn't expect it was really Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo, why are you here? Jiang Zimo had a pretty good impression of Tao Wanwan, even though this guy was usually close to Yi Nanqing. But she is much smarter than Yi Nanqing and doesn't have the temper of a spoiled brat. I was going to the exhibition, but something happened on the way. I'll see if I can get a ride there. Tao Wanwan sighed, shook her head gently and said, it should be impossible. This section of road on the map is already congested. Ready if you're in a hurry and don't mind, I can drive you part of the way. Jiang Zimo looked up at Tao Wanwan with some surprise, although this person was not as bad as Yi Nanqing, Meng Yuhan, and the others. But Jiang Zimo found it hard to believe that she would be so kind. Tao Wanwan could naturally see what Jiang Zimo meant now. I happen to be going to the exhibition as well. If you don't want to go, then there's nothing I can do. You'll just have to wait and be late. What Tao Wanwan said made some sense. If Jiang Zimo dawdled any longer, he would really be late. Jiang Zimo had no choice but to get into Tao Wanwan's car. Neither of them spoke during the entire journey, and the atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward. Sure enough, with the help of Tao Wanwan, Jiang Zimo finally arrived at the exhibition entrance before 12 o'clock. No matter what, Tao Wanwan really helped a lot this time. I'll definitely thank you when I have time later. I have something else to do today, so I'll leave first. Jiang Zimo got out of the car in a hurry, left a word, and ran straight into the venue without looking back. Not long after Jiang Zimo left, Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan got out of the car. Yi Nanqing originally planned to go straight into the venue. After all, it wasn't too early for the two of them to arrive. But as soon as I got off the bus, I saw a car next to it that looked very familiar. After confirming the license plate number, he walked over without hesitation. The moment Tao Wanwan saw Yi Nanqing, she frowned silently. Why are you here?
Yi Nanqing knew what business Tao Wanwan's family was in, and today's exhibition had nothing to do with her. Tao Wanwan didn't hide it, but said calmly, "I just dropped off a friend on the way." Yi Nanqing probably knew who her friends were, but he couldn't think of anyone who needed to come here. Although he felt something was not right, the exhibition was about to begin, so Yi Nanqing did not continue to waste time outside. As soon as Jiang Zimo entered the venue, he saw Zhang Chao standing beside him with an anxious look on his face. The moment he saw Jiang Zimo, Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. "My dear little ancestor, you are finally here. Don't come here like this in the future, okay? My blood pressure is really rising." Jiang Zimo had just run all the way here, and was a little out of breath when he spoke. "I didn't expect this to happen. Don't worry, it won't happen again next time. There is about half an hour left before the exhibition officially starts." Zhang Chao took Jiang Zimo around the exhibition twice. As expected of the largest technology exhibition nowadays, Jiang Zimo saw almost all the latest high technologies. Jiang Zimo was overwhelmed by the robots of various types and functions in this exhibition area alone. "I'm telling you, Mr. Tang is here today too. If you had been late just now, you would have been in trouble." Zhang Chao didn't say this just to scare Jiang Zimo. Although Mr. Tang's favorite student is Jiang Zimo, he is still quite dissatisfied with his decision to return to his family. Originally, what Mr. Tang hated most was people who were late. If Jiang Zimo had really been late and been caught by Mr. Tang, he might have been punished for a year or two. Jiang Zimo didn't expect that Mr. Tang would also come to the exhibition. I breathed a sigh of relief silently. Zhang Chao is quite famous in the circle, and people keep coming to say hello to him. 41, Chapter 41, Bringing It Out to Be Embarrassing. Jiang Zimo is different. He has been focusing on his family for so many years, and very few people in the industry know him. Even if he really looked familiar, it was only when he had met her once before when he was working with Yi. Seeing it now, I still find it strange why people from the Yi family would appear in Lantu. But this is also good for Jiang Zimo, otherwise, he would have to keep chatting and socializing with them. Jiang Zimo felt very annoyed just thinking about it. There are so many high-tech technologies in the exhibition. In addition to others, Lantu also brought its own latest research technologies. Zhang Chao was busy reminiscing with other people in the venue, so the main task of expanding the company's business network and introducing the company's products naturally fell on Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo had seen enough of the venue, so he just stayed quietly in front of his booth. If someone comes to visit, Jiang Zimo will carefully introduce Lantu's products to them. After all, at this stage, in addition to personal connections, the strength of one's own products is also very important. Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao each have their own responsibilities, one in charge of external affairs and the other in charge of internal affairs. Just as Jiang Zimo was introducing enthusiastically, he looked up and suddenly saw Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing walking in from the door. Jiang Zimo frowned subconsciously. These two people caused such a big trouble during the live broadcast yesterday, but he didn't expect that they would meet again today. Zhang Chao, who was not far away, naturally saw the two of them and looked at Jiang Zimo cautiously. After making sure that there was no strange expression on his face, he breathed a sigh of relief. Many people watched the live broadcast last night. As soon as they saw Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing walk in, they went up to them one after another to greet them, and subconsciously thought that they must be a couple. After all, last night the hot searches about whether Yi Nanqing was single had already topped the list. Some people even suspected that the fan was invited by Gu Zihan himself, just to direct and perform the show to increase his popularity. Anyway, all kinds of nonsense are flying around. When Gu Zihan just entered the door, he also saw Jiang Zimo in the venue. It was a bit surprising that Zhang Chao from Lantu actually chose to bring Jiang Zimo to the technology exhibition. Tickets for this exhibition are hard to come by. Although Lantu does not have the status of Yesnao, there are many well-known designers in the company. Why did they bring a guy like Jiang Zimo? Now that I think about it, Jiang Zimo really did get into the company through connections. I just don't know if other employees will have any opinions. Yi Nanqing's face was almost frozen from smiling as he was chatting with the people around him. If he had encountered this situation before, Jiang Zimo would definitely try his best to find a reason to slip away. But now look at Gu Zihan beside him, he keeps talking non-stop, as if he doesn't feel tired at all. Yi Nanqing was extremely unwilling in his heart, but he could only swallow it all. Zhang Zimo did not pay too much attention to the two people not far away, and focused all his energy on introducing the products. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was already the opening ceremony of the exhibition. The technology exhibition lasts for 3 days. Today is the first day, and it is also the day with the most attention and the most visitors.
Zhang Zimo and Zhang Chao were arranged in the second row.
The current technical leader Yi naturally sat in the first row and was arranged next to Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang knew Yi Nanqing's identity, but he never liked her in his heart, but he never showed it. After all, if it weren't for Yi Nanqing, his most proud student wouldn't have returned home so quickly to start taking care of her husband and children.
Whenever he saw Yi Nanqing, Mr. Tang would feel sorry for Zhang Zimo's choice.
Not to mention that Yi Nanqing is now accompanied by another man, which makes old Tang even more unable to bear to watch. Before sitting down, Yi Nanqing greeted Mr. Tang excitedly, but the other party just nodded indifferently. Yi Nanqing, who has been the center of attention since entering the venue today, naturally finds it a little difficult to accept. But the other party was Mr. Tang, a technology tycoon in the AI field. Even if Yi Nanqing was wronged, he could only blame his bad luck. Yi Nanqing thought about it over and over again, but couldn't understand why the last time Mr. Tang saw him, he wasn't so cold. What exactly happened in such a short period of time? I don't know if it's a coincidence or some other reason. Zhang Zimo's voice happened to reach Yi Nanqing's ears at this moment. That's right, it was Zhang Zimo. It must be because of him that Mr. Tang was so distant from me. During this period, after Zhang Zimo left his job, Yi Nanqing encountered difficulties everywhere in both life and work. The desire to find a way to get Zhang Zimo back is becoming stronger and stronger. Mr. Tang was arranged to go on stage to give a speech, and the cameras in the hands of the reporters in the audience kept flashing, with no intention of stopping. Zhang Chao turned slightly to the side and whispered to Zhang Zimo, "Our teacher's charm remains undiminished after all these years." Zhang Zimo couldn't help laughing when he heard this. But what Zhang Chao said still makes sense. When he was in school, Mr. Tang's classes were always full. Now that I have graduated, I can still see so many people following Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang finished his speech and the opening ceremony. It's almost coming to an end. I don't know where the news came from, but it said that after the opening ceremony, Mr. Tang would answer questions for an hour before leaving the venue. Yi Nanqing had a good position, sitting next to old Tang. He originally wanted to ask about the current situation of the Yi family. Perhaps old Tang would be able to help for Zhang Zimo's sake. But before Yi Nanqing could say anything, Gu Zihan, who was sitting next to him, stood up without any tact. When the opening ceremony just started, Gu Zihan was already eager to talk to Mr. Tang. After all, Gu Zihan did not leave a good impression on Mr. Tang when they met last time, so he wanted to show himself well today. From where Mr. Tang was standing, he could clearly see the expressions on both of their faces. Noticing that Yi Nanqing wanted to speak but closed his mouth in an instant, he smiled helplessly. What kind of vision does this woman have? The man she chose is not even 1/10 as good as her apprentice. Mr. Tang now feels both proud and angry. Mr. Tang, we have met before. I am Gu Zihan from the Yi family. I didn't expect to meet again. It is really fate. Yi Nanqing was listening at the side, speechless and didn't know what to say. Seeing how anxious he was, I thought he had something important to say, but I didn't expect it to be such a trivial matter. 42, Chapter 42. The teacher is really happy. Yi Nanqing didn't know what was going on with him at that moment. He thought of Zhang Zimo again. It seems that neither Yes nor I can live without him. After this technology exhibition, I will bring Zhang Zimo back to my side no matter what. There were countless people in the entire venue who came to see Mr. Tang. This group of people is different from Gu Zihan. They all come with real questions and definitely not for the sake of showing off. So much so that before Gu Zihan could say a few words, he was pushed to the back by the people who came one after another. After all, Gu Zihan didn't understand most of what they said. Originally, the two of them had a very good position, and Yi Nanqing could also explain the current situation of the Yi family. Now, everything has been messed up by Gu Zihan. Although Yi Nanqing was extremely unhappy, he couldn't lose his temper as long as he looked at Gu Zihan's face. Mr. Tang had already seen Zhang Zimo when he was speaking, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see Jiang Zimo coming. Not far away, Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao were waiting calmly.
I suggest you go over and say hello, aren't they a little too arrogant?
Zhang Chao even saw with his own eyes Gu Zihan reach out and touch Yi Nanqing's hair. No matter what, Yi Nanqing is a family man now, so it is inappropriate for him to do such a thing in public. But Jiang Zimo didn't care at all if his wife was cheating on him so blatantly. He would definitely not be able to help but go up and dunk.
Jiang Zimo shook his head without hesitation, saying the same thing as always. That's not necessary. Although what Jiang Zimo said made sense, Zhang Chao felt aggrieved no matter how he thought about it. That group of people still think Gu Zihan is Yi Nanqing's significant other. If you step out now and reveal your identity, and give them a good slap in the face, I can't even imagine how satisfying it would be. Jiang Zimo pursed his lips, turned his head and looked at Zhang Chao helplessly. The two had known each other for such a long time, so Zhang Chao naturally knew what he meant and quickly nodded and waved his hand. Okay, I know what you mean, I am just saying it casually, don't look at me like that.
Jiang Zimo didn't say anything else, just raised his chin and motioned Zhang Chao to look over. The people around Mr. Tang gradually dispersed, and no one knew what they said to each other. It was not until Mr. Tang stood up that the people around him automatically made way for him. I have to say, the scene in front of me is really a bit like a star-chasing scene, except that the fans are much calmer.
The teacher is leaving, should we go over now?
Hearing this, Jiang Zimo shook his head slightly. No need, the teacher will definitely call us over later.
From Jiang Zimo's angle, he could clearly see the expression on Yi Nanqing's face. If Jiang Zimo remembered correctly, wasn't Yi Nanqing sitting next to Mr. Tang just now? Could it be that Elder Tang said something unpleasant? Otherwise, why would Yi Nanqing's expression be so ugly? Sure enough, just as Jiang Zimo had just said, Mr. Tang sent them a text message not long after he walked out. Said we would meet in the underground parking lot.
Zhang Chao didn't know why, even though he had known Mr. Tang for such a long time, he still couldn't help but feel nervous. Old Tang was standing next to the car waiting, and his brows furrowed as soon as he saw Jiang Zimo and the other man. Faced with the teacher's pressure, neither Jiang Zimo nor Zhang Chao was too embarrassed to speak. I've seen the products you two brought. I never expected that such an inconspicuous little booth would attract Mr. Tang's special visit. Jiang Zimo suddenly felt an indescribable feeling of being moved and guilty. It does look pretty good, but after all these years, you're just going to show me this? When Mr. Tang talked about the product just now, Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao were already prepared to be criticized. After all, Mr. Tang is famous for his strictness, and generally, the word satisfaction has never appeared under his command. Zhang Chao was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. Our company has recently been researching new technologies, and they will probably be available for trial use in the second half of this year. Mr. Tang had another flight soon, so time was still quite tight. He lowered his head to look at his phone, but finally couldn't help but look at Jiang Zimo and speak.
What's going on with you right now? Jiang Zimo raised his head in surprise after hearing what Mr. Tang said.
I probably knew what Mr. Tang meant, and for a moment I was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. I'm already preparing for a divorce, don't worry, teacher, I'll focus on my career from now on.
Hearing this, Mr. Tang couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Zhang Chao widened his eyes in surprise. After all, it wasn't often that Mr. Tang laughed so happily.
Okay, do you know how many years I've been waiting for you to say this? I finally got what I wanted.
That's all for today. You two go back and study carefully next time we meet. I hope you can give me a surprise. Jiang Zimo nodded confidently, while Zhang Chao was still immersed in what Mr. Tang had just said. There was no coming out of the laughter. It wasn't until Mr. Tang left that Zhang Chao spoke in disbelief. The teacher was laughing so happily just now. It seems that he is very satisfied with your choice of divorce. Jiang Zimo couldn't help but pout. He should have made this choice a long time ago. It was such a waste to waste so many years on Yi Nanqing.
Back to the venue, it was back to the way it was before the opening ceremony. Groups of people came to visit and try out Lanta's latest technology. Jiang Zimo also received some suggestions and directions for future improvements from each of them. I have to say that I learned a lot at the exhibition today.
On the other side, Yi Nanqing had a completely different style. A group of people gathered together, talking and laughing. If you didn't know, you would think they were attending a dinner party hosted by someone. There was no trace of a technology exhibition at all. Yi Nanqing's main purpose of coming here today is to build up her network of contacts, which she believes is the most important thing in doing business. I originally wanted to say a few words to Zhang Chao. After all, Lantu has a strong momentum here.
Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. But Jiang Zimo was already around Zhang Chao, and Yi Nanqing really couldn't find any good opportunity. 43, Chapter 43, It's been really hard over the years. After waiting for a long time, Jiang Zimo finally went to the bathroom. Yi Nanqing didn't dare to waste any time and walked straight to Zhang Chao. Mr. Zhang, long time no see. Gu Zihan had no idea that Yi Nanqing was looking for Zhang Chao. He just followed her without hesitation. But when he saw Zhang Chao's face, he instantly became nervous. If Zhang Chao told Yi Nanqing about his interview at Lantu, he really didn't know how to explain it.
Zhang Chao looked at Yi Nanqing and nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze to Gu Zihan.
It's been a while since we last met, Mr. Yi. How are you doing recently?
Zhang Chao was so angry with this pair of bastards just now that his teeth were itching to bite him, but now he had to pretend to be polite and continue to greet them. It's still the same as before, but I heard that Mr. Zhang has made some new things recently. I wonder when I'll have the chance to bring them out for everyone to see. If Yi Nanqing knew that the new guy he was curious about just now was made under the leadership of Jiang Zimo.
I really don't know what his expression would be.
Zhang Chao smiled politely.
It's nothing. We're still in the final stages of research. When there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely do it.
After saying this, Zhang Chao turned his gaze to Gu Zihan next to him. Mr. Gu is now working at Yi as well. That's fine compared to Lantu. Yes is a better place for people to make progress. Yi Nanqing subconsciously thought that Zhang Chao's words were a compliment to him, but after listening carefully, he felt that something seemed to be wrong.
You too. In Yi Nanqing's opinion, the two of them should be complete strangers.
Fortunately, Gu Zihan had just been thinking about how to deal with it, and he spoke immediately after hearing this. When I first returned to China, I contacted Mr. Zhang for work.
Yi Nanqing didn't know when Gu Zihan had just returned to China. It was Yi Nanqing who later saw the news of Gu Zihan's return to China on WeChat Moments and couldn't help but contact Gu Zihan. It was at that time that the two of them officially got together. After hearing Gu Zihan's explanation, Yi Nanqing nodded slightly.
Zhang Chao on the opposite side also noticed that something was wrong with these two people. It seems that Yi Nanqing had no idea that Gu Zihan was coming to Lantu for an interview, otherwise how could he have reacted like this? Yi Nanqing wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he saw Jiang Zimo walking out of the bathroom. So he turned around and left without staying any longer. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly as he watched the two of them leave. Without even asking, Jiang Zimo could guess what the two of them were doing there.
I say, does your ex-wife really not know any technology at all?
Jiang Zimo nodded without hesitation when he heard this question. Jiang Zimo had been managing the company in the early stages. Only after the company was fully established did Yi Nanqing begin to take over little by little. Strictly speaking, Yi Nanqing only knows how to do the work of a manager and knows nothing about the company's technical issues. I really don't understand why the Yi family can achieve this level. Zhang Chao turned his head and looked at Jiang Zimo with some heartache, then patted his shoulder hard. Brother, you have really worked hard over the years.
Jiang Zimo didn't quite understand what Zhang Chao was doing, and just raised his eyebrows helplessly. As it was almost afternoon, many people came to invite Zhang Chao to have dinner with them.
After Zhang Chao rejected one after another, he turned around and looked at Jiang Zimo, who had been working hard and sighed helplessly. Just as I was about to walk over and say something, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind me. The person who invited Zhang Chao to dinner this time was not an ordinary person. He was a great benefactor who helped Zhang Chao when he first started his business. In this case, Zhang Chao naturally could not refuse. It's a bureau organized by Mri's team. We'll meet at the door. You must come.
As soon as Zhang Chao heard Yi Nanqing's name, the smile on his face froze instantly. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. However, due to the other party's identity, Zhang Chao could only nod and agree.
Jiang Zimo had just finished introducing his product to the last few people.
When I raised my head, I saw Zhang Chao walking towards me from not far away with a worried look on his face. Could it be that he had just been bullied? It's good enough that Zhang Chao doesn't bully others given his ability. When Zhang Chao came closer, Zhang Zimo couldn't help but ask curiously, what happened? Zhang Chao touched the back of his head awkwardly. Nothing much, they just asked me to have dinner with them, and I wanted to take you with me. After all, everyone knew that Lanta came with 2 people today, so it would definitely be strange if Zhang Zimo just left like that. It was just dinner, and Zhang Zimo didn't understand why Zhang Chao had such an expression. It seems that Yi Nanqing will also go. It's up to you to decide whether to go or not. He will never force you. So that's how it is. Zhang Zimo sighed helplessly. In fact, Yi Nanqing is not a big deal to Zhang Zimo now. Difference. I'll go, it's just for a meal. We've been in the same conference room for a long time today and nothing has happened. Why are you worried? Seeing that Zhang Zimo seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, Zhang Chao waved his hands anxiously. Of course I'm not worried about anything going wrong. I am just worried about whether you'll feel embarrassed. Zhang Zimo walked up to Zhang Chao and patted him gently on the shoulder. Then just put your heart at ease, nothing will go wrong. With Zhang Zimo's words, Zhang Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost time for dinner, so Zhang Zimo followed Zhang Chao out the door. Yi Nanqing was stunned when he saw Zhang Zimo. I originally wanted to say a few words to him, but there are too many people outside. If the chairman of Yi Group talked to a small employee of Lantu at this time, others would find it strange. Thinking of this, Yi Nanqing finally did not speak. Zhang Zimo seemed not to see her and got into Zhang Chao's car directly. Gu Zihan waited in the driver's seat for a long time but didn't see Yi Nanqing. He couldn't help but look out the window and saw Yi Nanqing looking in the direction of Zhang Zimo. My heart suddenly tightened. 44, Chapter 44, Rekindled Love? Yi Nanqing was very cold towards Gu Zihan all day today. At first, Gu Zihan just thought it might be because there were too many people in the exhibition. Yi Nanqing just felt a little uncomfortable for a moment because he was too tired. During the trip, Gu Zihan also thought about whether to take Yi Nanqing there to rest for a while. After all, the lounge was on the 2nd floor of the exhibition. It's just that Gu Zihan is too eager to get to know more people now that he has just returned to China. What he needs most is countless connections. In the end, he just let Yi Nanqing follow him around. Only now did Gu Zihan suddenly realize that Yi Nanqing must have some new thoughts about Zhang Zimo. Although Gu Zihan was certain that Yi Nanqing definitely had no feelings for Zhang Zimo. But we have to admit that the big problems that have arisen within Yes Company recently are all due to Zhang Zimo's sudden resignation. So Gu Zihan could probably guess that Yi Nanqing wanted Zhang Zimo to return home. I just didn't expect the speed to be so fast. I thought Yi Nanqing would continue to be arrogant for a while. Nanqing, get in the car quickly, everyone has already left. No matter what, the place next to Yi Nanqing can only belong to him. Gu Zihan and Zhang Zimo, don't even think about it. Yi Nanqing finally reacted after hearing the voice, nodded slightly and got into the car. There were quite a few people eating there, and Yi Nanqing booked the largest private room in the hotel, which could accommodate more than 20 people. As soon as Zhang Zimo entered, he found an inconspicuous seat and sat down. Zhang Chao didn't come here to show up in public, so he naturally sat down next to Zhang Zimo. When Yi Nanqing came in, the only empty seats in the private room were the main seat and the one next to Zhang Zimo. Originally wanting to have a good talk with Zhang Zimo, Yi Nanqing walked over to Zhang Zimo without hesitation and prepared to sit down. Seeing this, Gu Zihan had a bad feeling and frowned slightly. Fortunately, the man next to me suddenly spoke. Mr. Yi, of course you have to sit in the main seat, everyone is here for your sake. Gu Zihan followed this sentence and took Yi Nanqing over directly. Since everyone has said so, Yi Nanqing naturally cannot refuse. Zhang Chao leaned over to Zhang Zimo's ear and whispered softly, if I'm not mistaken, she seemed to want to sit next to you just now. Zhang Zimo really didn't notice this at all and frowned slightly. But maybe Zhang Chao is paying too much attention to Yi Nanqing. Why are you staring at Yi Nanqing all day long? What do you think of him? When Zhang Chao heard this, the expression on his face instantly became ferocious, as if Zhang Zimo had said something disgusting. You are such an ungrateful person, how can you say such things, isn't this all for you? Jiang Zimo sighed heavily. Zhang Chao was such a gossipy guy.
I could only pat his back gently to comfort him. There are so many people at the table now, if Zhang Chao speaks a little louder, everyone will look over. Not to mention that the person they were talking about was right here, so Jiang Zimo naturally had to be careful. Zhang Chao calmed down for a long time before he calmed down a little. Yi Nanqing is naturally not stingy when treating people to a meal. Such a big table is filled with dishes, and there are so many kinds that it is impossible to count them.
Although Yi Nanqing was not in good condition today, he was still able to maintain basic politeness in front of so many people.
She and Gu Zihan really seem like a perfect match. They would lower their heads and talk to each other from time to time, so outsiders would naturally think that these two people must have a good relationship. Jiang Zimo sat next to Zhang Chao, looking at the table full of dishes and feeling a little confused for a moment.
If I'm not mistaken, these were the dishes Yi Nanqing ordered personally. Among so many dishes, there wasn't a single one that Jiang Zimo liked. After so many years of marriage, Yi Nanqing couldn't remember a single one.
Although Jiang Zimo has now completely let go of this relationship, he still feels ashamed when he thinks about it now.
Fortunately, most of you here are not here for the food.
After eating a few bites, they started communicating with the people around them. Sitting next to Jiang Zimo was a professor he had met at the exhibition. They had a deep impression of each other. As soon as he sat down, Professor Li recognized Jiang Zimo. You young people are truly the wave behind us, pushing forward the wave ahead. The future development of AI technology depends on you.
We're old now, and even if I have to stay up all night to write code, I can't stand it anymore. I need to rest all day the next day.
The two were originally talking about scientific research, but Professor Li suddenly changed the subject and Jiang Zimo almost couldn't keep up.
Professor Li, what are you talking about? If you hadn't been blazing the trails, we, the younger generation, wouldn't have had so many benefits.
I don't know why, but the two of them suddenly started praising each other's business. Zhang Chao, who was standing next to him, got goosebumps all over his body after hearing this. It's not because of these words, but because these words came from Jiang Zimo's mouth. You know, when he was in school, Jiang Zimo was notorious for his low emotional intelligence and poor speaking skills. I don't know what the marriage in these years has brought to Jiang Zimo, and there has been such a big change now. River Zimo and Professor Li were talking quite loudly, and even Yi Nanqing could hear the conversation between them, but he just couldn't make out what they were saying clearly. Several people sitting next to Professor Li raised their heads and some of them couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. You old man, all you do is bully young people all day long. Look how scared you made them.
Professor Li rolled his eyes unhappily, but everyone knew it was just a joke and no one said anything more. Although Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing could see the scene on Jiang Zimo's side. But seeing that they were laughing all the time, I subconsciously thought that they were just talking about everyday things. After all, in Yi Nanqing's opinion, Jiang Zimo was not powerful enough to communicate with the professor. Seeing Jiang Zimo constantly adding water and food to Zhang Chao's meal, Yi Nanqing became more certain that he went to Lantu just to help. Everyone ate very quickly, and after a while almost everyone put down their chopsticks. Zhang Chao naturally noticed this situation and pouted a little unhappily. That's why I don't like attending this kind of dinner party. There are so many people, but not one of them is there for the real purpose of eating. In the end, I, who really want to eat, can't even get enough to eat. 45, Chapter 45, Accidental Fall. The meal is almost over, so it's time to chat. The man next to Professor Li stretched his head and looked at Jiang Zimo. Is this the promising talent you just told us about at the meeting? Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao were stunned when they heard this evaluation. They never expected that Professor Li had such a high opinion of Jiang Zimo after just meeting him once. Of course, don't look at his youth, but when it comes to professional skills, he's no worse than me. Xiao Chao, it's really a blessing for Lantu to be able to find such an employee. After hearing this, Zhang Chao felt so happy. Although it was Jiang Zimo who was being praised, Zhang Chao inexplicably felt a sense of pride as a parent. Jiang Zimo deserves such an evaluation. If Yi Nanqing had not held him back for so many years, his achievements would definitely be more than just yes. More and more people were chatting in the private room, and naturally many of them were discussing cooperation. Someone suddenly said, in my opinion, the two companies that should cooperate most at this exhibition are Lantu and Yi Group. The products you two brought this time are like twins, complementing each other. If you work together, the sum of your parts will definitely be greater than the sum of their parts. They are all works planned by Jiang Zimo, so of course they are more compatible. What Yi brought was Jiang Zimo's last work before he left, while what Lantu brought was Jiang Zimo's latest idea. What the person just said made a lot of sense. Jiang Zimo originally wanted to design two products together for complementary use. But before he had the chance to show his talents in the Yi family, he and Yi Nanqing had already separated completely. Now Lantu urgently needs a new technology, and Jiang Zimo has no time, so he chose his previous idea. Of course, Zhang Chao didn't want to cooperate with Yi Nanqing if possible. He didn't even want to talk to her. How could Yi Nanqing tell what Zhang Chao was thinking? For her, being able to cooperate with Zhang Chao was something she had been dreaming of. Of course I have no problem with that. I just don't know what Mr. Zhang thinks. If you're willing, we can have a good chat later. Zhang Chao really wanted to shake his head and refuse without hesitation. But with so many people around looking at him expectantly, he could only grit his teeth and speak. Of course, who doesn't want win-win cooperation? Let's discuss it in detail when we have time later. Now all Zhang Chao can do is paint a rosy picture, hoping that Yi Nanqing will forget about this matter in the future, or understand his inner thoughts. Although he had no intention of cooperating with Yi Nanqing, Zhang Chao still had several companies that he was satisfied with among so many people. Jiang Zimo will be responsible for introducing products and discussing technology, while Zhang Chao will naturally be responsible for business negotiations. Watching Zhang Chao start to communicate with others, Jiang Zimo felt a little bored and wanted to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. But just as he walked to Yi Nanqing's side, someone bumped into Jiang Zimo from behind. He couldn't stand firmly and fell down. He also pulled Yi Nanqing from the chair and placed him under his body to serve as a cushion. Jiang Zimo swore to God that he had just subconsciously pulled the person next to him to maintain his balance. I never expected that the person being pulled was Yi Nanqing's hair. Yi Nanqing, who had fallen to the ground, didn't know whether he should touch his scalp or the back of his head. The huge crash attracted the attention of everyone around. Jiang Zimo was also confused for 2 seconds before he reacted. Fortunately, Yi Nanqing was not wearing an evening gown today, otherwise it would have been even more troublesome. The moment Jiang Zimo quickly stood up, he already felt Yi Nanqing's murderous look. It's really strange. I was walking just fine. How could this happen suddenly? I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Jiang Zimo awkwardly reached out his hand to pull Yi Nanqing up. Gu Zihan, however, took the initiative and hugged Yi Nanqing's waist, helping her up. The audience around didn't know what to say for a moment. This incident happened too suddenly. However, some people with ulterior motives immediately started discussing it. Who knows if it was an accident or not? Maybe Jiang Zimo just wanted to attract Yi Nanqing's attention. After all, there is still a big gap between Lantu and Yes now, so it is normal to want to find a good way out for yourself. Although Yi Nanqing already has Gu Zihan by his side, Jiang Zimo seems to be better in every aspect. Maybe Yi Nanqing will really change his mind? Yi Nanqing stood up and did not waste too much time talking to Jiang Zimo. He turned around and left to go to the bathroom to tidy up. Jiang Zimo walked back to his original seat and sat down. So many people saw what happened just now, it was really embarrassing. Fortunately, Yi Nanqing didn't feel any discomfort. But when Jiang Zimo was walking, he found that he seemed to have twisted his ankle accidentally and it was very painful. Zhang Chao was chatting with someone else, but when he saw what happened to Jiang Zimo, he hurried back. My little ancestor, what happened to you? Did you twist your ankle? Jiang Zimo was a little surprised to hear Zhang Chao's words. He didn't expect that a grown man like him could observe so carefully. Serious, I'll get a doctor to come and treat you. You can't keep holding on like this. I see you're limping when you walk. Is it that serious? Jiang Zimo himself didn't even notice it. In this situation, staying here would only add to the awkwardness, so Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. The hotel doctor soon arrived at the door of the private room. Coincidentally, Yi Nanqing just came back from the bathroom. When he saw the doctor coming, Yi Nanqing was subconsciously a little worried about Jiang Zimo's condition. But the next second, Gu Zihan next to him complained in a low voice. Nanqing hasn't gone to the hospital yet.
It sounds like he is standing up for Yi Nanqing, but in fact he is just trying to sow discord.
It is still quite effective.
After hearing this, Yi Nanqing swallowed back the words of concern he was about to express.
Jiang Zimo had long guessed that Yi Nanqing would turn a blind eye. I'm used to it.
The ankle sprain was quite serious, so the doctor gave me a simple spray. After handling it, Jiang Zimo took a taxi back home quietly by himself.
It's a good thing for him too.
I was already exhausted after a whole day at the exhibition, so it would be nice to go home early and have some rest.
The first thing I do when I get home is order a big takeout.
I didn't eat much at the table just now, so my stomach is still empty.
46, Chapter 46. There seems to be some conspiracy. As soon as the takeaway arrived, Jiang Zimo immediately turned on the movie he had always wanted to watch. This is what rest is all about, only then can you truly rest. My ankle is really in serious condition, and it's not very convenient for me to just stand up and get something.
Just as we were almost done eating, Zhang Haohao suddenly called. If you think about it carefully, it's true that the father and son haven't been in contact for some time. Jiang Zimo picked up the phone and heard Zhang Haohao's baby voice say, "Dad, what are you doing? Why haven't you been home lately?"
Zhang Haohao hasn't seen Jiang Zimo for a long time, and he has been late for school almost every day recently.
Zhang Haohao couldn't help but want Jiang Zimo to come back after all. It was really embarrassing to enter the classroom in front of everyone every day. At the beginning, when Yi Nanqing couldn't get up, he would call Gu Zihan and ask him to come and send Zhang Haohao off. Gu Zihan had no problem the first few times, but it was like this every day and he found it difficult to get out of bed. The time of picking up Zhang Haohao for school was getting later and later sometimes. Zhang Haohao arrived at the kindergarten after the first class had already ended. Zhang Haohao has always kept this matter in mind and called Jiang Zimo to ask him to go home and continue to take him to school.
But it is not convenient to say it directly. Zhang Haohao also knows that if he says it directly, Jiang Zimo will definitely be unhappy.
Dad probably won't be back for the near future. He injured his ankle and is recovering outside. Originally, Zhang Haohao was planning to try to persuade Jiang Zimo, but when he heard that Jiang Zimo was injured, he immediately gave up the idea. After all, even if Jiang Zimo came back now, he would definitely not be able to take him to school. Okay then, Dad, you have to take care of yourself outside. Haohao was very worried about you. Hearing this, Jiang Zimo lowered his head with a bitter smile. The two of them hung up the phone without saying anything else. Not long after Zhang Haohao hung up the phone, Yi Nanqing pushed open the door and returned home.
Mom, you're back.
Zhang Haohao jumped down from the sofa barefoot, ran to Yi Nanqing and gently hugged her thighs. Yi Nanqing reached out and touched Zhang Haohao's hair lovingly.
Mom is back. What did Haohao do at home today? Did you miss Mom?
Zhang Haohao nodded vigorously. He was almost bored to death after being alone at home all day.
Haohao just called Dad. Mom, Dad seems to be sick. Do you want to go see him?
Hearing this, Yi Nanqing frowned subconsciously, and the scene of seeing Jiang Zimo and the doctor in the restaurant just now replayed in his mind. I don't know how serious Jiang Zimo's injury was. It would have been great if I could have asked him properly at that time.
But there's no use regretting it now.
Yi Nanqing came back to her senses and then looked at Zhang Haohao and continued, "Of course Mom knows that Dad is injured. But don't worry, Haohao Dad is an adult and can take care of himself." Zhang Haohao saw that his father didn't come home every day, and thought that his parents had not seen each other for a long time. After hearing Yi Nanqing's words, he tilted his head in confusion.
Mom, how did you know that Dad was injured? Did Dad tell you over the phone?
Call. They had met countless times throughout the day, without even saying a word.
Yi Nanqing didn't know how long ago it was that he last called Jiang Zimo.
He was still on the phone. It was extremely difficult to see Jiang Zimo. No, because when Dad was injured, Mom was right next to him.
Zhang Haohao was even more confused about what this meant. Since Mom is right next to Dad, why is Dad still resting outside and not coming home?
Seeing that his mother seemed a little tired, Zhang Haohao was curious but did not ask. Jiang Zimo looked at the hung-up call and sighed helplessly. Just as I was about to continue watching the movie, a message popped up on my phone.
Tao Wan Wan.
It was just these few simple words, but the moment Jiang Zimo saw them, his heart skipped a beat.
Let's not talk about where Tao Wanwan got her contact information.
He suddenly came to me so late, I was really worried that something bad had happened. After accepting the friend request, Jiang Zimo realized that he had been overthinking it. I've sent your car to be repaired, you can pick it up tomorrow.
Tao Wanwan sent an address without any further ado. Jiang Zimo looked at the chat history for a long time before he reacted. Thanks.
I simply said thank you and there was no further message from the other party.
Jiang Zimo silently clenched his phone.
I have to admit that Tao Wanwan's attitudes today are still very strange.
I always feel like there is some other conspiracy behind this.
Although Jiang Zimo felt that his ankle would not affect his work. But Zhang Chao still insisted that Jiang Zimo must rest at home for a while before returning to work. The next day, Jiang Zimo just woke up and the first thing he did was to call Zhang Chao. If you have time today, please help me pick up my car after I left yesterday. Someone sent my car directly to the repair shop. My feet are not very convenient, so I'd like to trouble you to go over their trip. Zhang Chao naturally felt obliged to do so. Before noon, there was a knock on the door.
As soon as the door opened, Zhang Chao handed Jiang Zimo's car keys in. Jiang Zimo's ankle is still not very convenient for him to move, and he is almost leaning against the wall.
How much does it cost to repair the car? I'll transfer the money to you.
Zhang Chao was stunned when he heard this. Jiang Zimo just thought that Zhang Chao didn't want to take his money.
Stop dawdling, brothers need to settle accounts clearly. How much money do you want? Hurry up. What money? They didn't ask me for any money, I just went there and drove away.
Jiang Zimo's phone had already entered the payment page, and he was stunned when he heard Zhang Chao's words. Didn't I take your money? Only later did I realize that Tao Wanwan must have paid the money. Jiang Zimo is not the kind of person who likes to owe others money.
In addition, there was no friendship between him and Tao Wanwan, so it would be strange if she helped pay the money for no reason. Besides, I don't know how I'll be able to repay this favor in the future.
Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo dialed Tao Wanwan's number without hesitation. Tao Wanwan was also a little surprised when she answered the phone.
Have you paid for the car repairs?
I'll transfer the amount to you now. Tao Wanwan didn't waste any time and directly reported a number.
I'll turn around now, thank you anyway. After saying that, Jiang Zimo hung up the phone.
47, Chapter 47. What's new?
Although Zhang Chao didn't know who was on the other end of the phone, he could tell it was definitely a woman.
In addition, Jiang Zimo's attitude towards her was so calm and normal, so he couldn't be that crazy woman Yinanqing.
Zhang Chao narrowed his eyes curiously. What's going on, brother? Is there any new situation? You haven't even divorced yet, and you're moving so fast. But it doesn't matter, your ex-wife is faster, you really should find another one, otherwise, every time you see your ex-wife, they're in pairs. How embarrassing it would be to be alone. Jiang Zimo just made a phone call and said a few words that could be counted on one hand. I don't know if Zhang Chao's brain was blown away by a fart when he drove here just now. How could he say such a thing? Just shut up, my foot was almost healed, but you're only making it hurt more. Zhang Chao pursed his lips somewhat helplessly. Okay, I won't disturb your rest. Rest is rest, but remember to read the messages in the work group, everyone is counting on you. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. The way Zhang Chao spoke just now really sounded like a leader. Zhang Chao was about to leave, but after taking a few steps he suddenly stopped.
Did you read the message the teacher sent last night?
Jiang Zimo raised his eyebrows in confusion. He went to bed early last night and didn't read the messages in the group.
He asked us to write a review of yesterday's technology exhibition. My thoughts after watching the movie. These three simple words fell on Jiang Zimo's ears like a bolt from the blue. Anyway, now you know I'll come to see you tonight. You should get ready at home. He should have had a good rest today, but when Jiang Zimo returned to the bedroom, his heart was already heavy. After so many years of graduation, I still have my own unique insights into AI. But isn't it true that things like review after watching a movie are too far away from me? Even so, neither of them had the right to say no in front of Mr. Tang. At the time agreed upon by the two, Zhang Chao appeared at Jiang Zimo's door as promised. Besides him, there is also Tang Xinyu. None of the three people could put on a smiling face. Senior, why are you here too? Didn't you go to the technology exhibition?
Strictly speaking, Tang Xinyu is the real student of Mr. Tang.
Zhang Chao just liked to attend classes for free when he was in school.
In addition, Zhang Chao and Zhang Zimo are very close, so naturally he has a closer relationship with Mr. Tang.
After graduation, these three people are the ones that Mr. Tang values the most.
But I didn't expect Zhang Zimo to return to his family. I had no choice but to focus on training Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao.
So much so that Zhang Chao can now be considered half a student of Mr. Tang. My teacher called me early this morning and asked me to go to the Science and Technology exhibition and write a review with you too when I get back. Tang Xinyu now wishes she could not wake up this morning and not receive that call. Zhang Chao was sitting next to him with a gloating look on his face. Well now, the three of us are tied together. No one is allowed to go to bed until we finish this tonight.
Zhang Zimo sighed heavily and resigned himself to his fate and turned on his computer. After a night of hard work, Tang Xinyu felt like she was almost out of breath just looking at the strings of numbers. But when he looked up, Zhang Zimo opposite him was still typing on the keyboard. And Zhang Chao was even more shameless and fell asleep.
You're still as hardworking as you were in college. Tang Xinyu poured a glass of water from the kitchen and walked over to sit next to Zhang Zimo.
Zhang Zimo smiled lightly upon hearing this, but his eyes were still fixed on the computer screen. I'm almost done here, so please go and wake that guy up so we can finish it together. It was said that everyone should write a review together, but most of the PPT was made by Zhang Zimo himself. Zhang Chao had slept for almost half an hour, and was still not fully awake after being woken up by Tang Xinyu.
It wasn't until Zhang Zimo pushed the entire PPT in front of him that Zhang Chao came to his senses. After taking a few quick glances, Zhang Chao couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, you did all this yourself?"
Zhang Zimo took out some fruit from the refrigerator to fill his stomach. He had been working on the PPT for so long that he was already very hungry.
What else can I do? One of you is asleep and the other is not in the right state. Shouldn't I just do it alone and wait for Mr. Tang to call and scold me tomorrow?
Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu touched their heads a little embarrassedly and smiled awkwardly at Zhang Zimo.
After sending their review to Mr. Tang, everyone hurried back home. Zhang Zimo even slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day.
I didn't expect the after effects of this movie to be so strong that I slept for most of the day. There are a lot of messages in the work group waiting for Zhang Zimo to deal with. Just when everything was almost done, Zhang Haohao called again.
Dad, how is your leg recovering now?
Zhang Zimo was actually very happy that Zhang Haohao called to show his concern for him.
I'm much better now. How about you? Have you eaten well and slept well at home?
Yes, of course there is.
Zhang Haohao on the opposite side didn't say anything after saying this, as if he couldn't find any other topic to talk about. Zhang Zimo sighed softly in his impression. Zhang Haohao was not like this before.
Even if the two of them haven't seen each other for just one day, he can still pull me aside and talk about a lot of things. But now Zhang Haohao should have shared all the interesting things with Gu Zihan.
Mom, do you want to talk to Dad on the phone?
Yi Nanqing had wanted to contact Zhang Zimo for a long time, but he hadn't found a good excuse recently.
Zhang Haohao really gave Yi Nanqing a good stepping stone.
But before Yi Nanqing could take the phone, Zhang Zimo spoke without hesitation. I have some other things to do over here. If your mother has anything important to say, just message me directly. I am hanging up now. Yi Nanqing had already stretched out his hand, but seeing that Zhang Haohao hadn't moved, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is it for mommy?" No matter how young Zhang Haohao was, he could sense that something was not right. Dad just hung up the phone and told Mom to just text him if there was anything important. After hearing this, Yi Nanqing really wanted to punch Zhang Zimo and almost curse it out loud. But when he thought of Zhang Haohao still sitting next to him, he endured it. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zimo naturally didn't want to communicate with Yi Nanqing. 48, Chapter 48, Cooperation. Zhang Zimo could guess that Yi Nanqing would say something meaningless after taking the phone from him. He didn't want to listen to her talk and waste his time. Monday came in a blink of an eye. Zhang Zimo's leg was almost healed and he returned to work at the company again. Jiang Zimo thought that he had done a thorough analysis of the assignment he had submitted to Mr. Tang through a simple exhibition. But Mr. Tang was still not satisfied. Not only was he dissatisfied, he also criticized the three of them harshly.
Now Jiang Zimo has really found the feeling of doing academic work in school. The strangest thing is that for some reason, Mr. Tang could tell that most of the review was written by Jiang Zimo. The result is that each of the three of them now has to separate and submit a new copy. Jiang Zimo had just arrived at work when he saw Zhang Chao walking out of the office with dark circles under his eyes. Tang Xinyu, who came to have lunch with him at noon, was not in much better condition. Oh my god, I have to work and write reviews every day. I really feel like my brain is about to explode. Tang Xinyu, who was sitting next to him, nodded in agreement. The current conditions of the two of them could be said to be almost the same. Jiang Zimo didn't dare to speak. After all, he was still enjoying it. Zhang Chao suddenly thought of something while eating. He raised his head and leaned against Jiang Zimo and spoke seriously. I'm going to tell you something, please don't be angry.
Jiang Zimo tilted his head, somewhat confused as to what Zhang Chao had done to offend him recently. Yi Nanqing sent someone here last week. You didn't know about it since you were still working from home at that time. They came to discuss cooperation. You know, I'm not the only one who has the final say in our company. Everyone else thinks cooperation is the best option, so I have no choice now. Jiang Zimo knew that Zhang Chao was a man who valued brotherhood very much. But I have been wanting to tell him for a long time that work matters should be kept separate from personal matters.
Before Zhang Chao could finish, Jiang Zimo nodded and interrupted him. To be honest, I also think cooperation is the best option. No one can resist money, and I am the same. I have no objection to cooperating with Yes. Seeing Jiang Zimo's reaction, Zhang Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The group of people in the company excitedly told Zhang Chao about this morning. Even if Zhang Chao was not satisfied, he couldn't say much. The Yi family was indeed very proactive. Lantu had just expressed its intention when they sent someone over to negotiate in the afternoon. Jiang Zimo happened to bump into that person in the office. It seems that after he left, a lot of fresh blood joined the Yi family. Jiang Zimo didn't recognize the person standing in front of him. Jiang Zimo didn't stay in the office for too long, so he didn't know what they talked about afterwards. Just when it was almost time to get off work, Zhang Chao suddenly walked out of the office and gently knocked on Jiang Zimo's desk. Stay and have dinner with us tonight. Jiang Zimo originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Zhang Chao's almost pleading expression, he reluctantly nodded and agreed. After finishing a day's work, Jiang Zimo weakly followed Zhang Chao into the car. I heard that Mr. Yi from your company seems to be single recently? Jiang Zimo turned his head the instant he heard Zhang Chao's words. They have known each other for so many years that even if Zhang Chao farts, Jiang Zimo can tell what it smells like. Jiang Zimo naturally knew exactly what he meant by this sentence. Zhang Chao noticed Jiang Zimo's gaze, but he still felt a little guilty and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Director Chen lowered his head and smiled softly. That's Almrai's personal business. As employees, we naturally won't ask too much, but Assistant Gu has indeed been coming in and out of the company more frequently recently. Director Chen is also a smart man. He did not directly reveal Yi Nanqing's private affairs, but he also answered Zhang Chao's question just now. The restaurant was booked by Zhang Chao. It was fate that he saw Yi Nanqing in Gu Zihan as soon as he got off the car. It was usually very difficult for Director Chen to see Yi Nanqing in the company, but he didn't expect to meet him here today. Boss Yi, long time no see. I am Xiao Chun from the marketing department. Do you still remember me? The first person Yi Nanqing saw was naturally Jiang Zimo. He was still a little flustered when facing this man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Of course I remember. It was just a simple answer, but in fact, Yi Nanqing had no idea who this so-called Xiao Chun was. Zhang Chao held his forehead helplessly. If he had known he would meet them here, he would have changed the restaurant. I'm here today on behalf of our company to discuss cooperation with Lantu. We're going to have dinner together. Mr. Yi, why don't you come too? We can also listen to the details of the cooperation. Director Chen was so proactive that he even forgot to ask Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao for their opinions before saying this. Yi Nanqing waved his hand gently. No, I have some personal matters to attend to today, so it's not convenient for me to have dinner with so many people. After hearing this, Director Chen remembered that there was Gu Zihan next to him,
and nodded at Gu Zihan awkwardly. Jiang Zimo was not far from them, so he could naturally hear the conversation between them clearly.
Personal matters. The private matter between me and Gu Zihan. Isn't this clearly telling everyone that there is something special between him and Gu Zihan? It's no wonder that there are so many misunderstandings outside.
Zhang Chao really couldn't stand the close relationship between these two people, so he made up an excuse and dragged Director Chen into the restaurant.
While Director Chen was walking in front, he spoke to Jiang Zimo in a low voice. Gu Zihan is not as honest as he appears to be. Yi Nanqing didn't even know that he came to Lantu for an interview. She doesn't even know about such a small thing. This shows that Gu Zihan must be hiding a lot of things from Yi Nanqing. Although the messy relationship between them has nothing to do with the two. But whenever Jiang Zimo thought about the fact that Gu Zihan would spend more time with Jiang Hao in the future, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. At the dinner table, the two parties briefly re-explained the matter and finally reached a complete agreement on cooperation. The next step is naturally to sign a contract and formally cooperate.
When Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao arrived at Yez, it was just the end of lunch break and there was no one to be seen downstairs in the office building.
49, Chapter 49, If you don't even understand the most basic things, what are you pretending to be?
After waiting in the conference room for a long time, Director Chen finally arrived with another colleague. I'm so sorry, I had a small meeting right after lunch break, which delayed me from coming here until now.
Let me introduce you, this is our company's legal officer, Sister Lu.
Jiang Zimo nodded gently. It had been a while since he had returned to Yez, and now he had a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. We've actually almost finished discussing our cooperation last time. Our company's legal department has prepared a contract. You can take a quick look at it first. Zhang Chao took the contract handed over by the other party, and then gave a copy to Jiang Zimo next to him. Just as the two people were reading seriously, footsteps were suddenly heard at the door.
Gu Zihan just saw a familiar figure downstairs and thought Jiang Zimo came to find Yi Nanqing to make peace. I came up to ask and found out that the cooperation between Yi Group and Lantu has actually been finalized. How come I, the assistant to the general manager, have no news at all? Gu Zhu, why did you come here suddenly? Gu Zihan walked straight into the meeting room without even knocking.
Zhang Chao naturally frowned a little uncomfortably, which was really rude. Gu Zihan didn't notice anything wrong with Zhang Chao at all, and sat down directly next to Director Chen.
Mr. Chen has become accustomed to Gu Zihan's cold personality.
After all, this is someone close to Yi Nanqing, so it is normal that he is unwilling to talk to other people. These two are colleagues from Lantu. They came here at noon today to take a look at the contract. Director Chen looked at Gu Zihan with a flattering look on his face and explained a few words before he remembered that there were two of us behind him. This is Mai's assistant, Gu Zihan. If you have any questions, you can communicate with Gu Zihan as well. What he meant was that Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing have a close relationship now, so if there is anything, it doesn't matter who he talks to. Jiang Zimo raised his eyebrows slightly. If Yi Group was really handed over to Gu Zihan, it would probably be only one step away from bankruptcy.
Zhang Chao and Jiang Zimo's attention was always focused on the contract, and they didn't react at all to what Director Chen said. Gu Zihan didn't expect that not only Jiang Zimo, but even Zhang Chao was so indifferent. I can only find something to do for myself to make myself feel more present. Are Lantu and Yi Corporation planning to cooperate? Director Chen nodded quickly. But I also felt a little confused. Could it be that Gu Zhu himself didn't know about such an important matter? How could Gu Zihan not have received any news at all? It was just that in recent days, he had been running around to different drinking parties for various connections, and he had almost forgotten about his work. Could you please give me a copy of the contract? After hearing this, Director Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly handed the contract in front of him to Gu Zihan. Usually, I review Mai's contracts first. I hope you all have no objections to taking a look at them now. Zhang Chao and Jiang Zimo could also tell that Gu Zihan was talking to them. Jiang Zimo still kept his head down and did not move, while Zhang Chao sighed heavily and nodded with a somewhat impatient look. Please do as you please. Gu Zihan opened the contract in front of him with some embarrassment. Gu Zihan basically couldn't understand the professional terms used here.
All I could see was the sky-high penalty that would have to be paid if one party breached the contract, and my eyes widened in surprise.
Isn't this liquidated damages a bit too much?
It was the first time that Gu Zihan saw so many zeros. Director Chen was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Sister Lu beside him cautiously. When Gu Zihan saw his reaction, he thought he had really found the problem with the contract.
The expression on his face instantly became smug. Director Chen is really in a dilemma now, not knowing whether to say anything or not. Jiang Zimo couldn't bear to watch it anymore and put the contract in his hand on the table.
All of Ye's contracts are signed based on this penalty, and there are also contracts with higher amounts. The purpose of liquidated damages is not to force the other party to pay, but to constrain both parties from breaching the contract.
Didn't Assistant Gu just tell you that you would review the company's contracts first? How come you don't even know this basic question?
Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Zimo with some surprise. He thought Jiang Zimo no longer had a bad temper and would just swallow his anger when encountering problems.
Gu Zihan didn't know how to explain it for a moment.
Director Chen next to him also lowered his head in confusion. If I had known this earlier, I would not have handed over the contract just now, for fear that Gu Zihan would be angry and affect my job.
Zhang Chao also looked at Gu Zihan with a mocking expression. It seems that Mr. Gu doesn't sign enough contracts, go back and work hard, and don't have any more evil thoughts. The meaning behind this sentence is so obvious. The expression on Gu Zihan's face was extremely ugly. Just when he didn't know what to do, Yi Nanqing suddenly appeared at the door of the conference room. As the current chairman of Yi Group, Yi Nanqing certainly knows that Lantu ISI came here to sign the contract. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to catch Jiang Zimo and have a good talk with him, but when I got here I found that Gu Zihan was also here. When Gu Zihan saw Yi Nanqing, he stood up as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Mr. Yi, it's almost time, let's go downstairs to eat first.
Yi Nanqing had been in a meeting and even missed lunch.
Seeing Gu Zihan coming over, Yi Nanqing put Jiang Zimo's matter behind him.
Then we'll go eat first. Thank you all for your hard work. When Yi Nanqing said this, he subconsciously looked at Jiang Zimo, but he didn't know where Jiang Zimo's eyes were looking, but they were not on him.
Director Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan walk away. Assistant Gu and Mr. Yi have a very good relationship, otherwise he wouldn't have waited for him to eat, right? Looking at their backs, Sister Lu also spoke to ease the atmosphere. The details of the contract still need to be rigorous, and several people checked and revised each clause one by one. By the time the contract was completely finalized, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Zhang Chao had to go home tonight to continue preparing his review assignment, so he declined their dinner invitation. Jiang Zimo naturally left with Zhang Chao. Chapter 50, what's the point of staying out all night? The elevator just opened and Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan were seen inside. Zhang Chao raised his eyebrows in embarrassment. He had never expected to meet them again. It's really fate. Yi Nanqing's attitude towards Zhang Chao was still very good. He replied with a smile, it is indeed a great fate, Mr. Zhang. Gu Zihan, who was standing next to him, said softly, our elevator is a bit crowded. How about Mr. Zhang wait for the next one? Zhang Chao wanted nothing more than to ride in the elevator with these two stinky guys. Jiang Zimo had already prepared himself to see Yi Nanqing before coming here, but he didn't expect it to happen so often. Only when the second elevator arrived did a few people get in. The phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Haohao calling. Ever since Jiang Zimo injured his ankle, Jiang Haohao would call almost every day to ask about him. Although sometimes it may just be a few simple words, even if it is just like that, Jiang Zimo is still very satisfied in his heart. Dad, you haven't been home for a long time. How is your ankle? Can you come back to see Haohao today? Jiang Zimo looked at the time and thought it should still be in time to go back, so he agreed. Dad, please come back after you finish your work. You wait for me at home. After saying that, Jiang Zimo hung up the phone. Director Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Mr. Jianji, is he already married and has children? Jiang Zimo nodded without hesitation. He had already made it clear on the phone just now if he continued to hide it, it would make people feel weird. Mr. Jiang is still so young,
and I didn't expect that he would not only have a successful career, but also a happy family. I am really envious.
Zhang Chao was listening to Director Chen's flattery and curled his lips in disdain.
If Director Chen knew that the mother of Jiang Zimo's child was Yi Nanqing, if he knew what Jiang Zimo had been through in the past few years, he would not have said such words. No one would envy Jiang Zimo's life in the past few years. That's a life worse than pigs and dogs. However, Zhang Chao could only think about these words silently in his heart. After all, he couldn't just tell Director Chen loudly that Jiang Zimo's wife was Mr. Yi from your company, Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan were having an extramarital affair that was shameful to the public. Now the Yi Group is at its peak in this industry. If this matter really gets out, it will only affect Jiang Zimo's future development. However, Jiang Zimo, the person involved, seemed much calmer. He just smiled softly and nodded. After leaving Yes, Jiang Zimo returned to Lantu to finish today's work, and then drove back to Yi Nanqing's villa. As soon as Jiang Haohao saw Jiang Zimo, he ran over excitedly. Jiang Zimo squatted down and held Jiang Haohao in his arms. It had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other. The last time we met was probably at the hot spring villa. We just slept together and Jiang Haohao sneaked away on his own.
Dad, how's your foot now? Jiang Haohao squatted down a little worriedly and wanted to check Jiang Zimo's ankle.
Jiang Zimo subconsciously took a step back. Dad is completely fine now, don't worry.
Jiang Haohao looked up at Jiang Zimo with some heartache.
Dad, if you get hurt in the future, can you come home and recuperate? I can't see you every day and I'm very worried about you. Jiang Zimo really hopes that Jiang Haohao can always be the caring and sweet little cotton-padded jacket he is now.
Seeing Jiang Zimo nodded in agreement, Jiang Haohao smiled with relief. Dad, you've just recovered. Let's sit down quickly. Ive asked them to prepare dinner. Let's eat together, okay? When we walked into the restaurant, we saw only the cutlery for Jiang Zimo and Jiang Haohao on the table.
Dad, I just called Mom. She has a lot of work tonight, so she won't be home for dinner. Let's eat together.
Jiang Zimo didn't ask much about Yi Nanqing.
Just now at Yes, I saw her and Gu Zihan leaving together. I think they should have had dinner together today. Maybe because they hadn't seen each other for a long time, Jiang Haohao was unusually enthusiastic towards Jiang Zimo today.
Jiang Haohao shared everything with Jiang Zimo, whether it was something that happened recently in school or on the internet. He also wanted Jiang Zimo to take him to school tomorrow. Jiang Zimo looked at Jiang Haohao's expectant eyes and couldn't bear to refuse.
In that case, I have to stay in the villa tonight. Jiang Zimo didn't want to meet Yi Nanqing, so he found a guest room on the second floor to rest. I had just finished washing up when there was a knock on the door.
Dad, can I come in? Jiang Haohao walked in from outside holding his little pillow, looking very cute. Dad, can I sleep with you tonight?
Jiang Zimo was a little dazed when he looked at Jiang Haohao, thinking that this was the Jiang Haohao before Gu Zihan appeared.
But Jiang Zimo reacted in the next second. Jiang Haohao only needs me intermittently now.
Only when Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing are both very busy, Jiang Haohao will remember that he has a father.
But none of this matters to Jiang Zimo.
Looking at Jiang Haohao, he nodded gently. Sure, of course, Haohao, sleep with Daddy tonight.
Jiang Haohao lay next to Jiang Zimo and fell asleep quickly after turning off the lights.
The next day, Jiang Zimo discovered that Yi Nanqing had not returned home the whole night. Mom has been very busy lately. She and Dad Uncle Gu seem to have a lot of work to deal with. Hearing what Jiang Haohao said, it seems that these two people often stay out all night. It would have been fine if Yi Nanqing had always been like this before, but now that Jiang Haohao is alone at home, if he still keeps staying out all night, it would be really irresponsible. After sending Jiang Haohao to school, Jiang Zimo hurriedly drove back to Lantu. Lantu has signed several big contracts in recent times. Zhang Chao also successfully submitted his review of the movie, but because he was the last one among the three of them to send it in, he was scolded by Mr. Tang. Fortunately, he passed the test successfully in the end, so Zhang Chao is in a very good mood now.
Directly arranged for the entire company to go out for team building.
Finally, they decided to go to the hot springs through voting. When Jiang Zimo saw the result, he couldn't help but sigh.
51, Chapter 51. It's really fate.
During lunch, Zhang Chao noticed that Jiang Zimo was not in a good state, as if he was worried about something.
What's wrong with you in the middle of the day? Why aren't you happy about the company team building? Could it be that you've been neglecting your body lately and are out of shape, so you don't want to go to the hot springs?
Jiang Zimo raised his head and glared at Zheng Chao. This guy just talked nonsense all day long.
If you keep talking nonsense, I'll pull out your tongue while you sleep.
Zheng Chao seemed to really feel the pain and covered his mouth. Jiang Zimo had no objection to taking a hot spring bath, but when he saw the result just now, he subconsciously thought of what happened last time at the hot spring villa. The mother and son left Jiang Zimo there alone without any prior agreement. Thinking about it now, I still feel a little uncomfortable. The hot spring that Zheng Chao booked was also on the mountain. After the group arrived, they all crowded into the changing room. Jiang Zimo came out quite quickly after looking around. He still couldn't find Zheng Chao. He thought he was probably still in the changing room.
Jiang Zimo could only find a random pool to soak in.
The hot springs are divided into women's and men's baths, each of which is divided into adult pools and children's pools. After all, the depths are different, so it is still a bit dangerous. Jiang Zimo, who was originally in a daze, suddenly noticed that there was a child only 1 meter tall by the adult pool opposite. It would be very dangerous if you fell in.
Jiang Zimo suddenly frowned nervously. Sure enough, the next second the child fell straight in. In a flash, Jiang Zimo rushed over and pulled the child out of the pool. There are not many people in the hot spring now. If Jiang Zimo hadn't discovered it in time, it would have been very dangerous. I don't know where the child's parents are. They actually did such a dangerous thing. Jiang Zimo simply wiped the child's body, then carried her out, wondering if he could find her parents outside. As soon as I went out, I saw Tao Wanwan coming out of the bathroom. The child who had been lying obediently in Jiang Zimo's arms started to stir the moment he saw Tao Wanwan. Aunt. Jiang Zimo was stunned. He was already surprised to meet Tao Wanwan here. He didn't expect that the child he rescued was actually Tao Wanwan's nephew. Xuan, why are you? Xuan struggled so hard that Jiang Zimo couldn't hold him anymore and put him to the ground. Only then did Tao Wanwan realize that Xuan was already soaked, and she looked up at Jiang Zimo in surprise.
Jiang Zimo naturally explained, I just saw him fall into the water in the hot spring area. Take him to change his clothes first, otherwise, the temperature difference is so big, he will catch a cold soon.
Tao Wanwan picked up Xuan, simply thanked Jiang Zimo, and turned to leave.
Jiang Zimo and Tao Wanwan had no connection at all. After confirming the child's safety, he turned around and went back to continue soaking in the hot spring. Zheng Chao walked around inside for several times but didn't see Jiang Zimo. When he turned around, he saw him walking in from outside.
When did you leave? What were you doing? You weren't going to the women's bath to peek, were you? Why didn't you ask me to join you for such a great opportunity?
Zheng Chao's words were getting more and more unpleasant, so Jiang Zimo hit him on the back of the head without hesitation.
I think if you don't want your mouth anymore, you can donate it to someone in need. Zheng Chao closed his mouth helplessly. Jiang Zimo felt a little hungry after playing, so he left the others and went to the restaurant alone. Just after he packed his things and found a place to sit down, Tao Wanwan suddenly appeared in Jiang Zimo's sight with Xuan. Mr. Jiang, can we sit here?
There were clearly many empty seats in the restaurant, but I don't know why Tao Wanwan insisted on sitting here. Although he thought so in his heart, Jiang Zimo nodded and agreed on the surface. After Tao Wanwan pulled out a chair for Xuan to sit down, she patted his back gently and said, I'm going to get something to eat. You just sit here and listen to your uncle.
Xuan nodded obediently and looked like a very sensible child. After Tao Wanwan left, Jiang Zimo and Xuan still felt a little awkward sitting there. Xuan seemed to be a bit shy, so Jiang Zimo didn't dare to start a conversation casually. After struggling for a while, he spoke cautiously, Your aunt will be back soon, just wait here obediently. Both of them blinked their big eyes and nodded. Jiang Zimo almost couldn't help but reach out and touch his little face. When Jiang Zimo thought that the cute child opposite him was Tao Wanwan's nephew, he quickly dismissed the idea. Jiang Zimo didn't want to have any more contact with Tao Wanwan, but this guy kept appearing around him recently. No matter how you look at it, you feel there must be some conspiracy. After a while, Tao Wanwan returned to her seat holding 2 plates. I just told Xuan to be careful when eating and not to make a mess.
It seemed that he had no intention of talking to Jiang Zimo. After a while, Jiang Zimo was almost done eating, and Tao Wanwan finally spoke to Shuangshuang.
Per Xuan, this uncle just saved you, haven't you thanked him properly yet?
After hearing this, Shuangshuang quickly put down the chopsticks in her hand, looked at Jiang Zimo opposite her and spoke sincerely. Thank you uncle for saving me just now. If uncle has any wishes that he wants to fulfill, Shuangshuang will try his best to help you fulfill them.
To be honest, this was the first time Jiang Zimo saw this way of saying thank you, and he couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Shuangshuang tilted his head in some confusion. After all, he was just a child and didn't understand what Jiang Zimo was laughing at. Jiang Zimo reacted and reached out to rub Shuangshuang's head.
Uncle understands. I'll contact you when I think of something I want, okay? Tao Wanwan also thought her nephew was very cute. She lowered her head and looked at him with a gentle smile.
When Jiang Zimo looked up, he happened to see Zhang Chao and the others, and quickly found an excuse to leave.
I'm almost done eating, so you guys take your time. Tao Wanwan nodded gently and frowned slightly as she watched Jiang Zimo leave. She could clearly feel that Jiang Zimo had always been keeping his distance from her.
It seems that Jiang Zimo is still deliberately distancing himself from me because of Yi Nanqing. Thinking of this, Tao Wanwan sighed helplessly.
52, Chapter 52. He likes you very much. Tao Wanwan subconsciously turned her head and looked in the direction where Jiang Zimo had just left.
From this angle of view, he couldn't see Zhang Chao, he could only see the backs of Jiang Zimo and Tang Xinyu. Why do they still feel a bit compatible?
Have you finished eating, Shuangshuang? If you're full, we should go back to the room.
Tao Wanwan had just finished her meal, and this time she came down specifically to thank Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo returned to his room and planned to take a rest, but just as he lay down on the bed, the phone rang. It turned out to be Yi Nanqing. Jiang Zimo himself couldn't remember how long it had been since they had contacted each other. But since she called at this time, there must be something important.
What's wrong? Mom asked us to go back for dinner tomorrow night.
It was just such a simple sentence. After waiting for Jiang Zimo's reply, Yi Nanqing hung up the phone without wasting a minute. It seems that the old lady hasn't seen them for a long time and she misses them a little. The next day, Jiang Zimo got up a little early in the morning, and it was not yet time for group activities. Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu were still in their sleep. After Jiang Zimo had breakfast, he went to the hot spring area by himself and soaked for a while. It was so early in the morning and there were hardly any people in the hot spring.
Jiang Zimo turned around and suddenly saw Shuangshuang walking towards him from the opposite direction.
There was a middle-aged man beside Shuangshuang, who seemed to be the one arranged by Tao Wanwan to take care of Shuangshuang. Shuangshuang saw Jiang Zimo running towards her quickly, completely losing the reserved look she had yesterday.
Uncle, good morning.
Jiang Zimo reached out and touched Shuangshuang's head. This child looked really likable. Many times Jiang Zimo saw the shadow of Zhang Haohao on him. With the help of the man next to them, Shuangshuang slowly went into the water. In the hot spring, he followed Jiang Zimo closely.
Jiang Zimo turned his head and looked at Shuangshuang curiously, and asked softly, why does Shuangshuang always follow uncle?
Shuangshuang lowered her head shyly and spoke out awkwardly.
Shuangshuang is a little scared. If she follows uncle, she will be safe. It seems that the experience of falling into the water yesterday has left some trauma on Shuangshuang. Shuangshuang even wore a swimming ring to prevent him from falling into the water again. Jiang Zimo shook his head helplessly. Shadows are things that will always follow children.
After much thought, I decided to take Shuangshuang to play in the water for a while, so that she wouldn't be so afraid of water in the future. The man on the shore looked at the two of them having so much fun and laughed subconsciously. Sir, we both seem to like you very much. Jiang Zimo felt warm in his heart when he heard this. It seemed that he was still very popular among children. After playing for a while, Jiang Zimo carried Shuangshuang ashore, changed him into clean clothes, and prepared to send Shuangshuang back upstairs.
But I didn't expect to meet Tao Wanwan at the elevator entrance. Why are you two together?
Tao Wanwan was stunned when she saw the two of them. She never expected that she and Jiang Zimo were so destined to be together. I just happened to meet her at the hot springs, and I was just about to take her back. In that case, I'll just hand her over to you.
Xuan is completely different today than she was yesterday. Now she is lying obediently in Jiang Zimo's arms, with no intention of getting off. Even though Tao Wanwan had already stretched out her hand to hug Xuan only hesitated for a long time before stretching out one arm, with the other arm still around Jiang Zimo's neck. Seeing that Xuan refused to let go, Tao Wanwan took a step back helplessly, wanting to pull Xuan over.
However, he didn't expect that Xuan was still holding Jiang Zimo's collar tightly, and the next second, she even pulled open Jiang Zimo's bathrobe. Fortunately, it was only the collar, but Tao Wanwan could still see Jiang Zimo's upper body clearly from this angle. After she realized what was happening, she quickly lowered her head.
I just didn't expect Jiang Zimo has a pretty good figure.
Xuan realized that she had caused trouble, and let go of her hand awkwardly, looking at Tao Wanwan beside her at a loss.
After Tao Wanwan realized what was happening, she quickly looked away, with a faint blush evident on her face.
Jiang Zimo has always been a very conservative person. He doesn't even like to wear a waistcoat in the summer. Although he likes to exercise frequently, almost no one has seen his fitness results.
Apart from taking off clothes in front of Yi Nanqing, no other woman has ever seen his figure.
He coughed awkwardly a few times and quickly straightened his clothes.
Tao Wanwan frowned and looked at Xuan in a faint anger. You can't keep grabbing people's collars like this anymore, okay?
Xuan nodded obediently. They just liked Uncle Jiang Zimo too much and didn't want to leave just like that. After all, after separating like this, no one knew when they would meet again.
I'm sorry, Uncle Xuan didn't mean it. Please don't be angry with Xuan.
Jiang Zimo smiled gently. As a grown man, he would not care about such things, especially since the person in front of him was just an ignorant child. Reached out and touched the Xuan's little head. Finally spoke, don't worry, Uncle knows Xuan didn't do it on purpose. Uncle won't be angry.
After hearing Jiang Zimo say this, Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief.
After separating from the two of them, it was almost time for group activities. Jiang Zimo had to go back to the old lady's house for dinner in the evening, so he did not fully participate in the group activity and left early halfway. Just as I was driving away from the hot spring villa, a car suddenly drove up alongside me. Although nothing seemed to be wrong, Jiang Zimo had a strange premonition in his heart.
Sure enough, the next second the car next to us suddenly rolled down its window.
Uncle Jiang, bye. Unexpectedly, it was Tao Wanwan's car. Xuan, a little kid, sat in the passenger seat and said goodbye to Jiang Zimo. Bye, Xuan, let's meet again if there's a chance.
After saying this, Jiang Zimo nodded slightly to Tao Wanwan behind him as a greeting.
Tao Wanwan, who was driving, also nodded in response. I have to say that this hot spring trip was quite rewarding. At least I got to know such a cute kid like Xuan. When Jiang Zimo drove to the old house, it was already evening and it was dark outside.
53, Chapter 53, don't think that just giving something away will make the matter go away.
I was worried that I might have come back a little too late, but when I entered the room, I found that Jiang Hao and Yi Nanqing had not returned yet.
The old lady originally thought that Jiang Zimo had returned and the two of them should be together, but after looking for a long time, it didn't look like there was anyone behind Jiang Zimo.
You came back by yourself, where did the other two go?
Jiang Zimo could see that the old lady seemed to be in a bad mood. After all, Yi Nanqing had broken her promise once at the hot spring villa last time.
It was Yi Nanqing who called me last night to ask me to come back, so he shouldn't fail to come today. Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo smiled and said, they should be here soon. After hearing Jiang Zimo's words, the old lady's expression improved a little. After returning to the living room, the old lady asked a lot of questions about Jiang Zimo's recent affairs.
But he didn't know that Jiang Zimo had already resigned from Yes, so Jiang Zimo could only lie in many places. After a long while, there was still no sign of the two people coming back. The old lady couldn't wait any longer and looked at Jiang Zimo and said, call them and ask them what's going on. This is really too much. Jiang Zimo had no choice but to get up and make a phone call. Yi Nanqing answered the phone and said, I'll be home in half an hour. Don't rush me. It seems that Yi Nanqing also knows what Jiang Zimo meant by calling.
Jiang Zimo was about to say something when he suddenly heard Jiang Hao say, Dadgu, we're leaving first. You should also get some rest and eat on time.
Tell me when you get there.
It turns out that he hadn't come for such a long time because he was with Gu Zihan. Jiang Zimo rolled his eyes helplessly. When will Yi Nanqing be able to distinguish the priorities of things? He had already broken the appointment last time, and this time it dragged on for such a long time. If the old lady gets angry with him because of this, Jiang Zimo will not defend her. The old lady could see that Jiang Zimo's face looked a little bad after he came back from the phone call, and she instantly had a bad feeling in her heart.
What's wrong? Did that stinky guy say he won't be coming back again?
Jiang Zimo quickly smiled and shook his head. No, there was a traffic jam on the way back today. They will take about half an hour to get back. The old lady was completely relieved after hearing this. She had originally wanted to eat directly without waiting for her. But when the old lady thought that Zhang Haohao was still with Yi Nanqing, she couldn't bear to do it for a while. About half an hour later, Yi Nanqing finally appeared at the door with Zhang Haohao. Before the old lady could open her mouth to complain, Yi Nanqing took out a bag of tea from his pocket. This kind of tea is the old lady's favorite, and it is basically unavailable on the market now. Grandma, please don't be angry with me for this apology gift from last time. After the old lady saw clearly what it was, the expression on her face changed slightly. But he still rolled his eyes and said, "Don't think that just by giving something away you can let this go. You have no sense of time when doing anything, and you even let Jiang Zimo come back on his own. That's outrageous." Yi Nanqing pursed her lips slightly, and if you didn't know her, you would think she had really suffered some injustice.
"Oh, I've been so busy with work at the company lately I didn't expect the traffic jam to be so severe on the way back just now. Grandma, I will manage my time well next time. I even prepared an apology gift for you. Don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again, I promise." Seeing that Yi Nanqing's attitude of admitting his mistake was quite sincere, the old lady waved her hand and let the matter go. No matter what, she is her own granddaughter. Even if she does something wrong, the old lady will not make things difficult for her. When eating, the dishes Jiang Zimo liked were a little far away, making it 100 times more difficult for him to pick them up every time. The old lady next to him couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Nanqing, can't you put the food Zimo likes in front of him?" Yi Nanqing was right opposite the dish. It's not that she didn't want to do this, she just didn't know that this was what Jiang Zimo liked to eat. He's a grown man, so why not just pick up whatever he wants to eat? Haohao likes it too. The old lady rolled her eyes speechlessly. She really didn't know how Yi Nanqing had maintained their marriage for so many years. Jiang Zimo didn't want the dinner to become so awkward, so he gently waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Grandma, there's no need to bother." The old lady really didn't know what to say when she saw Jiang Zimo defending Yi Nanqing everywhere. "You, Yi Nanqing, pick some food for Jiang Zimo." Husband and wife should support each other, not just at the dinner table, but also in life. Yi Nanqing couldn't bear to listen any longer and picked up some food for Jiang Zimo. "Grandma, I understand I finally got home from get off work and want a rest. Please stop nagging me." As he spoke, Yi Nanqing picked up the garlic sprouts that Jiang Zimo liked to eat and handed them to him. Even Tang Xinyu knew that Jiang Zimo couldn't let go of garlic sprouts. "It is a must-order every time I eat stir-fried dishes." He had been married to Yi Nanqing for such a long time, but he had no idea about it. Jiang Zimo knew that even after eating today's meal, Yi Nanqing still wouldn't remember what he liked to eat tomorrow. Zhang Haohao sat opposite and listened to what they said, but as he was still a child, he naturally couldn't understand what they were saying. But he knew that what his mother said just now was wrong. He didn't like eating garlic sprouts at all. His father was the only one in the family who liked eating garlic sprouts. Seeing the unhappy expression on the old lady's face, Zhang Haohao didn't dare to speak at all. After dinner, Jiang Zimo gave Zhang Haohao a bath and dried his hair as usual. Zhang Haohao sat on the chair and looked at Jiang Zimo in the mirror and suddenly felt something strange. In the past, Jiang Zimo would always be very caring and enthusiastic when he saw me. The two of them haven't seen each other for such a long time. In fact, the last time Jiang Zimo went home, it was Zhang Haohao who called him back. Zhang Haohao always felt that Jiang Zimo was very calm now. "Dad." Jiang Zimo stopped the hairdryer with some confusion. After hearing the sound, he looked at Zhang Haohao and tilted his head and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" 54, Chapter 54. Dad also likes to sleep with Mom in his arms. Zhang Haohao stared at Jiang Zimo for a long time before he spoke cautiously, "Dad, you haven't come to play with me much lately. Did I do something to make you unhappy?" When Zhang Haohao said this, he actually felt a little guilty. He knew that Jiang Zimo had never liked Gu Zihan,
and he and his mother had secretly visited Gu Zihan many times. He didn't know if his father would be angry after knowing it. Jiang Zimo smiled helplessly. It was indeed a long time since he had been back, and the number of times he contacted Jiang Haohao was getting less and less. He just didn't expect Jiang Haohao to ask this question. Haohao, you think too much. Dad is just too busy with work now. When Dad is not so busy in the future, I will come back often to see how you are doing. When Jiang Zimo said this, he raised his hand and gently rubbed Jiang Haohao's head. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually feeling very guilty in his heart. I don't know if these words can fool Jiang Haohao. No matter what, Jiang Zimo can only comfort Jiang Haohao in this way.
Jiang Haohao nodded slightly. Usually, Yi Nanqing was too busy with work to go home, so Jiang Haohao naturally thought that Jiang Zimo was also busy.
After drying Jiang Haohao's hair, Jiang Haohao turned around to look at Jiang Zimo and found that he didn't seem to have any intention of leaving.
Dad, are you going to stay and sleep tonight too?
Jiang Zimo subconsciously thought so just now, but he only reacted after hearing Jiang Haohao's words.
Haohao, do you want Daddy to stay and sleep?
Jiang Haohao tilted his head and thought for a while before he spoke. Haohao wants to, but Daddy hasn't slept with Mommy for a long time, and Mommy will be sad. Jiang Zimo is at the old house today. If he suddenly stays in Haohao's room to sleep, the old lady will find it very strange if she finds out.
What's more, Jiang Haohao didn't ask him to stay now, so Jiang Zimo thought about it and returned to Yi Nanqing's room. When Yi Nanqing heard the sound of the door opening, he subconsciously raised his head and took a look. When he saw Jiang Zimo, he was still stunned. After all, seeing that he had not come back yet, Yi Nanqing thought that Jiang Zimo would stay in Jiang Haohao's room tonight. He glanced at Jiang Zimo's movements. Although he wanted to have a good chat with him, the atmosphere today made Yi Nanqing feel a little embarrassed, so he had to endure it. Jiang Zimo didn't notice Yi Nanqing's little movements. He just saw Yi Nanqing glance at him and then turned his attention to the computer.
Jiang Zimo didn't say much, just washed up briefly before lying down in bed. Although the two people stayed in the room, they were each doing what they liked. Jiang Zimo read until after 12 o'clock. He turned his head and looked at Yi Nanqing, who seemed still not ready to finish his work. Then he put down the book and planned to go to sleep. Jiang Zimo had thought that the Yi family would be in crisis after he left, but he didn't expect Yi Nanqing to be so busy. I originally thought that Jiang Zimo would not fall asleep so quickly when sharing a room with Yi Nanqing. But I didn't expect that Jiang Zimo fell asleep not long after lying down. The next day, when Jiang Zimo was drowsy and wanted to turn over, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in his arms. He opened his eyes in disbelief and saw that it was indeed Yi Nanqing.
I originally thought that Yi Nanqing would leave directly to find Gu Zihan after finishing work yesterday, and would not really stay here overnight.
Unexpectedly, Yi Nanqing not only fell asleep, but also fell asleep in his arms. Even before, when the relationship between the two had not completely broken down, there had never been such intimate actions. Looking at Yi Nanqing in his arms, whose movements were so natural, Jiang Zimo thought that he must have gotten used to this when he was in the same bed with Gu Zihan. Jiang Zimo didn't reject Yi Nanqing's touch, but he knew in his heart that their current relationship was not suitable for this. He tried to move cautiously to remove Yi Nanqing from his arms. However, she didn't expect that when she just took a step back, Yi Nanqing hugged her even tighter.
Well, sleep a little longer. Jiang Zimo had never heard this coquettish voice before. I really want to tell Yi Nanqing right now that you have the wrong person and the person you are holding is not Gu Zihan at all.
But Jiang Zimo still endured these words, looked at Yi Nanqing and sighed helplessly, then moved cautiously once.
Unexpectedly, this time Yi Nanqing was woken up directly.
Yi Nanqing rubbed his eyes and finally realized what he was doing, and jumped out instantly.
Jiang Zimo looked at Yi Nanqing's embarrassed expression, put on his shoes and left the room without saying a word.
I have to admit that Jiang Zimo was a little touched just now. After all, there was a beautiful woman lying in his arms. Jiang Zimo had almost recovered, so he returned to his room to change his clothes and go downstairs to eat. Yi Nanqing was no longer in the room. I guess he must have gone downstairs.
Sure enough, when I went downstairs, I saw Yi Nanqing sitting in the same seat as last night.
The moment he saw Jiang Zimo, Yi Nanqing actually lowered his head a little embarrassedly. The old lady opposite and Jiang Haohao naturally did not notice that something was wrong with Yi Nanqing. After all, they had no idea what had happened this morning. While eating, Zhang Haohao suddenly looked at the two people opposite him and asked seriously, "Dad, do you like to sleep with Mom in your arms now?"
Hearing this, Zhang Zimo almost spit out the milk in his mouth.
Yi Nanqing widened his eyes in surprise. Why did Haohao suddenly say that? When I went to the room to look for my mom this morning, I saw that Haohao also liked to sleep with his toys. When the old lady heard this, she laughed so happily that she felt that all her efforts during this period had not been in vain.
Just when Zhang Zimo didn't know how to answer, the phone suddenly rang. It's Grandma. Momo, if you have nothing to do recently, come back home.
Zhang Zimo replied briefly, then raised his head and looked at the old lady and said, "Grandma wants me to go back and stay for a few days." I don't know if the old lady will agree. After all, I just promised her that we can go pick strawberries together today. But unexpectedly, the old lady nodded.
55, Chapter 55, Remember My Uncle. Zhang Zimo's grandmother does not live with his parents, but lives alone in the village. Grandma Zhang didn't like the city at all, she preferred life in the countryside. Zhang Zimo didn't want to reveal his identity at first, so he didn't tell Yi Nanqing the reason behind it.
When Yi Nanqing went to Grandma Zhang's house for the first time, he did not hide the contempt on his face at all. As a result, Grandma Jiang has never liked her granddaughter-in-law Yi Nanqing, but seeing that Zhang Zimo treats her like a treasure, Grandma Jiang didn't say much. After old lady Yi and Grandma Jiang got married, they interacted more frequently and their relationship became much closer. You haven't been back to accompany him for a long time, go back and see him soon. Nanqing can go back with you then. Whenever Yi Nanqing thought of that remote and poor place, he felt very uncomfortable. He even forgot that old lady Yi was still sitting across from him and blurted out, "I don't want to go." Zhang Zimo knew that he disliked Grandma Zhang's family, but his identity had never been made public, and he didn't know how to explain it to Yi Nanqing.
Hearing the disgust in Yi Nanqing's tone, Zhang Zimo shook his head helplessly. Why had I never noticed Yi Nanqing's face before? How had I loved her for so many years with my eyes covered? I'm too busy with work, so I won't go back this time. I'll go there when I have time. After Yi Nanqing said that, he realized that something was wrong and quickly made up for it. The expression on old lady Ye's face began to turn ugly. But Zhang Zimo didn't want Yi Nanqing to go back with him, otherwise he would have to put on a show and it would be very tiring. Grandma, she has a lot of things to do with the company recently. I'll take Haohao back with me this time. It's nothing important anyway. Old Mrs. Yi looked at Zhang Zimo helplessly. She was about to explode with anger, but she calmed down after hearing these words. Okay, you only know how to protect her. She's been spoiled by you. Zhang Zimo lowered his head and smiled. What the old lady said made sense. The reason why Yi Nanqing became so arrogant and domineering was because Zhang Zimo spoiled her too much before. After dinner, Zhang Zimo took Zhang Haohao away. If it were in the past, Zhang Haohao would definitely not be willing to go back with Zhang Zimo. It's just that this time the father and son haven't seen each other for a long time, so he is so attached to Zhang Zimo. Grandma Zhang called just to ask Zhang Zimo to come over, and she was obviously surprised when she saw Zhang Haohao. Hey, Haohao is here too. The only thing Zhang Haohao likes about Grandma Zhang's house is that he can go out and play in the mud. Before, when they were in the villa, Zhang Haohao would have just touched the grass outside the door and Yi Nanqing would have collapsed and screamed. After Grandma Zhang pulled Zhang Zimo into the room, Zhang Zimo discovered that Chen Diqing and Lu Shanshan were also there. Uncle, Aunt. Zhang Zimo has forgotten how many years it has been since he last saw his family. I only have a little contact with my grandma at ordinary times, and because Yi Nanqing doesn't want to come, I only come once every 2 or 3 years. You little brat, you actually know that I'm your uncle. You haven't been home for so many years. I think you've really grown wings. Zhang Zimo smiled embarrassedly. Why didn't his grandma tell him in advance? It was a bit awkward to meet him suddenly. Why am I not going home? Didn't my dad tell me that if I marry that woman, I will never be allowed to set foot in the Zhang family's door again? Chen Diqing rolled his eyes helplessly. I just don't know what kind of woman would make you give up your family. Such a good and worthy woman, why didn't she come back with you today? After hearing this, Zhang Zimo was speechless and didn't know what to say. It was indeed my fault for not judging people well before. Not only did I waste several years, but I also didn't spend enough time with my parents to fulfill my filial duties. Jiang Zimo has always known that Grandma Jiang doesn't like Yi Nanqing. Grandma Jiang is a person of true nature, so naturally she would not hide it. Since you two got married, apart from the first time, has he come along every time? If I were to ask you, you'd have the wrong person. If it were in the past, Jiang Zimo would definitely stand up and refute it vigorously, and might even turn around and leave with Hao in anger. But now I just feel embarrassed and don't know how to explain it to my grandma. It happened so long ago. Please stop scolding me. We've been angry for so many years. How can it be resolved in a short time? Shindiching nodded in agreement, lowered his head to check the time, and then said anxiously, I have a meeting at the company, so we'll leave first. If you have anything else, please contact me. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly and walked the two of them into the yard. Only then did I realize that the villa next door seemed to be being renovated and rebuilt. Being so close to Grandma Jiang's house, Jiang Zimo frowned slightly. Will it affect your rest at night? Grandma Jiang looked up when she heard the voice and quickly waved her hand. They go to bed at around 6 o'clock. How could they affect my rest? Stop looking, it's time to come in and eat. After hearing what Grandma Jiang said, Jiang Zimo finally breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little curious for a moment. Why would anyone go to so much trouble to build a villa in this remote place? Jiang Hao has to go back to school tomorrow, and after playing for the whole afternoon, Hao is a little tired of it. After the two of them had dinner, they drove back to the city early. When they arrived at the door, Jiang Hao subconsciously pulled Jiang Zimo's clothes and prepared to go into the house. Jiang Zimo naturally would not stay here any longer, and gently held Jiang Hao's little hand. Dad has other things to do tonight, so he won't sleep at home. Go back and get some rest early. When Jiang Hao heard Jiang Zimo say this, he was obviously a little disappointed, but he didn't know how to keep him. After all, my mother once said that adults' work is the most important thing. Dad, why are you so busy lately? You haven't been home for a long time. Jiang Zimo looked at Jiang Hao's aggrieved look and reached out to gently touch his head. After this period of time passes, Dad will not be so busy anymore, and he will definitely come back. While the two were talking, Aunt Lu had already walked out of the house. Jiang Hao raised his head and looked at Lu Ma and asked, Is my mother back? 56, Chapter 56, Horseback Riding. Aunt Lu nodded gently. Madam came back very early today and has just had dinner. Jiang Zimo lowered his head and looked. It was getting late, so he should let Jiang Hao go back and rest early. Go back quickly, Dad is leaving first. Jiang Hao pouted a little unhappily as he looked at Jiang Zimo's back as he left. I don't know why, but I still seem to like the father who was always by my side more. After going upstairs, he saw Yi Nanqing in the study, and then he skipped in. Mom, Dad just brought me back, but now he's gone again. Yi Nanqing had just heard the sound upstairs and had already seen Jiang Zimo's back as he drove away. The relationship between the two of them shouldn't be like this now. What exactly did Jiang Zimo want? Did he want me to kneel before him and beg him to come back? That was simply wishful thinking. Mom, I understand Hao should go back to his room and sleep now. Jiang Hao knew that Yi Nanqing had a lot of work to deal with in the company every night, so he went back to his room without staying any longer. After Jiang Zimo got home, he washed up and went to bed. It was still very comfortable in the bed. He played with my phone for a while and then fell asleep. The next day, Jiang Zimo arrived at the company early. No one could surpass his enthusiasm for work. This week I followed Zhang Chaoyes to deal with the final contract issues. There will be many opportunities for us to meet in the future cooperation between the two parties. But this time when I went to Yes, I didn't see Yi Nanqing. Even Gu Zihan, who usually liked to hang around in front of Jiang Zimo, was not seen at all. Yi Nanqing seemed to be very busy recently. Jiang Zimo went to Jiang Hao's house several times during the week, but did not see Yi Nanqing. I heard from Lu's mother that she hasn't been home for dinner for a while, and she only comes back from time to time to change clothes and take a nap. Now, Lu Ma takes care of Jiang Hao personally, and even gets up early every day to take him to school. Jiang Zimo shook his head helplessly when he thought of this. No matter what, Yi Nanqing was definitely not qualified as a mother. I don't know whether Yi Nanqing is really busy with work, or if he forgot that he has a son when he went out on a date with Gu Zihan. After finally waiting for Friday to have a day off, Jiang Zimo was already prepared to order some delicious takeout to enjoy the weekend.
But I didn't expect Jiang Haohao to call me suddenly.
Dad, what are you doing? Mom is not at home on Saturday and Sunday. Can you come back and stay with me? It was very clear what Jiang Haohao meant. Jiang Zimo just hoped that Yi Nanqing would be more reliable in the future.
But now Jiang Haohao was alone, and Jiang Zimo naturally felt uneasy about the child spending 2 days alone at home, so he went straight to the villa. Finally having the time to spend the weekend with Jiang Haohao, Jiang Zimo sat across from him at the dining table and asked softly, "Haohao, is there anything you want to eat or somewhere you want to go tomorrow?" Jiang Haohao shook his head without even raising his head. It was Jiang Haohao who called him over just now, and it was also Jiang Haohao who had a cold face and didn't say a word. Jiang Zimo really couldn't understand what this little brat was thinking. But it is also possible that since both Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan were not around, they had to contact Jiang Zimo as a second choice. But he found that even if Jiang Zimo came, he would still be just as bored. Jiang Zimo saw Jiang Haohao's actions clearly from the opposite side and sighed helplessly. "How about I take you horseback riding tomorrow?" When Jiang Haohao heard this, he raised his head in surprise. He never knew that Jiang Zimo could ride a horse, and he had always thought that Jiang Zimo had nothing to do with this interesting sport. "Great, let's go horseback riding together tomorrow, Dad." Seeing Jiang Haohao so happy, Jiang Zimo was completely relieved. The next day, not long after getting up, Jiang Haohao started clamoring to go out. Jiang Zimo naturally couldn't persuade him and took him to the horse farm. When they arrived at the horse farm, Jiang Zimo first helped Jiang Haohao change his clothes, and then he went to change his own clothes. When Jiang Zimo came out, he happened to see Jiang Haohao talking to the people around him. I was a little curious at first, what could Jiang Haohao talk about with a stranger, and he actually looked so happy. Jiang Zimo smiled and walked forward a few steps, but suddenly heard clearly what Jiang Haohao said. "My mother is also very good at riding horses, and I have a very close uncle. They are both very good at riding horse. It's just that I came alone today. If I have the chance in the future, I will bring them both with me." Even now, Jiang Haohao was still thinking about Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Jiang Zimo originally thought that his heart was cold enough and no matter what Jiang Haohao did, it would not cause any waves. However, when encountering such a thing, Jiang Zimo still felt very uncomfortable. But in just a blink of an eye, Jiang Zimo quickly sorted out his emotions and reappeared in front of Jiang Haohao. Jiang Haohao didn't notice anything wrong with Jiang Zimo at all. He just tilted his head and looked at him. After all, this was the first time Jiang Haohao saw Jiang Zimo wearing riding clothes. "Son. Little one, you need to follow me to another venue. Mr. Jiang, I need another coach to come and guide you." Jiang Zimo originally wanted to refuse. After all, he actually knew how to ride a horse. However, after he had Jiang Haohao, his entertainment activities became less and less, and he went out riding less and less often. To the extent that now almost everyone around him has forgotten that Jiang Zimo can ride a horse. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that he hadn't ridden a horse properly for so many years, so it would be better to be safe at the beginning. So he nodded and agreed. Jiang Haohao sighed helplessly as he looked at Jiang Zimo's reaction. He knew that Jiang Zimo didn't know these things at all. Unlike Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan, who know advanced things like equestrianism, he could brag about it to his classmates when he was in school. After watching Jiang Haohao leave with another coach, Jiang Zimo jumped onto the horse. The person next to him was dumbfounded and asked cautiously, "Mr. Jiang can ride a horse?" Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. She had never said that she couldn't ride a horse. After walking a few laps under the guidance of the coach, Jiang Zimo found the feeling and ran away from the coach, looking very cool. 57, Chapter 57. You are the real family of three. After running 2 laps, Jiang Zimo felt very comfortable all over, a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. Feeling that the time was about up, Jiang Zimo went to the place where Jiang Haohao had just been. However, he didn't expect that just when he was about to get closer, he suddenly saw Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan also appear here. Jiang Zimo was stunned for a moment when he saw the 3 people in the distance. The 3 of them were having so much fun together, as if they were a real family. Gu Zihan hugged Jiang Haohao in his arms, and the 2 of them rode on the same horse, which was very warm. Jiang Zimo didn't know how long he stood there watching, he just felt a sharp pain in his heart. He shook his head helplessly. Just when Jiang Zimo didn't know what to do, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Gu Zihan. The two of them had been in contact a long time ago when they were in school at that time. Jiang Zimo thought that Gu Zihan was just a senior who took good care of Yi Nanqing later. He found out that this was actually the person Yi Nanqing loved. However, after getting the contact information, the two people have never contacted each other. This is the first time they have sent messages. We met Jiang Haohao at the horse farm. We'll just take care of him today. Thank you for your hard work. What Gu Zihan meant must be what Yi Nanqing meant. But Jiang Zimo was a little confused. Why was the message sent by Gu Zihan? Could it be that Yi Nanqing no longer wanted to communicate with him? Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly, simply replied with an okay expression, turned around and prepared to leave the racecourse. After getting in the car, Jiang Zimo was a little confused for a moment, not knowing where he should go. Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu must have their own things to do at this time, maybe even still sleeping and not waking up. It would be inappropriate for Jiang Zimo to go over to them at this time. Going home alone, the weather outside was so nice, Jiang Zimo always felt that it was a pity. On the way back, they happened to come across a wetland park. Since there was nowhere else to go anyway, Jiang Zimo turned a corner and drove straight in. There were a lot of people in the wetland park, but everyone came with their families. Jiang Zimo came alone and felt a little out of place. Seeing that one after another of them have happy families, Jiang Zimo couldn't help but feel a little envious. According to his original plan, Jiang Zimo should now have a happy family like them, and be able to run around outside with his wife and children. But I didn't expect that such a simple dream would take Jiang Zimo so much time, and even in the end it was all in vain. Jiang Zimo was walking around in the park like a headless fly. When he was sitting by the river to rest for a while, someone suddenly grabbed his hand. "Uncle!" Jiang Zimo lowered his head and looked at the little boy holding his hand, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "Shuang, are you here?" Xuan didn't expect to meet Jiang Zimo here. They originally thought that they would never have the chance to meet again. Xuan. Tao Wanwan was holding the kite she had just bought and stared at the two people opposite her in a daze. He stared at Jiang Zimo for a long while before saying, "Are you coming to play too? Bring Haohao with you?" When saying this, Tao Wanwan subconsciously looked around, but did not see Jiang Haohao. "No, I came here alone." Tao Wanwan nodded slightly, probably understanding what was going on with Jiang Zimo. "Uncle, can you fly a kite with Xuan? My aunt said she doesn't know how to fly it." Jiang Zimo couldn't help laughing after hearing this, and Tao Wanwan lowered her head a little embarrassedly. "I clearly followed the tutorial, but I don't know why I just can't put it up." He was running around in the crowd just now like a fool. Jiang Zimo raised his head and looked at Tao Wanwan, still feeling a little hesitant. After all, there is the relationship between Yi Nanqing and him. Now that things are so bad between him and Yi Nanqing, he should normally keep a distance from Tao Wanwan. "I'll just watch from the side. Just think of it as playing with Xuan. I won't disturb you." Tao Wanwan seemed to see what Jiang Zimo was worried about, and quickly spoke. Jiang Zimo looked at Xuan's pitiful expression, then nodded and agreed. Okay, just watch how your uncle helps you fly the kite, okay?" Jiang Zimo is an expert at flying kites. After taking the kite from Tao Wanwan, Jiang Zimo just ran a few steps and the kite flew up smoothly. Xuan was clapping happily. After all, they had been trying for almost half an hour with no improvement, and Jiang Zimo had only been there for a few minutes. Tao Wanwan, who had been watching from the side, tilted her head in disbelief. This must be a science fiction movie. Jiang Zimo and Xuan got along very well, and sometimes they were so engrossed in the game that they forgot about Tao Wanwan's presence. "I almost visited the entire wetland park." To be honest, Jiang Zimo was very grateful to the two of them. If they hadn't accompanied him, he would have been very bored today. Took out my phone and looked at it. Time passed, and there was no news from Jiang Haohao. It seemed that he really didn't need me anymore after he had Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Tao Wanwan watched the two people across from her from a distance. They seemed a little tired, so she walked over and asked softly, "Would you like to grab a bite to eat together nearby?" Jiang Zimo was a little hungry at the moment, so he nodded without refusing. We randomly picked a restaurant in the wetland park. The food tasted surprisingly good. We both ate 2 servings of children's pasta in big mouthfuls. "Thank you for staying with Xuan today. Otherwise, I really don't know what I should do." Jiang Zimo waved his hand gently. "What's the big deal? I also want to thank Xuan for always being with me." Hearing this, Xuan looked up at Jiang Zimo happily, her eyes almost invisible from laughing. Tao Wanwan was about to say something, but the phone suddenly rang and she had to stand up.
Excuse me, I have to go out and take a call.
Jiang Zimo nodded. It wasn't intentional, but he could see it clearly from that angle just now. It was Meng Yuhan calling. I wonder if something happened to their sister group.
58, Chapter 58 Cruise. Tao Wanwan walked to a position farther away before answering the call. Meng Yuhan was a very impatient person, and she spoke in an irritated tone. Why were you so slow to answer the phone this time? I'm out taking care of the kids. Hearing Tao Wanwan's explanation, Meng Yuhan raised her eyebrows slightly. That's perfect. IVE rented a cruise ship tonight, and Yi Nanqing will be coming with her son.
Bring your nephew here too. They're the same age, so they can definitely play together. Otherwise, Jiang Haohao is always annoying. Tao Wanwan originally wanted to refuse. After all, Shuang was indeed a rather introverted person, but suddenly she felt that it was a good thing for a child to make more good friends, so she agreed.
That's good, but I'll send you the address. You mustn't be late, okay?
The two of them exchanged a few brief words, and this time Tao Wanwan hung up the phone. When they returned to the restaurant, Jiang Zimo and Shuang had almost finished eating.
If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. I still have some work to deal with.
After seeing the phone call just now, Jiang Zimo suddenly realized that he should pay close attention to the relationship between himself and Tao Wanwan. Tao Wanwan didn't say much. After all, Jiang Zimo had been playing with them for quite some time. But Shuang looked up at Jiang Zimo reluctantly, but because of the embarrassing thing that happened in the hot spring last time, she didn't dare to reach out to pull Jiang Zimo's clothes to let him stay. After Jiang Zimo left, Tao Wanwan took Shuang for a walk in the park twice to digest the news, and then drove to the address sent by Meng Yuhan. Meng Yuhan and Yi Nanqing arrived early. It was common for them to have Tao Wanwan be late. I told him not to be late, this bastard. Just wait and see how I'll deal with him when he arrives. Yi Nanqing wore sunglasses and sat next to Meng Yuhan, smiling helplessly. This person has been like this since birth. You know it. It should be here soon. Yi Nanqing had just finished speaking when Tao Wanwan's car drove over from a distance. In order to avoid being late, Tao Wanwan had already set out long ago, but suddenly she encountered a traffic accident and had to wait for a long time before the traffic was cleared. Meng Yuhan looked at Tao Wanwan, who had just walked over, and seemed to want to say something, so she stretched out her hand to interrupt her. Don't bother with the apology, ancestor. When will you ever stop being late? I really want to know if you're cursed. Tao Wanwan didn't know how to explain this strange phenomenon, and shrugged helplessly. I can't help it. Please bear with it. Meng Yuhan rolled her eyes without hesitation. Okay, I'm hungry. Can I eat something first? Yi Nanqing rode his horse straight here and didn't eat anything along the way. After getting out of the car, they both followed Tao Wanwan obediently. For a moment, people even forgot the existence of this little guy. A few people moved to the restaurant, and Meng Yuhan noticed Shuang, who was nervous and didn't know what to say. This is Shuang, she's so cute and chubby. Several people briefly introduced themselves to Shuang. Seeing that everyone else was talking, Shuang felt a little more at ease. Jiang Haohao sat down next to Shuang without hesitation. Hello, I'm Jiang Haohao. I just saw a lot of desserts over there. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Shuang nodded gently and agreed, but in fact he didn't want to eat dessert. He had just finished his meal and didn't know how to refuse the invitation. Meng Yuhan breathed a sigh of relief as she watched the two children leave. That's great. This time I finally don't have to listen to Jiang Haohao's constant chatter. Even though Yi Nanqing was sitting next to her, Meng Yuhan's disdain for Jiang Haohao was still evident on her face. But Yi Nanqing didn't care, because he knew in his heart that Meng Yuhan didn't hate Jiang Haohao, but all children who could talk. Well, you became a mother painlessly. Do you understand how difficult it is for us mothers? Yi Nanqing turned his head and looked at Tao Wanwan, who had been silent all the time, and asked softly. Tao Wanwan raised her eyebrows nonchalantly. Actually, I think it's just okay, not as exaggerated as you say, okay? Hearing this, Yi Nanqing looked at Shuang not far away with some surprise. Could it be that Jiang Haohao was really the only child who was so difficult to manage? Shuang and Jiang Haohao get along well. Although they had just eaten, they were still a little greedy as children, and they were still tempted by the little cakes. Aunt, can I have a piece of cake? Shuang walked to Tao Wanwan and spoke carefully, fearing that Tao Wanwan would reject her. Xuanxuang was born with a weak constitution and was allergic to many things. Tao Wanwan was naturally not comfortable letting her eat anything she wanted, so she stood up and carefully selected a small piece of cake for Xuanxuang. Zhang Haohao had already walked up to Yi Nanqing with the cake and stuffed it into his hands.
Zhang Haohao hadn't eaten anything before coming, he just sat there and ate heartily.
Gu Zihan couldn't bear to watch it any longer and came over. Toy gently wiped his mouth, and it was dirty everywhere from the food.
Thank you, Uncle Gu.
Zhang Haohao originally wanted to call Gu Dad, but his mother had previously told him that this name could only be used when it was just the two of them. Now that there were so many outsiders around, Zhang Haohao had no choice but to change to calling him uncle.
Xuanxuang was eating the cake in small bites when she heard the words. She raised her head and asked in surprise, "Isn't this your dad?"
As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. Xuanxuang saw that the two of them were always together and looked like a family with Zhang Haohao, so they subconsciously thought that Gu Zihan was Zhang Haohao's father. The other adults also fell silent, not knowing how to explain to Xuanxuang the complicated relationship between them. Fortunately, Zhang Haohao calmly said, "Of course not." Although Xuanxuang was curious about what was going on, she was just a child after all. Her attention was quickly drawn to the cake in her hand, and she didn't say anything more. Yi Nanqing also breathed a sigh of relief. She originally didn't want to bring Gu Zihan with her, but Gu Zihan insisted, so she agreed to bring her along. After Gu Zihan came, he just sat quietly beside him and didn't say much.
59, Chapter 59. You have something going on.
There was a special duty-free shop on the cruise ship. A few people originally wanted to go in and browse around, but they didn't expect that the two children had already found something they liked.
"Aunt, I want to buy a wallet like this."
Although Tao Wanwan didn't know what use a wallet would have for a tiny kid, she saw that the wallet wasn't very expensive, so she bought it for him. Zhang Haohao asked curiously, "Why do you want to buy a wallet? I usually put my pocket money directly into my phone." Xuanxuan looked at the wallet in her hand and liked it very much. "They all say that a mature man should have his own wallet, and I'm not buying it for myself. I want to give it to an uncle I like very much." Zhang Haohao was silent for a while after hearing this, then he looked up at Yi Nanqing and said, "Mom, I want to buy a wallet too." Yi Nanqing's attention was just on talking to the other two people, and he had no idea what the two children were saying. Zhang Haohao's personality is completely different from Xuanxuang's. After saying that, he went straight to apply for a wallet like Xuanxuang's, not caring at all whether Yi Nanqing would agree or not. Yi Nanqing looked at Zhang Haohao's back and sighed helplessly, but still asked, "Why did you buy a wallet? You don't have any cash to use." Zhang Haohao's eyes were fixed on the wallet in front of him. "I want to give this to Uncle Gu." Gu Zihan was feeling a little seasick and had already returned to his room to rest, so he didn't follow them. Xuanxuang blinked in confusion. "Why give it to Uncle Gu? Don't you have a father too?" Xuanxuang really kept saying a lot of shocking things tonight. "Of course I have a dad." Zhang Haohao didn't care much about this sentence. He was just checking whether the gift he was going to give to Gu Zihan was damaged in any way. Xuanxuan looked at Zhang Haohao seriously and spoke again, "Then why don't you prepare a gift for your father?" After hearing this, Zhang Haohao felt a little guilty and put his wallet behind him. I'll choose later." Xuanxuang didn't say anything else, but just looked at the wallet in her hand and thought of Jiang Zimo. "I don't know when the next time they will meet is." "What about you? Which uncle did you give your wallet to?" When it comes to Jiang Zimo, Xuanxuang can't stop smiling. "Uncle is a very nice person. He flew a kite with me in the park this afternoon. We also caught fish and had dinner together anyway. He is the best uncle I have ever met." Zhang Haohao didn't react when he heard this, but the expressions on the faces of the women next to him suddenly became strange. "No wonder you said you didn't feel tired taking care of the child. It turns out you had someone helping you. Tell me, what exactly happened? When did it start? How come we didn't know anything about it?" Meng Yuhan has always been a person who likes to listen to gossip, so naturally she would not let it go after hearing such a small rumor. Tao Wanwan smiled gently and subconsciously looked at Yi Nanqing opposite her. "Just an ordinary friend, we just happened to meet." Seeing Tao Wanwan's attitude, Meng Yuhan was sure she wouldn't say anything more, so she could only change her target to the little kid Xuanxuang. "Xuanxuang, tell your auntie, how long have you known that uncle? How many times have you met him?" Xuanxuang didn't know what these adults were thinking. They just wanted to mention Jiang Zimo. "3 times. Today is the 3rd time we've met." Meng Yuhan curled the corners of her mouth in surprise, but what could happen after just 3 meetings? Even so, her woman's intuition told her that something was definitely wrong.
Does Xuanchuang know what my uncle's name is? When Tao Wanwan heard this question, she frowned nervously.
Fortunately, from the time they met until now, I have never called Jiang Zimo's name in front of Xuanchuang. So Xuanchuang frowned and thought for a long time, then tilted her head to look at Tao Wanwan and said, "Aunt, what's your uncle's name?" Yi Nanqing was standing opposite her, so Tao Wanwan naturally wouldn't say it directly.
If you two ever have a chance to meet again, why don't you both go over and ask?
Looking at the situation in front of her, Tao Wanwan would definitely not let Meng Yuhan continue asking questions.
No matter what Tao Wanwan's attitude is, Jiang Zimo definitely doesn't want Yi Nanqing to know. Okay, we're just ordinary friends, so stop guessing. Meng Yuhan also felt a little bored and stood up.
I was wondering who was behind this and how Wanwan, who had sealed her heart and locked away her love, felt the urge to do so again. Tao Wanwan lowered her head and smiled when she heard this for some reason. Jiang Zimo's face subconsciously appeared in her mind. How did she feel about him? It was really hard to explain.
Jiang Zimo was lying on the bed watching a TV series happily when the phone suddenly rang. It was Chen Diqing calling. I don't know where he got Jiang Zimo's contact information from. Maybe it was given to him by his grandmother?
Jiang Zimo had just answered the phone when Chen Diqing on the other end said, "Ouch, something happened, Zimo.
Do you remember when your grandmother moved into the house next to hers? Are there new neighbors?"
That area is in the countryside. Although the environment is nice, there are not many people living there on a regular basis. Over time, everyone knows each other, so the neighbors are still very concerned about the new people moving in.
What's going on? Is that new neighbor making things difficult for Grandma?
Jiang Zimo thought so subconsciously. After all, he couldn't think of anything else.
If it were that simple, I wouldn't have called you. Guess who's moving in?
How could Jiang Zimo know this kind of thing? He frowned subconsciously and had a bad feeling in his heart. I saw it when I came here just now. It was someone from the Gu family.
Don't think I don't know anything just because you don't say anything. Our family has been keeping an eye on you for so many years. I didn't say anything last time because of the old lady's face. We all know everything about the mess between you and Yi Nanqing. Now the Gu family has moved right in front of the old lady. No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right. Anyway, I don't care what method you use, just don't let the Gu family disturb the old lady's life. She is so old now, she just wants to be quiet. Jiang Zimo sighed heavily. This Gu Zihan seemed to be haunting him like a ghost. 60, Chapter 60, I'm wasting my time looking for you. It was impossible for Yi Nanqing to be completely unaware of the fact that someone from Gu Zihan's family had moved there. Only Yi Nanqing knew where Jiang Zimo's grandmother lived. If he knew it, why did he choose to move to live with Grandma Jiang? Even if it was just an ordinary villa area, Jiang Zimo could understand it, but that place was a remote and poor area, and Jiang Zimo really couldn't understand it. I understand, Uncle. I will take care of this matter. Don't worry. When Chen Diqing heard what I said, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Now that Mrs. Jiang is old, the most important thing is to maintain a good mood. If Mrs. Jiang really knew about what happened between Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo, she would definitely be very angry. When Jiang Zimo thought of this, his heart tightened instantly. It seemed that it was time to have a good talk with Yi Nanqing. As soon as the phone was hung up, Jiang Zimo called Yi Nanqing without wasting a moment. Hello. The person who answered the phone was Gu Zihan. Well, they are so close now, so what if he answers the phone for her? Jiang Zimo silently clenched his phone, and finally calmed down before saying, I'm looking for Yi Nanqing. After hearing this, Gu Zihan's tone instantly became sarcastic. Are you looking for Yi Nanqing? Nanqing is taking a shower now. If you have anything to say, you can just tell me directly. What Jiang Zimo wanted to talk about today was related to him, Gu Zihan, so naturally he couldn't just tell Gu Zihan directly. Otherwise, if he alerts the enemy and makes any other moves behind the scenes, Jiang Zimo will have a hard time dealing with it. Forget it, I'll contact him later. After saying that, Jiang Zimo didn't want to waste time and hung up the phone directly. I waited until late at night, but Yi Nanqing didn't call me back. I don't know whether Yi Nanqing didn't want to call me, or Gu Zihan didn't tell Yi Nanqing that he had called. Jiang Zimo couldn't figure it out, and sighed helplessly. He tried to call, but the call was hung up before it was connected.
At this time could it be that he is doing something? Forget it, Jiang Zimo shook his head vigorously. He didn't want to think about so many messy things anymore. It was really troublesome. I will contact Yi Nanqing again tomorrow. If there is still no news, I will go back directly in the evening. The next day, after Jiang Zimo arrived at the company, he briefly discussed the next work arrangements with Zhang Chao. After attending the technology exhibition, I have more ideas for the next product development, and I have been working around the new ideas in the past few days. After everything was done, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and Jiang Zimo called Yi Nanqing again. It actually shut down directly. What on earth is this guy doing all day long? If it weren't for something urgent, Jiang Zimo wouldn't have bothered to contact Yi Nanqing. After get off work, Jiang Zimo drove back to the villa. Just as he had imagined, neither Zhang Haohao nor Yi Nanqing were at home. As soon as Aunt Lu saw Jiang Zimo, she burst into laughter. The gentleman is back. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly when he heard the voice. Madam and the young master went out this morning and haven't come back yet. Has the master eaten anything? Do you want us to cook first? Jiang Zimo was indeed a little hungry now, so he nodded. No one knows how happy Lu Ma was when she saw Jiang Zimo. In this villa, only Jiang Zimo treats these nannies as human beings. Ever since Jiang Zimo left, their workload has become increasingly heavy, and many people have even considered resigning. After Jiang Zimo had a simple meal, he went straight upstairs. Although he had come back many times before, Jiang Zimo had never returned to his room. This is the first time today. Jiang Zimo's clothes were still there as before, as if they had never left. Looking at the scene in front of him, Jiang Zimo let out a long sigh with some emotion. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening, but there was still no call from Yi Nanqing. Jiang Zimo even thought that the two of them would not come back tonight. But just as I was about to leave, I heard the sound of a car outside the door. I guess Yi Nanqing and the others are finally back. When Zhang Haohao got out of the car, he saw Jiang Zimo's car parked at the door. Dad's car, it's Dad who's back. Look, Mom, it's Dad who's back. Yi Nanqing stared at Jiang Zimo's car in a daze. He didn't expect that Jiang Zimo would come back tonight. Zhang Haohao ran in from the door with a happy look on his face. Jiang Zimo gently squatted down and hugged Zhang Haohao. Dad, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Originally, Zhang Haohao wanted Jiang Zimo to give him a bath. If it were the Jiang Zimo of the past, he would definitely agree. But today Jiang Zimo shook his head and refused. Let them help you take a bath today. Dad has something to discuss with Mom. After hearing this, Zhang Haohao turned his head to look at Yi Nanqing, then nodded reluctantly. Jiang Zimo looked at Yi Nanqing, and the two of them walked into the bedroom one after another without saying a word. Yi Nanqing frowned and looked at Jiang Zimo. I don't know what this guy wants to say to me today. Jiang Zimo had already spent too much time looking for Yi Nanqing. He turned around and looked at Yi Nanqing and spoke without wasting any more time. Do you know about the Gu family's affairs? Yi Nanqing tilted his head in confusion. This sentence was so incoherent that it was hard to understand. What's more, Jiang Zimo never mentioned Gu Zihan to him on his own initiative, so why did he suddenly become so abnormal today? Jiang Zimo could see that Yi Nanqing didn't understand what he said, so he explained it in detail. Someone from the Gu family moved next door to Grandma Zhang. I don't believe you're completely unaware of this. You know, Grandma is old now. If she knew what happened between us, she would definitely not be able to accept it. After hearing what I said, Yi Nanqing frowned and was silent for a long time before he spoke. I see, so what do you mean? Let the Gu family leave. I believe you can do it. Everyone in the circle knows that Yi Nanqing helped the Gu family win several projects, and the Gu family's net worth has increased several times. For such a small matter, as long as Yi Nanqing asks for it, the Gu family will definitely agree. Although Jiang Zimo could solve this problem with the Jiang family's ability, he was unwilling to reveal his identity so quickly. 61, Chapter 61. Old Lady Yi moves in. Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo, who seemed to have not reacted yet. But in the current situation, Jiang Zimo is definitely more important to Yi Nanqing. Gu Zihan is now definitely his follower, but Jiang Zimo is almost out of his control, which makes Yi Nanqing feel very uncomfortable. As long as you can help me, I can agree to anything you ask. After hearing these words, Yi Nanqing finally came to his senses a little. Just ask their Gu family members not to live there?
Jiang Zimo nodded slightly, but he didn't expect that Ji Nanqing opposite him also nodded in agreement the next second. I will help you, don't worry.
Jiang Zimo originally thought that there would be an inevitable quarrel today, but he didn't expect Ji Nanqing to agree so readily.
And you? Come downstairs and have something to eat with Hao. We both haven't eaten yet.
Jiang Zimo originally wanted to ask what the conditions were, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing never mentioned this matter again afterwards. Jiang Zimo even started to doubt whether it was his illusion when he saw her nodding in agreement just now.
I didn't stay at the villa at night, but went back to my own home.
I originally thought that I just had to wait for news from Yi Nanqing, but I didn't expect that Yi Nanqing would call me the next day. Grandma said she'll come over tonight to visit, so you should go home early after work.
Jiang Zimo was stunned for a moment before he agreed. Since they got married, Grandma has basically not interfered in their lives.
In her own words, it is a matter for young people, and the older people cannot understand it. But recently, it must be because Grandma noticed that there was something unusual between the two of them, so she came over again and again to test the waters. When Jiang Zimo returned home from get off work, Yi Nanqing and the old lady were already sitting on the sofa in the house. Yi Nanqing was the first to see Jiang Zimo come in, but she didn't say much. It was Jiang Hao who was standing next to him who saw Jiang Zimo and said, "Dad is back." Hearing this, the old lady turned her head subconsciously. "Why are you back so late from get off work? Nanqing is already back. What are you doing staying at Yes alone?" The old lady didn't know that Jiang Zimo had already resigned from Yes. Jiang Zimo raised his head and looked at Yi Nanqing opposite him. She didn't seem to want to explain, so he didn't say much. "I had a few minor issues at work, and I came back after everything was resolved." The old lady didn't say anything more. She came here this time just to see how much their relationship had recovered. She also wanted to keep an eye on Yi Nanqing and tell him not to mess around all day long. "You two are getting busier and busier at work. I am embarrassed to ask you to come home on weekends." Jiang Zimo held Jiang Hao and sat next to the old lady. "It's our fault. We should go back to the old house more often when we have time." Hearing this, Jiang Hao raised his head somewhat unwillingly. He didn't like the old house, but the old lady was sitting next to him, so Jiang Hao didn't say much. "If the old lady gets angry, I will have a hard time." "Don't worry, Grandma, I'll definitely come over to see you when I'm free." Old Mrs. Yi is already at this age now, she won't believe any empty promises. "Don't tell me these useless things. I know how busy you two are with work. It's only right that an old woman like me with nothing to do comes to check on you." Old Mrs. Yi stayed for dinner that night, and Jiang Zimo had originally planned to drive her home himself. But as soon as Mrs. Yi finished her meal, she walked into the kitchen and said she wanted to make soup for them. She had no intention of leaving at all. Jiang Zimo and Yi Nanqing didn't have much to talk about, and Jiang Hao was playing with his phone nonstop. When Jiang Zimo got off work this afternoon, he left in a hurry because Zhang Chao still had some work to do. He took out his computer and started working. When old Mrs. Yi came out of the kitchen, she saw the three of them sitting together, but without any communication at all, and seemed to be doing their own things. I was so angry that I frowned. "What are you all doing here? I finally got home from get off work. Can't you please do something to improve the relationship between family members? What's so fun about mobile phones and computers?" The scene that old lady Yi saw was already quite good. The situation where the three of them were in their respective rooms had happened before. Sometimes they are not even in the same home. Although he thought so in his heart, Jiang Zimo naturally couldn't say it directly. "There's still something going on at the company. I need to deal with it briefly." Old Mrs. Yi looked at Yi Nanqing, who was sitting next to her, and sighed helplessly. "If you have any problems at work, why don't you just communicate with Nanqing directly? Do you think you need to work overtime when you are working in your own company? How can this be ridiculous?" Mrs. Yi has no idea how many times she has talked about this topic tonight. Jiang Zimo even wants to wait until he has time to explain it to her next time an explanation is needed. Alright, you young people are just too dependent on electronic devices. I made some soup for you when it's ready. Have Aunt Lu make you some. Hurry and have them clean up the room for me. I am exhausted." Jiang Zimo was stunned. He didn't expect that Mrs. Yi would actually stay here tonight. He raised his head and looked at Yi Nanqing opposite him. He looked calm, as if he had known it for a long time. Since old lady Yi had said so,
and it was indeed a bit late and it was not safe to go home. Jiang Zimo arranged for someone to clean up the guest room. After old Mrs. Yi went back to rest, Yi Nanqing didn't want to continue pretending and went back to the study. It was almost time for Jiang Haohao to rest, and Jiang Zimo was the only one left sitting in the living room to continue working. After finishing most of the work, Jiang Zimo returned to the master bedroom to clean up and wash up. I don't know if it's because I haven't been back for a long time, but Jiang Zimo clearly remembered that there was a spare bathrobe in the bathroom drawer. But this time when I opened it, it was empty. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly, thinking that Yi Nanqing should still be working in the study. Jiang Zimo put on his underwear and opened the bathroom door directly. 62, Chapter 62. I didn't know you were here. Yi Nanqing saw that it was getting late, so he came out of the study to wash up. Just as I was about to take some clean clothes and go into the bathroom door suddenly opened and a muscular man walked out. Yi Nanqing, who had lived alone for such a long time, naturally found it difficult to accept this for a while, and his eyes widened in fear. I almost screamed out loud, but luckily I realized the next second that the person opposite me was Jiang Zimo, so I took a deep breath and calmed down. I didn't know you were here. Although Jiang Zimo looked calm, he was already extremely panicked inside. Although I did everything I should have done in the past few years, I always feel that something is a little strange about the current situation. After Yi Nanqing reacted, he slowly lowered his head, but he had to admit that even after so much time had passed, Jiang Zimo's figure was still as attractive as before. Jiang Zimo took out a bathrobe from the closet and put it on himself. Yi Nanqing went straight into the bathroom without even raising his head. After washing up, Yi Nanqing still needs to do a lot of skin care. When everything was over, Jiang Zimo was seen lying on the bed and asleep. Suddenly, Aunt Lu came over and knocked on the door. Madam, sir, the old lady's soup is ready. Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo, who had fallen asleep, and pursed his lips helplessly. You put it here, and if Grandma asks, just say we both drank it. The old lady did instruct Aunt Lu to watch them drink it with her own eyes. But no matter what, Yi Nanqing is his boss. Aunt Lu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Yi Nanqing didn't like greasy food in the first place, so she poured the 2 bowls of soup directly into the sewer. Originally, Yi Nanqing thought that she had gotten used to sleeping alone during this period of time, and would not be used to having a man suddenly next to her. I was also worried that what happened last time at the old house would happen again, so I was very careful when lying down. The next day, when Jiang Zimo opened his eyes, Yi Nanqing was no longer by his side. I touched the bed and it was cold. I guess I had been away for a while. Jiang Zimo simply washed up and went downstairs. Aunt Lu has already prepared breakfast. There was something a little strange about the way old lady Yi looked at the two of them. After looking around, she couldn't see anything strange. Then old lady Yi asked cautiously, "Did you two not drink soup last night?" Jiang Zimo frowned in surprise. If the old lady hadn't said that, he would have even forgotten about it. It was just a bowl of soup. Seeing the old lady's excited reaction, Jiang Zimo probably guessed what was going on. Yi Nanqing sat next to him and ate his meal as if he didn't hear anything. This has become Yi Nanqing's habit. Whenever he encounters a question he doesn't want to answer, he will immediately pretend not to hear it. Jiang Zimo has become accustomed to it. Grandma, did you add something to it? Upon hearing this, old lady Yi lowered her head, feeling guilty. Hey, I'm just thinking about having another granddaughter. How nice it would be to have both a son and a daughter. Yi Nanqing, who had just pretended to be deaf and dumb, was instantly shocked when he heard this. Grandma, I'm in the rising phase of my career, the most important time. How could I possibly get pregnant and have a baby? Mrs. Yi continued, unwilling to be outdone. So what's the matter? Doesn't Zimo help you manage the company? Don't always use work as an excuse. Jiang Zimo naturally didn't want to see the two of them quarreling like this. Alright, we need to think long and hard about such an important matter. It's almost time for us to go to work. Old Mrs. Yi walked straight down the stairs. I don't care about your affairs anymore. I have to go out today. I'll leave your driver with me. You two can drive over together. Jiang Zimo sighed silently and agreed without saying anything more. Yi Nanqing sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, and the two of them also sent Jiang Hao out of school.
But this time, for some reason, Yi Nanqing just asked Jiang Zimo to wait in the car and refused to let him get out no matter what.
I guess it's because I and Gu Zihan had sent Zhang Hao out of school together before, so they didn't let me show up. No matter what the reason was, Jiang Zimo didn't take it to heart. After sending Yi Nanqing to the company, he drove directly to Lantu without saying anything. The work these days is not too busy, but Jiang Zimo still forgets the time when he starts working. If it weren't for a customer service representative who wanted to have lunch with him in the afternoon, Jiang Zimo wouldn't even realize that his lunch break was over. My dear, please stop it if we don't set off now, we'll be late. Jiang Zimo then followed Zhang Chao into the car. When I arrived downstairs at the restaurant, it was fate that I ran into Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Zhang Chao frowned as he looked at the two of them. No, it's a bit too much fate. I just came out to eat and ran into these two guys. Jiang Zimo also sighed helplessly. Should we go down now, or wait a little longer? Zhang Chao turned his head and looked at Jiang Zimo and asked hesitantly.
Jiang Zimo hadn't done anything harmful, so why was he hiding? Naturally, he got out of the car without hesitation.
Gu Zihan was the first to see Jiang Zimo from this direction, and his brows furrowed instantly. Although Gu Zihan and Jiang Zimo had not gotten along before, he would never show his dislike so obviously on his face. I think it must be because Yi Nanqing had already told him about the move, so he was so hostile towards Jiang Zimo. Gu Zihan himself didn't have any big ideas about moving, he just didn't like Jiang Zimo always contacting Yi Nanqing privately. Even if they are still husband and wife now, that won't work. Since he had already seen it, Yi Nanqing naturally would not pretend not to see it. After all, Zhang Chao was next to him. There is still cooperation between Lantu and Yi Group, and the relationship between them cannot be strained. Mr. Zhang, long time no see, we are truly destined to meet. Zhang Chao nodded slightly, and with a slightly awkward expression on his face, he said, Indeed, it is indeed fate.
Yi Nanqing didn't notice anything wrong with the expression on Zhang Chao's face, and just kept reminiscing about the past.
Are you guys here to eat? What else can you do in a restaurant if you don't eat? Yes, we have an appointment with a client here to discuss business. Ms. Yi is out on a date with her boyfriend, right? 63, Chapter 63, You want to give me money? Her real husband was standing right next to her when Zhang Chao asked this. Yi Nanqing really didn't know how to answer for a moment. Zhang Chao asked this question purely on purpose, just to see what Yi Nanqing would do.
We also have appointments with clients, all for work. Zhang Chao just lowered his head and smiled. They all knew what was going on.
We're a little short of time, so we'll go up first. Zhang Chao really didn't want to see Yi Nanqing's hypocritical face, so he found an excuse to get away. The conversation with the client was quite good, and after leaving, the two of them returned to the company to continue working. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when the phone suddenly rang. What time will you be back today?
If the old lady hadn't called, Jiang Zimo would have even forgotten that she was still at home.
Grandma, I'm very busy at work today, so I'm sure I won't be home until very late. I am so sorry. I wanted to go back and spend some quality time with you. Just rest well by yourself tonight.
After hearing this, the old lady sighed helplessly.
Okay, you and Yi Nanqing are both busy. I really don't know what you are busy with all day long. Okay, you guys go ahead and get busy, Zhang Hao, and I will stay at home.
From these words, it can be heard that Mrs. Yi is not very happy.
But Jiang Zimo really wanted to finish his work first, so he didn't say anything more.
By the time all the work was finished, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Zimo called the driver at home. He was so tired that he didn't want to drive back at all. The car to pick him up did come, but he didn't expect that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Yi Nanqing.
Why are you here?
Jiang Zimo asked with some surprise when he got in the car. Yi Nanqing rolled his eyes without hesitation.
You think I wanted to come here? Grandma insisted that I come, so there's nothing I can do. Jiang Zimo could already imagine how Yi Nanqing was pushed out the door by old lady Yi. No matter what, it was a bit hard for Yi Nanqing to come and pick me up. Thank you. Jiang Zimo spoke somewhat awkwardly. Yi Nanqing just drove and didn't say anything else. When I got home, Mrs. Yi had already fallen asleep.
When Jiang Zimo came out after washing up, he found that Yi Nanqing had already started taking care of her skin.
Suddenly thinking of what happened this afternoon, Jiang Zimo asked curiously, "Have you told Gu Zihan?" Yi Nanqing naturally knew what Jiang Zimo meant by this sentence, and just nodded. Jiang Zimo didn't expect Yi Nanqing to be so fast in doing things. "If possible, I would like to buy that house. Do you think it is convenient?"
Yi Nanqing paused his movements, was silent for a moment, and then nodded.
"I understand. I'll talk to them."
She agreed so quickly that Jiang Zimo suddenly felt a little strange. After packing up, he lay down on the bed. The relationship between Jiang Zimo and Yi Nanqing had reached a freezing point during this period. But Yi Nanqing had done him a favor recently, and Jiang Zimo didn't know how to get along with him for a while.
"Fortunately, I fell asleep quickly." The next day, when Jiang Zimo was having breakfast, old Mrs. Yi asked Jiang Zimo to continue to take Yi Nanqing to work. Before Jiang Zimo could say anything, Yi Nanqing shook his head.
"No, I have to go out to meet a client today, and my colleague will come to pick me up later." Yi Nanqing had already said this, and old lady Yi couldn't say anything else for the time being. Jiang Zimo arrived at the company and was busy working all day. He was not ready to leave work until around 9 o'clock in the evening. "What's strange is that Mrs. Yi didn't call me today to urge me to get off work. I guess she knew it would be useless even if she urged me." When he got home, Jiang Zimo discovered that Yi Nanqing had actually returned. In the past, Yi Nanqing would usually come back around 11 or 12 o'clock every day. Why did he suddenly come back so early today? Jiang Zimo entered the room but did not see Yi Nanqing. "When I turned around and went downstairs to see if there was anything to eat, I suddenly found a red object on the desk." Yi Nanqing has a lot of skincare products, so the two of them have always used separate tables. "The thing I just saw was placed on Jiang Zimo's desk. There was no doubt that I was not mistaken." Jiang Zimo walked closer and took a look, only to find that it was actually the property certificate. It was the house next to Grandma that Jiang Zimo mentioned yesterday. Jiang Zimo was stunned. Yi Nanqing was a bit strange recently. In the past, he would delay doing anything for as long as possible. He didn't expect that he would be so efficient now. Just when Jiang Zimo was at a loss for words, Yi Nanqing suddenly walked in from outside. "This is what I was talking about yesterday." Hearing the voice, Yi Nanqing nodded slightly. "I don't have that much money to give you right now. It might take some time." "You want to give me money?" Yi Nanqing did not stop what he was doing and spoke calmly. "Of course I do. Noise, I still have this little bit of money." Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo and raised his eyebrows. Then he turned around and went into the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly as he looked at Yi Nanqing's back. If only Yi Nanqing could be like this before. In the next few days, Jiang Zimo spent almost every day in the company, and it had been a while since he had spent time with Jiang Haohao. On Friday afternoon, Jiang Zimo suddenly received a call from Jiang Haohao. "Dad, do you have time to pick me up this afternoon?" Jiang Zimo hesitated for a moment, but when he saw that the work at hand was almost done, he agreed. When Jiang Haohao saw Jiang Zimo, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Dad, you came to pick me up at noon. I want to eat the meal you cooked today. Is that okay?" Jiang Zimo finally got home from get off work so early, so of course he agreed immediately. When Mrs. Yi saw Jiang Zimo coming home from get off work so early, she was as happy as Jiang Haohao. Hey, you two are so busy every day that I hardly see you. You're finally back today. I am going to call Yi Nanqing now and ask him to come back for dinner." Jiang Zimo pursed his lips helplessly. Old lady Yi was too persistent in bringing the two of them together. 64, Chapter 64, Asking the Teacher for Advice. I don't know what Yi Nanqing is busy with in the company, but no matter what Mrs. Yi says, she is unwilling to go home for dinner. "Grandma, I have a lot of work to do today. I still have a lot to deal with. Please don't make it difficult for me." Hearing Yi Nanqing say this, old Mrs. Yi was actually a little sad in her heart, but she didn't say much. She just sighed helplessly and then hung up the phone. Looking at old lady Yi sitting on the sofa and sighing, Jiang Zimo felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. But before Jiang Zimo could say anything, the old lady suddenly turned around and looked at him and said, "Nanqing refuses to come back for dinner tonight. I'll ask Aunt Lu and the others to make a few more dishes and you can send them over." Jiang Zimo was stunned. They had been married for so many years, but he had never taken the initiative to bring food to Yi Nanqing. Now that they were about to get divorced, he naturally didn't want to go. Since she said she has something to do tonight, then there shouldn't be any need for me to go over there. Jiang Zimo watched as old lady Yi cautiously opened the door and refused, but he didn't expect that old lady Yi would just wave her hand. No matter how tired or busy you are, you'll always have time to eat, so let's just put it this way, you can just send it over later. Seeing how insistent Mrs. Yi was, Jiang Zimo felt embarrassed to continue refusing and could only nod and agree. But I was still thinking that I should have told Yi Nanqing in advance. After all the food was ready, Jiang Zimo found an excuse to go upstairs and secretly call Yi Nanqing. The phone rang for a long time before Yi Nanqing on the other end answered the call. Grandma asked me to go to the company to bring you food tonight. Do you think it's convenient for you? Yi Nanqing frowned after hearing this. After old lady Yi came, his life became much more troublesome. Just as he was about to refuse, Gu Zihan suddenly pushed open the office door and walked in from outside. The meal is here, let's eat first, don't be busy. Jiang Zimo on the other end of the phone also heard Gu Zihan's voice clearly. It turned out that the two of them were hanging out together. Just tell Grandma that I have a dinner appointment with a client tonight, so you don't need to come and send me off. I don't know if he was anxious to have dinner with Gu Zihan, but after saying this, Yi Nanqing hung up the phone. It turns out that she was with Gu Zihan. No wonder, no matter what the old lady said, Yi Nanqing was unwilling to come back. Jiang Zimo went downstairs and told the old lady about the situation on Yi Nanqing's side. The expression on the old lady's face instantly became extremely ugly. You might have guessed it, Yi Nanqing went out to have dinner with Gu Zihan. The next day, when Jiang Zimo woke up, he realized that Yi Nanqing had not come back the whole night. While eating, the old lady couldn't help but complain a few words. I don't know who taught him to stay out all night. How I was still so young. How can he be without his parents all the time? When I see Nanqing again, I must have a good talk with him. Jiang Zimo sat opposite, eating quietly, with no intention of speaking. I think last night Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan must have been together, otherwise they wouldn't have stayed away from home. Jiang Zimo didn't care about this matter. After dinner, he went straight to the company. Recently, Zhang Chao set up a new project team, and they are all very busy. This also gave Jiang Zimo a reason to not go back to Yi Nanqing's house too often, otherwise he would be even busier. Everything was almost ready, but Zhang Chao still felt unsure. Why don't we send it to the teacher to take a look? If the teacher has time to guide us, it will definitely be safe this time. Jiang Zimo could understand Zhang Chao's hidden feelings. This was the first project he participated in after joining Lantu. How it would develop in the future would depend on this time. The two hesitated for a long time before they mustered up the courage to send the project introduction to Mr. Tang. Professor Tang usually has a lot of lectures and is usually very busy. I still remember when I was in school, you had to wait in line for a long time if you wanted to make an appointment with Professor Tang, so everyone usually went there together. Originally, when they sent it this time, both of them were prepared to wait for 10 days or half a month, but they didn't expect that in the afternoon, Mr. Tang would call them directly. When Zhang Chao saw the caller ID, he was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. He quickly pulled Jiang Zimo to his office. After the two people answered the phone, they were nervous for a while before they heard Mr. Tang speak. I just took a look at what you sent. It's pretty good and acceptable. This is already a very good evaluation given by Mr. Tang. You have to know that Mr. Tang usually only criticizes things, and the number of times he can say something good is very few. Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao both breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't been in the industry for a few years, but I've demonstrated excellent professionalism and recent innovations. The technology is mature, and the theoretical support is sufficient. If we can successfully launch it, there will definitely be no problem. This was obviously meant for Jiang Zimo to hear, and Jiang Zimo responded softly a sound. But he didn't expect that Mr. Tang's expression would change instantly in the next second. But no matter what, so many years have been wasted, so strictly speaking, you are still regressing, otherwise it would be impossible to stay at this stage. Jiang Zimo nodded repeatedly in response to Mr. Tang's teachings. Teacher, don't worry, I will hurry up and pick up everything I left behind in the past few years. After hearing Jiang Zimo's words, Mr. Tang didn't say anything more. He knew his students best.
As long as Jiang Zimo makes up his mind to do something, he will definitely try his best to do it to the best of his ability. Teacher, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. It's been a long time since I had dinner with you. Seeing that Mr. Tang would call at this time, Zhang Chao spoke with some excitement. But unexpectedly, Mr. Tang said solemnly, "Not tonight, I already have an appointment." Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao felt a little disappointed when they heard this. If they could have a meal together, they would definitely get more inspiration, and maybe they could use it in the future. You two both know the person who invited me to dinner. It's Yi Nanqing. 65, Chapter 65 is his compensation. Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao were stunned when they heard the name. Mr. Tang also knew the current situation of the two of them. But the Yi family's current status was there, and the other party was just inviting him to dinner, which was not a crime, so Mr. Tang really had no way to refuse. What is it? He wants to introduce someone to me. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chao couldn't help but ask, "Can you introduce someone?" "Who are you introducing? Are you going to introduce Gu Zihan?" Mr. Tang and Zhang Chao had actually met before, but strictly speaking, they had never formally met. I think it should be Yi Nanqing's thank you gift for asking the Gu family to give up their house. Or you could say that he was using this matter to cheer Gu Zihan up. Jiang Zimo seemed quite calm, as if it was not a big deal. But Zhang Chao next to him had gone completely crazy. I know that Gu Zihan's resume does look good, but his skills are just average. His skills are about the same as our company's. Bringing such a person to Elder Tang is simply a waste of his time. Jiang Zimo looked at Zhang Chao, who was so excited, and shook his head helplessly. Don't worry about them, we just need to do our own thing. Jiang Zimo has been going out early and coming back late recently, using work as an excuse. If he continues like this, sooner or later Mrs. Yi will be unhappy. Jiang Zimo rushed home as soon as he got off work today. Yi Nanqing had not returned yet, and he said a lot of nice things to old lady Yi in the living room. It was past 10 o'clock before he returned to his room to wash up. After I finished packing and came out, I saw Yi Nanqing already sitting in front of the dressing table. I think he must have just come back from taking a shower. Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo and nodded slightly as a greeting. Jiang Zimo was a little surprised and didn't react. After all, Yi Nanqing had acted like a stranger to me and had no reaction at all when he saw me before. Before Jiang Zimo could react, Yi Nanqing had already taken his things and went straight into the bathroom. By the time Yi Nanqing came out, Jiang Zimo had already fallen asleep. The next day, when Jiang Zimo woke up, Yi Nanqing was already downstairs being criticized by old lady Yi. Tell me yourself, how many days have you not been home? Zimo was busy with work and always comes back after midnight. What on earth are you busy with outside? I don't understand. I waited for you downstairs for such a long time yesterday, Zimo, and I waited until almost 10 o'clock. I thought you wouldn't come back again. Yi Nanqing pursed his lips, clearly not convinced. Grandma, I'm the chairman, of course I have more things to do. Isn't it normal to be busy at work? Yesterday, I came back because you asked me to come back and hang out with you. I didn't finish my work yet, so I came back straight away. You can't say that to me. Just looking at Yi Nanqing's current reaction, people who don't know her would definitely think that she has really suffered some injustice, but Jiang Zimo knows it best in his heart. Yi Nanqing is a person who will never take the initiative to work overtime no matter how busy he is at work. She would throw everything to her subordinates to do, and never cared whether her employees would be too tired from working overtime. Seeing Yi Nanqing looking so aggrieved, old lady Yi didn't say much. You're lucky you still have some conscience. If you forget about this again, you'll be doomed. Jiang Zimo came down from upstairs and heard them talking. He asked out of curiosity. You guys want to go out and play? Where are you going? As soon as Mrs. Yi heard Jiang Zimo's voice, the expression on her face instantly became much better. It's not you, it's us. Today happens to be the weekend. It would be great if we could go out and have some fun together as a family. Jiang Zimo walked to the dining table and sat down, smiling awkwardly. Zimo, is there any place you want to go? Why don't we go back to the hot springs? We didn't get to soak in the hot springs last time because of some people. Yi Nanqing sat opposite calmly, as if it wasn't him who was being talked about. Jiang Zimo had soaked in a hot spring before during the company's team building activity, so he didn't have much of an opinion about it. But since old Mrs. Yi had already said so, he
he naturally would not refuse and agreed directly. After breakfast, Jiang Zimo went upstairs to pack the things he needed for the hot spring villa.
If it were in the past, Jiang Zimo would definitely help to clean up all the family's belongings.
But this time, she just packed her own luggage and went downstairs directly without even checking if Jiang Hao's things were missing.
The hot spring villa really didn't leave a good impression on Jiang Zimo last time.
But I have to say that the quality of the hot springs here is still very good, much better than the last time we had a team building trip. Yi Nanqing had just packed his luggage and was about to change his clothes and go downstairs. But old Mrs. Yi suddenly came over and knocked on the door.
"Grandma, why did you come here suddenly?"
Old Mrs. Yi, who was standing at the door, looked at Yi Nanqing with a strange look in her eyes and carefully took out a box from behind her.
This is the clothes Grandma prepared for you. Wear this later."
Yi Nanqing smiled helplessly, never expecting that old lady Yi would have such a method.
"Grandma, isn't these a little too?"
Old Madame Yi tooted her lips helplessly. "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary swimsuit, not something particularly revealing." Seeing how insistent old lady Yi was, Yi Nanqing nodded helplessly and agreed. After old lady Yi left, Yi Nanqing went to the bathroom to look at the style of the swimsuit. It seemed that there was nothing special about it, so he put it on with confidence. Jiang Zimo had already gone downstairs early. There was no need for men to dawdle about taking a hot spring bath.
Not long after entering the hot spring, the waiters outside brought in a lot of food. After a while, Yi Nanqing walked in from outside. When Yi Nanqing saw Jiang Zimo, the expression on his face became a little embarrassed.
"Grandma asked me to come here. She said she would arrange for someone else to take care of Hao, so let the two of us go together." Of course Yi Nanqing didn't want to come, and just now it was old lady Yi who pushed him in directly.
Jiang Zimo nodded slightly.
The hot spring was very small, and if the two of them took a bath together, they would almost be touching each other. Yi Nanqing clenched his fists nervously.
66, Chapter 66, I Am the Outsider.
Jiang Zimo was also feeling very uncomfortable sitting next to him. It had been several years since he last had such close contact with Yi Nanqing. Ever since Jiang Hao was born, Yi Nanqing no longer agreed to Jiang Zimo touching her. Jiang Zimo had always respected Yi Nanqing's ideas. Although he was a little sad and uncomfortable at first, he gradually got used to it.
"They just brought over a lot of food. You can take a look and see if there's anything you like." If neither of them spoke, the atmosphere would be too awkward, so Jiang Zimo picked up a random topic to start talking. Yi Nanqing bent down slightly and took the food from Jiang Zimo. But he happened to see Jiang Zimo's triangle area and subconsciously looked away. The next second, she suddenly agreed she was wearing such sexy clothes today, but Jiang Zimo didn't react at all. When he thought of this, Yi Nanqing couldn't help but feel a little angry. "I still remember that it was Jiang Zimo's begging that made me reluctantly agree. Could it be that Jiang Zimo has really changed now and he has no reaction at all?" Jiang Zimo felt a little sleepy after soaking in the hot spring. Just as he was about to go out, Yi Nanqing followed him. As soon as I walked out, I saw Mrs. Yi had already put on her clothes and was ready to leave. "It's just right that you two are out. My friend just called me and asked me to come over for something," Jiang Zimo said a little worriedly. "Grandma, why don't I take you there?" Old Madame Yi shook her head and frowned as she spoke. "Oh, there's no need to be so troublesome. You two just have to have fun here. I'll ask your driver to take me there. It's not that troublesome." Since she had already said this, Jiang Zimo didn't say anything more. Old Mrs. Yi looked at the distance between the two people and sighed helplessly. It seemed that her previous method was still ineffective. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have to leave quickly, otherwise it will be too late." After he finished speaking, the elevator opposite suddenly opened. Meng Yuhan walked out with a swagger on her face. When old lady Yi saw Meng Yuhan, her expression was very calm, as if she had known that Meng Yuhan would come. Only Jiang Zimo didn't know. "Have fun, I'll be leaving first." Old Mrs. Yi looked at the few people and spoke in a low voice, then got on the elevator and left without hesitation. When Jiang Hao saw Meng Yuhan, the expression on his face was one of uncontrollable joy. "Auntie, come here." Meng Yuhan touched Jiang Hao's hair. "Not only did my aunt come, I also called Tao Wanwan and Gu Zihan over." When saying this, Mang Yuhan glanced at Jiang Zimo, who was standing next to her, intentionally or unintentionally. It was obviously meant for Jiang Zimo to hear. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say in this situation. You guys take your time playing, I'm going back first. Yi Nanqing watched Jiang Zimo leave without trying to keep him. Jiang Haohao was even happier after all. Mr. Gu would be coming over soon. If Jiang Zimo stayed, he might even target Mr. Gu. Why did you come here suddenly? Yi Nanqing looked at Mang Yuhan with a frown and asked. There are others. After saying that, Mang Yuhan turned sideways, and several tall, muscular men suddenly walked out of the elevator. Jiang Zimo returned to his room, turned on his computer and started working. As soon as he sat down, as he was working, he suddenly had a new idea for the current project. After roughly implementing it, Jiang Zimo looked at the computer screen and nodded with satisfaction. Without thinking, he called Zhang Chao. What are you doing? There were a lot of messy noises coming from Zhang Chao's end, and Jiang Zimo felt his ears hurt so much from listening to them. I'm out at a party right now. Why are you suddenly calling me on your day off? Are you working right now? Zhang Chao's mind works quite quickly. I just had a new idea. I'm telling you, I know our company is in a very serious situation right now, but you don't have to work on your days off. Get some rest. You know your health is the capital of revolution. Jiang Zimo listened to what Zhang Chao said and sighed helplessly. Listen to me first. This matter is very important. Please listen carefully. After persuading him for a long time, Jiang Zimo finally told Zhang Chao everything he had just thought about. Zhang Chao instantly became alert. Without mentioning any messy party, Zhang Chao drove straight home. I'm going back right now, and we'll have a good talk when we get home. Jiang Zimo agreed softly. After working for such a long time and hanging up the phone, Jiang Zimo realized that he seemed to be a little hungry. I used the phone in my room to order food from the waiter, then rested and waited in the room. As soon as the waiter entered the elevator, he saw Yi Nanqing, Gu Zihan, and others inside. Where are you sending this to? There were only a few people in this hot spring villa, so Mang Yuhan asked this question even though she knew the answer. I'll bring dinner to Mr. Mang Yuhan raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that when we have dinner later, we don't need to invite him to eat with us. When saying this, Mang Yuhan looked at Yi Nanqing cautiously. But unexpectedly, Yi Nanqing said, let's call out. Gu Zihan was stunned when he heard this because old Mrs. Yi had been at home all the time. Yi Nanqing had been spending less and less time with him. Could it be that during this period of time, the two of them? That's right, this is the Yi family's hot spring villa. After all, your old lady must have her own spies, so it's better to be careful. Gu Zihan was worried just now, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Mang Yuhan's explanation. Haohao, go call Dad to come over for dinner. When saying this, Jiang Haohao was still holding Gu Zihan's hands. Me, go get Dad to eat? Yi Nanqing nodded slightly. Jiang Haohao was obviously reluctant, but since Yi Nanqing said so, he had no choice but to agree. By the time Jiang Haohao appeared at the door of Jiang Zimo's room and knocked, Jiang Zimo had already started eating in the room. Dad, Mom asked me to call you over for dinner. Jiang Zimo could see that Jiang Haohao looked a little reluctant, and besides, he had already started eating, so he really didn't want to go down and waste time with them. Dad can just eat in his room. Haohao, go down and have a good meal with them. Jiang Haohao almost couldn't hold back his laughter when he heard this. 67, Chapter 67, Old Lady Yi has informers. It's not that he dislikes Jiang Zimo, he just feels that if Jiang Zimo goes downstairs to eat with them, Mr. Gu will definitely be unhappy, and Jiang Haohao doesn't want to make Mr. Gu unhappy. Jiang Haohao was naturally happy to hear Jiang Zimo's refusal. When I turned around and prepared to leave, I suddenly realized that it was very pitiful for my father to eat alone in the room, and I felt a little conflicted for a moment. Dad, is it really okay for you to eat alone? Do you want me to stay with you? When Jiang Haohao said this, the expression on his face was already very embarrassed. It was obvious that he wanted to go downstairs and have dinner with Gu Zihan. It's not just because I don't want Jiang Haohao to do something he doesn't like, but also because Jiang Zimo prefers to be alone now. He just shook his head and said softly, no need, Dad can eat here alone, you can go downstairs and join Mom and the others.
Jiang Haohao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He regretted what he had just said. Fortunately, Jiang Zimo did not agree, otherwise Jiang Haohao really didn't know what to do. After leaving Jiang Zimo, Jiang Haohao went downstairs to the restaurant and sat down directly next to Gu Zihan. "Mom, Dad said he can eat in his room by himself, we don't have to wait for him to join us." Meng Yuhan had guessed this would happen a long time ago. The reason why Yi Nanqing went over to invite him to dinner was just to avoid leaving any room for gossip in front of old lady Yi. Fortunately, Jiang Zimo was a bit sensible. If he had really agreed, none of the people in the restaurant would have truly welcomed him.
Yi Nanqing didn't say much, just nodded slightly. She had already guessed this ending.
Jiang Zimo was eating in the room, and he knew in his heart that Yi Nanqing was just being polite. If he agreed to this, he would spoil other people's interest.
Zhang Chao also arrived home very quickly and called Jiang Zimo as soon as he got home. Jiang Zimo had just finished his meal. After tidying up a bit, he used the computer to demonstrate his ideas to Zhang Chao. "Oh my god, Jiang Zimo, you really are a genius. I am so excited I don't know what to say." Jiang Zimo has been away from this circle for such a long time, and has only been back for a few months, but he has been able to make such a big innovation. Zhang Chao suddenly realized what absolute suppression from a genius really meant. "If you had been working in my company for the past few years, our Lantu would have been very successful long ago, and there would be no need for the Yi Group." When Zhang Chao said this, he suddenly realized that Jiang Zimo had been working for years before, so it seems that the authority Yi Nanqing gave Jiang Zimo at that time was definitely not enough, otherwise the current situation would not be the case. The two of them hurriedly sorted out the relevant content, and when they finished everything, the sun outside was about to set. No, I feel like I'm starving to death. I am going out to eat first. We can talk about anything after I come back. Jiang Zimo was actually a little tired, so when he heard what Zhang Chao said, he agreed immediately. There is a large strawberry field on the back mountain of the hot spring village. Jiang Zimo was a little bored staying in the room alone, so he put on his coat and went out to take a look. "It's just right that I can bring some to my colleagues at work when I go back tomorrow." Jiang Zimo spent more than an hour picking strawberries in the strawberry field and produced 2 full baskets of large strawberries. Only then did he find a place to sit down contentedly. This location on the mountain is the best place to watch the sunset. As I was fascinated by the scene, I suddenly heard footsteps and a woman's voice behind me. Jiang Zimo turned around subconsciously, but he never expected that the person he saw was Tao Wanwan. Tao Wanwan was also stunned when she saw Jiang Zimo, and her hand holding the phone suddenly froze there. Jiang Zimo didn't want to have too much contact with Tao Wanwan. After all, he was Yi Nanqing's friend. If Yi Nanqing found out, he wouldn't be able to explain anything. Tao Wanwan naturally knew what Jiang Zimo was thinking at the moment, and pointed at her mobile phone somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm video chatting with Xuanxuang. Do you two want to chat?"
Tao Wanwan just answered Xuanxuang's call and felt that it was too noisy for them to gather together as a group, so she thought of finding a quieter place to make the call. There happened to be a strawberry field here, so Tao Wanwan came over to show Xuanxuang how strawberries grow. He originally planned to find a random excuse to turn around and leave, but when he heard the name Xuanxuang, Jiang Zimo hesitated. After all, the last time I met Xuanxuang, they had a lot of fun together, plus, I was in a bad mood that day, so Xuanxuang also provided a lot of emotional value.
"Give it to me." Xuanxuang was so happy to see Jiang Zimo that she started dancing with excitement on the other end of the phone.
"Uncle, I miss you so much. Xuanxuang has been taken out by Grandma, otherwise I would have liked to go and play with you." Jiang Zimo looked at Xuanxuang laughing so happily, and he also laughed subconsciously.
The two chatted briefly and casually, and Jiang Zimo even shared the sunset in front of him with Xuanxuang.
It was not until Xuanxuang was called away by her grandmother that she hung up the phone reluctantly. Tao Wanwan can feel Jiang Zimo. He was so distant from me. If it wasn't because of Xuanxuang, he would definitely ignore me. Thinking about it again, Yi Nanqing was right. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Zimo just said to Tao Wanwan, "Be careful on the mountain." Then he turned around and prepared to go down the mountain. Tao Wanwan originally came here to show Xuanxuang the strawberries. Now that the phone call was over, there was no point in staying on the mountain.
The sun has already set, and it is indeed a bit unsafe. Tao Wanwan tiptoed down the mountain behind Jiang Zimo carefully.
As soon as we entered the villa, Gu Zihan suddenly appeared from nowhere. Jiang Zimo didn't want to waste any more time talking to this guy, so he just walked past him as if he didn't see him.
Gu Zihan frowned and wanted to say something, but suddenly he saw Tao Wanwan walking in from outside. You too? Tao Wanwan calmly explained, I just happened to run into him on the bridge. The hot spring villa is only this big, so it's normal to meet by chance. Gu Zihan nodded slightly. Come to think of it, how could these two people who have nothing in common suddenly get together? 68, Chapter 68, Ask Again. Gu Zihan looked at Tao Wanwan across from him and said, the barbecue food is ready, just come over and eat. Originally, Tao Wanwan should have prepared with them, but Shuangshuan called suddenly just now, so she just had to sit back and enjoy the results. Tao Wanwan and Gu Zihan walked back, and Gu Zihan naturally sat down next to Yi Nanqing. There were a lot of ingredients prepared for the barbecue, so there was no problem for several of them to eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Meng Yuhan is usually a big eater. After waiting for Tao Wanwan for such a long time, she was already very hungry. As soon as Tao Wanwan sat down, Meng Yuhan couldn't wait any longer and stuffed the freshly baked food into her mouth. A few girls were having a tea party nearby, and Gu Zihan, knowing his own limitations, took on the responsibility of preparing the barbecue. Meng Yuhan was eating when she suddenly thought of something and quickly stopped what she was doing. How, why don't you go upstairs and call your dad? He hasn't eaten dinner yet. Meng Yuhan's idea was quite insightful. If she only called him during lunch in the afternoon but ignored him in the evening, Mrs. Yi would definitely find it strange when she knew. Jiang Haohao pouted somewhat unhappily. It was not because it was too troublesome to go upstairs, but because he simply didn't want Jiang Zimo to come down. Dad Gu would definitely feel uncomfortable then. Yi Nanqing frowned slightly after hearing Meng Yuhan's words. He didn't know what he was thinking about, and sighed softly, I'll go and call him. Meng Yuhan wasn't surprised by Yi Nanqing's reaction. She simply nodded in agreement. Yeah, if Yi Nanqing went there in person, it would seem more important. Originally, Gu Zihan was a little unhappy when he saw Yi Nanqing's reaction just now, but when he heard what Meng Yuhan said, he instantly understood a lot. If they just let Jiang Haohao go, it would make old lady Yi feel that they don't take it seriously. If they come to trouble Yi Nanqing, then it would be a big deal. After Jiang Zimo returned to his room, he called to order his dinner for today. Zhang Chao hadn't come back yet, and it would take some time to finish the work, so he lay on the bed and rested for a while. Unexpectedly, less than half an hour after I hung up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Before Jiang Zimo could go over to open the door, Yi Nanqing swiped the room card and pushed the door open. As soon as Jiang Zimo saw Yi Nanqing, he subconsciously thought that she must have come back to get something. In any case, he never thought that Yi Nanqing actually came for him. Yi Nanqing leaned against the wall and hesitated for a moment before speaking. We have a barbecue downstairs. Do you want to come over and have some? You probably haven't eaten yet. Jiang Zimo, who was originally planning to go back to bed and continue lying down, was stunned when he heard what Yi Nanqing said. No, I don't really want to go down. I've already ordered food, so I can just eat something here later. Yi Nanqing frowned. If he had come in person to invite Jiang Zimo in the past, Jiang Zimo would have definitely happily agreed directly. Although Yi Nanqing had prepared himself to be rejected before entering the door, he did not expect Jiang Zimo to reject him so readily. Are you really not going to go down? You can just eat anything. Yi Nanqing invited him again, somewhat unconvinced. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. It seemed to him that Yi Nanqing's actions today were just to deal with old lady Yi. Don't worry, if Grandma asks me, I will say that I stayed in the room because I was not feeling well. Yi Nanqing was turned down. If he continued asking, he would only feel like he was being a loser. He didn't say anything more, just nodded and turned away. After Yi Nanqing went upstairs, Jiang Haohao was very worried. After all, Jiang Zimo always listened to what Yi Nanqing said. If the mother went to call him in person, maybe the father would really agree immediately. Just when Jiang Haohao was struggling to figure out how to comfort Father Gu, Yi Nanqing came over alone. Meng Yuhan also raised her eyebrows in surprise. Are you alone? He really isn't coming? Yi Nanqing didn't say much but just nodded. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Yi Nanqing to understand what Jiang Zimo was thinking. Pack up some of these things and send them upstairs. The waiters naturally knew who Yi Nanqing was talking about. After all, this was the Yi family's hot spring villa, and they were well aware of the mess going on in their family. Gu Zihan clenched his fists a little hard. It was the first time he saw Yi Nanqing caring so much about Jiang Zimo.
After calming down for a while, he comforted himself by saying, everything was done to deal with old Lady Yi.
Jiang Zimo was happily playing with his mobile phone when there was another knock on the door. Looking at the barbecue they sent over, Jiang Zimo touched the back of his head in confusion. These are not what I ordered. Did you send the wrong ones?
The waiter shook his head slightly and said, Sir, these were just packed and sent up by Madam downstairs. The food you just ordered is still being prepared in the kitchen. We'll deliver it to you once it's all ready. Jiang Zimo looked at the large amount of food on the cart and felt helpless. Nai raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that these little girls had such a big appetite and prepared so many kinds of food. If Jiang Zimo had known this, he would not have ordered food for himself. There was so much to eat that Jiang Zimo was still finishing the skewers in front of him when Zhang Chao was about to start the video conference. Zhang Chao was stunned when he saw Jiang Zimo eating.
It's been so long, why haven't you finished eating yet? What are you eating? It looks delicious.
Jiang Zimo used the camera to show the skewers on his table across from him. They grilled something downstairs and just brought it to me. After saying this, Tang Xinyu suddenly joined the video conference.
Oh my god, aren't we working? Why are we suddenly eating live?
Jiang Zimo smiled a little embarrassedly. He had been eating very hard, but it still took him more than 10 minutes to finish it all.
Tang Xinyu was pulled over by Zhang Chao to help. After all, it would be a bit difficult to complete such a big project if there were only two of them. But rather than saying it was helping, it would be more accurate to say that Tang Xinyu took this opportunity to learn something. 69, Chapter 69. He's gone.
The three of them worked in a video conference until after 10 o'clock. Even after such a long time, no one felt tired. Jiang Zimo, in particular, felt that this job was becoming more and more interesting. It was around 10:30 when there was a sudden noise at the door. It was Yi Nanqing coming back. I guess the activity downstairs must have ended.
However, Jiang Zimo didn't expect Yi Nanqing to come back. He thought she would go directly to Gu Zihan's room. Still working?
Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo sitting in front of the computer with headphones on, and said something in surprise.
Jiang Zimo nodded slightly.
However, Yi Nanqing's voice was also heard by Zhang Chao and others.
Yi Nanqing is back. How about we leave it like this for today? Wouldn't that be inconvenient? Jiang Zimo didn't say anything, just nodded. It wasn't entirely because of Yi Nanqing, as he had actually just entered the finishing stage.
Yi Nanqing originally planned to tidy up simply and then go wash up and prepare to rest. But unexpectedly, Zhang Hao suddenly walked in from outside, lay down beside Yi Nanqing and asked softly, Mom, can I sleep with Dad Gu tonight? Yi Nanqing subconsciously raised his head and looked at Jiang Zimo, who was not far away. He thought that Jiang Zimo, who was wearing headphones, might not have heard it. Of course. Zhang Hao laughed happily and was about to run out to find Gu Zihan, but when he turned around, he found that Gu Zihan was actually standing at the door. From this angle, Jiang Zimo could clearly see the three of them walking out of the room one after another. It was the same feeling as before. Jiang Zimo even felt that they were a real family and he was just an outsider. Although it has entered the final stage, it still took a long time.
About half an hour later, when Yi Nanqing came back, Jiang Zimo finally turned off the computer.
I originally thought that Yi Nanqing just came back to pack up and prepare to leave, but I didn't expect Yi Nanqing to actually close the door and go into the bathroom. At that moment, Jiang Zimo saw clearly that Yi Nanqing's collar was a little messy. I can be sure that when Yi Nanqing went out just now, his collar must have been straightened. Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo shook his head helplessly. Forget it, no matter what they did, it has nothing to do with me. When Yi Nanqing came out of the bathroom, he didn't know if it was Jiang Zimo's illusion, but he actually felt that he seemed to have something to say. But Jiang Zimo's movements were so fast that he went straight into the bathroom to wash up almost instantly.
When Jiang Zimo came out, he saw Yi Nanqing fiddling with his computer. Jiang Zimo frowned instantly and walked quickly to Yi Nanqing. What are you doing?
Although he had locked the confidential files in his computer, he was still disgusted by Yi Nanqing's behavior of using other people's things without asking any questions. Yi Nanqing just received a call and found out that an important email had been sent and he needed to check it as soon as possible. When I came out of the bathroom just now, I wanted to ask Jiang Zimo's opinion, but that guy didn't even give me a chance to speak.
When Jiang Zimo got closer, he also saw that it was the email page. I realized that Ji Nanqing must have some work to deal with now.
But no matter what, one of them is now in Yes and the other is in Lantu. Although they are indeed in a cooperative state, strictly speaking, they are still competitors.
Wouldn't it be a little strange to use the other person's phone without any precautions?
What are you doing? Why are you so nervous? What important things could be in your computer? I'm just checking an email and will get back to you right away.
Looking at Ji Nanqing's attitude, Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly.
He wanted to say something, but suddenly thought that the two of them would not have much interaction in the future, so Jiang Zimo shut up.
After Ji Nanqing had almost dealt with everything, Jiang Zimo whispered a reminder. If you use my computer next time, please tell me.
Ji Nanqing didn't expect Jiang Zimo to be so stingy. Now he rolled his eyes at him helplessly before agreeing.
Okay, I get it. I won't use it again. Why are you so stingy?
Only after seeing Ji Nanqing turn off the computer with his own eyes did Jiang Zimo lie down with peace of mind. He didn't know when Ji Nanqing fell asleep, he only knew that when he woke up, Ji Nanqing was gone.
Maybe he didn't stay last night at all.
After all, Gu Zihan is next door now, and he doesn't believe that these two people can endure it for a whole night. Jiang Zimo agreed to Zhang Chao and the others yesterday and returned to the company today to continue the discussion.
I packed up my things and went downstairs without having breakfast.
However, I didn't expect to run into Ji Nanqing and Gu Zihan downstairs. It seems that they were together last night.
You're leaving? Ji Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo holding the suitcase and asked with some confusion. Jiang Zimo didn't say much, just nodded.
Jiang Haohao also ran in from outside the door. Jiang Zimo reached out and gently pinched Jiang Haohao's face. Dad's company has another one. Haohao, stay here and have fun. Dad is leaving first.
Jiang Haohao nodded slightly and looked very happy. After Jiang Zimo left, they gathered together for breakfast. Meng Yuhan looked at Ji Nanqing and raised her chin. Why don't you go up and call again? He's gone.
Ji Nanqing spoke calmly, as if the person who just left had nothing to do with him.
Gone so early?
Ji Nanqing didn't say anything, but Jiang Haohao did. Dad said he had some things to do at the company today, so he left first. Tao Wanwan and Meng Yuhan were both stunned, but their thoughts were completely different.
He's busy with work. Doesn't he work at Lantu? What's there for him to be busy with? Everyone present knew exactly what Meng Yuhan meant by this, and Gu Zihan couldn't help but laugh.
After all, everyone thinks that Jiang Zimo was able to enter Lantu through the back door. What real ability does he have? Why is he still saying that he is busy with work and serving tea and water to others? After Jiang Zimo returned to the company, he almost cut off all contact with the outside world and was busy in the company for 3 whole days. After these 3 days, the design has finally taken shape. 70, Chapter 70. Inviting the Yi family. After being busy in the company for such a long time, Jiang Zimo almost forgot what time it was outside. When I was about to go home from get off work, I suddenly received a call from my grandma.
Are you free tonight? Do you want to go home? I have something to tell you.
Seeing Grandma Jiang talking so weirdly, Jiang Zimo naturally agreed. It just so happened that he didn't have anything else to do tonight. When I arrived at Grandma Jiang's house, before I even entered the door, I saw the half-renovated house. It seemed that the Gu family had really given up on this place. I came here too suddenly today. The key that Ji Nanqing gave me last time is still in the drawer of the villa. When I have time later, I should clean up this place.
Grandma Jiang was so happy when she saw Jiang Zimo that she walked over quickly. Hey, it's only been a few days since we last met. How come you've become so thin? Come in. Grandma has cooked dinner. Come and eat more.
Jiang Zimo happened to have not eaten yet, and he had originally planned to eat after coming here. After all, Grandma Jiang's cooking skills are very good, and he had missed her for a long time. It was only when he entered the room that he realized Chen Diqing was there, and Jiang Zimo frowned subconsciously. But looking at Chen Diqing's eyes, he realized that he was probably coming for him.
Uncle.
Jiang Zimo looked at Chen Diqing and spoke softly.
Chen Diqing just nodded and didn't say much. I asked Grandma to call you back. I want to talk to you about Grandma's birthday.
Even Grandma Jiang didn't know that Chen Diqing came for this matter, and looked at him with some surprise.
Didn't I tell you I don't want a big birthday party? Isn't it good for us to just stay together as a family and have a simple meal?
Jiang Zimo shook hands gently on Grandma Jiang's previous birthday. He had only had dinner with her and given her a gift the day after her birthday.
I didn't even eat with my whole family because of Yi Nanqing. This year, I want Zimo to come home too. This is my biggest wish. I don't want a birthday party with so many people coming, but few of them are sincerely wishing me well. Although what Grandma Jiang said made some sense, Chen Diqing's expression was very firm, and it seemed that he was determined to do it. I've already told Shanshan that she's preparing for her birthday. I've already sent out invitations to everyone. This birthday party has to be a grand one. Jiang Zimo probably guessed at this time why Chen Diqing called him over. Grandma Jiang has a stubborn temper. Apart from what Jiang Zimo says, she basically won't listen to anyone else. I just want Jiang Zimo to come over and help persuade him. But Jiang Zimo himself didn't want this birthday party, and he would definitely have to attend it, and it was inevitable that he would run into his parents. Although a long time has passed, Jiang Zimo still doesn't know how to face his parents and always feels very strange in his heart. Chen Diqing looked at Jiang Zimo, who hadn't spoken a word, frowned and coughed a few times. Jiang Zimo spoke helplessly, "Grandma, it's just a party. When it's over, we can still have our meal. It won't have any impact. Just celebrate your birthday like before." Grandma Jiang looked at Jiang Zimo in silence for a while, then nodded helplessly. Okay, listen to my good grandson. Do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Chen Diqing sighed helplessly, but no matter what, Grandma Jiang agreed. After dinner, when Grandma Jiang was tending to the flowers and plants outside, Chen Diqing walked up to Jiang Zimo and took out 2 invitations from his pocket. These are all for the Yi family. Take a look at them and ask them to come over when the time comes. Jiang Zimo was stunned when he looked at the invitation letter. If he gave this kind of thing to Yi Nanqing, wouldn't it be too inconsistent with his own identity? After all, Yi Nanqing never knew that he was a member of the Jiang family. He just thought that Grandma Jiang and I were just ordinary people. Although he was a little hesitant, Jiang Zimo still took the invitation. After all, if he really had to explain it to Chen Diqing, it would be really troublesome. If you have time recently, you should go back and visit Xiaolian. Misses you a lot recently and always mentions you every time we have dinner. Jiang Zimo was stunned. He had been away from home for such a long time that he didn't even know if his mother had changed at all. He really didn't have the face to go back. Seeing Jiang Zimo nodded, Chen Diqing sighed softly. I know you had a big misunderstanding at the beginning, but no matter what, they were doing it for your own good. It's just that neither of you is willing to give in. Xiaolian has missed you all these years. Jiang Zimo lowered his head at this moment. He didn't know what else to say. Seeing that Jiang Zimo had no intention of speaking, Chen Diqing turned around and left. Chen Diqing had some things to do at the company in the evening, so he couldn't stay at his grandmother's place for too long. But Jiang Zimo is different. Zhang Chao feels that they have been working too hard recently, so he specially lets them take a break tomorrow. Jiang Zimo was just thinking of staying here tonight and going back tomorrow. Grandma Jiang packed up all the things outside and came back. It's past 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Zimo sat on the sofa watching TV, feeling a little bored. Grandma Jiang walked over to Jiang Zimo and sat down. She sighed heavily and then said, I heard everything you just said. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Don't worry, they both came to see me and they are both fine. Jiang Zimo was stunned. Although he had been visiting Grandma Jiang for the past few years, he had never heard her mention her parents on her own initiative. Also, if Yi Nanqing doesn't want to come, then don't let her come. I don't want to see her either. Don't go and beg her to come. Jiang Zimo nodded. It seemed that his grandmother had heard the conversation between him and his uncle clearly, and even considered the problem from her own perspective. Yi Nanqing had never come to Grandma's birthday party before. Grandma was not wrong. Jiang Zimo did beg him, but it was of no use. But this time it's different. Chen Diqing must have invited many people, and the Yi family is no exception. Jiang Zimo sighed hesitantly. If he really wanted to invite Yi Nanqing, he would definitely have to reveal his identity. 71, Chapter 71, Interrupted Schedule. There is still a whole month away from Grandma Jiang's birthday. Jiang Zimo couldn't think of any good solution for the moment, so he simply stopped thinking about it. The next day, Jiang Zimo returned to the company and plunged into his crazy work, and he completely forgot about this matter. It was Zhang Chao who suddenly asked while working, Is your grandma's birthday coming up? My dad is at home thinking about what gift to get her.
Jiang Zimo then realized that he had been working too hard in the past few weeks and had forgotten such an important matter. He had not even prepared a gift for Grandma Jiang. After work, Jiang Zimo took out the 2 invitation letters that Qin Diqing had given him last time from the company's drawer and went directly to Yi Nanqing's villa. It is impossible to choose the gift today, but the invitation matter cannot be delayed any longer. After all, Grandma Jiang's birthday party is getting closer and closer. When Jiang Zimo returned home, Yi Nanqing and Jiang Haohao had not returned yet. He waited until after 11 o'clock, but there was still no movement. It seemed that if he wanted to wait for them to come, he would have to stay overnight. When I finished taking a shower and came out to blow dry my hair, I suddenly heard the sound of a car stopping outside the door. Yi Nanqing finally came back with Jiang Haohao. It was so late, and I didn't know where they had gone. Fortunately, old Mrs. Yi had something to do at home these days and did not continue to live here. Otherwise, if Yi Nanqing came back at this time, he would definitely be scolded badly. "You're back?" Yi Nanqing was obviously stunned when he saw Jiang Zimo. They had not seen each other since they separated at the hot spring villa. Jiang Zimo nodded gently, then turned his attention to the happy Jiang Haohao behind him. "Haohao, what did you do when you went out today? Why are you so happy to be home?" Jiang Haohao was stunned. Of course he would not tell his father that he was so happy because he went out to play with Father Gu. But the child's mind was not working that fast. He just blinked helplessly, and the smile on his face became stiff. Seeing Jiang Haohao's reaction, Jiang Zimo guessed what was going on. He quickly smiled and waved to Jiang Haohao. He had finally had some fun outing, so he must not let his good mood be ruined. Jiang Haohao walked cautiously to Jiang Zimo's side, still thinking about what excuse he should make, but he didn't expect Jiang Zimo to reach out and touch his head. "Did you have dinner tonight?" Jiang Haohao nodded in a daze. "Then hurry up and take a shower. It's already so late. Go back and get some rest. You have to go to school tomorrow, right?" Jiang Haohao felt relieved when he saw Jiang Zimo didn't ask any further questions. He liked a father who didn't ask too many questions and made him feel at ease. "I want Dad to give me a bath." Jiang Zimo agreed without refusing, as it seemed that it had been a while since he had helped Jiang Haohao take a bath. Yi Nanqing was watching the two of them interacting from the side. Although Jiang Zimo hadn't said anything yet, Yi Nanqing knew in his heart that there must be something wrong with his return this time. Jiang Zimo returned to the bedroom only after coaxing Jiang Haohao to sleep. Fortunately, Yi Nanqing had not gone to rest yet. "Grandma's 80th birthday is next Sunday. Do you have time to come over?" Yi Nanqing frowned. He had never gone to his grandmother's birthday party before. He really disliked the countryside and didn't want to go there. But now the relationship between him and Jiang Zimo has become so strange, not to mention that the Yi family still needs Jiang Zimo to come back. Since Jiang Zimo was willing to ask, Yi Nanqing naturally would not give up this opportunity. "Next Sunday." Yi Nanqing repeated it, and pretended to open his phone to check his schedule. Just as he was about to complete this series of actions, he pretended to be reluctant and agreed. Unexpectedly, he suddenly found that he and Guzihan had already made an appointment to attend the birthday party of the eldest young lady in Beijing next Sunday. Yi Nanqing raised his head a little embarrassedly. "What a coincidence, I have other appointments that day, so I may not have time to go." Jiang Zimo just nodded and didn't force it, and didn't even take out the invitation letter that he had prepared long ago. Jiang Zimo had already guessed that Yi Nanqing would give this reply, so he remained calm. But Yi Nanqing was extremely annoyed. He had originally planned to perform well this time and give Jiang Zimo a way out. But who knew it was such a coincidence that Jiang Zimo's grandmother and the young master from Beijing's grandmother had the same birthday. Although they were born on the same day of the same month of the same year, their destinies are completely different. "I'm going to sleep with Haohao tonight." Jiang Haohao had already asked Jiang Zimo when he was taking a shower just now, and Jiang Zimo agreed. Yi Nanqing just nodded without saying anything more. The next day, when Jiang Zimo and Jiang Haohao woke up, Yi Nanqing was no longer at home. This morning, Jiang Zimo had to take Jiang Haohao to school. As soon as I arrived at the company, I ran into Tang Xinyu in the elevator. "Do you have any plans tonight?" Jiang Zimo asked softly as soon as he saw Tang Xinyu. Tang Xinyu tilted her head in surprise and thought for a while. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Jiang Zimo originally wanted to find Tang Xinyu yesterday, but it was too late, so he didn't disturb her. "My grandma's birthday is coming up soon. You girls are more attentive. Do you have time tonight to go with me and pick something together?"
Tang Xinyu nodded without hesitation. It's such a small matter, just tell me directly.
Seeing Tang Xinyu agreed so quickly, Jiang Zimo finally breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing a day's work and about to get off work, Tang Xinyu walked to Jiang Zimo's workstation and waited. Zhang Chao, who was just about to take Jiang Zimo out for dinner, naturally saw the two of them.
What's going on with you two? What are you two doing behind my back? Tang Xinyu rolled her eyes helplessly and explained a little impatiently. Zhang Chao finally realized and nodded.
Okay, I won't get involved in this kind of thing. I am going to eat after get off work. Bye. After Zhang Chao left, Jiang Zimo finished his work and drove to the nearest shopping mall with Tang Xinyu. I originally thought that choosing a gift was a simple thing, but after an entire night, I didn't see a single suitable one.
72, Chapter 72. The auction begins.
Jiang Zimo found a chair and sat down. He was exhausted after walking around the mall all night. Tang Xinyu sat next to Jiang Zimo at a loss. It's not that she didn't have any suggestions, but Jiang Zimo just looked down on them. Your grandma, does she have anything she likes? For birthday gifts, it's better to give her something she likes. Jiang Zimo frowned and thought for a while, then he suddenly remembered that Grandma Jiang liked to collect antiques, calligraphy and paintings. The attic of the country house is filled with his collected works, as well as some antiques and other things. But since we haven't seen each other for so many years, Jiang Zimo almost forgot about it. After Tang Xinyu found out, she suddenly thought of something and spoke up. It seems like there's an antique auction the day after tomorrow, but I'm not sure what the specific items are. Zhang Chao seems to have an invitation. If you want to go, you can ask him. This really helped Jiang Zimo a lot. If he wanted to get antiques, calligraphy and paintings at this time, I think this was really the only way. Jiang Zimo, who had just arrived home, called Zhang Chao directly and explained his purpose. Zhang Chao agreed without hesitation. Sure, I haven't thought of who to go with me yet. He was thinking that if no one accompanied me, I wouldn't go. It would be great if you could accompany me. With Zhang Chao's help, the auction was finally finalized.
The day of the auction.
When Jiang Zimo set out, he realized that he didn't have many suits that fit him, and it had been many years since he had one tailored for himself. I could only find something decent to wear and go out. Arriving at the auction, Zhang Chao was considered a celebrity in the circle, especially since his company had been doing very well recently. He is already considered the youngest and most promising one among his peers, so naturally there are countless people present who know him. However, when they saw that the person following Zhang Chao was an unknown person, their first reaction was that he was Zhang Chao's assistant. It was not until Zhang Chao introduced and explained him one by one that the other party realized that they had made a mistake. Jiang Zimo didn't care about these things. The current situation was caused by his own choices. In order not to delay Zhang Chao socializing with them, Jiang Zimo found a place to sit quietly.
After Zhang Chao finished talking to others, he walked around for several times before finally finding Jiang Zimo, and walked over with a frown.
Don't pay attention to what they say. You haven't been in public much in recent years, so it's normal that people don't recognize you. Jiang Zimo didn't expect that Zhang Chao would come to comfort him specifically for such a thing, and he smiled gently. Don't worry, I'm fine. You know I don't like crowded places. Zhang Chao sighed helplessly, and didn't listen to what Jiang Zimo said. He just sat down next to him. No matter what Jiang Zimo said, Zhang Chao just sat there and waited until the auction started before taking Jiang Zimo in. The two people's seats were in the middle, with several rows of people blocking the way in front. When Jiang Zimo just sat down, he found that the people in the rows in front of him were talking in a whisper, and he didn't know what was going on in the front. It was Zhang Chao who saw it first from that angle, and he nudged Jiang Zimo's arm in surprise.
Hey, the people in front seem to be Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan?
Jiang Zimo had no idea that the two of them were coming over. I was indeed stunned when I heard their names, but even if I met them, so what? We were just here to participate in the auction.
For some reason, the voice of the person in front of him was clearly heard by Jiang Zimo.
Have you heard that the last time Yi Nanqing took Gu Zihan to an event, the watch he wore was worth 30 million? Oh my god, I just saw them both come and they are indeed a perfect match. Gu Zihan is indeed quite pretty. No wonder he can charm Yi Nanqing so much. Young people are just wonderful. Now, whenever Gu Zihan performs, Yi Nanqing is always there with him. He doesn't look like a company president at all. If you don't know him, you might think he's Gu Zihan's assistant.
Jiang Zimo had never heard of this news before, nor did he know that Yi Nanqing had done so many things for Gu Zihan. Before the auction started, Jiang Zimo took a quick look and found that the only thing he wanted was a landscape painting. He was not interested in anything else. The auction officially began. Jiang Zimo just sat there obediently. Zhang Chao couldn't help but raise his sign a few times, but he didn't successfully bid on any of them. Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan, the two people in the front, also didn't say a word. No one knew what these two people wanted. The next lot is a jade ring with a starting price of 30 million. Gu Zihan in the front row raised the sign without hesitation. 50 million. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Chao next to him instantly became alert. He had long wanted to see what these two people wanted. It's obvious that Mr. Yi wanted to buy this to make the beauty happy. In their words, Gu Zihan is a beauty kept by Yi Nanqing. Jiang Zimo frowned slightly. How much liquidity does Yes have? I know it clearly. Although he didn't know exactly how much personal property Yi Nanqing had, Jiang Zimo could be sure that it was definitely not 300 million. Yi Nanqing usually spends money lavishly. He has a lot of real estate, but very little cash. A man not far away held up a sign and said calmly, 60 million. After Zhang Chao saw the man's face clearly, he immediately said to Jiang Zimo, that's the young master of the Shen family, Shen He. Jiang Zimo didn't know this person and had never heard of him before, but he looked very rich. Gu Zihan frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then raised his hand again, 70 million. It's Shen He again. 80 million. Everyone present inside this jade ring is indeed of great collection value, but it is not worth 80 million at all. Taking it home at this price would be a complete loss. Gu Zihan naturally knew this as well. He lowered his head and said something to Yi Nanqing beside him. Yi Nanqing just smiled and waved his handily. Then did Gu Zihan feel relieved and raised the sign again, 100 million. 73, Chapter 73, Is he so rich? Jiang Zimo sat in the back row and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth a few times. He knew very well how powerful Yi Nanqing was. Was he pretending to be too strong? Zhang Chao, who was standing next to him, also realized that something was amiss. He gently patted Jiang Zimo's arm and whispered, Is Yi Nanqing so rich? How come I didn't see that? Of course he wasn't that rich. Could it be that Jiang Zimo wasn't familiar with Yi Nanqing before, that's why he made such a wrong judgment? Maybe Yi Nanqing is really rich, but Jiang Zimo doesn't know it. But it is also possible that Yi Nanqing is willing to sell some real estate for Gu Zihan. This explanation would be more reasonable. Shen He did not continue to raise the price. It was obvious that he realized that it would be a huge loss to take the jade ring away at this price. Only someone like Yi Nanqing would be willing to spend such a huge amount of money. Yi Nanqing, who was sitting in the front row, also breathed a sigh of relief. If Shen He continued to raise the price, he really didn't know what to do. Until the item Jiang Zimo wanted appeared, Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan in the front row did not speak again. Next lot, a landscape painting, starting price 50 million. Bidding begins now. 60 million. Before Jiang Zimo raised his sign, Gu Zihan in front of him couldn't wait to speak. It's over. It seems that the two of them are also here for the landscape painting. Jiang Zimo silently clenched his fists and felt a little nervous for a moment. Shen He also came to join in and said, 80 million. Jiang Zimo's budget was just one word, and it had already reached 80 million before he even opened his mouth. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. What are you standing there for? Didn't you just say you wanted this landscape painting? You have money, so hurry up and raise your sign. Jiang Zimo turned his head and looked at Zhang Chao beside him. He didn't know what to say for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he said, 90 million. Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan were sitting in the front, so they hadn't noticed that Jiang Zimo was hiding behind them. They only reacted when they heard his voice. Gu Zihan subconsciously turned his head to look, and when he confirmed that the person who spoke was Jiang Zimo, he immediately frowned. 100 million. He raised the sign without even discussing it with Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing next to him looked at Gu Zihan with some surprise. They had already agreed before they came that the combined price of the two items could not exceed 200 million. What Gu Zihan was doing now was really beyond their expectations. It was only after Gu Zihan spoke that he realized something was wrong, and he gritted his teeth and said, the eldest young master's grandmother likes antiques, calligraphy and paintings, which is the most important thing to us. Yi Nanqing frowned slightly. What Gu Zihan said just now really made sense, so he agreed reluctantly. 300 million at most, no more.
Yi Nanqing usually has no habit of managing his finances. He basically spends whatever he has. He only has 300 million yuan available at any time. It seems that he will have to sell some real estate this time. He could see that Yi Nanqing's expression was not very good, so he said with a triumphant look on his face, 120 million. Jiang Zimo clenched his fists. He had a rough idea of this landscape painting before. It would cost at most 100 million yuan. Anything more than that would be not worth it. If Grandma Jiang knew that she spent so much money only to buy a landscape painting, she would definitely be unhappy.
But no matter what, this is Grandma Jiang's 80th birthday, and no matter how much the birthday gift is, it is not too much.
Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo finally made up his mind and raised his hand again, 130 million.
For Gu Zihan, the amount of money is no longer important. The only thing he wants is to beat Jiang Zimo.
Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo with some surprise. She never knew that Jiang Zimo had so much money. She really underestimated him for so many years.
140 million. Jiang Zimo continued to hold up the sign. 150 million. Gu Zihan followed closely behind without any retreat.
He even frowned hesitantly. That was 150 million. It was just a landscape painting, and it really couldn't reach that price. Jiang Zimo just has a limited budget, but he is not without money. In the past few years, Jiang Zimo has been living frugally with Yi Nanqing. It's not just the money he has saved. Jiang Zimo already has his own small treasury. Over the years, the dividends I received from Lantu are countless. The landscape painting could have been bought for 80 million, but Gu Zihan had to maliciously raise the price. Jiang Zimo would not back down on this matter any further.
180 million.
Jiang Zimo continued to raise his hand, and the people around him looked over. No one had expected that such an inconspicuous landscape painting would be raised to such a price.
Gu Zihan frowned hesitantly, and Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo in shock.
The price is too high. If we really want to buy it, it will probably cost more than 200 million.
Looking at Jiang Zimo's eyes, he shouldn't give up easily. Otherwise, let's forget it. I just saw that there are many other suitable items. Why don't we take a look at other ones?
Yi Nanqing was terrified. After being together for so many years, her expression towards Jiang Zimo was still the same. He still knows it very well, and now he has made up his mind to get this landscape painting. Although Yi Nanqing was not quite sure where Jiang Zimo got so much money, but thinking about it carefully, Zhang Chao was still sitting next to him. Maybe this thing might be what Zhang Chao wanted, or maybe Zhang Chao agreed to lend him the money. Anyway, no matter what happened, Yi Nanqing's intuition told him to retreat now, as it would not do him any good if he continued like this. Gu Zihan suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. Since he wants it, then I will give it to her, but I won't let him take it away so easily.
200 million.
Jiang Zimo frowned slightly. He didn't expect Gu Zihan to directly raise the price to 200 million.
As soon as he raised his head, Jiang Zimo saw the provocative look from Gu Zihan.
This Gu Zihan really couldn't hide his thoughts just with one look. Jiang Zimo knew what was going on in this guy's mind. What does he mean? It's already 200 million. I sent it a bit too expensive. Otherwise, let's just forget about it. Whoever buys it will be the one being taken advantage of.
74, Chapter 74, let's see who is the victim.
Jiang Zimo nodded in agreement. He had just realized this problem. If he bought it now, he would lose everything.
Of course, Jiang Zimo is not the only one who realizes this problem. Just wait and see. I won't be taken advantage of.
After saying that, Jiang Zimo raised his card again, 220 million. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of discussion came from in front of Jiang Zimo.
Who is this guy? Is he out of his mind? Why is he fighting with Gu Zihan for such a junky thing? He has a rich woman supporting him and he can't get what he wants. What's the point of holding on to it so stubbornly? Maybe he's a wealthy man, some upstart. IDE never heard of his name before. I don't think he'll buy it and then have no money to pay for it. I think I just saw this guy outside. Zhang Chao brought him here and said he was his friend. Really, he doesn't know what's going on. Doesn't Zhang Chao know it either? Why don't you give him some good advice? This piece of junk is not worth so much money.
Jiang Zimo heard everything they said and smiled helplessly.
Gu Zihan raised his card without hesitation, 240 million.
Yi Nanqing was a little angry when he heard this number together with the jade ring just now. The two items had exceeded 300 million yuan, which he really could not afford. Are you crazy? We don't have that much money right now. If you take the photo, I'll have to sell a lot of things. Do you know that? Gu Zihan gently grasped Yi Nanqing's wrist. Don't worry, since Jiang Zimo wants this thing, she will definitely take it. It doesn't matter if we raise the price a little bit, in the end he will still be the one who gets cheated. Jiang Zimo hesitated for a moment, not because of anything else, but because he was worried that Gu Zihan would stop following his lead after he raised the price, which would then become troublesome. But after watching Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing exchange a few words, Yi Nanqing seemed to smile, and Jiang Zimo then raised his hand with confidence, 250 million. Zhang Chao also grabbed Jiang Zimo's arm with some worry. Oh my god, my ancestors, you are almost there, this price is really too much of a loss. This isn't a famous artist's work, so there's really no need to bring it back at this price. If you really can't find any other suitable gifts, just choose one from my house. My dad also likes to collect these. Just listen to me and don't add any more, okay? Jiang Zimo turned his head and looked at Gu Zihan, sighed helplessly, and then said, okay, I promise you, I won't add it, okay? Although Jiang Zimo agreed, Zhang Chao still couldn't let go of the heavy stone in his heart. After all, if Gu Zihan didn't continue to raise the price, Jiang Zimo would still pay for it and take it away. Fortunately, Gu Zihan was a big fool, and he continued to raise the price after just a few seconds. 260 million. After saying that, Gu Zihan turned his head and looked at Jiang Zimo provocatively, only to find that Jiang Zimo had actually put down the sign and started playing with his phone. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, Jiang Zimo showed no intention of raising the sign again. 260 million at a time. Gu Zihan's heart tightened again and again with the sound of the auction hammer, and Yi Nanqing next to him also clenched his fists nervously. 260 million, deal. When Yi Nanqing heard this, he closed his eyes in despair. 260 million. Spending 260 million to buy such a shabby landscape painting is a huge loss. Gu Zihan thought he was a smart guy who could raise the price and make Jiang Zimo bleed a lot of money. Although there is nothing wrong with this idea, when it comes to psychological warfare, Gu Zihan will never be a match for Jiang Zimo. Zhang Chao looked at the reactions of the two people in the front row and frowned slightly. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong. They clearly bought what they liked, but why did Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan both look unhappy? Zhang Chao realized it belatedly and turned to look at Jiang Zimo and asked tentatively, did you do this on purpose? Jiang Zimo didn't even think that Zhang Chao could actually notice it. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and said, what do you mean by intentional or not? I don't understand. Seeing Jiang Zimo's reaction, Zhang Chao already had the answer in his heart. You did it on purpose. You didn't tell me in advance. Do you know that you scared me to death? I thought you were crazy. Hearing what Zhang Chao said, Jiang Zimo couldn't help laughing. I'm not too sure. What if they stopped bidding? I was just lucky those two were too greedy, otherwise this wouldn't have happened. Jiang Zimo still had a few items he liked for the next auction, and since Yi Nanqing and the others had already run out of items, Jiang Zimo was able to bid very smoothly. After the auction ended, Jiang Zimo also took a few satisfactory items and prepared to leave. Just as I reached the door, I suddenly heard someone behind me say, who is this Jiang Zimo today? From my perspective, Yi Nanqing will definitely come after him later. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have paid such a high price for a shabby landscape painting. Look at what you said. It's an auction. Only what people want will be sold. Why is it that in the end, the price is still put on others? The man who had just spoken suddenly fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. Look, I told you, he will definitely cause trouble. Jiang Zimo was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but turned his head to look. In a flash, he raised his hand to block the slap that Yi Nanqing was about to hit. There was no trace of the old feelings in Yi Nanqing's eyes, only anger. Gu Zihan followed quietly beside him, not daring to say a word. What are you doing? Jiang Zimo subconsciously looked around. The people around him had already looked over, and he didn't know if Yi Nanqing would feel embarrassed. Zhang Chao, who was walking in front, took a while to realize what had happened. He turned around and looked at the two of them in surprise. What are you doing? There's still a lot of work to be done at the company. Let's go back quickly. After hearing this, Jiang Zimo slowly let go of Yi Nanqing's hand. After calming down for a period of time, Yi Nanqing did not do anything else extreme. 75. Chapter 75 is the funding chain okay? Zhang Chao quickly took advantage of this opportunity to pull Jiang Zimo away, muttering as he walked, this Yi Nanqing is really crazy. Luckily you ran fast. I am telling you, that Gu Zihan will definitely get a good scolding today. Jiang Zimo agreed with what he said. Gu Zihan would definitely be severely scolded by Yi Nanqing tonight, but according to Jiang Zimo's understanding of Yi Nanqing, the relationship between the two of them would not be greatly affected. Although Jiang Zimo bought a few antiques, he was still a little dissatisfied after all. These two were just second best choices if he had time. He would rather see if there were any other suitable birthday gifts. Although he thought so, Jiang Zimo was busy with work in the next few days and did not really put it into action. When Jiang Zimo was returning home from get-off work on Friday, he suddenly received a call from Jiang Haohao. "Dad, do you have time to come back and accompany me tonight? Haohao is so bored." Jiang Zimo was not the kind of person who would be self-indulgent. He knows very well in his heart that Jiang Haohao called at this time only because Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan were busy with other things, and only then did he remember that he had such a father. If it were in the past, Jiang Zimo would have been so happy to run over to Jiang Haohao when he received a call like this, but Jiang Zimo was still a little tired after having just finished a whole day's work. After thinking for a moment, he spoke helplessly, "Dad has something else tonight. Can I go back to accompany you during the day tomorrow?" Although Jiang Haohao felt a little disappointed, he still agreed. "Then we have a deal, Dad. You must come back to accompany me tomorrow morning, okay?" Jiang Zimo nodded and agreed on the other end of the phone. The next day, Jiang Zimo, who had just woken up, drove directly back to the villa. "Since Jiang Haohao called me back, there is a high probability that Yi Nanqing is not at home, otherwise Jiang Haohao would not be bored enough to call me back." "Dad, you're finally back." Jiang Haohao ran over happily and hugged Jiang Zimo's thighs. "Dad, I want to go to the amusement park today." Jiang Zimo naturally agreed without hesitation. He didn't even stay in the villa for too long and drove to the amusement park. The two of them played in the amusement park for the whole morning, and Jiang Zimo was a little exhausted. In addition, he had other plans in the afternoon, so he planned to send Jiang Haohao home. "I don't want to, Dottie. Want to play for a while longer, Dad? Please play with me for a while longer." Jiang Zimo frowned slightly, and was still a little hesitant when he saw Jiang Haohao acting coquettishly, but he couldn't easily break the things he had already arranged. After thinking for a long time, he finally shook his head and said, "No, Haohao, be obedient. If Haohao really wants to continue playing, you can also let the driver uncle accompany you, okay?" Jiang Haohao shook his head again, "I don't want it. I just want Dad to play with me." In the past, whenever Jiang Haohao acted coquettishly, Jiang Zimo would always agree to whatever his request was. Jiang Haohao didn't know what was going on and why his father had become completely different. Jiang Zimo gently touched the top of Jiang Haohao's head. "Haohao, be obedient. Daddy will definitely take you out to play when he has time in the future. Let's go home first, okay?" Jiang Zimo's repeated rejections made Jiang Haohao realize that it was impossible to continue playing today, so he nodded reluctantly. Jiang Zimo watched the driver send Jiang Haohao away, and then he drove to the antique street by himself. This is the place recommended by Zhang Chao's father. Jiang Zimo finally has some free time today, so he plans to come over and see if there are any suitable gifts. It was worthy of being the place recommended by Zhang Chao's father. Professional collectors were different. Not long after Jiang Zimo walked out, he saw a set of 4 treasures of the study that he liked very much. At only 30 million, the price seems very reasonable. After making sure there was no problem, Jiang Zimo paid the money without hesitation and prepared to leave with the 4 treasures of the study. For a period of time afterwards, Jiang Zimo was still busy in the company. It was originally just an ordinary dinner party. When Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao went out to the bathroom, they suddenly saw a few people not far away. The backs looked very familiar. It was not until Gu Zihan turned his head that Jiang Zimo realized that they were the entire Gu family. When Zhang Chao came out of the bathroom, he saw Jiang Zimo standing there in a daze. He patted his shoulder in surprise and said, "What are you looking at? The client is still waiting upstairs. Hurry back." Jiang Zimo finally reacted after hearing the voice and turned around. The Gu family not far away had already entered the elevator one after another. Jiang Zimo raised his chin and said, "Those are the Gu family members over there." When Zhang Chao heard this, he looked over curiously, but the building was already empty. "I did hear recently that the Gu family is planning to settle here after all. With Yi Nanqing's help, Gu's stock has doubled several times. It's understandable that they want to come here as soon as possible to stabilize their position." Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. He had known about this a long time ago. This was probably the reason why they bought the house next door to Grandma Jiang. "This Sunday is Mr. Jiang. How are your preparations for my wife's birthday party going? Have you chosen any suitable birthday gifts?" Speaking of this, I also have to thank Zhang Chao for his help. Zhang Zimo nodded quickly. I found a suitable one in the place you recommended last time, don't worry. Zhang Chao nodded in relief. When the two of them were about to return to the private room, they happened to run into Gu Zihan in the corridor.
Mr. Jiang? Seeing that Zhang Zimo didn't take a detour, Gu Zihan actually took the initiative to greet him.
Zhang Chao was so disgusted that he almost slapped him.
Long time no see. How have you been recently? Is there any problem with the capital chain?
Since he bumped into him, Zhang Zimo naturally would not let him go. When Gu Zihan heard this, the expression on his face twitched obviously, but he quickly reacted and smiled.
I don't quite understand what Mr. Jiang means. Our family's business is so big, how could there be any problems with the capital chain? Zhang Zimo nodded gently without saying anything else unpleasant. That's good. I've been worried about you for a long time. 76, Chapter 76, Mrs. Zhang's 80th birthday. Gu Zihan looked at Zhang Zimo with gritted teeth, wishing he could slap him in the face.
Zhang Chao looked at the time and felt it was not too early, so he said softly, "We are going back now. We can talk about it when we meet again." Mr. Gu, you are too impulsive due to your youthful vigor. You should think carefully before doing anything in the future.
It seemed like he wanted to separate the two,
but Zhang Chao really didn't want to miss the opportunity to teach Gu Zihan a lesson.
Gu Zihan still knew Zhang Chao's status in the circle. After hearing what she said, he just nodded and didn't dare to say anything else.
In the next few days, Zhang Zimo was busy in the company until the week of Grandma Zhang's birthday. Zhang Zimo suddenly realized that he should have told Zhang Hao earlier that he must come to Grandma Zhang's birthday, otherwise it would be a bit unreasonable. Yi Nanqing was eating in the villa. He had spent so much money recently that he even developed a mouth ulcer due to inflammation. He could only ask Lu Ma to prepare some healthy meals every day, otherwise it would be difficult for him to swallow. But he didn't expect that Zhang Zimo, the culprit of all this, would call him at this time.
What?
Yi Nanqing answered the phone and spoke in a bad mood. Zhang Zimo on the other end of the phone just frowned slightly, and he could probably guess what Yi Nanqing was angry about. But no matter what, it wasn't his fault that happened at the auction. If anyone was to blame, it was Gu Zihan, who was just too stupid.
Zhang Zimo ignored Yi Nanqing's emotions and spoke to himself, "This Sunday is my grandma's birthday. Remember to have Zhang Hao prepare to come over in advance."
Yi Nanqing frowned slightly. It was not impossible for Zhang Hao to attend Grandma Zhang's birthday party, but because of what happened before, Yi Nanqing really wanted to take revenge. Zhang Hao has something to do that day, so I'm taking him to another party. He often doesn't go to celebrate your grandma's birthdays before, so this year you can just find an excuse to explain it to your grandma. Zhang Zimo knew that Yi Nanqing must have done it on purpose, so he rolled his eyes at him. You. Before Zhang Zimo could say a few more words, Yi Nanqing on the other end of the phone hung up.
Zhang Zimo sighed helplessly, but what Yi Nanqing said just now was right. Zhang Hao had indeed never been there before. Even if he didn't go this time, Grandma wouldn't find it strange. Grandma Zhang's birthday party was held as scheduled on Sunday.
Zhang Zimo's current identity allows him to enter only as a guest. After all, his parents don't want to see their son now. Zhang Chao also came along, saying that he didn't want Zhang Zimo to be too lonely.
That Yi Nanqing of yours really isn't coming? That's too much. Doesn't he know that this is the eldest young master's grandmother? He missed such an important banquet. Does he want to quit? In fact, Zhang Zimo didn't know what Yi Nanqing was doing today. He just knew that Yi Nanqing said he had an appointment.
Maybe she is dating Gu Zihan somewhere outside. After all, for Yi Nanqing, nothing is more important than Gu Zihan.
Thinking of this, Zhang Zimo just shook his head slightly, not knowing what to say.
The traffic jam on the way Tang Xinyu came was really severe. Although few people came to this villa usually, today was the birthday of the eldest young lady, and almost all the important people in the capital came to show up. Otherwise, Tang Xinyu wouldn't have come so late, running all the way in high heels, and was still out of breath when she appeared in front of Zhang Chao and Zhang Zimo.
"Oh my God, you must have run all the way from your house. How come you look so tired?"
Zhang Chao looked at Tang Xinyu with some disdain. Although he knew that young people nowadays didn't like sports very much, he didn't expect that Tang Xinyu's athletic ability was so poor.
Zhang Zimo, who was standing next to him, didn't say anything to throw cold water on her. He just picked up a glass of water and handed it to Tang Xinyu. "Don't talk for now, take a sip of water to calm down." After a long while, Tang Xinyu finally recovered. She patted her chest and said to Zhang Chao beside her, "Do you know why you haven't been married or had a girlfriend for so many years?" Zhang Chao didn't know why he was able to be involved in this topic. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "What do you mean? Do you know the reason?" Tang Xinyu gave Zhang Chao a slap on the head without hesitation. "It's all because of your mouth. All you know how to do all day is say bad things. Look at Zhang Zimo." Zhang Chao was suddenly hit by Tang Xinyu, and he didn't react at all before he spoke directly. "So what, isn't he planning to divorce?" After saying this, Zhang Chao realized that something was wrong. He looked at Zhang Zimo cautiously. Fortunately, there was no change in Zhang Zimo's expression. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Zimo has always been very cautious in the villa, because he is worried about running into his biological parents. However, it turns out that this villa is really big. He has been in this villa for such a long time but has not seen them at all. "When will your grandma come out?" Tang Xinyu was really curious and asked softly. Zhang Chao lowered his head to check the time. "It's almost 8 o'clock. The old people go to bed early, so it should be almost time." The two of them knew nothing about Grandma Jiang. In fact, Zhang Zimo could have guessed before coming that Grandma Jiang would not show up today. She was not someone who was used to showing up in public, otherwise Yi Nanqing would not have been unaware of her identity as the eldest lady. But today is her 80th birthday. After all, maybe Grandma Jiang will really be pushed out by Qindiqing and others, and it's not certain whether she will just say a few words. Zhang Zimo had just thought of this when a sound suddenly came from not far away. "Dear guests, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Old Madame Jiang is not feeling well today and will not be seeing guests. Please leave your gifts and enjoy yourself at the villa." Qindiqing rented the villa specifically for Mrs. Zhang's birthday, so it can easily accommodate so many people staying overnight. But when everyone heard that old Mrs. Zhang had retired, they couldn't help but feel a little sad. 77, Chapter 77. Who is the best gift? After all, ever since the news that Mrs. Zhang was planning to hold a grand celebration for her 80th birthday spread, everyone started racking their brains to prepare gifts, and no one thought that they wouldn't be able to deliver them to Mrs. Zhang in person. Perhaps sensing the guests' disappointment, the girl who had just spoken came out of the room a moment later and said, "Old Madame Jiang said she would choose her favorite gift from all the others." Those who were even discussing whether to leave immediately became interested after hearing this sentence. Zhang Zimo smiled gently. He had to say that old lady Jiang was very smart by doing this. She would not let everyone get away empty-handed, nor would she have to deal with all this mess. Tang Xinyu, who was standing next to him, stared at something not far away for a long time before cautiously asking Zhang Chao, "Look at that woman over there. Does she look like Yi Nanqing?" Zhang Chao became interested instantly when he heard the name. He frowned and looked over seriously. It was really Yi Nanqing. Yi Nanqing had already prepared to attend the eldest young lady's birthday party with Gu Zihan today, and even spent a huge amount of money to buy gifts. "I have spent so much money. Of course I hope to win the favor of old lady Jiang. If I can get to know the young master, it will be worth it even if I spend hundreds of millions." Zhang Chao hesitated for a moment, but still felt that he should let Zhang Zimo know, so he spoke softly, "Yi Nanqing is here too." Zhang Zimo was stunned when he heard these 6 words. He was not a fool and knew very well in his heart that Yi Nanqing was definitely not here for his grandmother. He came to attend the 80th birthday of the grandmother of the eldest young master in Beijing. Zhang Zimo smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Fortunately, he had thought that Yi Nanqing would not curry favor with the powerful and was not the kind of gold digger. Now the filter I had for him back then has been shattered to pieces. Why is she here? Didn't she say that he... At this point, Zhang Chao finally realized, no way, after all these years, he still doesn't know that you are the young master of Beijing? That's right, if he knew, he would definitely not want to break up with you. Zhang Zimo shook his head silently. Whether Yi Nanqing came or not actually had no impact on him. He just didn't expect that they would meet on a narrow road. When they walked to the place where the gifts were delivered, Zhang Zimo bumped into Yi Nanqing. "Why are you here?" Yi Nanqing was equally surprised when he saw Zhang Zimo. Shouldn't Zhang Zimo be at his grandmother's birthday party now? But before Zhang Zimo could open his mouth to speak, Yi Nanqing said, "Your grandma's birthday is over, right? Why are you rushing here in such a hurry?" Yi Nanqing looked at Zhang Zimo with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhang Zimo didn't want to explain, so he just stood there silently. The things Zhang Chao brought were prepared by his father, but he was not quite sure what they were. Naturally, he didn't expect to get any of Mrs. Zhang's favorite titles. But Yi Nanqing is different. He is determined to get his gift today. "Please tell
tell Mrs. Jiang that this is a landscape painting worth 200 million yuan prepared for him by the Yi family. When hearing this number, even the girl opposite was stunned. This must be the most expensive gift today. Although he is known as the eldest son of the capital, the gifts he sent today are only worth about 100 million.
Maybe it's because everyone knows that Mrs. Jiang is not someone who values value, she values the gift itself more.
Jiang Zimo frowned slightly, and waited until Yi Nanqing stepped back before he took out the 4 treasures of the study that he had prepared long ago. Before Jiang Zimo could speak, he heard Gu Zihan next to him smile. Mr. Jiang, this is old Madame Jianjit's the 80th birthday of the grandmother of the young master of Beijing, not your grandmother's 80th birthday. Were you in too much of a hurry to leave? How could you have taken such a shameful thing? Tang Xinyu, who was listening to this, really wanted to slap him, but luckily Jiang Zimo, who was standing next to her, stopped her. This is a gift from me to old Madame Jiang. Please tell her that Jiang Zimo wishes her a long and healthy life. Anyone who could work for Grandma Jiang would naturally not look at her with prejudice. She nodded with a smile, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Gu Zihan felt very upset when he saw Jiang Zimo ignored what he had just said, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Mr. Gu, I saw many similar quality landscape paintings in the antique market that you spent a lot of money on. Who knows if the price you just quoted is a scam? When Gu Zihan heard this, his expression changed instantly. Jiang Zimo, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that this landscape painting was bought at an auction with a transparent price. You were there, so why are you spreading rumors? Jiang Zimo smiled calmly, while the expression on Yi Nanqing's face next to him was extremely ugly. No matter what, this is old lady Jiang's 80th birthday, and what Gu Zihan did just now was really too embarrassing. Now that you mention it, it suddenly occurred to me that only a fool would spend so much money on such a rubbish. After repeated provocations, Gu Zihan couldn't help but shout, why are you pretending, aren't you also? Yi Nanqing, who was standing next to him, couldn't bear to watch it anymore and pulled Gu Zihan's arm hard, pulling him behind him. No matter what the gift is, as long as it is prepared with care, I believe Mrs. Jiang will definitely like it. When she pulled Gu Zihan like this, he realized that so many people were looking at him. He lowered his head nervously for a moment, not knowing what to do. Yi Nanqing also felt ashamed after saying this. He hurriedly pulled Gu Zihan away. The people around Grandma Jiang had already told her everything that had just happened. I was wondering why Jiang Zimo never mentioned Yi Nanqing recently. It turns out things have gotten so bad between the two of them. Grandma Jiang sighed helplessly. She was old and could no longer interfere in the affairs of young people. This is a gift from Miss Yi, it's worth 200 million. Old Mrs. Jiang waited for a while before she tentatively asked, is that all? The little girl nodded gently. Yi Nanqing just said this just now, without any words of blessing. Old Mrs. Jiang shook her head in dissatisfaction and looked at the landscape painting again. 78, Chapter 78. You stole the spotlight. It can't be said to be a bad thing, but Mrs. Jiang has lived for so many years and has seen so many good things. This one really doesn't have anything outstanding about it. Old Mrs. Jiang shook her head in dissatisfaction, then waved her hand without saying anything. The little girl next to her knew what old Mrs. Jiang meant, so she put the landscape painting aside and put it together with other people's gifts. This is a birthday gift from Mr. Jiang. I wish you a long life. When Grandma Jiang heard this, she laughed out loud. She didn't even need to guess to know that it was sent by Jiang Zimo. As for why it was just such a simple sentence, live as long as the southern mountains, it was because Jiang Zimo said these words when he first sent birthday wishes to Grandma Jiang. At that time, Jiang Zimo was still a child who had just learned to speak. As expected, only Zimo can understand what I want most. There has been a lot of noise outside because of the stunt created by old lady Jiang. Everyone wanted to know which gift was Mrs. Jiang's favorite. But the controversy is actually not that big. After listening to so many people outside, there are only two opinions. One is that what Yi Nanqing sent must be Mrs. Jiang's favorite, and the other is that what Yi Nanqing sent was not Mrs. Jiang's favorite. I know Mrs. Jiang a little bit, okay? She's not the kind of person who cares about money. Even if it's 200 million or 2 billion, Mrs. Jiang won't be moved. You're just being too superficial. Mrs. Jiang doesn't really like money. But that's a landscape painting worth 200 million yuan. What's more, Yi Nanqing spent a lot of effort to buy it at an auction. She's probably very happy. Yi Nanqing was a little angry at first because of Gu Zihan's matter, but when he heard the comments from those people outside, he gradually felt happier.
In addition, Gu Zihan's mouth was always full of honey, and just a few sweet words were enough to coax Yi Nanqing. Don't worry, this perfect gift must be ours. Could it beta 4 treasures of the study? Jiang Zimo was not far away, so he could hear everything they said clearly, but he just sighed and didn't say much. Gu Zihan really couldn't hold back his urge to confront Jiang Zimo, but when he thought of Yi Nanqing's angry look just now, no matter how itchy he was, he still endured it. If you ask me, the reward given by this old lady Jiang is definitely not an ordinary thing. Maybe it is an opportunity to cooperate with the Jiang family. But why do I feel like this might be a chance to get to know the young master? After hearing this, Yi Nanqing couldn't help but feel a little itchy in his heart. That was the young master of Beijing, the young master of Beijing that everyone wanted to meet. If he could really have the opportunity to meet him, then the Yi family would surely have smooth sailing in the future and reach new heights. Thinking of this, Yi Nanqing subconsciously turned his head and looked at Gu Zihan. If that day really came, Yi Nanqing really didn't know who to choose. The little girl who had just come out to receive the gift walked out of Mrs. Jiang's room again. The old lady has already chosen her favorite gift, which is the 4 treasures of the study given by Mr. Jiang. Gu Zihan would rather believe that his ears were broken than believe that the best person he had ever had was Jiang Zimo. But Jiang Zimo had already expected this result. After all, she was his own grandmother. Moreover, Grandma Jiang was usually very partial, so of course she would choose him at this time. Old Mrs. Jiang sat in the room and was ready to rest. She sighed helplessly. These young people still look down on Zimo. Zimo is just Loki. Now I will let them see how unattainable our Zimo is. Yi Nanqing also looked at Jiang Zimo in shock. If had not taken a picture of the landscape painting at that time, and Jiang Zimo had taken it away, he would definitely not have been appreciated by old lady Jiang. When others heard the news, they looked at Jiang Zimo in surprise. They didn't know who Jiang Zimo was at all, they only knew that Jiang Zimo was a friend of Zhang Chao. No one expected that he would take it away. No one even knew what Jiang Zimo gave. Mrs. Jiang invites Mr. Jiang to dinner tomorrow. Jiang Zimo stood there and almost couldn't help laughing. He was supposed to have dinner with Grandma Jiang tomorrow morning. What a naughty old boy. As soon as this incident happened, everyone in the villa knew Jiang Zimo. The 3 people who had always been ignored were now blocked by people. Mr. Jiang, what gift did you give? Jiang Zimo touched his nose awkwardly, not knowing how to explain to them that although he had only given them a set of 4 treasures of the study, it was more than just a set of 4 treasures of the study. I just bought these 4 treasures of the study at a nearby antique street. I was just lucky. Jiang Zimo has been in this circle for so many years, but he has never encountered such an enthusiastic situation. He really couldn't take a single step. Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu next to them were implicated and couldn't move at all. Zhang Chao couldn't stand it any longer, so he said, "Can you please move aside? Can't you see we are leaving?" Zhang Chao in the circle, he still has some status, and after he said this, the people around him really became obedient. Yi Nanqing, who was not far away, felt very uncomfortable watching this scene. This should have belonged to him, and their envious eyes should have been directed at him. Gu Zihan also noticed that Yi Nanqing was in a bad mood, so he raised his hand and gently patted his shoulder. Before Gu Zihan could speak, Yi Nanqing next to him shrugged his shoulders without any patience. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, all that money of mine wouldn't have gone down the drain." Gu Zihan knew that he was in the wrong in this matter, and he didn't know what to say. For a moment he just clenched his fist silently, hating Jiang Zimo in his heart. If Jiang Zimo hadn't stolen all the limelight today, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Yi Nanqing frowned slightly, realizing that something was wrong. She and Jiang Zimo are a real couple. They have a marriage certificate. His honor is her honor. But Yi Nanqing really didn't want to give up Gu Zihan. 79, Chapter 79, Work turns into camping. When Yi Nanqing returned home from Mrs. Jiang's 80th birthday party, he was exhausted. He didn't dare to imagine how wonderful today would be for him if he and Jiang Zimo had maintained their previous relationship. What's more, after such a long time, Ye's company has long been suffering from Jiang Zimo's departure, and many employees want to resign. Yi Nanqing certainly knew that these problems existed, but she didn't know how to solve them, so she can only pretend not to see them. Zhang Haohao had already fallen asleep. Yi Nanqing sat in the living room and hesitated for a long time, but finally sent a text message to Jiang Zimo. Do you have time tomorrow? Let's have a meal together, there are some things we need to talk about.
Jiang Zimo, who had just come out of the bathroom, was stunned when he saw the message. He didn't expect that Ji Nanqing would actually take the initiative to contact him. But he had already made an appointment with Zhang Chao and others to discuss work matters tomorrow. Those people were workaholics. Once they started working, they would definitely not finish it within a day. Jiang Zimo thought about it for a while and replied to the message to reject it. I have a lot of work scheduled tomorrow. If you're free this Sunday, we can make an appointment. The fact that Ji Nanqing came to him at this time was most likely about divorce. Could it be that she had made up her mind to be with Gu Zihan, that crazy guy? No, if he came here at this time, it might be that Ji Nanqing wanted to take advantage of the prize he received on his 80th birthday today? Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo shook his head helplessly. Ji Nanqing's calculations were so clear that even people abroad could hear them clearly. Ji Nanqing, who was sitting in the living room and couldn't sleep because of this matter, never thought that Jiang Zimo would actually reject him. He frowned in surprise.
Playing hard to get, huh?
I finally gave him a chance to let Jiang Zimo have a way out, but I didn't expect this guy to use this trick. Ji Nanqing shook his head helplessly, but given the current situation, he couldn't say much and could only agree reluctantly.
The next day, Jiang Zimo was still asleep when he was woken up by a call from Tang Xinyu. It's already late, the sun is blazing, and we're all waiting for you downstairs. Can you please hurry up? Jiang Zimo was stunned. That's not right. Didn't we agree yesterday that we would discuss work today and gather at the company at 10 o'clock? It was just after 8 o'clock. How could this group of people appear downstairs of his house? But before Jiang Zimo could ask clearly, Tang Xinyu on the other end of the phone hung up. Jiang Zimo was completely confused and could only hurriedly put on his clothes and go downstairs. Unexpectedly, Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao were actually waiting downstairs, and there was even another colleague from the company, Lin Fei, sitting in the back row. Jiang Zimo and Lin Fei don't have much contact in normal times. Maybe they only have contact because of work. These three people appeared downstairs of his house at the same time, and Jiang Zimo really couldn't figure out what was going on. What are you doing? The first thing Jiang Zimo said after getting in the car was to ask for clarification. Tang Xinyu, who was sitting in the front row, couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Zimo with a strange look. Lin Fei was not that familiar with Jiang Zimo, so she could only lower her head and smile cautiously. Jiang Zimo rubbed the back of his head and spoke again with no patience left. Come on, tell me what's going on. Where are you going to drive me? It was Zhang Chao who couldn't help but speak first. We secretly planned today's camping yesterday. How about it? Are you surprised to hear it now? What a surprise, Jiang Zimo just thought it was a kidnapping. How can I camp if I haven't prepared anything? It's okay, we're all prepared. Zhang Chao had their family arrange everything, and it's already in the trunk. Don't worry, just put on your clothes and follow us. Jiang Zimo looked thoughtfully at Lin Fei, who was sitting next to him. Tang Xinyu in the front row also noticed his action. This is the little fangirl you've got in the company. We're usually very close, and when she heard I was going camping with you, she insisted on coming along. After hearing this, Lin Fei waved her hands a little embarrassedly. It's not what she said. I just think that Master Zhang's work ability is too strong. I want to have a chance to learn from him up close. Jiang Zimo felt a little embarrassed to be praised like this. He just smiled lightly, not knowing how to react. Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu, who were watching the show in the front row, had expressions on their faces that made people want to give them a round. The camping site was chosen to be in a park in the suburbs. I don't know if it was because the weather was so good recently, but in addition to the four of them, there were 7 or 8 other people camping. Zhang Chao was responsible for packing up all the things, while Jiang Zimo was setting up the tent quietly nearby. As for the two girls, they had already run to the side and started taking pictures crazily. Jiang Zimo looked at the 3 people in front of him and sighed helplessly. He had said yesterday that he had to discuss work today, so he rejected Ji Nanqing's invitation. Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo felt uncomfortable. Jiang Haohao was very bored at home alone. Ji Nanqing couldn't sleep last night and didn't fall asleep until 5 o'clock. He was still lying in bed and hadn't gotten up. Originally, he wanted to call Jiang Zimo, but Jiang Haohao saw that today was the weekend, and maybe Gu Zihan would have time. Thinking of this, Jiang Haohao dialed Gu Zihan's number with anticipation. Gu Zihan was still sleeping when he saw Jiang Haohao's call. He turned around with some annoyance and tried to pretend that he didn't hear it.
But suddenly I remembered that Yi Nanqing had been angry with me these days, and I needed a chance to coax Yi Nanqing. Thinking of this, Gu Zihan forced himself to get up and answered the phone.
What's wrong, Hao Hao? The moment he heard Gu Zihan's voice, Zhang Hao Hao was extremely happy. Dad Gu, you finally answered the phone. Hao Hao is so bored. Hao Hao wants to go out and play.
That's great. Gu Zihan knew that Zhang Hao Hao called just to go out and play.
Is Mom awake yet? We can't sneak out. Let's take Mom with us. Zhang Hao Hao pursed his lips somewhat unhappily after hearing this.
80, Chapter 80 The best way to get out of a relationship.
Isn't it because Mom has been sleeping all the time and no one knows when she will wake up, so Zhang Hao Hao called Gu Zihan?
But what Gu Zihan said just now made some sense. If he just followed Gu Dad like this, Yi Nanqing would definitely be angry when he woke up. Maybe then he wouldn't let him go to play with Gu Dad again. This was not acceptable. Then I'll go wake up Mom, and we'll go out and play together. Gu Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He originally approached Zhang Hao Hao because of Yi Nanqing. If there was only Zhang Hao Hao but not Yi Nanqing, it would be meaningless to him.
Yi Nanqing, who was sleeping, was woken up by Zhang Hao Hao. He couldn't help feeling a little unhappy, but when he saw that it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, he still forced himself to get out of the quilt. Go find Aunt Lu and ask her to make you something to eat. Mom will get up right away and eat with you.
At this moment, Zhang Zimmel was also preparing lunch for them. The campsite was close to the lake, and Zhang Chao also installed a barbecue grill in the trunk. Of course, they would have barbecue at noon today.
I feel like if it weren't for you, Chef Zhang, I really don't know what I would do. I never expected that. Although Zhang Chao brought a barbecue grill with him, he actually didn't know how to use it at all. Fortunately, during the years that he was with Yi Nanqing, because Yi Nanqing always went out to play with the sisters, Zhang Zimmel, as a chef, already knew all these things thoroughly. Lin Fei followed Zhang Zimmel from beginning to end, looking quiet and gentle. Zhang Chao, sitting not far away, frowned a little worriedly. Are you sure this method is really okay? Is your friend really reliable? Tang Xinyu was a little unhappy when she heard this. Zhang Chao didn't do anything, so why did he start to question herself? What do you mean? Didn't you see what was said in the TV series? If you want to forget a relationship, the best way is to start a new one. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Zhang Zimmel will be able to forget Yi Nanqing completely in no time. When Zhang Chao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. No matter how he listened to it, he felt that it seemed a little unreliable. It was already past 1 in the afternoon when Gu Zihan drove to the campsite. In order to show his sincerity, he really served tea and water to Yi Nanqing along the way. Fortunately, Yi Nanqing's expression towards him was not too unpleasant, and Gu Zihan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the two people's tent had not been set up yet, but Yi Nanqing saw Zhang Zimmel and Lin Fei playing and fighting not far away. Gu Zihan, who was standing next to him, naturally saw it clearly. His luck these past few days was really bad. He just randomly chose a park, so how could he run into Zhang Zimmel and the others? Fortunately, Zhang Zimmel was not alone. There was even a woman beside him who he was chatting with happily. I think Yi Nanqing, who saw this scene. Of course, Yi Nanqing couldn't stand this. The man who had been by her side for so many years actually smiled at another woman. No matter who they were, Yi Nanqing wanted to slap them in the face. Before Gu Zihan could react, Yi Nanqing took a step forward and rushed forward. Zhang Hao Hao, who had just been studying his snacks in the back, suddenly noticed Zhang Zimmel not far away, and his expression instantly became happy. I haven't seen Zhang Zimmel for a long time. No matter what, he is Zhang Hao Hao's biological father. He is just a child of a few years old, so naturally he still misses Zhang Zimmel. The moment she saw him, she even forgot that Gu Zihan was right next to her. She stood up and ran towards him. When Zhang Zimmel raised his head again, he saw Yi Nanqing rushing towards Lin Fei. With the lesson learned from Tang Xinyu's previous experience, Zhang Zimmel quickly blocked Lin Fei behind him. Alright, you two bastards, I was just wondering what kind of work you, an ordinary assistant, would need to take care of on your day off, and you're dealing with women. Is this what you usually do at Lantu? Zhang Zimmel didn't expect to meet Yi Nanqing here, and frowned in surprise. But what Yi Nanqing had just said was too harsh, so Zhang Zimmel retorted without hesitation, no one said that work can only be discussed in the office. Also, this is a public place, please be respectful and don't say. Before Zhang Zimmel could finish his words, Zhang Hao Hao rushed over and hugged him. Dad, I miss you so much. How come you didn't remember to come and see Hao Hao for such a long time?
Zhang Zimo lowered his head and looked at Zhang Haohao in surprise, not knowing what to say for a moment. As for Gu Zihan, in just a blink of an eye, the two people around him disappeared. They had originally agreed to go out and have fun together, but they never expected to have such bad luck as to run into Zhang Zimo and the others. Gu Zihan sighed heavily. If Zhang Zimo hadn't been so persistent, he and Yi Nanqing wouldn't have made no progress for so long and their relationship wouldn't have been stagnant.
Zhang Zimo touched Zhang Haohao's head. Neither of them could say anything unpleasant in front of the child. Especially Yi Nanqing, he was even a little worried about what he had just said. He wondered if Zhang Haohao heard all that. Fortunately, Zhang Haohao's attention was now all on Zhang Zimo, and he didn't notice what Yi Nanqing had just said. Why is Haohao here? Who did you come with? When Zhang Haohao heard this, he realized belatedly that he had come here with Gu's father, and he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. At this moment, Gu Zihan had already strode over. He was not a fool and would not stand there stupidly. Zhang Haohao turned around to look at Gu Zihan, then looked at Zhang Zimo somewhat bewilderedly. After a long silence, he mustered up the courage to speak. I came here with Uncle Gu. I am sorry, Dad, please don't be angry. You haven't come to play with me lately. Haohao was really bored, so I asked Uncle Gu to accompany me. Zhang Zimo sighed helplessly. He didn't know when it started, but Zhang Haohao didn't even blink when he lied. If Zhang Zimo didn't know exactly what was going on, he might have been deceived by Zhang Haohao. Chapter 81, The more people there are, the more fun it is. It was obvious that he didn't want to contact Zhang Zimo, but he insisted that Zhang Zimo had never come to see him. Since he knew to take the initiative to find Gu Zihan, why wouldn't he know to take the initiative to find Zhang Zimo? Zhang Zimo just said these words in his heart. After all, Zhang Haohao was just a child, not to mention that Zhang Haohao was not by his side now, but Yi Nanqing should be held responsible for what happened to him. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Gu Zihan walked over here almost gritting his teeth, with endless resentment towards Zhang Zimo in his heart, but now with so many people here, he could only swallow his anger. It's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect we'd meet by chance. Are you guys coming camping too? Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu just noticed that something was wrong, but they were a little far away and it took them some time to get over. As soon as Gu Zihan saw Zhang Chao, he immediately calmed down. Yi Nanqing was also a little surprised. Could it be that Zhang Zimo really came here for work? After all, the boss was here. It's really a coincidence. We just decided to go out and have fun on a whim. Since he had met this guy Gu Zihan, Zhang Chao naturally would not let him get away so easily. Since we're so destined to meet, why don't we just play together? The kids' parents are here too, so it'll be more lively with more of us. Tang Xinyu, who was standing next to Zhang Chao, looked at him in surprise. She had never expected that he could come up with such a weird suggestion. Lin Fei didn't know what the relationship between these people was, but he was not a fool. Of course, he could feel that the atmosphere between Zhang Zimo and Yi Nanqing was a bit strange. The man who came over later was even stranger. Zhang Zimo frowned and turned to look at Zhang Chao with an angry look on his face. Zhang Chao looked away for a moment, feeling guilty. Zhang Zimo was ready to refuse, but he didn't expect Gu Zihan to raise his eyebrows and say calmly, "Sure, of course, no problem. Anyway, there are only 3 of us. It would be a bit boring for the 2 of us with the child. It would be more lively with more people." Mr. Zhang is right. Zhang Chao curled the corners of his mouth in disdain. It sounded as if the 2 of them were a proper family of 3, which was really disgusting. Yi Nanqing didn't say much, to be honest. He didn't know what he was thinking at the moment and couldn't put it into words. Although he knew that Zhang Zimo and Gu Zihan did not get along, and he also knew that if he refused, he would have to leave with Gu Zihan, Yi Nanqing was really anxious to have a good talk with Zhang Zimo. I was so confused that I couldn't make any judgment. Okay, let's put it this way. I think your tent isn't ready yet, so I'll help you. Zhang Chao didn't give Zhang Zimo a chance to refuse and directly continued Gu Zihan's words. Zhang Haohao was a little worried, so he took Gu Zihan's arm and walked to the side. Dad Gu, don't be afraid. If you don't want to, I'll help you refuse, Dad. Gu Zihan was stunned when he heard Zhang Haohao's words, and then he realized that Zhang Haohao thought he would be wronged like before when he was with Zhang Zimo. Don't worry, Haohao, I am very capable. It's okay.
Even after Gu Zihan said this, Zhang Haohao was still a little worried. He turned his head to look at Jiang Zimo, hesitated for a long time, and then walked to Jiang Zimo and whispered, "Dad." Jiang Zimo lowered his head and looked at Zhang Haohao's conflicted expression. He was a little confused. What kind of worries could Zhang Haohao have? Even so, Jiang Zimo still patiently squatted down, touched Zhang Haohao's little face and said, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Zhang Haohao pinched his fingers and said cautiously, "Dad, can you please stop bullying Uncle Gu?" After hearing these words, Jiang Zimo felt as if something in his head exploded. He was saying that he missed him very much just a second ago, but now he was mentioning others to condemn him. Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. The child he had raised since childhood stood next to someone else without hesitation. Even so, Jiang Zimo didn't feel too much in his heart. There were so many things like this that he was no longer surprised. Zhang Chao and Gu Zihan went over and moved their original tent over. Even if Mr. Gu didn't come to Lantu, he still found a good job with great prospects for development. Gu Zihan is not a fool. He can see that Zhang Chao is on Jiang Zimo's side, and anyone around Jiang Zimo is his enemy. "I still prefer companies that truly value strength. Before Yi Nanqing and I met, she asked someone to get me into YES. It was only after I came from abroad that I had the opportunity to consider it." Zhang Chao is not a stupid person. Gu Zihan is just holding on. Both of them regarded the other as an enemy and wanted to tear him into pieces. "That's true, but I heard that there's a senior executive at the Yi Group who likes to keep young women. I don't know who it is, but since Mr. Gu works there, it's better for him to be a little more careful." Zhang Chao's implication was too obvious. Gu Zihan silently clenched his fists, but just smiled and didn't say anything more. When Jiang Zimo came back, he could tell at a glance that something was wrong with Zhang Chao's expression. Although he was still recovering from what Zhang Haohao had just said, he still walked over to Zhang Chao and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why did you come back with a gloomy face?" Zhang Chao pursed his lips. "Whenever I see Gu Zihan's face, I really want to rip his mouth open. What's so great about that?" Tang Xinyu couldn't help but smile as she stood nearby. After all, Jiang Zimo didn't say anything from beginning to end, but Zhang Chao was extremely angry. Although Yi Nanqing was sitting next to Gu Zihan, his eyes were always on Jiang Zimo. Gu Zihan took out a few loaves of bread from his backpack and originally wanted to hand them directly to Yi Nanqing, but he didn't expect that he was actually looking at Jiang Zimo. "I couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable in my heart, but I couldn't show it, so I could only force a smile and say, 'Nanqing, come and have something to eat. I made a sandwich myself.'" Hearing the voice, Yi Nanqing nodded slightly, walked absent-mindedly to Gu Zihan and sat down. Zhang Haohao pursed his lips and said in a rather unhappy tone, "Dad Gu, I want to eat barbecue too." 82, Chapter 82, He is a rich man. They had already agreed to get together, so what was wrong with having a barbecue together? Gu Zihan stood up and walked over to Jiang Zimo, who was preparing the ingredients, and said, "Haohao wants to eat too." After saying this, Gu Zihan started to help prepare the ingredients. Jiang Zimo was stunned for a moment before he realized that Gu Zihan had just given an explanation. He came to help only because Zhang Haohao also wanted to eat, and he didn't come to help Jiang Zimo seriously. No matter what, Jiang Zimo was in no mood to waste time with this guy. Just went about his own business as if nothing had happened. It's just that Gu Zihan's hands-on ability is really poor. Either he washes the vegetables in a mess, or he cuts things in a mess. Jiang Zimo didn't want to talk to him at first, but he was so angry that he said helplessly, "Do you know how to cook?" Gu Zihan took the baby cabbage that she had washed until only the heart was left and said calmly, "I am the young master of the Gu family. When can I cook a dish myself?" "Do you think everyone is like you, completely ignoring their career after marriage and just being a house husband? You are so funny?" Gu Zihan originally thought that what he said would make Jiang Zimo angry and lose his composure, but he didn't expect that Jiang Zimo on the opposite side just sighed helplessly. And this helplessness was not because Gu Zihan said something unpleasant, but because Jiang Zimo felt a little sorry for the vegetable leaves that Gu Zihan had just thrown into the garbage dump. "That's not how you wash vegetables. If you really don't know how, you can go wait for me over there. I don't need your help here." Gu Zihan lowered his head and looked at the baby cabbage in his hand in surprise. He couldn't help feeling a little guilty and subconsciously hid the baby cabbage behind him. "Cooking is so simple, I can definitely do it without any training. You don't need to tell me what to do. I want to make barbecue for Haohao myself." Jiang Zimo really had no way to deal with Gu Zihan. After all, the barbecue was in a public area. If he insisted on coming in, he couldn't say much. Normally, the barbecue would start at 6 o'clock, but it would probably be delayed until 7 o'clock. Although Lin Fei was sitting next to Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu, she was observing the situation of Jiang Zimo and the other two people clearly.
Zhang Chao naturally noticed that Lin Fei had been looking in Jiang Zimo's direction intentionally or unintentionally. Why do you keep looking at Jiang Zimo? Are you really interested in him?
Lin Fei did not answer this question, but frowned and said softly, that guy seems to have been pestering Master Jiang. After saying that, before Zhang Chao could see what was going on, Lin Fei rushed out. While Gu Zihan was still standing there thinking about what to do next, Lin Fei walked up to him without hesitation and snatched the kitchen knife away. Such a dangerous action scared Gu Zihan. He originally thought it was Jiang Zimo who did it, but he didn't expect that when he turned around, he saw Lin Fei's face.
Who are you? Why did you take my things so casually?
Lin Fei blinked her big eyes and pretended to be innocent and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I thought you guys from rich families were all so uninvolved. I was worried that you were tired, so I came to help. When the two of them first met, Lin Fei could tell that Gu Zihan was definitely not an ordinary person, otherwise he would not have spoken to Zhang Chao in that way. It is definitely not possible to confront them head-on with my own abilities, so I can only find this way to persuade Gu Zihan to go back and rest. Gu Zihan was indeed a little happy after hearing Lin Fei's words among so many people present. Only Lin Fei truly regarded him as a rich young man. However, Jiang Hao's words about wanting to eat barbecue still echoed in his mind. After hesitating for a while, he finally said, "You should give it to me, and do it myself." Lin Fei finally managed to snatch the kitchen knife, so how could she possibly give it back so easily? Without even thinking, she shook her head and said, "Mr. Gu, if you have this time, why don't you go back and play with the kids? I just saw that he seemed very bored. There's a vendor selling kites not far away. Maybe you could go over and take a look." This sentence really touched Gu Zihan. He nodded and turned away without hesitation. Jiang Zimo lowered his head and smiled softly after he came to his senses. He looked at Lin Fei and said, "Thank you, he really tortured me to the point of driving me crazy." Lin Fei couldn't help feeling a little shy when looking at Jiang Zimo. It was really strange. Her feelings towards Jiang Zimo were clearly just admiration from a junior for a senior. So why did she have such a strange feeling? "You're welcome, senior. I am just a little hungry. If he keeps going on like this, I don't know how long it will last." Jiang Zimo could naturally sense that something was wrong with Lin Fei, but in his current situation, he really didn't have the ability to respond to him. "But what you did just now was a bit dangerous. You should be more careful next time." Lin Fei knew that Jiang Zimo was referring to her action of directly snatching the kitchen knife away, so she nodded slightly and agreed. "See, I told you they're a good match. If you still don't believe me, don't worry, Lin Fei will definitely win Jiang Zimo over." Even now things were going smoothly, but Zhang Chao still felt something was a little strange. After Gu Zihan left the barbecue stall, he took Jiang Haohao to the nearby stall to buy a kite. But Jiang Haohao was not very happy playing. He remembered that the kites his father had flown before were very powerful, but Dad Gu's kite always fell down after a while. Gu Zihan was not very good at these things, and he relied entirely on his brute force to send them up, so naturally he couldn't fly for long. Maybe it's because the wind is not so good today. After the kite fell for the umpteenth time, Gu Zihan felt too embarrassed to explain to himself. Jiang Haohao looked up and saw that the kites of other people around him were flying so high. Although he wanted to say something, he held it back in order not to make Father Gu sad. Yi Nanqing was originally following the two of them, but when he turned around and saw Lin Fei and Jiang Zimo having fun together, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up and walked to Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo saw Yi Nanqing, but still focused all his attention on the skewers in front of him. 83, Chapter 83, Just a Soft Persimmon. Yi Nanqing stood by for a long time before realizing that Jiang Zimo was completely ignoring him. "When are you going to move back home?" This was the most humble sentence Yi Nanqing had said in this period of time, but that was all. Jiang Zimo said without even looking up, "I'm not going back." Yi Nanqing frowned in surprise when he heard the answer. There were outsiders here, and Jiang Zimo actually dared to speak like that. It must be that he had been away from him for too long and his wings had become hardened. "Are you crazy? You haven't been home for such a long time, and I won't say much about you leaving Yes and joining another company. I can forgive what happened before, so don't go too far." Jiang Haohao is at an age where he needs help. I am busy with work every day and don't have time to take care of him. If you say you won't come back, then what will happen to Haohao in the future? Jiang Zimo frowned a little impatiently. He didn't know how many times he had heard her say this and it just annoyed him. Jiang Haohao is not just my child. What's more, you have work to do. Doesn't that mean I don't have one? Doesn't he have a father besides me? Don't think that just because you've restrained yourself a little in front of me, I'll be like a fool and can't see anything. Yi Nanqing, you can let Gu Zihan handle Jiang Haohao's affairs, right? This was the first time Jiang Zimo spoke to him in this tone. Yi Nanqing naturally found it a little hard to accept. He frowned for a long time without uttering a word. You bastard, you haven't been home for such a long time. You must have someone else outside, right? Don't think I don't know. As he spoke, Yi Nanqing walked quickly in front of Lin Fei. Little girl, I don't think you're that old. How come you're just hooking up with other married men? Do you have any shame? Jiang Zimo frowned a little worriedly. After all, Lin Fei had nothing to do with his affairs, not to mention that today was the first time they met. Jiang Zimo never expected to meet a crazy woman like Yi Nanqing, and he still felt a little guilty. Yi Nanqing is a crazy woman, and in Jiang Zimo's opinion, Lin Fei is just a little smart, but facing someone like Yi Nanqing, there is definitely no chance of winning. Jiang Zimo had originally planned to pull Yi Nanqing away directly, but he didn't expect Lin Fei to speak directly without showing any weakness. You said I was hooking up with a married man, then what were you doing out there? As teacher Jiang's wife, you're having affairs with other men, and there are constant scandals. You're questioning me here today, so I'm going to ask you, do you dare to let everyone know what the relationship between you and teacher Jiang is, and who that pretty boy is? Jiang Zimo looked at Lin Fei in surprise. He had never expected that these words would come out of his mouth. That's right, it was only the first day they met, so Jiang Zimo's connection with Lin Fei must be very limited. Booty didn't expect Lin Fei to have this kind of personality. Before this, Yi Nanqing also thought that Lin Fei was just a soft persimmon, otherwise he would not be so bold as to get close to her face. After hearing what Lin Fei said, Yi Nanqing stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. After all, every word Lin Fei said just now hit Yi Nanqing's heart. What she is most worried about now is that someone will find out that she and Gu Zihan actually have an unclear relationship and it is not what they seem. Yi Nanqing was silent for a moment and didn't say anything to Lin Fei. Instead, he turned around and looked at Jiang Zimo and said, Jiang Zimo, you are so cruel, you will definitely regret it later. Jiang Zimo and Yi Nanqing have been together for such a long time, so of course he could feel that when Yi Nanqing said this, he actually had no confidence at all. Now Jiang Zimo has made up his mind to separate from Yi Nanqing, just like he had made up his mind to marry Yi Nanqing and be with him for the rest of his life. Once you have made your decision, no one can change it no matter who it is. Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu were playing games nearby, but they came out when they heard something strange coming from their side. But when they arrived, Yi Nanqing had already turned around and left. Jiang Zimo didn't say what happened just now, but just said to himself, the barbecue is ready, come and eat. Tang Xinyu was worried at first, but when she heard these words, she instantly became excited. Oh my god, I was almost starving to death just now, finally I feel better. Zhang Chao sat down without any hesitation and started eating. Lin Fei couldn't stand it any longer and complained a few words, you two don't even know how to come out and help, but you are very active in eating. Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao were both engrossed in eating, and neither of them responded to what Lin Fei had just said. Jiang Haohao also ran back quickly after hearing the sound. Although Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan were a little reluctant, they were really hungry, so they had no choice but to come over. Jiang Haohao ate the barbecue like a little cat. Jiang Zimo couldn't stand it anymore and wiped his mouth. It got dark quickly after eating the barbecue. Zhang Chao suddenly received a call. It seemed that there was something about work to deal with. Jiang Zimo and his group left without staying any longer. Arriving downstairs at Jiang Zimo's house, Lin Fei couldn't hold back any longer and said, Teacher Jiang, can I add your contact information? Jiang Zimo was always called Teacher Jiang, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. You should just call me by my name. Calling me Teacher Jiang all the time is a bit awkward. Lin Fei touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and said cautiously, Zimo. Tang Xinyu and Zhang Chao heard everything clearly in the front row, and Tang Xinyu couldn't hide her laughter. If you two are in a relationship, get off the bus. We two single guys can't stand it anymore. Jiang Zimo punched Zhang Chao without hesitation. After all, Lin Fei was still a young girl, and they would work in the same company in the future. It was really embarrassing to say that. If you can't speak, don't eat your mouth to those in need. I am tired of saying this. After saying that, Jiang Zimo opened his phone and handed the QR code directly to Lin Fei before getting out of the car. I just got home and received a text message from Yi Nanqing. I'll give you a week to move back as soon as possible. I don't have time to take care of Jiang Haohao recently.
84, Chapter 84, Fighting with You Talented People. Jiang Zimo turned off the screen of his phone without hesitation.
Yi Nanqing still thought that he could use the same method as before to make him submit, but Jiang Zimo was no longer the same as before.
No matter what Yi Nanqing said now, it would be of no avail.
Jiang Zimo originally thought that he could go to bed after washing up at home in the evening. He did not expect that he would receive a call from Mr. Tang.
Teacher.
When Jiang Zimo saw that the person who called was Mr. Tang, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He sat there obediently and didn't dare to move.
I called Zhang Chao, but no one answered. Are you two together now?
I think Zhang Chao was in a hurry when he left just now. He must have something urgent and didn't even have time to check his phone.
We just separated a while ago. He seems to have some work to do.
Elder Tang simply responded, then continued, I've sent you two information about a new research project. It's highly confidential, and the higher-ups really value this innovation.
Just take a quick look at this. I want to see what you two think before noon tomorrow. Got it?
Jiang Zimo was naturally touched that he didn't expect that Mr. Tang still thought about them until now. But it's already past 10 o'clock in the evening. If I want to give it to you by noon tomorrow, I will have to stay up late.
Coupled with Mr. Tang's demanding requirements for precision, it seems that I won't be able to sleep tonight.
After Jiang Zimo hung up the phone, he relayed exactly what Mr. Tang had just said to Zhang Chao. Fortunately, Zhang Chao didn't drink tonight, otherwise he would have been confused when he woke up the next morning and saw the news. Oh my God, what does this mean, teacher? It really kills me. Although he complained like this, Zhang Chao still started to read the information honestly. Jiang Zimo had almost finished everything by 3 o'clock the next day, but Zhang Chao had just finished understanding the information.
I'm fighting with you talented people.
After saying this, there was no movement from Zhang Chao's side.
The next day, Jiang Zimo had just gotten up when he received a call from Grandma Jiang, asking him to go back quickly. The last time Yi Nanqing celebrated her 80th birthday, she went with Guzi Han. Jiang Zimo still hasn't figured out how to explain it to Grandma Jiang.
Fortunately, after sitting next to Grandma Jiang for a while, she did not take the initiative to ask about Yi Nanqing. But as they were chatting, Grandma Jiang suddenly sighed heavily and then said, Tell me the truth, are you two planning to separate? Grandma Jiang knew that Yi Nanqing was not someone worthy of trust, but she never expected that she would attend such an occasion with another man when she was not sure whether they should break up. Therefore, in Grandma Jiang's opinion, the two of them should have already discussed the separation, otherwise how could Yi Nanqing be so open and aboveboard?
Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. He had indeed thought it through. This was the only possible ending for him and Yi Nanqing. Grandma Jiang didn't say much, just nodded, looking very satisfied. After all, from the very beginning, Grandma Jiang was not optimistic about Yi Nanqing. It's not my place to interfere in the affairs of you young people. I didn't say anything to you at the beginning. After all, she was the woman you chose, but now it has come to this. Grandma isn't being nagging. I just want to have a good talk with you. You think he's not vain, and that he's with you because he really likes you, right?
Jiang Zimo had never told anyone about this matter. When he heard Grandma Jiang say this, he was inevitably a little surprised and subconsciously widened his eyes.
Don't look at my age. I've seen a lot of people who think just like you. I've seen people like you when I was young, but it's people like you who are the easiest to be deceived. You have to know that some people don't want money or anything, they just simply like to play with other people's feelings. Jiang Zimo was really uncomfortable hearing such words coming from Grandma Jiang. He always felt that something seemed a little strange, but he couldn't seem to put it into words for a moment. Okay, that's how you young people are. You won't turn back until you hit the wall. Now that you've hit the wall, when are you going to turn back? Your parents are still waiting at home. It turns out that Grandma Jiang said so much today because of this matter. Jiang Zimo lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. Grandma Jiang had already said this, and if he was still hiding it, it would be pointless. Actually, I've already thought about it. After I make a name for myself out there,
I'll go back and see them. I can't just go back like this without having accomplished anything. Originally, this matter was my fault. If I really go back like this now, my parents will scold me from morning till night. Jiang Zimo was quite foresight after hearing this. Grandma Jiang smiled helplessly. Okay, it's a good thing that you have your own ideas, but you have to get the divorce done as soon as possible. Jiang Zimo nodded after hearing this. It was only after Grandma Jiang reminded him that he realized something was wrong. Before Yi Nanqing asked me out, could it be that it was not for us she concerned about the divorce? Otherwise, he wouldn't be asking her to move back now. I just remember that I had already given him the divorce agreement when I first left. Why has Yi Nanqing not responded at all after such a long time? Grandma Jiang was right. Such a big thing could not be delayed any longer. The most urgent thing now was to quickly explain things to Yi Nanqing. After leaving Grandma Jiang's house, Jiang Zimo originally wanted to go directly back to the villa and have a good talk with Yi Nanqing face to face. However, I didn't expect that when the car was halfway there, Zhang Chao suddenly called. Where are you now? The teacher asked us to go to his house right now. He said he needs to review the work that was handed in this morning. He also said he only has time this afternoon, so he asked us to hurry up. Compared to the divorce, the matter on Mr. Tang's side was definitely more important. Jiang Zimo changed direction without hesitation. Zhang Chao arrived a little earlier and had already started to accept the criticism from Mr. Tang in the room. You didn't even notice something so simple. I can see you haven't made any progress at all in recent years. 85, Chapter 85 Project Selection. If Zhang Chao had known he would be scolded if he passed the car, he would have driven slower. But even after seeing Jiang Zimo, Zhang Chao still didn't feel good. After all, Jiang Zimo was a top student and couldn't help him share any of the burden. It would have been better if Tang Xinyu was there too. Zhang Chao, who had just thought of this, suddenly heard the sound of a door opening again. After hearing the voice, Jiang Zimo was also a little stunned and turned around to look. Tang Xinyu really came. You're here too? When Mr. Tang called yesterday, he only talked about himself and Zhang Chao. Jiang Zimo really didn't know that Tang Xinyu had also been assigned homework. The teacher gave me homework last night and asked me to come over today. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. It seemed that the three of them were in the same situation. Mr. Tang just criticized Zhang Chao just to kill time. Now that the three of them have come over, he started to talk about business. This is a new project that a friend of mine recently launched, but it hasn't been implemented yet, so I want to see if there is anyone in the industry who is capable of participating in this project. When Zhang Chao heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, which could be said to be the keenness of a company boss. You want to cooperate with the company, right? Now all three of them are in Lantu. If Mr. Tang wants to, it is not impossible to give Lantu a backdoor. Mr. Tang nodded slightly. I've already recommended you to him, but there are other companies participating in the selection process, so I'm not sure who will win in the end. Mr. Tang's words have been made very clear. As the saying goes, a master may only lead you to the door, but practice is up to you. Whether Lantu can win this project depends on whether they have enough abilities. As for the other companies that Mr. Tang just mentioned, I think Yes must be on the list. I called you over here today to give you some simple pointers. There are still some problems with the homework you handed in yesterday. If the selection process really begins, these issues may be the fatal flaw that widens the gap. At this moment, Zhang Chao no longer complained about the difficulty of the assignment. He just felt that this opportunity was extremely important to him. This is the latest technology. If it can be implemented under my leadership, Lantu's status will definitely surpass Yes. Mr. Tang had already made some simple comments on their homework. Let's talk about Jiang Zimo first. The three files on the computer can be seen clearly. Jiang Zimo's document has the least red markings, and there are even a few marks indicating typos. It seems that Mr. Tang can't find any other problems. Overall, it's excellent. Compared to the two of you, Jiang Zimo's paper is more comprehensive and includes a thorough understanding of the current state of the industry. Both Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu are the type who are willing to learn, and they will not feel jealous because of Mr. Tang's praise of Jiang Zimo. He just stared at the screen with wide eyes, afraid of missing any words from Mr. Tang. The instruction continued until after 6 in the afternoon, when Tang Xinyu's stomach suddenly growled, and the group realized that it was already late. Teacher, why don't we go out for dinner together? Jiang Zimo turned his head and looked at Mr. Tang and spoke. But unexpectedly, Mr. Tang shook his head and said, "No, I have other things planned for tonight. Yi Nanqing asked me out for dinner. I think it's probably about this matter. Although I won't say anything to him, I still have to meet him." Sure enough, just as they imagined, Yi Nanqing had indeed participated in the selection a long time ago. After Mr. Tang left, Zhang Chao finally relaxed and lay down on the sofa. The revisions they made had not been completely completed, so after discussing it, they decided to continue writing for a while before leaving.
Does the Yi family have any other powerful technologies now?
Although he has the great god Jiang Zimo, Zhang Chao is still a little scared in his heart.
I know a few people, but a few days ago, several people came to me and said they were planning to resign.
Jiang Zimo only found out a few days ago that the Yi family was in chaos and Yi Nanqing had no real ability. All the recent new collaborations have been snatched up by Lantu. The only few collaborations were finally negotiated when Jiang Zimo was there, and there were even some problems with the company's capital flow.
Zhang Chao nodded, seemingly understanding, then turned around and looked at Jiang Zimo and said, "Give me their contact information. I'll pay them whatever amount they want to get them to switch to my company."
It seems that Zhang Chao is so crazy. Jiang Zimo laughed out loud when he heard this.
"Don't think about it for now. If you can't pass this test, you won't be able to pass the selection." After saying that, Jiang Zimo lowered his head and continued to study the literature. After about another hour, Tang Xinyu was so hungry that she lay down on the floor.
"I can't do it anymore. I feel like all my brain cells are dead. I need to eat something now, otherwise I won't be able to write anything." Jiang Zimo was also a little hungry now. Zhang Chao, who was standing next to him, immediately stopped what he was doing when he saw them like this.
"Do you know that now is what's going on?"
Jiang Zimo was stunned. It was rare for him to see Zhang Chao so serious, and he subconsciously felt a little uncomfortable.
It was Tang Xinyu who reacted first and spoke. "When? Did you know that the first battle between us and the Yi family is about to begin? At such an important moment, the two of you are only concerned with eating. I am so disappointed for you." Jiang Zimo and Yi Nanqing rolled their eyes at the same time.
Jiang Zimo was really hungry now and didn't want to waste time here. He looked at Zhang Chao with a serious face and said, "Tell me, what are you going to eat tonight?" Zhang Chao finally calmed down after seeing Jiang Zimo's expression. He frowned and thought for a while before saying, "Let's go to the supermarket to buy some things and then come back to make hot pot." They often did this kind of thing when they were in school. Today, they finally came to Mr. Tang's house, so naturally they would not miss this opportunity. A few people hit it off and drove directly to the supermarket. Yi Nanqing clearly knows that Teacher Tang is your teacher, but she still invites her out for dinner at this time. What's her real meaning? Zhang Chao really couldn't understand it and complained.
86, Chapter 86. I don't know how you could lose to someone like this.
Jiang Zimo just sat in the back and didn't react to what Zhang Chao said. Tang Xinyu subconsciously turned her head and looked at Jiang Zimo. Without giving it much thought, he spoke, "Tang Lao is one of the best in the industry. If I can get a promotion from him, I will definitely be more confident."
Although Jiang Zimo is indeed involved, they are getting divorced. After Ali can understand why Yi Nanqing did this, he still has to consider his own company.
Zhang Chao listened and nodded in agreement. He wanted to complain a few more times, but seeing that Jiang Zimo had no intention of discussing this, he just kept his mouth shut. The three of them quickly bought what they needed in the supermarket. Jiang Zimo didn't like meat very much, so he just bought vegetables. But Zhang Chao and Tang Xinyu are different. They are both staunch carnivores and scored 3 or 4 points just for beef. When a few people returned to Mr. Tang's house, Mr. Tang had already returned. Seeing Mr. Tang sitting on the sofa, several people widened their eyes in surprise.
"Teacher, why are you back so soon?" Mr. Tang took a sip of tea and spoke slowly and calmly. "We were just going there for show. Can we really cooperate with them?" As a teacher, Mr. Tang has always been extremely biased, and of course he would not help Yi Nanqing's side. If they had snatched the project away based on their own strength, Mr. Tang would definitely not say anything, but now, he only helps his students. When he saw what the people were holding, Mr. Tang's eyes lit up instantly. "I thought you guys had already left, but it turns out you went shopping. Are you planning on having hot pot?" Jiang Zimo still remembered that Mr. Tang's favorite food was hot pot, so he nodded quickly. "It's just right that you're back, teacher. Let's eat together." Mr. Tang's family did not arrange any other nannies, but there were usually hourly workers who came to clean up.
So they had to prepare their own food. Mr. Tang sat at the dining table and looked at the busy backs of several people. He couldn't help but smile. For so many years, he always thought that he would never see such a scene again. After all, Jiang Zimo was abducted by that woman and wasted so much time. Now looking at them, I just feel very comfortable in my heart. Jiang Zimo didn't know why, but Yi Nanqing suddenly came to his mind. After such a long time, I also understand what kind of person Yi Nanqing is. I wonder how angry Yi Nanqing is, stamping his feet now when Mr. Tang did this. Just as I thought of this, the phone suddenly vibrated. As expected, the person who brought the information came to Yi Nanqing. Where are you? I'm not home tonight, please take care of Hao. Did Yi Nanqing still think that Jiang Zimo was the same as before, always obeying him? It's been so long, why is she unwilling to see Jiang Zimo change? I have other things to do tonight, so please ask Aunt Lu to pay more attention. Jiang Zimo, Jiang Hao is your child too, or are you just going to ignore him like that? Are you a qualified father? Jiang Zimo looked at the two people around him, then picked up his phone and walked out. I really don't know how Yi Nanqing could say such a thing before. Jiang Zimo might have thought of just enduring it. But Jiang Zimo is really a little intolerable now. If he continues to endure like this, Yi Nanqing will only think that he is easy to bully. Yi Nanqing, Jiang Hao has been born for so many years now. Have you truly fulfilled your responsibilities as a mother? You take him out to find other men every day and make him call other men daddy. Now Hao has become like this. Can't you see what he has become? Now you ask me if I've fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. Take a good look at yourself. You have no right to say such things. Yi Nanqing had never heard Jiang Zimo say such words before. He frowned in surprise and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After I came to my senses, I realized that the woman who had just been scolding me was exactly the same as the one I met while camping before. After figuring out what was going on, Yi Nanqing smiled and said, well, now that you found another woman outside, you dare to talk to me like this. Jiang Zimo, don't forget what you said when you first got together with me. You said you would always treat me well, and now you've turned into this horrible person? You'd better think it over carefully. What I said last time still counts. I'll only give you a week. If you don't come back, you won't have to come back forever. Before Jiang Zimo could even finish his words, I couldn't ask for more. Yi Nanqing on the other end of the phone hung up. After calming down a little outside, Jiang Zimo was ready to turn around and go back to the kitchen. But he didn't expect to see Mr. Tang when he turned around. Jiang Zimo didn't know when Mr. Tang came, and whether he heard his conversation clearly. He felt a little embarrassed for a moment. Teacher. Jiang Zimo rubbed his fingers nervously, not knowing what to say. I still remember that when I graduated, my teacher arranged a very good job for me, but Jiang Zimo refused to listen and insisted on starting a business with Yi Nanqing. But this made Mr. Tang very angry, and he ignored Jiang Zimo for a long time. It was not until Yi really made some achievements that the teacher's attitude towards Jiang Zimo softened a little. Okay, stop talking, don't I know about your little shit? Yi Nanqing asked me to have dinner with her today, and she brought a man with her. You must know him, Gu Zihan. When Mr. Tang just said that, Jiang Zimo had actually guessed it. Although Yi Nanqing was unfaithful to him, he was not the kind of person who was used to having affairs with other women, so now there was only one man, Gu Zihan, by his side. He wanted me to take Gu Zihan as my student. I saw his work, and it was a complete mess. It wasn't even 1/10 of your usual homework. I don't know how you could lose to someone like that in love. Jiang Zimo couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He didn't know why, but he felt a strange sense of humor. It's good that you can figure it out. No need to say more. The two of them are still waiting for you inside. They've told you several times why you haven't come back yet. Go back quickly. Jiang Zimo looked up at Mr. Tang and nodded heavily before returning to the kitchen. 87, Chapter 87 Virtual Star. It was already past 9 o'clock when the three of them prepared the ingredients, and Mr. Tang, who was sitting next to them, almost fell asleep. After dinner, the three of them went back home. Although he had been at Mr. Tang's house all day, Jiang Zimo still felt extremely tired all over. After a quick wash, he went to bed. The next day, Jiang Zimo, who was working at his workstation as usual, suddenly received a text message from Tang Xinyu. This is a group photo of Yi Nanqing, Gu Zihan, and others at the ski resort. They actually posted it directly on their moments like this. How shameless. Jiang Zimo looked at the photo and found that in addition to their family of 3, Tao Wanwan and Xuanshuang were also in it. He just replied casually after all, where they were going had nothing to do with Jiang Zimo. On the other side, a few people who had just finished skiing went to the restaurant at the ski resort to eat together. Xuanshuang and Hao Hao are having a lot of fun playing together, and they have become serious friends. Why do you look so haggard lately? Meng Yuhan had just sat down when she looked at Yi Nanqing and spoke with some concern. But I have to say that there is still some hypocrisy in this worry. Hearing this, Tao Wanwan subconsciously turned around and took a look. Stop talking about it. I've been doing everything at home lately, it's really troublesome. Yi Nanqing frowned and complained that 2 days had already passed, and Jiang Zimo still showed no intention of coming back. I have already said those harsh words. If Jiang Zimo doesn't react at all, wouldn't that be a bit too embarrassing? Tao Wanwan hesitated for a moment before she spoke tentatively. Jiang Zimo, he hasn't come back yet? Whenever the name Jiang Zimo was mentioned, Yi Nanqing would feel a headache and roll his eyes on the spot. Don't talk about him, I really don't know what he's thinking. He has a good home but he chooses to work some crappy job outside. Forget it, let him be. He will be back in due time anyway, it's just a matter of time. Seeing Yi Nanqing so confident, Tao Wanwan frowned thoughtfully. Have you never thought about what to do if Jiang Zimo really doesn't come back? When Yi Nanqing heard this question, he was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this question before. He always felt that Jiang Zimo should be with him as a matter of course. Gu Zihan, who had just gone to pick up the food, also heard these words when he walked over and took it without hesitation. So what? Nanqing can live without him. If the family really needs a man, I can consider moving in. Yi Nanqing frowned slightly when he looked at Gu Zihan, but it was only for a moment. The next second he smiled at Gu Zihan. In fact, Yi Nanqing knew in his heart that Gu Zihan could not replace Jiang Zimo. Moreover, according to the current situation, Jiang Zimo should be more important to Yi Nanqing. When Gu Zihan said that just now, he was actually a little unsure in his heart. So much time had passed, Jiang Zimo had already moved out, but Yi Nanqing had never asked him to live with her. Gu Zihan didn't know what Yi Nanqing was thinking. Maybe he had some other concerns? However, there have been rumors about the two of them outside, and Yi Nanqing has never taken the initiative to refute them. No matter what, Hao Hao is still young, and I still don't want him to leave his father at such a young age. Jiang Zimo's recent rebelliousness is just short-lived. Once this period of time passes and he figures it out, everything will be fine. What Yi Nanqing said was actually what he had been using to comfort himself during this period of time. Jiang Zimo was just being rebellious for a moment. He might suddenly want to leave his umbrella of protection and see what was happening outside. Yi Nanqing could understand that. Jiang Zimo, who was in the company, suddenly sneezed, perhaps because he noticed something. The next day, there was a problem with the data on Ye's side, and Lantu needed to come over to take a look. It just so happened that Zhang Chao had nothing to do, so he drove Jiang Zimo directly to Ye's. In order to avoid being noticed by other employees, Jiang Zimo wore a mask and a hat when he came. If you don't tell me, you would really think he is just an ordinary maintenance worker. But even so, the female colleagues could still tell through this disguise that the man must be very good looking, and they all cast their eyes over to him. It's not a big problem, it's just that the software is not compatible with each other. I just need to update it. Jiang Zimo gave it a quick check, then turned around and looked at Zhang Chao and spoke. Zhang Chao nodded slightly. He originally wanted to go out to get something to eat, but suddenly saw Shenhe. Why did Shenhe suddenly come to Lantu instead of staying in his own entertainment circle? Shenhe's family company is the largest entertainment company in the entire capital. Almost all the well-known artists today came from his company. Zhang Chao could see Shenhe, and Shenhe naturally noticed Zhang Chao as well. Mr. Zhang, why are you here too? Zhang Chao smiled lightly. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw Shenhe was at an auction. I should be the one asking you this. Is there a partnership between Lantu and Yi? It's not surprising that he would appear here, but Mr. Shenhe immediately understood what Zhang Chao meant. Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, our company is planning to recruit a group of AI stars. Recently we came to see if there is anyone suitable for cooperation. Zhang Chao nodded slightly, and in his heart he couldn't help but want Shenhe to consider his own company. But the other party is already in Ye's company, so it is not appropriate to poach him so openly. After saying this, Shinhee realized that something was wrong. He touched his nose and lowered his head in embarrassment. Fortunately, Gu Zihan came out at this time. Seeing the two of them standing together, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mr. Zhang, you're here too. If I had known you were coming, I would have definitely given you a warm welcome." The moment Zhang Chao saw Gu Zihan, the smile on his face became a little stiff. "Nothing, I just came here to take care of some work. You two go ahead and do your work. I'll go over and take a look." Zhang Chao, who said this, was about to turn around and leave, but he didn't expect Jiang Zimo to come over. Just now, from Jiang Zimo's perspective, he couldn't see Gu Zihan's presence at all, otherwise he wouldn't have come no matter what he said. "It's not that I'm afraid of Gu Zihan, I just don't want to cause trouble for myself." 88, Chapter 88. He is a brainless person. Gu Zihan was also very disgusted when he saw Jiang Zimo, but he didn't show it because Shinhee was standing next to him. Shinhee and Jiang Zimo did not know each other, but Shinhee still remembered what happened at the auction before. "After that, I went back and investigated his identity. I found out that Jiang Zimo used to work at Yes, but now he works at Lantu. No matter how I look at it, I feel that there must be something strange behind this, but I can't find anything. Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you still remember me. We met at an auction before." Since then, Shinhee has been very curious about Jiang Zimo. Now that he finally has the opportunity to get close to him, he naturally will not miss it. Faced with Shinhee's sudden goodwill, Jiang Zimo was a little surprised and subconsciously raised his head to look at Zhang Chao beside him. Zhang Chao just smiled and didn't react much. Jiang Zimo nodded gently. "Of course, Mr. Shin has an extraordinary temperament. Of course I remember you. It's fate that we met here. Do you have time to have dinner together tonight?" Gu Zihan looked at Jiang Zimo, hesitated for a moment, and shook his head. He made up an excuse and said, "I have other plans tonight, sorry." After hearing this, Shinhee frowned silently. If he remembered correctly, he should have come here to discuss cooperation today. For such an important matter, Gu Zihan didn't even set aside his evening time. It seemed like the Yi family wasn't sincere either. Gu Zihan next to him just didn't want to have too much contact with Jiang Zimo and completely forgot about what was happening on Shinhee's side. Even Zhang Chao looked at Gu Zihan in surprise. With such a big oversight, wouldn't he be handing over the cooperation to someone else? Jiang Zimo originally wanted to refuse directly. After all, the software upgrade would still take some time. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chao nodded directly. "I don't have anything to do tonight. Why don't we have dinner together?" Shinhee was a very easygoing person, so when he heard Zhang Chao say this, he naturally nodded. "It seems that I need to think carefully about my partners for this virtual star project. But our work here will take some time. How about we contact each other later?" Although Zhang Chao didn't want to let go of Shinhee, he couldn't forget his job. Fortunately, Shinhee agreed without much concern. After the two left, Jiang Zimo asked, somewhat confused, "Why did you have dinner with him? We don't even know each other." "I just asked him. He didn't come to Yes just to have fun. Of course he has a project on hand. It would be best if we could talk about it." Jiang Zimo had forgotten about this matter, so he nodded in agreement. The software upgrade was almost finished, and Zhang Chao hurriedly called Shinhee. When they just separated, Shinhee followed Gu Zihan. Who knows if that stupid Gu Zihan will do anything else. "I'll wait for you downstairs." After the call was connected, Shinhee said this, and Zhang Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. When I arrived downstairs at Ye's building, I saw Shinhee waiting in the rest area. A few people drove to a nearby restaurant, and Zhang Chao could hardly hide the smile on his happy face. Although poaching customers from other companies was not a good idea back then, they couldn't keep them, so customers were still willing to follow them. In Zhang Chao's opinion, the Yi family's long period of glory is almost coming to an end. A few people had just gotten off the car and walked into the lobby when Shinhee suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Wan, why are you here?" Jiang Zimo raised his head in surprise when he heard the name. He didn't expect that it was really Tao Wan, and there was Shuang beside her. Tao Wan naturally saw Jiang Zimo, but she still looked at Shinhee calmly and spoke. "Mr. Shin, I brought my nephew over to eat something. Just the two of you, wouldn't that be too boring? If you don't mind, let's go together." Although Shinhee turned his head and looked at Zhang Chao and the others when he said this, he did not ask for their consent at all. Zhang Chao didn't care much and just smiled. After all,
it's just a meal, so it's okay if there are more people. What's more, it's a woman and a child. Tao Wanwan first looked at Jiang Zimo, making sure there was no expression of disgust or resistance on his face, then nodded and agreed. Then I'll trouble you. The five of them entered the private room together. They were all very afraid of people. It was not until they sat down that they realized that the person sitting opposite them was Jiang Zimo. Uncle, long time no see. Zhang Chao and Shen He were stunned when they heard this. You two know each other? Xuanxuang's words came so suddenly that it would be strange if she denied it. We met once by chance during the company's team building. At this point, Jiang Zimo had no choice but to agree. Tao Wanwan nodded slightly. Everyone present today was in the same circle. If the news got to Yinanqing, things would be troublesome. Fortunately, Shen He was not the kind of person who liked to pry around, so he just asked briefly and didn't go any further. See what you like to eat, just order whatever you want, kiddo. Sitting in pairs, I was so happy being with Jiang Zimo that I even had a better appetite. I just heard that Mr. Shen's company has a virtual star project? Shen He was originally looking at his phone and replying to text messages. He only raised his head when he heard these words. Yes, in fact, it's not just virtual stars, we plan to create a virtual full lineup. For example, there are virtual anchors, virtual boy and girl groups, and this series, but the products on the market now are too simple. There's no way to support our structure, so we're planning to find a company with stronger hardware capabilities to work with. These are all the most basic project information, and it won't have any impact even if I tell Zhang Chao. What's more, Shen He also knew what Zhang Chao's company, Lantu, did. What exactly did the two of them want to talk about during the dinner today? Although no one said it, both of them knew it clearly. Zhang Chao was a little embarrassed at first, but after seeing Shen He's detailed introduction, he began to recommend himself without hesitation. Of course I know that Lantu is one of the best in the industry. How about this? I'll go to your company during this period to take a look and do some research. Zhang Chao nodded and agreed directly. He was very confident in the strength of his company. As long as Shen He was willing to come, the cooperation would be almost certain. 89, Chapter 89, Making an Appointment to Go Skiing Together. Xuanxuang has always been a very independent child, and Yinanqing rarely sees him so clingy. Jiang Zimo was also amused by Xuanxuang and couldn't stop laughing. Uncle, can we add each other's contact information? I've wanted to play with you so many times, but I don't know how to contact you. Xuanxuang originally said this behind Tao Wanwan's back. Tao Wanwan had told Xuanxuang before not to disturb Jiang Zimo casually. I didn't expect that Tao Wanwan heard what I said. Xuanxuang, what did I tell you before? You can't disturb others casually. Xuanxuang held her own children's watch and pouted a little unhappily. Jiang Zimo looked at Xuanxuang and saw how cute she was, and he really couldn't bear to refuse her. It's okay, I don't have much to do besides work, so I'm pretty bored. If you want, Xuanxuang, you can come and play with me anytime. Tao Wanwan was stunned when she heard this. She didn't know what Jiang Zimo was thinking when he said this. Maybe Jiang Zimo simply fulfilled a child's wish and forgot that if he took Xuanxuang out often, Tao Wanwan would follow them. We went to the ski resort last time with my friend Jiang Hao. It was very nice and fun, and the restaurants there are delicious too. Uncle, you should come with me then. Jiang Zimo was stunned. He didn't expect to hear Jiang Hao's name like this. Tao Wanwan quickly pulled Xuanxuang over and said, Uncle is usually very busy, please don't disturb him casually, okay? Jiang Zimo was also stunned because of Jiang Hao. He just smiled at Xuanxuang and didn't say much. Xuanxuang pouted unhappily, as if she had suffered some injustice. We didn't talk much until we finished eating. Things are progressing smoothly between Zhang Chao and Shen He, and they have already agreed to go to Lantu to see it in person in 3 days. When Tao Wanwan and Xuanxuang were about to leave, Jiang Zimo suddenly remembered what Xuanxuang had just said about skiing. Uncle will contact you when he has time, and then we can go skiing together. When Xuanxuang heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and asked in disbelief, really? Jiang Zimo nodded vigorously, and Xuanxuang finally felt relieved. After Tao Wanwan took Xuanxuang away, she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart for some reason. My feelings towards Jiang Zimo seem to have really changed a little. When he agreed to go out and play with Xuanxuang just now, Tao Wanwan was actually very happy. After Jiang Zimo and Zhang Chao separated, they went straight home. But I didn't expect to receive a call from Jiang Haohao on the way. Dad, my stomach hurts so much. Jiang Haohao's voice was already trembling when he said this. Jiang Zimo didn't have time to ask any more questions and drove directly back home. Aunt Lu happened to be on vacation today, and there was no one at home except Jiang Haohao. When Jiang Zimo got home, he saw only a little kid named Jiang Haohao curled up on the bed in his room, looking like he was in great pain. Without saying a word, he carried him on his back, put him in the car and went to the hospital. It's acute gastroenteritis, let's give him an 4 first. The child is in so much pain, it must have been delayed for a long time. I don't know how you parents are supposed to be. The doctor couldn't bear to watch it anymore and gave Jiang Zimo a lecture. After paying the bill and returning to the room, Jiang Zimo looked at Jiang Haohao's pale face due to pain and felt very distressed. Jiang Zimo called Yi Nanqing several times, but no one answered until 4 in the morning. After asking a lot of questions, Jiang Zimo found out that he had followed Gu Zihan to the beach to watch the sunrise. I think Gu Zihan wanted to retain Yi Nanqing's recent restless heart, so he came up with this idea, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen on Jiang Haohao's side. After receiving the news, Yi Nanqing drove back directly. He knew that no one was at home, but Gu Zihan called and said it was an urgent matter. I was really worried, so I drove over to take a look. I didn't expect that Gu Zihan would drive me directly to the beach. Yi Nanqing was indeed a little touched, thinking that Jiang Haohao would be fine staying at home alone for a night. For a moment, I accidentally forgot that Lu Ma was taking a day off today. When we arrived at the hospital, it was already past 6 in the morning. Jiang Zimo directly stopped Yi Nanqing at the door. Now Jiang Haohao is lying inside and asleep. Can you fulfill your responsibilities as a mother? Maybe it was because Jiang Haohao had been much more obedient during this period, so Jiang Zimo still felt a little distressed when something like this happened. Yi Nanqing first looked at Jiang Haohao in the room. I finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the child was fine. He turned around and looked at Jiang Zimo with wide eyes and said, "Aren't you not at home too? How do you think you are doing well?" Looking at Yi Nanqing's unreasonable behavior, Jiang Zimo didn't know what to say for a moment. I've told you many times, I'm very busy with work now and don't have time to take care of the children. I told you to come back, but you didn't listen. It's all your fault that Haohao is like this today. Jiang Zimo really couldn't imagine how thick-skinned Yi Nanqing was. The doctor just said that Haohao's condition has accumulated over time. You are by her side every day. If you two had put in more effort, Haohao wouldn't have to suffer like this. Work, Yi Nanqing, you know whether you've been working or not. Jiang Zimo had just finished speaking when a nurse suddenly came over and said sternly, "This is a hospital. If you want to make a noise, go outside and don't disturb the patients." Yi Nanqing and Jiang Zimo fell silent instantly. Jiang Zimo hesitated for a long time before he said, "If you really can't take care of him, I'll take Haohao away." Yi Nanqing seemed to have been waiting for the sentence for a long time, and curled the corners of his mouth with disdain. Impossible. Jiang Zimo couldn't quite understand what Yi Nanqing was thinking now. She clearly couldn't take good care of the child, so why did she insist on keeping the child tied to her side? If you want to take care of Haohao, move back home and quit your job at Lantu. You're just serving tea and water wherever you are anyway, so why not come back to work at Yes? I will also keep the position of assistant to the chairman for you. It's much better than your job at Lantu. Jiang Zimo sighed heavily. There was nothing more to say between him and Yi Nanqing now. He didn't love Jiang Haohao at all, he just used him as a puppet to threaten himself. 90, Chapter 90, You'll never see Jiang Haohao again. Jiang Zimo didn't say anything, so Yi Nanqing didn't continue talking either. He just walked into the ward on his own. The next day, when Jiang Haohao woke up and saw Yi Nanqing, he felt very aggrieved. It's not that he didn't call Yi Nanqing last night, but for some reason, no one answered the call. Mom, Haohao had a terrible stomachache yesterday and woke up in pain while sleeping. After listening to what Jiang Haohao said, Yi Nanqing became even more determined to get Jiang Zimo back. Jiang Zimo originally just wanted to go home and pack up his things. After all, Jiang Haohao would need some time to be observed in the hospital. He even asked for leave from Zhang Chao so that he could personally look after Jiang Haohao in the hospital.
However, he didn't expect that when he packed up and returned to the hospital, the ward was empty. "Doctor, where is the child in this ward? She was still here when I left just now."
The nurse was pulled by Jiang Zimo and looked up impatiently.
"Didn't your parents personally take this child out of the hospital? Our doctor asked them to observe him for a while, but you ignored him and just took the child away."
"The gastroenteritis was so severe, but you waited so long to bring the child here. You've been taking the child around since he's not fully recovered yet. I really don't know how you can be parents." Jiang Zimo apologized awkwardly. He knew without asking that it must have been Yi Nanqing's good deed. But Jiang Zimo didn't quite understand. Jiang Haohao's body was so fragile now. Where could Yi Nanqing be taking him in such a hurry?
Jiang Zimo, who had just left the hospital, called Yi Nanqing directly.
"Where did you take Haohao? The doctor said that the most important thing for him right now is to rest in the hospital. Why did you take Haohao around for no reason?"
Yi Nanqing originally thought that Jiang Zimo would call to beg him to return the child to him, but he didn't expect that he would be scolded right from the start. "Where I took Haohao has nothing to do with you from now on. As long as you don't move back home, you will never see Haohao again."
What Yi Nanqing said just now was right. Jiang Zimo drove back home and searched the entire villa but couldn't find Jiang Haohao. However, Aunt Lu, who had just returned from vacation, looked at Jiang Zimo's anxious expression and spoke out of curiosity.
"Sir, why are you back?" Jiang Zimo took a few deep breaths and tried to make his tone sound as normal as possible. "If Nanqing and Haohao come back, please call me and tell me."
Aunt Lu nodded, somewhat bewildered.
At this moment, Jiang Haohao was lying on the bed in Gu Zihan's house playing games. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I should have asked you clearly in advance. If I had known that Haohao was home alone, I wouldn't have taken you so far away." Yi Nanqing shook her head slightly and took the hot water that Gu Zihan handed to her.
"What have we done wrong? If Jiang Zimo hadn't run away from home, how could Haohao be like this now?"
At such a young age, his hands are covered with pinholes. As a father, he doesn't feel sorry for her, but as a mother, I do. Gu Zihan gently patted Yi Nanqing on the back, and at the same time he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Haohao heard the two of them talking and agreed, saying, "Yeah, it's all Dad's fault. He should have been at home with me. He's always been like this. If I feel uncomfortable, I can just tell him directly."
Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Haohao with a distressed expression, and reached out to gently touch his head. "Then you can stay at my house for the time being. I have a spare room anyway."
Yi Nanqing had originally planned this, so he naturally nodded in agreement. When Zhang Chao saw Jiang Zimo sweating profusely in the company, he tilted his head in surprise. "Why are you here? Didn't you say Haohao was sick? Are you going to the hospital to accompany him?" Jiang Zimo really hadn't relaxed at all from last night until now. Now he can finally take a break for a while and slumped in the chair. Jiang Zimo weakly told Zhang Chao what had happened in the past 2 days. He even felt that he was speechless and had no emotions at all. Zhang Chao was furious after hearing this. "Oh my god, these two people are going too far. It's fine that they cheated on me and acted affectionately in front of you, but they don't even care about the child's health now. They won't let you see him. I really need to think of a way to teach them a lesson."
Although Jiang Zimo was a little worried about Jiang Haohao, he was at least sure that Yi Nanqing would not treat him unfairly.
"I just don't know if Jiang Haohao went to other hospitals or saw a family doctor after he was discharged from the hospital."
Judging from Yi Nanqing's thick-skinnedness, Jiang Zimo felt that it was unlikely. "Shin, he will come over later. See if you have the energy to follow me. If you are too tired, go back and rest. I will let Tang Xin you follow me." Jiang Zimo shook his head silently. "I'm already here. What's the point of going home now? Let's go." Although Jiang Zimo agreed so readily, Zhang Chao was still a little worried. Shin he arrived on time. Jiang Zimo and the others had just come downstairs when they saw his business car. Zhang Chao stayed up late last night to prepare several plans according to Shinhe's needs. While waiting for him to come over, Jiang Zimo took a quick look and had an idea in his mind. "What I just showed you was our most basic model. I'll ask her to try to generate one for you." As Zhang Chao spoke, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Zimo. Jiang Zimo naturally sat down in front of the computer without hesitation. In less than 10 minutes, a female celebrity's face was generated according to Shinhe's description. "Your model seems to be more natural. Yesterday at Yez, Assistant Gu showed me some of their past cases. The overall style is somewhat different from what I want." Zhang Chao lowered his head and smiled, barely noticeable. I really hope that every time I compete with someone in the future, my opponent will be like Gu Zihan. Gu Zihan knew that it would be easier to win the project if the site was generated according to the customer's needs. But she simply didn't know how to do it. She couldn't even remember the basic models of the Yi family, let alone generate them on the spot. It was simply a fantasy. 91, Chapter 91. You seem very interested in me.
Zhang Chao calmed down for a long time before he could hold back from laughing. This is just our most basic model. Subsequent sound generation and movements can all achieve a smooth and natural level. If he hadn't mentioned it, I might have suspected it was motion capture. It would have been hard to imagine it was actually AI technology. Shinhe was quite satisfied with what he saw at Lanta this morning at noon. The three of them naturally had lunch together. To be honest, in my impression, the Yi group's capabilities should be slightly stronger than your Lanta group, so I contacted the Yi group directly from the beginning. As you know, Xinlu is also the big brother of the Beijing entertainment industry. I thought that if we want to cooperate with AI, we must find their number one, and I didn't even think about considering others. But I have to admit that this time, you Lantu are the real one in my heart. As he said this, Shinhe stretched out his hand and gave a thumbs up. Zhang Chao waved his hand pretending to be modest, but in fact he was already smiling brightly in his heart. We have only made rapid progress in technology in recent years. We are still some distance away from the Yi group and need to learn more. Shinhe didn't quite agree with what Zhang Chao had just said and shook his head slightly. Born in hardship, die in comfort. If the Yi family still dominates the industry, there won't be much progress in this industry. Jiang Zimo agreed with what Shinhe said and nodded subconsciously. However, he didn't expect that this small action would actually attract Shinhe's attention. But strictly speaking, Shinhe has always been eyeing Jiang Zimo. After all, Shinhe was still very curious about someone like Jiang Zimo who had no background but could sit next to Zhang Chao. At least I've never heard of Mr. Jiang before. After meeting him today, I was really surprised by his abilities. And when we first met, I wanted to say, Mr. Jiang is also very handsome. Is he interested in joining our company? Before Shinhe finished speaking, Zhang Chao's eyes widened in anxiety. Boss Shin, this is not very kind of you. Why are you poaching people in front of me? Shinhe had already guessed Zhang Chao's reaction and smiled softly. I was just joking. Why are you so nervous? Jiang Zimo, who was sitting opposite him, also laughed along, thinking that Shinhe's idea just now was too ridiculous. I heard that Mr. Jiang used to work at Yi Corporation. Why is he suddenly coming to Lanta now? Zhang Chao answered a phone call and left the private room. Shinhe took this opportunity to ask a question. Jiang Zimo frowned in surprise. He actually knew all this. It seemed that he must have secretly investigated him. Mr. Shin seems to be very interested in me. Since Shinhe has already made it so obvious, Jiang Zimo naturally won't hide it. Shinhe was still a little embarrassed after being exposed so directly. As for outstanding talents, I will still pay extra attention to them. Jiang Zimo smiled politely. He had indeed never heard of Shinhe before. Maybe it's because I have never understood the entertainment industry before. I only got to know this person last time at the auction. It's a pity that Jiang Zimo has never had the habit of secretly investigating others, and now he still knows nothing about Shinhe. It's a personal choice. No matter which company I'm in, I just want to maximize my value. Jiang Zimo gave an ambiguous answer, and Shinhe could sense his perfunctory attitude, so he didn't ask any further questions. In the next few days, Jiang Zimo was very busy with Shinhe's project and the selection process on Mr. Tang's side. Sometimes I even eat and sleep at the company, and I'm so tired that I don't even know what day it is. I feel like if I keep working overtime like this, I'm going to die suddenly. Tang Xinyu was so tired that she fell directly on the table after writing the last string of code. The three of them are now dividing the work. Jiang Zimo and Tang Xinyu are responsible for the selection part, while Zhang Chao continues to promote Shinhe's project alone. But actually, neither of these two has been finalized. Shinhe later changed his words and said that Lanta needed to provide a complete reference, otherwise they would not need to work overtime all night. If this rubbish Shinhe doesn't choose our company in the end, I will definitely punch him twice. Jiang Zimo frowned. Have you asked if Yes has received the same request, or other companies in the industry? At this point, Zhang Chao's mood improved a little. I did ask about this, and it's only our Lantu. I think Shinhe probably just wants to confirm it one last last time, it's not a big deal.
Jiang Zimo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Zhang Chao say this. The selection process from Mr. Tang requires them to try to implement the project on their own. It's just that it's impossible for such a big project to be completed by just a few of them. In the end, it's just a matter of looking at a few companies to see which one has a higher degree of completion. Why don't you take a day off tomorrow? It's not a good idea to keep working like this. Zhang Chao looked at the calendar and spoke with some concern. Jiang Zimo nodded in agreement, and Tang Xinyu beside him was even more nodding like pounding garlic. Today, Xinhe's example will be almost finished the day after tomorrow. We will work together to advance Mr. Tang's project. After several days of overtime work, I finally got a day of rest. Jiang Zimo slept in bed until noon. I made myself a quick breakfast in the kitchen when the phone suddenly rang. It's Shuang. This little guy is quite good at choosing time. If it were yesterday, I would still be fighting at this time. Uncle. Shuang spoke in a low voice, as if she was calling secretly. Can you please call your aunt and tell her that you want to take me out to play? She won't let me contact you. Jiang Zimo on the other end of the phone couldn't help but laugh, and imitated Shuang's way of speaking and lowered his voice. Then when are you free? Uncle can call me. I'm free anytime. I don't know if it was because they were too happy, but when Shuang said this, it was obvious that she couldn't help but speak a little louder. Jiang Zimo even heard Tao Wanwan's questioning voice beside him. Who are you talking to, Shuang? Shuang, who was discovered, said anxiously, I didn't. Before Jiang Zimo could hear clearly what was said on the other end, Shuang hung up the phone. 92, Chapter 92, Living Bodhisattva. I think Tao Wanwan must have accidentally heard me calling her just now, which is why she hung up in such a hurry. I had agreed to go out with him when we met last time, but Jiang Zimo has been very busy recently and I accidentally forgot about it. Now that Shuang had called, and it happened to be a weekend, Jiang Zimo naturally wouldn't refuse. In order to prevent Tao Wanwan from feeling strange, Jiang Zimo deliberately waited half an hour before calling her. Shuang had lost all confidence in waiting, and thought that it really had affected her uncle's life as her aunt said. Tao Wanwan was originally handling work. The Tao family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine and is very prestigious in the capital. However, in recent years, several relatively powerful Western doctors have emerged, and Tao Wanwan is one of them. The most powerful private hospital in Beijing was founded by Tao Wanwan. As the ace doctor of her own hospital, Tao Wanwan only schedules 2 operations a month. No matter what difficult or complicated disease it is, as long as the patient is still alive, she can save him. He is exactly what everyone calls a living bodhisattva. However, Tao Wanwan's surgery fee was too expensive, and the waiting time was also long, so now the people he saved were generally people of some status. Tao Wanwan, the daughter of a high-ranking official, was supposed to have an operation this week. During the prenatal checkup, the doctor had already advised that the child would most likely be born with a serious heart disease, but the two of them had the child in their old age. In addition, the woman's physical condition might prevent her from having children in the future, so she gave birth to the baby anyway. This was the 3rd operation Tao Wanwan performed on them, and this was also the most crucial one to determine whether their heart disease could be cured. Therefore, Tao Wanwan was extremely busy during this period, preparing for the operation from morning to night. When Tao Wanwan saw Jiang Zimo's call, she was stunned for a moment. But he soon guessed that the two of them were talking secretly just now, and they must have called Jiang Zimo without telling him. Otherwise, according to Jiang Zimo's personality, how could he contact me for no reason? Are you free lately? Jiang Zimo didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. After all, it should have been too late for Shuang. Tao Wanwan hesitated for a moment, but it wasn't that she had time. She had almost prepared for the operation, so if she wanted to go out, it was fine. After thinking for a while, Tao Wanwan finally said, "What's the matter? Didn't I promise Shuang to go skiing together when we had dinner last time? I think the weather is good today, so why not do it today?" Tao Wanwan turned her head to look at Shuang, who was watching TV next to her, nodded and agreed. "Okay, then I'll send you the address and you can just come over." After Jiang Zimo hung up the phone, he started to pack up.
I think that before I met Yi Nanqing, my entertainment life was also very rich. I was proficient in everything, whether it was horse riding or skiing. But after meeting Yi Nanqing, all my thoughts were focused on him, and these things were neglected.
Shuang Shuang.
Shuang Shuang, who was pretending to be watching TV, had actually heard their conversation a long time ago, and the expression on her face was almost unable to contain herself.
What's wrong, Auntie?
Looking at Shuang Shuang's half-smile, Tao Wanwan sighed helplessly.
I still couldn't bear to expose the fact that Shuang Shuang was secretly contacting Jiang Zimo.
My uncle just called and said he'd like to take you skiing. We'll be leaving in half an hour, so just pack up and get ready. Shuang Shuang jumped up from the sofa happily before Tao Wanwan could react. Shuang Shuang had already run back to her room. Tao Wanwan didn't even have the time to say which uncle it was. Seeing Shuang Shuang so happy, Tao Wanwan shook her head helplessly. A message suddenly popped up on the phone, and it was from Yi Nanqing. Tao Wanwan was stunned when she saw the message, and had a strange feeling in her heart.
How's your surgery preparation going? Do you want to go out for a drink tonight? Tonight after skiing together, we have to have a meal.
Tao Wanwan thought for a moment before typing a string of words.
Not necessarily. I might not have time after all. This time is a bit more troublesome.
After sending it, Tao Wanwan suddenly became a little worried whether they would meet in the same restaurant in the evening.
Just send me the address if I have time. I'll go over and contact you in advance.
Looking at the bar address sent by Yi Nanqing, Tao Wanwan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She and Jiang Zimo are about to get divorced, so it shouldn't be a problem for me to do this. When Tao Wanwan thought of this, she felt much more comfortable instantly. It was just after 3 o'clock when Jiang Zimo arrived at the ski resort. Tao Wanwan and Shuang Shuang have been here for a while. As soon as the three of them met up, Jiang Zimo spoke a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry, this is my first time at this ski resort, and I'm not very familiar with the route.
Shuang Shuang was so happy when she saw Jiang Zimo that she shook her head and said, it's okay, let's go change clothes. Jiang Zimo nodded and followed their steps.
Shuang Shuang and Yi Nanqing had been here once before, so they were naturally familiar with the place. Jiang Zimo was a little slow in changing his clothes a little. I have almost forgotten what I learned before, but fortunately Jiang Zimo still has some muscle memory, and after the coach has guided me a few times, I have become almost familiar with it. They both looked at Jiang Zimo, thinking that he was learning to ski for the first time, and blinked their eyes with some envy.
Uncle, you are amazing. You learned it so quickly. I still need a teacher to teach me. Jiang Zimo came back and touched Shuang Shuang's hair.
Uncle learned it a long time ago, so he is learning it so quickly now. Shuang Shuang is already very good.
After being praised by Jiang Zimo, both of them were extremely happy.
Tao Wanwan had never seen Shuang Shuang like this before. The last time they came skiing, Shuang Shuang was not very active and just kept playing with Jiang Haohao. At that time, Tao Wanwan thought Shuang Shuang didn't like skiing very much. But seeing Shuang Shuang's condition today, I know that she just doesn't like skiing with people she is not familiar with. She is having a lot of fun playing with Jiang Zimo. Later, Jiang Zimo became Shuang Shuang's teacher, taking him around sliding. Finally, seeing that Shuang Shuang seemed a little tired, the few of them found a place to sit down and rest for a while.
Jiang Zimo walked over and bought 3 bottles of juice. Thank you, uncle.
Shuang Shuang took it and started drinking it in big gulps, as if she was very thirsty.
93, Chapter 93, Sudden Menstrual Period.
Jiang Zimo liked Shuang Shuang very much when he saw her like this. From the very beginning, Tao Wanwan just followed them quietly, and Jiang Zimo even forgot her existence sometimes. Shuang Shuang's parents, don't you have time to come and accompany her now? I see that you are the one who usually takes care of her now. Tao Wanwan raised her head after hearing this. It was obvious that Jiang Zimo was talking to her, so she naturally would not ignore him. Shuang Shuang usually goes to school abroad. It's summer vacation now, and his parents are a bit busy with work, so they asked him to come back to China to play for a few days and left him with me. When Tao Wanwan said this, she reached out and touched Shuang Shuang's hair.
Shuang Shuang doesn't usually come back, but she likes China very much now. But I will be leaving in half a month. Can you come to visit me abroad then, uncle?
Shuang Shuang also knew that her request was really difficult, but she liked Jiang Zimo too much. After going abroad, the two of them would definitely not see each other again. When they thought of this, Shuang Shuang felt very uncomfortable.
Of course you can, but Uncle doesn't go abroad very often. I'll go out and play with you when I have time, okay? Hearing Jiang Zimo's agreement, both of them were extremely happy. The three of them sat on the bench for a while, until they both felt a little hungry, and then they went to the restaurant next door to eat. After placing the order, while Tao Wanwan went to the bathroom, Xuan carefully took out the wallets they had prepared earlier from their pockets. This is a gift I prepared for you on a cruise a long time ago. I think it suits you very well. It's just that before, every time we met, it was too sudden, and I never had the chance to give it to you. Jiang Zimo stared at the wallet in shock. He knew this brand, and the price of a wallet like this was not cheap. Xuan is so thoughtful that she even prepared a gift for me? They both nodded vigorously. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, for always being willing to come out and play with me. This is a gift in return. Seeing Xuan smiling so happily, Jiang Zimo couldn't help but think of the time when he was with Jiang Haohao. If I remember correctly, Xuan said that she had skied with Jiang Haohao during the last meal. It seems that she must have met Yi Nanqing. Xuan, do you recognize some of your aunt's good friends? Xuan nodded gently. He still liked Jiang Haohao very much. After all, Jiang Haohao was his first friend of the same age in China. Next time you see them, if someone mentions me, just say you don't know me, okay? Although they didn't know why they did this, since Jiang Zimo said so, Xuan naturally agreed directly. By the time Tao Wanwan came back, the two had almost finished their conversation. Seeing that they were chatting so happily, Tao Wanwan didn't ask any more questions. Just when I went to the bathroom, Yi Nanqing suddenly called. Tao Wanwan naturally rejected his invitation on the grounds of surgery. But I still feel guilty inside. After all, she is now with Yi Nanqing's husband. Jiang Zimo could see that Tao Wanwan's face looked a little unhappy after she came out of the bathroom. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Tao Wanwan was a little surprised when she was suddenly asked such a question and quickly shook her head. Nothing, probably just hungry now. I have a little low blood sugar. Xuan was a little worried and quickly took out a piece of candy from her pocket. Aunt, please have some candy. Tao Wanwan touched Xuan's back before eating a piece of candy. Logically speaking, the so-called hypoglycemia was just an excuse. But for some reason, while eating, Tao Wanwan felt her stomach becoming more and more uncomfortable and painful. I suddenly had a bad feeling in my heart. I opened my phone and checked the date, and sure enough, today was my period. As the saying goes, a doctor cannot treat himself. Tao Wanwan suffers from very severe dysmenorrhea, and basically cannot get out of bed every time because of the pain. So his surgery was scheduled to avoid these days. But recently, I was so busy with preparations that I accidentally forgot such a big thing. Jiang Zimo was sitting right across from Tao Wanwan and could clearly see that the expression on her face was becoming increasingly paler. In addition, seeing that Tao Wanwan covered her stomach from time to time, she guessed what was going on. You guys take your time eating, I'm going out to buy something. Jiang Zimo stood up worriedly and spoke softly. Tao Wanwan looked at the time. It was getting late, so she should finish her work as soon as possible and go home. I can't stay outside any longer in my current state. Just as she was thinking about how to find a reason to retreat, Jiang Zimo, who had just returned from outside, took out a pack of sanitary napkins and handed it to Tao Wanwan. I guess you might. After saying this, Jiang Zimo continued eating as if nothing had happened. Tao Wanwan didn't know how to react for a moment, and just looked at Jiang Zimo with some surprise. After reacting, he stood up and whispered, "Thank you." Then he walked quickly to the bathroom. They were almost done with their meal, and Jiang Zimo could see that Tao Wanwan wasn't feeling well, so he offered to drive them home. Tao Wanwan knew very well what her current situation was, so she agreed without any hesitation. Xuan is just a child. He only knows that it is always good to spend more time with Uncle Jiang. But after the whole day today, Xuan was so tired that she fell asleep in the back seat after sitting for a while. Thank you for today. Tao Wanwan said a little embarrassedly that no other man had ever bought her sanitary napkins in her life. Jiang Zimo smiled nonchalantly. What's the big deal? Yi Nanqing often told us at home that you had severe menstrual cramps, and I guessed it just now. When Tao Wanwan heard the name Yi Nanqing, she was stunned. I don't know why,
but I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. I lowered my head and pursed my lips slightly. Jiang Zimo, who was concentrating on driving, did not notice Tao Wanwan's change. He just thought that he was unwilling to speak because of the severe stomachache.
When they got home, Jiang Zimo helped carry Xuanxuang into the room.
When they were about to leave, Tao Wanwan suddenly walked into the kitchen and said, "Have something to drink before you go."
Jiang Zimo originally planned to refuse, but Tao Wanwan had already taken out the juice from the refrigerator, so he sat down. 94, Chapter 94, Snatching Meat from Ye's Mouth.
Tao Wanwan took the juice and walked over to Jiang Zimo and sat down. "This is squeezed by our aunt herself, try it."
Jiang Zimo took a sip and just sat in Tao Wanwan's house. It was actually a bit awkward. "You live alone?" Jiang Zimo picked a random topic. Tao Wanwan nodded slightly. "After graduating from college, I lived alone." Although in the field of Western medicine, Tao Wanwan's abilities have always been outstanding. But in fact, her family does not really accept Western medicine, especially Tao Wanwan's parents who hate it the most. So they both completely disagreed with Tao Wanwan's decision to study Western medicine.
In some situations, Tao Wanwan and Jiang Zimo are in very similar situations.
"Are you really planning to divorce Yi Nanqing?"
This was the first time the two of them discussed anything related to Yi Nanqing.
Jiang Zimo didn't expect Tao Wanwan to ask this question.
But since he had been asked, he had no reason to hide it, so he nodded openly. "Why, we have always envied Yi Nanqing. He has such a good husband like you. No matter what happens, he is the first person to think of."
"Are you in love with someone else and being polite to the person he likes?" After saying this, Tao Wanwan waved her hands nervously.
"Don't get me wrong, Yi Nanqing didn't ask me to test you. He doesn't know that we are so close now.
I'm just a little curious, and if you really like someone, I think it's normal. After all, I've never really approved of Yi Nanqing's attitude towards you. It's just that because of the relationship between us, I've never spoken about it." Jiang Zimo smiled lightly. He didn't expect Tao Wanwan to be so serious when she spoke. "It's not that I can't answer the question," he asked.
What Tao Wanwan said just now made a lot of sense. Jiang Zimo really doubted for a moment whether Yi Nanqing asked him to ask these questions. But if you think about it carefully, according to Yi Nanqing's current way of thinking, he definitely can't ask such a question. The idea of falling in love with someone else might be a bit too much. Tao Wanwan's heart tightened. Could it be that Jiang Zimo really had someone else in his heart? Then wouldn't she? "I used to put Yi Nanqing first, but now the first person in my life is myself. Does this count as falling in love with someone else?" When Tao Wanwan heard this, she immediately felt relieved and even couldn't help laughing. That should count. The two of them had a pretty happy chat. But it was so late, it would definitely not be a good idea for Jiang Zimo to continue staying in someone else's house, so he just found an excuse to leave. Tao Wanwan watched Jiang Zimo drive away in the room, and for some reason, she subconsciously smiled. "While talking with Jiang Zimo, I seemed to have a really heart-beating feeling." Jiang Zimo returned home and lay down on the bed exhausted. Although today is a day off, Jiang Zimo doesn't seem to have had a good rest. "I went out to play with Xuanxuang, and we were so busy that we didn't get home until so late." After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed. When I opened my phone, the screensaver was still a photo of me and Jiang Haohao taken a long time ago. Jiang Zimo was stunned for a moment, not knowing how Jiang Haohao was doing now. There has been no news from Lu Mei. It seems that they have not returned for such a long time. As far as Jiang Zimo knew, Yi Nanqing had no other properties locally, and his other houses were all in other places. So since he hasn't come back for such a long time, there is only one possibility: Yi Nanqing has gone to live with Gu Zihan. Thinking of this, Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. Yi Nanqing is really going too far now. She even does things like taking Jiang Haohao to live in another man's house. The next day, Jiang Zimo just arrived at the company and saw Zhang Chao with a happy face, and he didn't know what he was talking about. As soon as he saw Jiang Zimo coming, Zhang Chao hurriedly said again, "Shin, he will send the contract over today." It turns out that this cooperation has been finalized. This time, Zhang Chao really snatched the meat from Ye's mouth. It can only be said that some are happy and some are sad. Yi Nanqing naturally heard about such a big thing. Jiang Haohao has had recurring fever recently, and Yi Nanqing has been going to the hospital all the time, which has resulted in him having little time to personally attend to the project. I didn't expect that this piece of fat meat that was right at my fingertips could slip away like this. Board meeting that day. Yi Nanqing held his head with his hand. Feeling a little tired, he asked impatiently, "Who did our company arrange to receive Shenhe when he came?" "I have already done some research and found out that Shenhe and Yi family completely cut off contact from that day on." The woman sitting next to him hesitated for a long time before speaking timidly. Assistant Gu was in charge of the reception. The fact that Gu Zihan is incompetent is now known to almost everyone in the company. After coming to Yez, Gu Zihan has caused countless troubles. After hearing this, Yi Nanqing frowned slightly and said nothing more. The board meeting ended. Gu Zihan also heard some news voice. "When I came to pick up Yi Nanqing for lunch at noon, I didn't dare to breathe. How about we go eat at that Japanese restaurant nearby?" When Yi Nanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, did not respond, Gu Zihan was really worried and took the initiative to speak. "Shenhe's matter is my problem." Only then did Yi Nanqing turn around and look at Gu Zihan seriously. "Zihan, you've been by my side for such a long time, you know very well how much the Yi group needs this cooperation right now. It's been a long time since we've had a new project. If we continue like this, it'll be over sooner or later." Gu Zihan lowered his head in shame. "I don't know what happened. Shenhe said he would contact me later, but after the end of the day, I never heard from him again." Yi Nanqing sighed heavily. No matter how angry he was in his heart, as soon as he saw Gu Zihan's face that had been haunting him, he couldn't say anything harsh. "Tell me what happened that day." Gu Zihan told Yi Nanqing everything that happened that day, even including his encounter with Zhang Chao. Yi Nanqing immediately realized something was wrong. "You mean, they made an appointment to have dinner together that night?" Even now, Gu Zihan didn't realize there was anything wrong with this. 95, Chapter 95, Everyone is drunk and unconscious. After hearing what Gu Zihan said, Yi Nanqing completely pushed all the problems onto Jiang Zimo. Zhang Chao is such a shameless guy. Knew that Yi and Shenhe were discussing cooperation, but he actually asked Shenhe out for dinner at such a sensitive time. It seems that it was at that time that Zhang Chao took the opportunity to pry Shenhe away and coax him to join Lan Tui. Had already almost finished the talks and should have signed the contract in 2 days. Gu Zihan also realized belatedly that he could put all the blame on Jiang Zimo. Although it was indeed Shenhe who took the initiative to propose the dinner that day, Zhang Chao must have had ulterior motives when he agreed. Jiang Zimo was right next to them, and Zhang Chao must have brought him to the dinner, perhaps to deliberately take revenge on Yi Nanqing. Even without Gu Zihan saying anything, Yi Nanqing had already thought of this. Jiang Zimo was in the company for some reason. He felt a chill on his back the whole day, as if someone was staring at him. The Yi family must have heard about our contract with Shenhe. I am not sure if Yi Nanqing will cause you any trouble. If you really encounter any problems, remember to tell me in time. While having dinner in the evening, Zhang Chao still felt a little worried and gave some advice. He had a rough idea of Yi Nanqing's personality. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. He hasn't told Zhang Chao yet that Yi Nanqing has hidden Jiang Hao in order to force him to return home to the Yi group. For a period of time afterwards, the three of them continued to study Mr. Tang's research topic. Hard work pays off. Before Mr. Tang's final acceptance, the project was completed by more than 50%. Mr. Tang has to teach classes and give lectures recently, some of which are even in other provinces, so time is quite tight. A few people could only take their things and go directly to Mr. Tang's house. Mr. Tang took a quick look at it and then nodded in approval. The overall completion is pretty good. I will send it to my friend to take a look, but the final result will depend on what he thinks. Jiang Zimo nodded slightly. In addition to them, there must be many other companies that also participated in the selection. After all, everyone is eyeing such a good opportunity. But Jiang Zimo is very confident in Lan Tu. They have been working day and night during this period, and he has even lost a lot of weight. After leaving Tang's hometown, Tang Xinyu received a phone call. "Do you want to go to the bar together to relax? Lin Fei just called me and asked me to go over and play with you." Zhang Chao had been tense about these two things for a long time. Today, it finally came to a temporary end, so he naturally nodded and agreed without hesitation. Yes, of course I have to go. I might have other projects to discuss in a few days. Who knows if I'll have time." Jiang Zimo was actually quite hesitant,
but finally went to the bar after being persuaded by the two of them.
Lin Fei originally called only Tang Xinyu. I had originally agreed to come here with my roommate today, but something unexpected happened with that guy's boyfriend. In a hurry, I could only ask Tang Xinyu to come and accompany me.
This is the only time you can remember me. Lin Fei looked at the two men behind Tang Xinyu and blinked in surprise. Didn't I ask you to come alone? Why are the two of them here too?
If I had known Jiang Zimo would come, I should have dressed up nicely.
Tang Xinyu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. She just said calmly, I just happened to be with them. Besides, bars are meant to be played with a group of people. What's the point of just the two of us?
Although what Tang Xinyu said made sense, Lin Fei was still a little nervous for a moment. Especially when Jiang Zimo sat down next to her, she was so flustered that she didn't know what to say. Zhang Chao felt as comfortable as if he were back home. That's the feeling. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last came to the bar. This music really makes me happy. After saying this, Zhang Chao drank the glass of wine in front of him. After a brief familiarization with the atmosphere, several people quickly got into the mood. Jiang Zimo has a good alcohol tolerance and can easily drink all the wine on the table by himself. Zhang Chao started drinking in college. Although he is not as good as Jiang Zimo, it is not a big problem. But these two girls are a little different. I don't know when it started, but Lin Fei just sat there quietly and honestly, not saying a word. Zhang Chao and Jiang Zimo's eyes were always on the drunk Tang Xinyu, and they accidentally ignored him. Lin Fei was really nervous just now, so in order to relieve himself, he drank a few large cups. Now that I've recovered a little, I realize that I drank too hastily and my stomach feels churning. He staggered to his feet and walked to the bathroom. He vomited for a long time, washed up and then came back. It's just that the bar is too big, and when Lin Fei came here just now, his mind was not very clear, and he didn't know how he got here. Now I can't find it. For a while it was time to go back, and I could only wander around the bar aimlessly.
The smell of alcohol rushed into Lin Fei's nostrils again and again.
It was late at night and everyone in the bar was almost drunk. It no longer has the glamorous feeling it had when it first came in. There was vomit everywhere on the floor, and the waiters couldn't clean it up, so they just left it there. Fortunately, Lin Fei had almost finished vomiting and his mind was still clear, otherwise he would have been really dead if he accidentally stepped on it.
Lin Fei didn't know where he was going.
Suddenly, I heard a commotion coming from the front, and two drunk men were fighting.
It seemed like someone accidentally bumped into another person.
They were fighting so fiercely that the bartender couldn't pull them apart. The men's inherent self-esteem plus the influence of alcohol, one of them was so confused that he picked up a bottle of wine and smashed it on the other person's head. Lin Fei was squeezed very close to them, and just when the glass shards were about to fly towards her, a man protected her tightly in front of him. Lin Fei's reaction was still relatively slow after drinking, and his position was not very good.
If he hadn't appeared in time, the glass fragments would have definitely scratched Lin Fei's face. 96, Chapter 96. You can take off your shirt. If Zhang Chao had known that Tang Xinyu would become like this after drinking too much, he would not have forced him to drink so crazily in the first place. Oh my god, he can't do this. He'll vomit everywhere. I can't handle him with so many people here. Jiang Zimo also felt that it was getting too early, so he suggested that Zhang Chao take Tang Xinyu home directly. After the two of them left, Jiang Zimo realized that Lin Fei had disappeared at some point.
It was all my fault for only paying attention to Tang Xinyu. Lin Fei must have drunk quite a bit too. There were so many people here. What if something really happened? Maybe he should also thank the two drunks who were causing trouble in the bar, otherwise Jiang Zimo wouldn't have seen Lin Fei standing at the front of the crowd at a glance. Lin Fei had already guessed that the person in front of her was Jiang Zimo. She was so familiar with the smell on him.
Where did you run off to? Jiang Zimo subconsciously held Lin Fei's shoulders and spoke anxiously.
Lin Fei was originally much shorter than Jiang Zimo, and now this thing made her look even more petite. My stomach just felt uncomfortable, so I went to the bathroom for a while. Lin Fei lowered her head cautiously, like a child who had done something wrong, fearing that Jiang Zimo would be angry about this matter. Fortunately, Jiang Zimo let go of her hand after a while and took Lin Fei to a safe place. They've already gone back. I am worried about you being alone in your current state, so I called a designated driver. It's just right for you to take my car and go together. Lin Fei subconsciously waved her hand. She and Jiang Zimo had not known each other for long, and she didn't want to trouble him because of being drunk.
But seeing Jiang Zimo's frown, Lin Fei agreed reluctantly.
Jiang Zimo and Lin Fei sat in the back row. In order to save some rent, Lin Fei lives in the suburbs. My usual commute to and from get off work takes nearly an hour and a half. The driver drove for nearly an hour before arriving downstairs of his house.
Just send me here, I can go back by myself. Seeing Lin Fei staggering, Jiang Zimo asked with some concern, is there anyone else at home? Is there anyone else who can take care of you?
Lin Fei shook her head slightly. My roommate's boyfriend had a car accident while driving home today. He went to visit his boyfriend in the next province. I am home alone tonight. But don't worry, I'm not drunk. I'll go back and clean up a bit and then rest. Seeing Lin Fei's reluctant look, Jiang Zimo frowned a little worriedly.
Maybe he really drank a lot. Lin Fei's legs were shaking uncontrollably when he walked.
From Jiang Zimo's perspective, Lin Fei couldn't even walk in the most basic straight line, and had already walked in a big Z shape. He quickly ran back to the car, talked to the designated driver, and then hurried to Lin Fei. Lin Fei still thought highly of herself, thinking that she must have left a perfect back view for Jiang Zimo. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zimo appeared beside him again.
Master Jiang.
Jiang Zimo gently held Lin Fei's arm and said, you can't even walk steadily. I'll take you back. I'll leave as soon as you get home. Although Lin Fei couldn't walk steadily, he still had the most basic awareness. She pursed her lips shyly, because this was Mr. Jiang, the person she admired most in the company.
Although Lin Fei only had admiration for Jiang Dishan, she couldn't help but feel moved when such a mature man sent her home. What's more, he is so polite and well-educated.
Lin Fei no longer knew how to describe her feelings. Lin Fei herself couldn't remember how she finally arrived at her home. But the moment he walked in, Jiang Zimo actually turned around and prepared to leave. Lin Fei carefully pulled his sleeve and said, I have a medical kit at home. Do you want me to help you? Jiang Zimo's back was scratched when he helped Lin Fei block the glass shards. Although it was just a small cut, it still caused some bleeding. Just now in the car, Lin Fei noticed that he couldn't help feeling a little guilty.
Jiang Zimo did not refuse and nodded slightly.
Lin Fei's house is very small. If two people appear in the living room at the same time, they will be so crowded that they can't even turn around. I'm sharing the apartment with a college classmate. Why don't you come to my room? Some of these things are hers. There were indeed a lot of things in the living room. Jiang Zimo nodded without saying anything and followed Lin Fei into her room. Lin Fei's room and living room are completely different in style. Things were arranged in an orderly manner, the floor was spotless, and the bedding was neatly placed there.
Just sit on the bed, I'll go get the medical kit. In fact, this was the first time Jiang Zimo entered the bedroom of a woman other than Yi Nanqing. Sitting alone on the bed, he felt a little at a loss. Fortunately, Lin Fei was out for only a few minutes before she opened the door and reappeared in front of Jiang Zimo. I don't know if there are any glass fragments left in your wound. If there are, it will be troublesome. When Jiang Zimo heard this, he didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of Tao, a Dr. Wanwan. But before Jiang Zimo could think about it, Lin Fei sat down directly behind him. You can take off your clothes. There are many wounds on your back, and it's difficult to treat them with clothes on. Jiang Zimo's back was facing Lin Fei, and neither of them could see each other's face, otherwise they would notice that the other's face was already red. Lin Fei had never been in a relationship, let alone seen the body of a mature man, so she was naturally a little nervous. Jiang Zimo was a grown man after all, and he was just a little slow before taking off his shirt. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary scratch and no debris remained in the wound. Lin Fei's grip strength was just right. Jiang Zimo didn't even feel it before she had almost dealt with the problem. Jiang Zimo put his clothes back on, then stood up and said, "Thank you." Lin Fei waved her hand gently. "You were injured because of me, so I should be the one thanking you." Jiang Zimo straightened his clothes and smiled. It was getting late, so he didn't stay at Lin Fei's house for long. Jiang Zimo drank quite a bit today. After returning home and cleaning up, he quickly went into bed and fell asleep. I don't know if it was because of the alcohol, but Jiang Zimo slept very well that night. 97, Chapter 97. She is here to call for justice.
The next day, Jiang Zimo just woke up and saw the text message from Lin Fei. He said that the wound needs to be kept dry and that the dressing can be changed if there is time.
Jiang Zimo gave a brief reply and went out to prepare for work.
I don't know if it was my illusion, but I just felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Zhang Chao who came to work today. Zhang Chao hesitated in the office for a while before coming out and calling Jiang Zimo in.
What's wrong with you so early this morning? Why do you look so sad?
Zhang Chao pursed his lips. If you didn't know him, you would have thought he stepped on dog poop when he went out this morning. He had such an ugly expression. When I woke up this morning, I saw Yi Nanqing had called me over 20 times, wanting to have dinner with me, and he specifically asked me to bring you along.
Jiang Zimo was stunned when he heard this, and even subconsciously looked at his phone.
I didn't block Yi Nanqing, but there was not a single text message from him. It was obvious that Yi Nanqing contacted Zhang Chao directly. Maybe he felt that it would be useless to only contact Jiang Zimo. After all, Jiang Zimo could directly reject him without any scruples.
But Zhang Chao can't do that.
The two companies are still cooperating with each other no matter how unscrupulous Zhang Chao is. He cannot simply ignore Yi Nanqing's face.
What do you mean? Do you want me to come with you?
Zhang Chao touched his forehead, somewhat confused. His biggest problem now was whether or not he should take Jiang Zimo with him.
Yi Nanqing's meaning is very clear. Asking me to have dinner is just an excuse. The person he really wants to see is you.
Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Zimo and said that since he asked this, he must want to follow Jiang Zimo's opinion. Then I'd better go, otherwise, he will definitely try every possible way to cause trouble for us. Running away will never solve the problem.
Hearing Jiang Zimo say this, Zhang Chao became even more nervous.
I don't know why Yi Nanqing came here today.
If it was just because of Shenyi's matter, it would be easy to talk about. What Zhang Chao was worried about was that she wanted to use the excuse of official business to talk to Jiang Zimo about private matters.
Then Zhang Chao is holding Jiang Zimo back. Jiang Zimo, who was sitting opposite, naturally guessed what Zhang Chao was thinking.
Don't worry, there is nothing that can cause any intersection between the two of us.
There had been no opportunity before, so Jiang Zimo took this opportunity to tell Zhang Chao what had happened to Jiang Hao in the past few days.
How could he be so excessive?
Zhang Chao was so angry that he almost stood up.
But Jiang Zimo just smiled calmly. It doesn't really matter to me. Although she's not really qualified as a mother, at least she treats Jiang Hao sincerely. Then I thought about it carefully. It was indeed me who was too impulsive. I also know what kind of personality Jiang Hao is now. How could he possibly go with me and give up Gu Zihan and Yi Nanqing?
In the final analysis, I'm definitely not the best person to raise Jiang Hao. Yi Nanqing will have to lead him on his journey. If that's the case, I can't let the child become a shackle for me.
Zhang Chao looked at Jiang Zimo with gradually increasing admiration.
As a father, he was able to think so clearly and decisively give up the right to visit his child.
Now Zhang Chao is increasingly convinced that Jiang Zimo has completely put himself first in his life.
That night, when Zhang Chao arrived at the restaurant where Yi Nanqing had an appointment, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous.
If he really says something unpleasant later, you don't have to worry about me. We can just go. Jiang Zimo nodded without hesitation.
What's more, I have already prepared it and recorded the whole process.
According to Yi Nanqing's personality, today's meal definitely has nothing to do with work. He just wants to question Jiang Zimo. Yi Nanqing walked in from the restaurant entrance wearing sunglasses.
When he saw Jiang Zimo, he frowned instantly and even ignored Zhang Chao, who was sitting next to him.
I think you've grown wings.
The game started with a critical hit, and Zhang Chao blinked in a state of being unable to react. I thought we would exchange some polite words. I didn't expect Yi Nanqing to be so impulsive. Jiang Zimo looked up at Yi Nanqing and frowned slightly. He did not expect her to react so anxiously.
Do you know how many times Hao Hao has been to the hospital recently? You don't care about your child's affairs. Are you still not a father? Yi Nanqing had no intention of coming here to talk about work today.
If there is any reason, I would like to ask Jiang Zimo when he will return to work at Yi Group.
As for Zhang Chao, was just Yi Nanqing putting pressure on Jiang Zimo. If I remember correctly, these should be our two children. You are the mother and I am the father, right? Yi Nanqing frowned, not understanding what Jiang Zimo meant by suddenly saying this.
It was you who called me a few days ago and told me I would never see Hao again since I can't see her. You are naturally responsible for her illness. Jiang Zimo looked at Yi Nanqing and spoke calmly.
A shameless person like Yi Nanqing would certainly not because of Jiang Zimo's words, I doubted myself.
Yi Nanqing, who was sitting opposite Jiang Zimo, lowered his head and smiled.
Let's not talk about this for now. What do you mean by helping Lan to snatch cooperation from our Yi group?
Jiang Zimo, don't forget that it's all thanks to our Yi group that you're where you are today. Don't think you can step on our Yi group's head just because you found a random job. When Yi Nanqing said this, he looked at Zhang Chao several times, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. Zhang Chao had already decided that this was a family matter between the two of them, and he would not say anything if he could. But Yi Nanqing attacked his own company as soon as he opened his mouth, so Zhang Chao had no choice but to speak up.
Mr. Yi, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by us snatching the cooperation?
Things like this are supposed to be ruled by the strong. You guys aren't capable enough to keep people here, so it's only natural that Mr. Shin chose us.
Yi Nanqing rolled his eyes at Zhang Chao without any hesitation.
Don't think that just because I wasn't there that day, I don't know what happened. Mr. Zhang, we are partners after all. What you did is a bit unreasonable. I'm giving you enough face by not asking you clearly today. It's better for you not to push your luck.
98, Chapter 98, Going back to deliver the divorce agreement.
Every time they met before, Yi Nanqing was always polite to Zhang Chao. This was the first time he heard her speak in this tone. When I told Zhang Chao what to do, I didn't know how to respond for a moment. Jiang Zimo sat opposite and sighed helplessly. The matter between him and Yi Nanqing has dragged on for too long, and there must be a result today. I don't agree with anything you said. Please take a good look at the divorce agreement I gave you earlier. If there are no problems, just sign it.
Yi Nanqing frowned. What divorce agreement? When did you give me the divorce agreement? Are you crazy? Do you have the guts to do that? More than a month ago, when Jiang Zimo just moved out of the villa, he prepared a birthday present for Yi Nanqing. The divorce agreement was placed together with the birthday present. How could he not know about it?
But when I think about it carefully, it seems to be true. For such a long time, Yi Nanqing has never taken the initiative to mention divorce. Maybe she really didn't see it. Jiang Zimo was in no mood to continue arguing with Yi Nanqing. He just said weakly, "It's okay if you didn't see it. I'll prepare a new one and send it to you."
Yi Nanqing frowned as he looked at Jiang Zimo, trying to find evidence that Jiang Zimo was lying. Unfortunately, the expression on Jiang Zimo's face was extremely firm, without any hesitation at all. Jiang Zimo, you want to divorce me? Unless you leave the house empty-handed, don't even think about it. Kicked out with nothing, Jiang Zimo had nothing in that house to begin with. When Jiang Zimo first married Yi Nanqing, he never thought about money.
I originally thought that Yi Nanqing was the same type of person as me, but now I realize that she, Yi Nanqing, has changed.
After so many years, Yi Nanqing has become completely different from before. Okay, then I'll leave the house with nothing. I'll prepare all the relevant terms and conditions for you. Is there anything else you want to say?
Yi Nanqing looked at Jiang Zimo with a look that gradually became disbelief, perhaps realizing that Jiang Zimo was not joking.
Think it over carefully. If you divorce me, you'll have nothing.
Jiang Zimo sighed heavily. He didn't want to say these hypocritical words. Even if he said them, Yi Nanqing wouldn't be able to truly understand what he was thinking.
It doesn't matter what belongs to me and what doesn't, Yi Nanqing. You don't have what I want right now. Even if it's Jiang Hao, my answer is the same, so don't try to tie me down with the child.
Leaving the house empty-handed is not a difficult matter for me at all. The company, money, and status that you value are nothing to me.
Just as Jiang Zimo imagined, the expression on Yi Nanqing's face gradually became confused. He really couldn't understand what Jiang Zimo had just said. No matter what, Zhang Chao was still sitting next to him, and Jiang Zimo still didn't say some things in his heart. From the very beginning, Jiang Zimo just wanted a partner with a simple mind. He originally thought that Yi Nanqing was that person, but now he knows that he was wrong about her. It's getting late. I need to go back and get some rest as we just agreed. I'll send the divorce agreement over this week. If you feel there is something unreasonable, you can ask your lawyer to contact me. After saying that, Jiang Zimo stood up and prepared to leave.
Zhang Chao was a little dazed, but after he came to his senses, he quickly caught up with Jiang Zimo.
Brother, you are so handsome today. You didn't even see the expression on Yi Nanqing's face. I almost couldn't help laughing.
Looking at Zhang Chao like this, Zhang Zimo shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what Yi Nanqing was thinking right now. Even if he had explained it so clearly, Yi Nanqing might not understand. Or maybe some other mess will happen at that time. Anyway, Yi Nanqing's thought process is quite different from that of ordinary people. After leaving the restaurant, Yi Nanqing's first reaction was to go straight back to the villa. Aunt Lu had been staying at home alone for many days, and finally she heard a knock on the door.
Lu Ma. Yi Nanqing couldn't wait to speak as soon as he entered the door. Do you remember where I put the birthday present Jiang Zimo gave me on my birthday a few months ago? Of course, Aunt Lu still remembered it clearly. It was Jiang Zimo who asked her to pass it to Yi Nanqing. The lady took a look at it and threw it directly into the trash can. After being reminded by Aunt Lu, Yi Nanqing finally answered in a daze. The garbage from such a long time ago must have been thrown away by the collectors. If it were any other time, Yi Nanqing would definitely start cursing at this moment. But after waiting for a long time, she still didn't hear Yi Nanqing's voice, so Aunt Lu raised her head cautiously. Yi Nanqing only saw his brows furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Aunt Lu could only stand there quietly and motionlessly. If Jiang Zimo comes back in a few days, call me and tell me. Yi Nanqing still planned to continue living with Gu Zihan after all. This way he could have Gu Zihan help him take care of the children, which made things a lot easier. Lu Mai nodded slightly, but I felt very strange in my heart. The wife asked the husband to call her when he came back, and the husband asked her to call her as well after seeing what the wife said. Aunt Lu was a little confused, but she also knew that there must be some conflict between the husband and the wife. My wife just came back. What did she do back home?
Madam just asked where you put the gift you gave her for her birthday last month. Jiang Zimo subconsciously raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Yi Nanqing really hadn't seen the divorce agreement, and the look just now was not an act. The lady took a look at the gift and threw it away, so it wasn't found. This phone call also resolved some of Jiang Zimo's doubts. It turns out that the heirloom I gave away had been thrown away. No wonder I didn't even see the divorce agreement.
After hanging up the phone, Jiang Zimo sighed helplessly. How come it took so long to completely see through what kind of person Yi Nanqing is?
Although it is not too late, Jiang Zimo still feels regretful about the past few years.
99, Chapter 99, Caught by Old Lady Yi. The cooperation between Lantu and Shinha Company was successfully implemented. However, it took less than a week to create the first female anchor of the virtual team. After hearing the news, Shinhe ran straight to Lantu without stopping. I do believe in your abilities, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. After Shinhe looked at a few simple programs, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. According to our current plan, this virtual anchor will be ready for the market in about half a month. Looking at Jiang Zimo's confident look, Shinhe felt more and more that he had made an extremely correct decision. At that time, Yes Company said that it would take at least half a year,
but Lantu actually finished it in less than a month. He suddenly felt that Ye's company must have been lying. After he left, Jiang Zimo fell asleep directly on the chair in Zhang Chao's office. He hadn't slept for 2 days in order to finish this project. It wasn't because of time constraints, but because Jiang Zimo wanted to prove to He as soon as possible that choosing Lantu was a wise decision. In any case, this project was snatched away by Lantu from Ye's. So the best way to break the rumors now was to prove everything with strength. Zhang Chao was on a business trip in the neighboring province that morning. When he came back at noon, he saw Jiang Zimo lying there with his arms and legs spread out. Tang Xinyu, who was following behind Zhang Chao, naturally saw Jiang Zimo as well.
Do you want me to wake him up? Tang Xinyu cautiously asked a tentative question.
Zhang Chao shook his head slightly, walked out of the office, closed the door and then spoke. He must be exhausted recently. Let him have a good rest. We can go out and talk so as not to disturb him.
Tang Xinyu nodded in agreement. When Jiang Zimo woke up, it was already past 6 o'clock in the evening.
Fortunately, I set the alarm before going to bed, otherwise I might have slept until dawn in the company.
Jiang Zimo returned to his workstation and took out the divorce agreement he had prepared long ago from the drawer.
Because work matters have been delayed for a long time, the divorce agreement should be sent back as soon as possible today.
Aunt Lu has been staying alone in the villa recently, and Zhang Haohao and Yi Nanqing have never come back.
When she heard footsteps outside the door, she subconsciously thought that Yi Nanqing had returned. When she saw Jiang Zimo, Lu Ma was stunned with some surprise.
Hey, sir, why did you come back suddenly today? Jiang Zimo hasn't seen Lu Ma for a while. Aunt Lu, how have you been lately?
Seeing that Lu Ma's complexion was much better than before, I thought it was because Yi Nanqing was not at home, so she was under a lot less pressure. Aunt Lu didn't know why, but when she saw Jiang Zimo, she felt much more at ease. It's just the same as before, except that you and Madam are not back. I am still lonely at home alone. How long will you stay this time, sir?
Aunt Lu spoke cautiously.
Jiang Zimo shook his head without hesitation. I won't live here. I probably won't come back to live here in the future. I just came to deliver some things. When Lu Ma heard this, she felt a little disappointed.
Although there were always quarrels between the husband and wife in the past, the family was still harmonious no matter what.
Now no one knows what the two of them are doing all day long, and this family is completely broken up. Aunt Lu looked at Jiang Zimo's back and shook her head helplessly. Although I feel sorry for Jiang Haohao because he is just a child and has to face the separation of his parents.
But I'm just a nanny and can't say much.
After Jiang Zimo left, Aunt Lu noticed that there was a divorce agreement on the coffee table and shook her head helplessly. Later, the sound of a car was heard at the door again. Aunt Lu subconsciously thought that Jiang Zimo had just missed something and came back to get it. But he didn't expect that the person who opened the door was old Mrs. Yi.
Aunt Lu was stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Why are you the only one at home? What time is it now? Haven't they returned from get off work yet?
Old Mrs. Yi walked in and looked around the room without even sitting down, but she didn't see a single person. Aunt Lu lowered her head cautiously and told Mrs. Yi everything about the current situation. Old Mrs. Yi naturally noticed the divorce agreement on the coffee table. Sitting on the sofa, he sighed heavily. He had tried so hard to maintain their relationship some time ago, but he never expected that things would turn out like this today. Call Yi Nanqing and tell him to bring my grandson back to me immediately. Also, don't tell him about Jiang Zimo's visit tonight. Aunt Lu was also a smart person, so she naturally understood what old lady Yi wanted to do. You should know clearly what to say and what not to say when Yi Nanqing comes back later. Just pretend you know nothing. Aunt Lu nodded slightly, turned around, and called Yi Nanqing directly. When Yi Nanqing saw that the caller ID showed that it was Lu Ma, he was stunned for a moment and subconsciously thought that it was really Jiang Zimo who came back. My heart suddenly tightened. After all, Jiang Zimo had said that he would send the divorce agreement this week. Madam, please come back soon. The old lady is coming.
This is even worse news than the divorce agreement Jiang Zimo sent over.
Yi Nanqing hurriedly drove Jiang Haohao back home.
If Grandma asks later, just say we have been in the hospital all this time. You know where I live, right?
Although Jiang Haohao didn't know why, since it was his mother who said it, there must be a reason for her, so he nodded obediently and agreed. Old Mrs. Yi sat in the middle of the sofa with a serious face, looking as if she was angry. Although Yi Nanqing was a little flustered, as soon as he thought about it, Jiang Zimo had not come back recently. The two of them felt much more comfortable with each other. "Where have you been? Aunt Lu said you two haven't been home for a long time. What's going on? Why don't you go home? Where did you go?" Jiang Haohao walked to the front and gently pulled Mersai's sleeve. "Grandma, don't be angry with Mom. Haohao has been sick recently, and Mom is worried about me, so she brought me to the hospital." "Grandma, I'm sorry, we should have told you in advance. Please don't be angry. Mom has been very busy recently and has been taking care of me in the ward every day." Of course, these were what Yi Nanqing had just taught him word for word. 100, Chapter 100, I know exactly what kind of person Yi Nanqing is. Old Mrs. Yi, who was a little angry just now, felt heartbroken instantly when she heard what Jiang Haohao said. Hey, what's going on? Why did you suddenly become so seriously ill?" When old Mrs. Yi said this, she looked up at Yi Nanqing. "Such a big thing happened. Why didn't you tell me a word? The child is still so young. What if something really goes wrong?" Yi Nanqing lowered his head, pretending to be aggrieved. "I'm really too busy to handle it all by myself. Grandma, you've seen it too. Jiang Zimo never comes home. How can I take care of the children and work at the same time?" Although old lady Yi felt sorry for Jiang Haohao, she knew clearly what kind of person Yi Nanqing was. "But I won't judge that all the fault lies with Jiang Zimo just because of his few words." Thinking of this, old Mrs. Yi sighed with a headache. Yi Nanqing asked Aunt Lu to call Jiang Zimo back, but it was old lady Yi who made the call to call Jiang Zimo back. Jiang Zimo, who had just come out of the bathroom after washing up, frowned in surprise when he saw the message from old lady Yi. "Grandma, why did you call me suddenly?" Jiang Zimo seemed to have not seen old lady Yi for some time. If he remembered correctly, something seemed to have happened to one of his friends. "It's been a while since I last visited you guys. I came all the way here, so why haven't you come back from get off work yet so late?" Hearing what old lady Yi said, Jiang Zimo frowned helplessly. If it was at the beginning, Jiang Zimo would have driven back without hesitation. But the timing today is so awkward. I just delivered the divorce agreement to Yi Nanqing, and how could Mrs. Yi just happen to come here? It is hard not to suspect that Yi Nanqing invited old lady Yi here specifically for this matter. But before this, old lady Yi had always been on his side. Jiang Zimo was a little confused as to why her attitude suddenly changed. "Grandma, I still have a lot of things to deal with at my company. I may not have time to go back today. I'm currently working on several recently signed projects for the company, so I'll be very busy during this period. If there's anything urgent, let's get in touch later." Old Mrs. Yi could hear Jiang Zimo's distant attitude from the phone call, and she naturally felt a little sad. But when she thought that calling Jiang Zimo back was actually fulfilling Yi Nanqing's wish, old lady Yi was able to understand what Jiang Zimo had done. "In that case, you should focus on your work first. I don't have anything else to do. I just came to see you since you were so busy. We can talk about it next time." I didn't expect that Mrs. Yi would give in so quickly the last time he came. He asked these two people to go home every night. Therefore, Jiang Zimo was still a little surprised at this moment. After hanging up the phone, old lady Yi turned around and looked at Jiang Haohao, who was already feeling a little sleepy. "Auntie Lu, please take the child back to bed first. Keep an eye on him tonight. If there are any problems, please let us know immediately." Mother Lu also watched Jiang Haohao grow up with her own eyes. When she heard that he was so seriously ill, she felt a little distressed. He nodded at old lady Yi and took Jiang Haohao back to the room. Old Madame Yi looked at Yi Nanqing and sighed helplessly. "You and Jiang Zimo can't just let it go like this. Find some time to apologize to him, admit your mistake, and promise not to go out with those messy men again. Maybe there's still a chance for you too." The expression on Yi Nanqing's face was naturally a little unwilling. That was Gu Zihan, the male idol I had liked since college. If Gu Zihan hadn't suddenly decided to go abroad, maybe they would have been the ones to get married in the end. No matter how you look at it, Jiang Zimo is just a third party who intercepted the situation halfway. Until now, Yi Nanqing didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. What's more, there has never been any excessive behavior between Yi Nanqing and Gu Zihan. Yi Nanqing just took better care of him. It's just that Jiang Zimo is too sensitive and too stingy. Is it true that the only way out now is to cut off contact with Gu Zihan? Yi Nanqing was naturally unwilling to accept this.
Old Mrs. Yi could see what Ji Nanqing was thinking and slammed the table hard. Clear your mind, you and Jiang Zimo are the legitimate couple, and you are Jiang Haohao's biological parents.
You two have been together for so many years, how can you separate over such a small matter? Marriage is the result of hard work. Seeing the serious look on old lady Ye's face, Yi Nanqing nodded and agreed under pressure. After Jiang Zimo hung up the phone, he sat on the bed inside helplessly. I don't know if old lady Yi will hold a grudge against me because of this incident. But no matter what, Yi Nanqing must have seen the divorce agreement now, and all he has to do is wait for news. The next day, Jiang Zimo just arrived at the company and saw Lin Fei standing near his workstation.
There is still some distance between their workstations.
The two hadn't seen each other for a long time since their last drink.
Why are you here?
I don't know if it was because of what happened last night, but Jiang Zimo couldn't sleep until after 3 in the morning and opened his eyes at around 7 in the morning.
So I came a little early today.
Lin Fei was shocked when she heard Jiang Zimo's voice. I thought Jiang Zimo would have to wait a while before coming over.
Why are you here so early?
Jiang Zimo was actually still very curious about what happened to Lin Fei, but on the surface he pretended to be calm and drank a sip of water.
I happened to get up early this morning, so I came here early. What about you? Why are you here so early? Lin Fei had actually wanted to meet Jiang Zimo for a long time, and originally thought that her feelings towards Jiang Zimo were just admiration.
But since they last separated at the bar, Lin Fei missed him more and more. Anyone with a little bit of common sense can guess that Lin Fei has fallen in love with Jiang Zimo. Of course, she didn't come here today to confess her love. Lin Fei just wanted to see him. But Jiang Zimo's appearance was too sudden, and Lin Fei was not mentally prepared for a while.
Nothing, I just wanted to ask you, how is the injury on your back now? Is it healed?